Chapter 421. Fake death is equivalent to social death. Su-bei had no idea about Elena changes. Of course, even if Su-bei knew, it would be useless because the incident had already happened. And this incident had been foreshadowed in the Plague Continent. No one can get a divine weapon casually. And it is the main weapon that the gods rely on for survival. This is a deal. The Heaven's Lock is the commission reward. And the lowly corpse is the commission result. When Su-bei got the Heaven's Lock, this journey was fixed. It was an inevitable result of history that Su-bei took out the corpse of the Lolita. Of course, for Su-bei, there was no loss in this trip. First, Su-bei's injuries had been repaired when Lin found them. Second, Su-bei legitimately obtained the Heaven's Lock. Third, during the exploration process, the chain left by the Valkyrie was triggered, activating the forbidden power in the palm of his right hand. It was a three-pronged approach. Congratulations. At this moment, Su-bei was wandering aimlessly, and there was really no way to go. So he had to sneak into the equipment room. I planned to sleep on the yoga mat with the barbells. But what Su-bei didn't expect was that there was someone in the equipment room. And it was Felihui, a dark elf who Su-bei was very familiar with. Su-bei had a certain impression of this girl, but it was not a deep impression. He clearly remembered that she helped him once. At that time, Su-bei had just left Duz, and was chased by the Duz demigod. It was this girl and her tribesmen who stopped the demigod. Felihui naturally forgot about Su-bei. So when Su-bei entered the room, she was still honing her killing skills, repeatedly practicing some unpredictable escape techniques. But Felihui's weapon remembered Su-bei. The moment Su-bei appeared, Felihui involuntarily swung the dagger and slashed towards Su-bei's neck. It looked like an assassination. But in fact the dagger brought its owner to correct the memory. But in fact, it was indeed an assassination. Su-bei was startled and raised his hand to stop the dagger with his fingertips. But his body was like a thin membrane in front of this artifact, and was easily cut. The fingertips were scratched by the dagger. And blood. Drip drip. Falling to the ground. Su-bei was obedient. As expected of the duo that Sven evaluated as being able to assassinate Chaotuo. Felihui holding this weapon, and the presence of Alyssa. If she had any intentions, even Chaotuo would be killed. Felihui was also startled. And she screamed woo-ah woo-ah, and was almost scared to speak by the child. She quickly wiped the marks on Su-bei's fingertips with her sleeves, and raised Su-bei's fingers to put them in her mouth. Su-bei quickly pulled his hand away, and waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Felihui was so anxious that she almost cried. She pointed at her dagger, and then at Su-bei's fingertips, and shouted "Ula Ula" for a long time. She quickly raised the drawing board on her waist, drew a paragraph, and turned the drawing board to Su-bei. There is a curse on the dagger, which is lethal. Su-bei was stunned and raised his finger. It's bad. This is really a problem. The black and white texture spread from the finger to the inside of Su-bei's arm, and it was about to extend to the heart. Su-bei was so scared that he immediately used the forbidden source of power to stop the curse. Although the curse was removed, the effect was delayed and had been in effect for some time. Su-bei narrowed his eyes, and he could not hold out for 3 breaths, and fell straight down. He fell into a deep sleep. It was great. He fell asleep right away. And now, he didn't have to find an empty room to sleep. This was Su-bei's last thought before he fell asleep. On the side, Felihui fell into deep thought. Some people look like they are asleep, but they have actually been gone for some time. This was Felihui's first thought. In order to verify this idea, Felihui squatted down tremblingly, and stopped her finger under Su-bei's nose to confirm the authenticity of the idea. The result was that the conclusion of the test was exactly the same as Felihui's thought. Su-bei stopped breathing. Felihui was stunned for 3 minutes. After the shock, Felihui did not panic, but felt extremely guilty, and could not help crying to commemorate Su-bei's death. She even took out the harmonica and played a farewell song for Su-bei, entertaining Su-bei with the highest etiquette of the elves. Since the person was already dead, there was no point in panicking. So Fuli was very calm. After playing the song, she began to think about what to do next. The most important thing now was how to deal with the body. Fuli thought for a while, looked at the ocean outside the window of the Relico, and suddenly came up with a plan. Throw the body into the sea? It is said that men's romance is the starry sky and the sea. And I think this poor person, who was accidentally injured, would also like it. So, in the dead of night, Fuli picked up Princess Su-bei and tiptoed to the second floor with a strong sense of stealth. The process was proceeding smoothly, and everything was developing smoothly according to Fury's plan. Until at the stairs, Fury suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Duh. Fury. Are you here? Going back to sleep. It was Alyssa's voice. Fury looked down at herself, then glanced at Su Bei in her arms, and fell silent. Fury. Corpse. Murder. Expulsion. Not making friends with Fury. Hating Fury. Bang. With a sound, Felihui thought calmly, arranged Su Bei's body, and posed Su Bei with one hand against the wall, and hurried downstairs. She only had Alyssa as a friend now, and she definitely didn't want to lose Alyssa. At the stairs, only Su Bei's body was left, and the cold wind kept blowing, and it was freezing cold. At this time, footsteps were approaching. Alyssa, who came down to look for food, saw Su Bei, and her face turned pale with fear, and she hurriedly said, "Sir, why are you so haunting? We agreed to a 5-day vacation, and you can't miss a day. Today is the first day. If you heard it, go back to sleep quickly. If there is really no place to sleep, you can sleep in my room. I will tell Fury and make room for you." Alyssa murmured for a long time, and found that Su Bei had no response. So she stretched out her hand and poked Su Bei. "Hey, sir, are you listening?" Bang. With a sound, Su Bei fell to the ground, and his head hit the floor, leaving a red mark. Alyssa quickly stepped forward, repeatedly scratching Su Bei's body, muttering, No, I didn't do anything. I just poked it. Could it be that it was my poking that caused your head to hit the floor, triggering the hidden injuries you had accumulated over the years, and knocking you unconscious? It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right?" Alyssa trembled as she stretched out her hand, felt Su Bei's breath. Her body froze, and she trembled as she retracted her hand. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay." Alyssa had been overwhelmed by the fact that Su Bei stopped breathing, and she didn't realize how coincidental it all was. The whole incident was so flawed that it could almost fit a lowly. At this point, we can only ask for help from those two big guys. I hope you can hold on. Alyssa shook her head left and right to pay attention to the movements around her, and quickly picked up Princess Su Bei and walked towards the hidden plywood room. At this time, Jasmine, who was on the deck enjoying the sea breeze and watching the night snow scene, heard the movement and turned around in confusion. "Is there anyone there? It's so late, and you haven't slept yet." Because she accompanied Su Bei to spy on Jasmine every day, Alyssa was quite familiar with Jasmine, knowing people by their voices. Jasmine's voice can be easily recognized. Hearing this, Alyssa's body stiffened again, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, blinked and scanned Su Bei in her arms, feeling Jasmine gradually approaching footsteps. Alyssa's heart beat to her throat. Alyssa knew very well Su Bei could not recognize Jasmine, and could not meet Jasmine. But Jasmine had seen Su Bei in this windbreaker many times. In this case, click, clatter, busy. 2 minutes later, Jasmine chatted with Alyssa for a while, and couldn't help but confirm again. "Sister Alyssa, you mean that your sister has a very rare disease? But I can't treat this disease, and you won't let me treat it. You must go to the bow to secretly treat it, and you don't allow me to be by her side. Is that right?" Alyssa shook Su Bei in her arms, looked at his lower body in a noble evening dress and white pantyhose, and after confirming that there would be no exposure, she nodded firmly to Jasmine. "That's right, Miss Jasmine. No. Jasmine can't be at ease with you like this. Teacher Amanla has helped Jasmine a lot in the past, and I absolutely can't stand by and watch her die." Jasmine pouted and retorted, intending to step forward forcefully to find out the details. Jasmine is not such a heartless person. "You won't die." Alyssa took 2 steps back and waved her hands firmly. "You won't die at all. Go back to bed quickly. If you don't, I complain to my sister when she wakes up. Children who don't go to bed early will be punished." Molly puffed up her lips to protest. Alyssa held Su Bei's head firmly, absolutely not letting Molly look at him. After the stalemate, Molly's tone relaxed, and she had to take a step back. "Okay. Go and treat the disease. Sister Alyssa, forget about today. I have questions to ask you next time we meet. Go quickly. It will be troublesome if you miss the medical treatment time." Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief. Past Jasmine, tentatively cast a glance back, and walked carefully into the depths. "I won't peek. Sister Alyssa is really something. She doesn't trust Jasmine at all. Jasmine went to bed. You should go to bed early too. Seeing Jasmine leave, Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief again and hurried to Lilizi's room. Opening the door, Alyssa threw Subei inside. Then she closed the door tightly, exhaled hard, and hypnotized herself. Today is a really beautiful day. Tomorrow will be a beautiful day too. Chapter 422 Tonic. Demigods have a self-protection system when they sleep. Sleep is the process of the body blending with the law. And they do not breathe through the nasal cavity. From Lilizi's diary. Many years later, when Fuli entered the state of transcendence, she deeply understood this concept and felt extremely guilty for having the idea of sinking the body in Subei. Because you will not die if you are cursed. But it is really hard to say if you sink into the sea. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the Lilizi, the snow that had been frozen on the ship for a night began to melt. At this moment, a fishing competition was held on the Lilizi. It was said that whoever caught the rarer and fatter fish would get a richer reward. And the first place would receive a mysterious gift from the organizer. As for what the gift was, don't ask. Just wait and see. Ordinary people would not be able to deceive the experienced adventurers with such words as bait. But the person who said it was the Duke of Gloucester. So he had to believe it. A duke of a country can't joke about his reputation. Right? At this moment, the Lilizi was extremely lively. Everyone was having fun. Laughter and joy were heard one after another. And it was like they had experienced the new year in advance. However, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Laughter belongs to others. And what is left for Subei is silence that lasts for the entire morning. It really makes me miss it. The uncle wearing women's clothes reminds me of our first meeting. It's still incredible when I think about it now. It doesn't seem out of place at all. The person who spoke was Lin. At this moment, her eyes kept scanning Subei and the long skirt beside her. And she sighed strangely. But this is completely slander. Subei's lips moved slightly, looking at the strange long skirt that he had taken off early and put aside. Thinking about what happened last night. Lilizi nodded in agreement. Ah. I was also shocked when I saw it for the first time. But when I thought about it, if it was little Subei, I didn't think it was strange at all. So why did Lilizi have such a stereotype? Subei turned around, with his back to the two of them, and fell into thought, looking a little autistic. However, this dazzling sight has lasted for a whole morning. And judging by the situation, it may not subside until this afternoon. Why did it become like this? We have to start from this morning. Subei usually gets up early, but today seems different. Specifically, after Subei gets up, he can feel a particularly painful head, but the pain is not too obvious. This vague soreness is like being repeatedly kicked by a lowly with weak feet in a dream. A weak injury that can only be caused with great effort. Subei opened his eyes, and found that he appeared in Lilizi's room without knowing when, and fell into silence instantly. He even began to doubt whether this pain from the brain could really be caused by Lilizi's kicking. As we all know, Lilizi is both cowardly and fierce, and has a great interest in revenge against Subei. It is very likely that she will abuse him at night. But judging from the scene, the facts do not seem to be the case. Specifically, Lilizi and Lin slept very soundly, and the actions on the bed were very lewd. I don't know whose feet were inserted into the lips of the other, and I don't know whose hands were inserted into the nostrils of the other. It can be regarded as a process of mutual control. Subei looked around, and it seemed that there was one good news and one bad news. The good news is that nothing happened last night. Subei did not sleep in the bed, and did not have any strange memories. So everyone should be innocent. The bad news is that Subei slept on the sofa, which was piled with the clothes that the Lolita had taken off. And his posture was a bit indecent. So it was easy to be regarded as a pervert. Subei certainly would not think too much. He should not be interested in Lolita. After all, he and Jasmine had been together for so long, and did not do anything out of the ordinary. So it was innocent. And Lin and Lilizi looked like very standard Lolita and young children, which did not satisfy Subei's sexual fetish at all. But I'm sure people will think too much if they see me. Fortunately, Subei was the first one to wake up, so it's not a big problem. But the strange thing is that since Subei woke up and opened his eyes, he could feel something strange. The familiar Jasmine sit on his body disappeared, and was replaced by something similar to the incense of a mature woman. And she was the type who often sprayed pungent perfume. Maybe it was because there were too many opposite sexes in the room. causing the smell to be a bit messy. Su Bei tried to convince himself. Su Bei can always adapt to various difficult environments, such as the extreme cold of Winter City, the forbidden laws of Plague Continent, etc. So he didn't take the current situation seriously. So after getting up, Su Bei stretched and made a pot of tea, sat on the bench by the window, looked at the sea, drank tea leisurely, and relieved various physical and emotional discomforts. The relief process was quite smooth, and Su Bei was in a good mood until dawn. But there was one thing that Su Bei was very concerned about. With his keen perception, Su Bei could feel that Shi Tai, who was sleeping against the wall at the door, had opened his eyes, and not just once, but 3 times. The first time was when Su Bei just woke up from the sofa. Su Bei could feel Shi Tai's body tremble at that time, as if he wanted to get closer to investigate something. After Su Bei cast his gaze, he quickly closed his eyes and fell into sleep. The second time was when Su Bei was busy until he made tea. He could always feel Shi Tai's rapid and uneasy breathing, but he kept his eyes tightly closed and dared not open them throughout the whole process. He only opened his eyes for a moment and then closed them immediately, looking a little panicked. The third time is now. Su Bei was very concerned about Shi Tai's drastic change. Su Bei began to suspect that Shi Tai had bad intentions, so he seized the opportunity and used his superb trapping skills to trick Shi Tai's sight, and then cast his eyes. His sight collided directly with Shi Tai's. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a slightly inquiring expression, intending to find out Shi Tai's purpose, and then find a reason to put Shi Tai down. He didn't have much feelings for Shi Tai. The only feeling was pity. It was a pity that he didn't annihilate it with a palm at the beginning, so as to verify the strength of the Black Hand. Soon the inquiry turned into doubt, because Su Bei read the complex emotions he had never seen in Shi Tai's eyes. Shi Tai's panic eyes revealed multiple emotions counted by percentage: shock, confusion, panic, fear, doubt, excitement, reverie, panic, sadness, at a loss, desire to defect, etc., and all kinds of emotions that Su Bei had never heard of. With keen insight, Su Bei caught a strange lace skirt from Shi Tai's eyes, fell into deep thought, and lowered his head very carefully, reflecting his clothes through the water curtain of the teacup on the table. He fell silent. He completely understood why Shi Tai became like this. He also understood why there was such a strange perfume smell on his body. He just didn't understand why things turned out like this. But why it turned out like this is no longer important. What's important is who knows about this. Silence him. Must silence him. Su Bei thought he was a real man. A super straight man who only Loli had no interest in. And he would never allow others to find out that he had a cross-dressing fetish. You have to know that cross-dressing is the lowest level of interest in the original continent. Even the all-inclusive Holy Light Church does not allow believers to have this fetish. They can only believe in demons from hell and cunning devils. At this moment, Su Bei's eyes condensed, and he even had a murderous intention to kill Shi Tai, intending to sink her to the bottom of the sea to destroy her body and soul. As soon as Su Bei raised his head, Shi Tai, bang, knelt down with a terrified look, obviously realizing what the end would be like. Su Bei was stunned. Although Shi Tai's kneeling made him feel a little sympathetic, this was not the main reason why Su Bei was stunned. The main reason was that Shi Tai's kneeling made a crisp sound, which woke up Li Lizzie and Lin, who had fallen into a deep sleep quietly. Ah, it's dawn. Wait, what's in my mouth? A lollipop? Li Lizzie licked with a mwah-mwah sound, and her body suddenly froze. She quickly said poo, poo, poo 3 times, and let out a sharp little girl roar. Asshole. Idiot. Stupid. Stinky kid. Where the hell are you putting your feet? Wait. Something's wrong. This loud roar woke Lin up and instantly took away Su Bei's courage to live. Evil beast law now. What are you yelling about? The first thing Lin did after opening her eyes was to pull out the finger that was inserted into her nostrils. And then she kicked Li Lizzie fiercely. Wait. This is a bit strange. The fight between the two lowly lasted only 3 short breaths. At the same time, they suddenly turned their heads and expressed doubts in unison, facing Su Bei, who was about to hide in the closet. After a silence of dozens of seconds, Li Lizzie and Ling gave a serious evaluation. Sexy. Worthy of being Su Bei. A bastard. He looks decent in men's clothes and sexy and dignified in women's clothes. Li Lizzie praised, and took out the omniscience code. intending to record this sacred moment. Really? The uncle's appearance makes Lin want to get close to him. When I think of the uncle disguised as a girl. Lin's cheeks turned red as she spoke. Although she hated men for some reason. And this reason has been completely solved. This kind of thinking has not changed much. And because of the long-term relationship with women. Lin's liking for women is much greater than that for men. If the uncle is both an uncle and a sister, then Lin can't control her body. Lin couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Of course, the two's actions would not succeed. Subei carried one in each hand, packed up the two Lolita, one big and one small, and she tied together, and locked them in a not-so-big closet, and began to change clothes. Forget it. Subei emphasized while changing clothes. Must forget it. During the process of changing clothes, strange noises would be heard from time to time in the closet. Slurp. Go away. Stupid kid. Your saliva is on my clothes. What do you care? Just stand there and don't move. You dare to be mean to me? Hee hee. I beat you to death. I beat you to death. I beat you to death. The Batmaid was trembling. Chapter 423 Fishing Enforcement. Fishing is a long process. The only thing that needs to be competed is patience, skills, and a little bit of insignificant luck. Some people have patience but no skills. Some people have skills but no patience. Others are the chosen ones. Big fish rush to take the bait. And the fishermen don't even put the bait. For example, Jasmine. But Subei is different. Subei has all three. And the one he lacks the least is patience. But he has no fish to catch. Because Subei couldn't participate in the event. It would be too ostentatious and not suitable for him. Mainly, they didn't agree. He was like a poor voyeur, peeping at other people's happiness. Forever and ever. Asshole Subei. Are you really not going to participate? The first place winner will get a mysterious gift from me. Li Lizzie asked again and again. What exactly is it? Subei cast a calm look. Specifically, you can get a large blue noble evening dress that Li Lizzie can't wear. It's a velvet trendy lace style on the top. And the hem is inlaid with pear flowers. It's super fairy-like. It's a luxurious long dress worth more than 10 gold coins. Subei was silent, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He raised a small branch beside him, and was about to stand up, intending to draw a pear blossom for Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie was so scared that she quickly raised Lin beside her, and blocked her in front of her. As a Lolita defense shield specializing in Subei. It's the leaf of the tree of life. Lin interrupted and pointed to the box beside her. This is the commission handed over by the elves last night, saying that everyone on the ship must participate. And this box is the reward. Subei looked at the inconspicuous box at the head of the bed, and felt that it was not a box. It looked like a trap for catching mice. That is, a mouse trap. It's useless to me, Subei explained. He was planted by the goddess of life, with the seeds in her body. He was an alternative path of God favor. The way for the law of life to break through was very narrow. It is estimated that the leaves of the tree of life will not improve him. If Subei wants the law of life to condense into a complete order, take charge of the avenue of life, and create the kingdom of life, he will probably have to fleece the goddess of life. Of course, if you can make life commit suicide to give way, it will ensure that the road to godhood in the future is very smooth. Otherwise, no matter what, quasi-god is the limit. Maybe you can temporarily enter the realm of pseudo-god under the right time and place, and peek into the full picture of gods. But this chance is as slim as looking for leg hair on a loli's legs. It's a bit too outrageous. So you can only think about it. Or find another way. Start from nature, forests, healing and other paths, and get a lower position. Li Lizzie hee. After 2 calls, he tried to persuade her, but Her Highness Weiwei, the apprentice of the Queen of the Elf clan, said that if everyone cannot participate, there is no point in holding this event. From the demigods to the cooks and logistics staff, everyone must participate. It is considered a large-scale online friend meeting. Before landing on the island of the vampires, most of the crew members did not know each other, and there was no intersection anyway. At this point, Subei subconsciously glanced at Shitai, watching her trembling and silent shaking, then retracted his gaze and continued to listen. But after experiencing life and death, we are all comrades who have been through hardships together. It is necessary for us to get to know each other and meet each other, because we don't know when the next time the Li Lizzie will dock, and how many people will die by then. Is that how she fooled you? Bei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Huh? I'm not fooling you. With Li Zi's smart brain, can she not tell whether Her Highness Wei Wei is sincere or not? This is a great suggestion. You bastard, Bei. Bei nodded and stopped talking. Instead, he pointed at himself and then at the sky. Can I go fishing? Hearing this, Li Zi and Lin looked at each other and blinked at each other, as if they were discussing something. Bei felt a little uneasy. Yes. Li Zi nodded with a smile, opened the closet, and picked up the skirt that Bei had changed in the morning. With a smile in her eyes. Put it on, and you will be Li Zi's sister Juju Zi. This identity is enough to support you to go fishing once. It's amazing, isn't it? Want to watch magic? Bei asked calmly. Let's see. But why do you suddenly say such things? Li Zi asked in confusion. Bei sneered, picked up the willow branch and walked forward. The magic I'm going to perform is called Sichuan Opera Face Changing. Specifically, you will change from a smiling face to a crying and noisy face in a moment. It's amazing, isn't it? Uncle, this show is great. It's really possible. Lin raised her hand in support. It feels quite interesting. Does it cost money to watch it? Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Li Zi's face turned pale, and she quickly lifted Lin to her front to protect herself, struggling and saying, Wait. I have a second suggestion. You mean? Because Mr. Pervert wants to go fishing. You have to forcibly cancel my vacation. Reduce the promised 5 days to 1 day. And I have to sit there with you like a wooden stake for a whole day? Alyssa's eyes fluctuated, as if there were fireworks shooting out, and she looked like an irritable old woman who had entered menopause early. Even the term entering menopause is not enough to describe Alyssa now. She was about to explode. Li Zi looked back at Bei, who was not going to participate in the conversation. Turned back, nodded, and her body caused her hair to tremble greatly. And she agreed. It's just that hot. I refuse. Alyssa crossed her hands and drew a big cross, saying that she would never agree to this outrageous request. I want to sue. I clearly remember that the contract stated that I would be given certain human rights. You can't treat me like a slave. You know, slaves have 1 day off a month. Hearing this, Li Zi tiptoed to Alyssa's ear and threatened in a very light voice. Second miss of the Windsor family. You don't want to be discovered that you secretly put away your abilities and disguised yourself as a woman to fight against the bastard Lolita in order to take revenge. Right? Hearing this, Alyssa hesitated for a moment. You are talking nonsense. You have no evidence. This is not something I won't do. I won't admit it. Besides, I did it for Miss Jasmine. Mr. Windbreaker can definitely understand. Li Zi raised her head proudly and continued to put pressure. To be honest, as the organizer of the cruise ship, I have set up various surveillance cameras on the cruise ship early on, in addition to you going to the toilet and taking a shower. Even if you secretly eat dessert, I can see it clearly. In other words, there are surveillance cameras everywhere, and everything is recorded. Alyssa was petrified. Her lips moved slightly, and she kept swallowing saliva. She glanced at Bei very secretly, then turned her head and carefully refuted. Is it possible that I forgot to use my skills? You know, when people are nervous, they forget to think. If there is a lollipop in front of me, I will not forget to eat it. Li Zi maintained a proud attitude and said something incomprehensible. So what? It has already happened. Didn't you and the little girl have a good time watching it? Don't you think it's interesting? Now that things have come to this, you can't repay kindness with enmity and retaliate against me. Because this is an epic cooperation of mutual benefit. Alyssa continued to struggle, obviously not intending to give up this wonderful vacation, and tried every possible way to make a final effort. But this effort seemed futile to Li Zi. Now Alyssa was like a Lolita who was completely controlled by a Lolita control in bed, and had no way to escape. The following developments had completely fallen into Li Zi's rhythm. Hee. I don't mind spicy, but you also know that I am the type who can't hide my thoughts. If one day I accidentally leak this news, and he happens to know it, Li Zi said casually, with her hands behind her head, and tried to explain. Of course I'm definitely not the kind of person who complains on purpose. But you know, I really want to hold this fishing competition. If for some reason the competition cannot be carried out perfectly, Li Zi might do something excessive. For example, she suddenly wanted to talk about something, and happened to tell others about what happened last night. Alyssa was honest. She didn't dare to think of that bad picture at all. As soon as she thought of it, her body trembled involuntarily, and her expression became visibly panicked, revealing a panic expression. If she were to be known, she would definitely be treated as a toy by that perverted gentleman and played with severely. Her future would be too dark. She might be put on a collar and treated as a pet puppy, and she would never be able to escape from the clutches of the perverted gentleman in this life, because he doesn't look like a kind-hearted type. When she thought of this, Alyssa felt that a pair of invisible big hands were slowly falling from the sky, trying to press her into the infinite abyss. Alyssa compromised with tears, as expected of the daughter of the Duke of Gloucester. This negotiation technique suppressed Alyssa, which could be said to be as easy and natural as suppressing a lowly. This is the orthodox suppression from the upper lowly. At this point, the fishing competition officially began. Subei carried the fishing rod on his back as Lilizi wished, came to the deck, and prepared to participate in the registration. It can be foreseen that everything is developing in a good direction. Chapter 424 Fishing Competition. According to the current pace, the fishing situation is indeed going smoothly. Everyone is throwing bait and casting fishing rods in an orderly manner. It looks like a very ordinary impromptu show. As the sponsor and referee, the elf Weiwei is leading 2 elves to patrol the surroundings and maintain order on the scene. In addition to Weiwei, she is followed by the elf genius Christina and an unremarkable elf attendant. There are 3 people in the referee team, who are responsible for patrolling the entire Lilizi, which can be said to be quite hard, because not only are there people sitting on the second floor deck, but there are also people sitting in very tricky positions. For example, someone borrowed a treasure to float on the sea level, intending to occupy a perfect location. Another example is that someone sat on the mast, saying that he wanted to borrow the weather. There are even people who open a space crack to connect the sea level and the deck to fish in the air, and use this as a cover to quietly connect other people's buckets, taking the opportunity to steal the fruits of others' labor, saying that they occupied people's harmony. Of course, this is not allowed. Weiwei's trio has arrested several batches of these opportunistic little devils and given them some verbal abuse lessons. But strangely, these abused contestants not only did not restrain themselves, but became even more aggressive, even openly snatching the fruits of others' labor in front of Weiwei and her group, and clamoring to curse harder if they have the ability. They are naturally greeted with more severe verbal education and criticism, such as insulting them, "You will never get married in this life," or waving fists as a serious warning, etc. But this treatment does not seem to be able to effectively prevent cheating, but rather encourages it. It can be regarded as touching the knowledge-blind spot of the simple and hospitable elves. It is said that there are also experts who fish through the excretion outlet of the men's toilet, trying to catch fish similar to scavengers, saying that this kind of fish usually eats a lot and is relatively fat. It can only be said that the brain circuit is quite strange, due to the endless emergence of various experts. The atmosphere of the entire competition venue is in full swing and very cheerful. Jasmine is naturally no exception. She is also one of the players who use plugins to fish. At this moment, Jasmine sat in the center of the deck, fishing remotely through the space crack, mainly because the deck was too crowded. People were crowded, which made Jasmine somewhat uncomfortable. However, as one of the few players who dabbled in the space system and was born with max luck, Jasmine's participation in this program was somewhat of a dimensionality reduction blow to other players, because Jasmine's bucket was already full of fish, and each one looked plump and big. The largest one even weighed 10 kilograms, which was the largest fish species currently on the field. At this time, Weiwei and her group passed by Jasmine and cast surprised glances at her. "You are so amazing." Christina, the elf genius, couldn't help but sigh. "Miss Jasmine, it seems that you will be the favorite to win the championship. Your fishing skills are too superb." "Hey, it's nothing. It's just luck." Jasmine felt a little embarrassed and waved her hand to explain. "No need to be modest." Christina praised generously, then paused for a moment, looked around blankly, and asked in confusion, "But, Miss Jasmine, you are obviously fishing here alone. Why do I feel that the oxygen here is so thin? And is the temperature too high? It's like there are people sitting here?" After hearing this, Jasmine was stunned for a moment, and nodded with deep emotion, but her eyes never moved away from the fishing rod in front of her. Instead, she casually replied, "It must be an illusion. Jasmine has been alone here from beginning to end. That's right. Why did I start talking nonsense so early in the morning? It's clear that there is only you here. Christina nodded. The elves left quickly. Jasmine hummed a tune to herself, fishing happily and happily, treating this encounter as a simple, accidental episode. No one noticed that behind Christina, beside Vivi, the plain-looking elf narrowed her eyes slightly, glanced around carelessly, and smiled slightly. The leaf in her hand flashed a strong light here, and then quietly shattered and turned into starlight. This leaf has the function of detecting life. Her name is Leah, and she is the queen of the elves. She found something fishy. I got you, mysterious guy. In fact, there is indeed something fishy here. If you look at this location from another angle, you can see Su Bei and Lin sitting on the left and right sides of Jasmine, throwing their fishing rods towards the space crack created by Jasmine and fishing. Behind the two, Li Lizzie tasted the dessert made by Alyssa, lazily lying on Shitai's knees, enjoying the bloody queen's knee pillow and the massage service with just the right technique. From time to time, Lin would have a voice transmission conversation with Su Bei through Jasmine. What a strange uncle. Why don't these fish cubs even eat my bait? Logically speaking, my luck should be extremely good. Su Bei glanced at the small fish fry swimming happily in the bucket behind Lin, then looked at the lonely bucket beside him, and finally stopped at the bucket in front of Jasmine that was almost full, and fell silent. Maybe because you are kind. Su Bei gave such an answer, and immediately stood up and changed his position. Half an hour later, Su Bei returned to his original position with a big head carp weighing only about 5 kilograms, and fell silent again. Seeing this, Lin also fell silent, looking at Jasmine, who was fishing leisurely beside her with a surprised look on her face, unable to say a word. As Jasmine reeled in her rod and cast the rod again, she didn't even have the bait on her hook. Lin finally couldn't hold it anymore. She saw it. She clearly saw that there was no bait on Jasmine's hook at all. Is this reasonable? Lin opened her mouth so wide that it could completely fit Li Lizzie's feet. This scene seemed a bit too outrageous to Su Bei. Although Su Bei could feel that Jasmine's luck was too good before, now it seems that he was too conservative. Maybe this is the extent of the goddess of luck? The main point is that there is no skill. It depends entirely on emotion. Fortunately, the shock is time limited. Soon Su Bei and Lin regained their composure and fell into a silent and bad fishing atmosphere. Time is gradually passing. As the sun hangs in the center, it indicates that it is already noon. At this time, Su Bei's body suddenly stiffened, and his fishing hand trembled slightly. Too careless. Perhaps because she had been fishing for too long. Jasmine felt a little tired, and her body tilted slightly. Coincidentally, this tilt angle caused Jasmine's right half of her body to lean on Su Bei's shoulder, which was a feint, and she firmly controlled Su Bei on the spot. Su Bei paused. He dared not move. The pressure was spreading, and it was hard to describe what kind of pressure it was. But in this climate that was gradually turning into a cold winter, Su Bei had already begun to sweat. At this moment, Su Bei's tense nerves made everyone look at him with doubt. Lin was still fishing on her own, and her eyes did not turn away, but her deliberately avoided eyes clearly revealed that she had noticed the situation on the right, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The stressed uncle is also very cute. Li Lizzie glanced at him a few times, blinked, and said to Shitai, who was massaging on the side, "Tell a popular storybook. I want to listen to the storybook series of that thief, Romeo and Gwitty Gang. Do you know? This kind of weather is best suited to listening to some Mary Sue novels about love and romance." She was too confused. This content was a bit beyond her scope. Hearing this, Alyssa swallowed her saliva, quietly lowered her body, reduced her presence, and muttered, "Can't see me? Can't see me? But this place is so small. Hiding is of course useless. I have never heard of flying after entering a cooked lowly." Li Lizzie pointed at Su Bei, then poked Alyssa, narrowed her eyes, and said with a smile, "Please excuse me. I want to listen." Alyssa compromised again and began to tell a 30-year-old love story. The reactions of the others were slightly cheerful and relaxed. But Su Bei was different. He was under great pressure now, and was thinking whether he would attract Jasmine's attention if he quietly pushed Jasmine away. Jasmine might not feel anything, because there was a certain common sense setting that would make her subconsciously ignore the things that were circled. But Su Bei's body sense was very clear. You should know that the skirt that Jasmine was wearing at this time was a loose and casual style customized for fighting, exposing her forearms and part of her arms. And her good skin was as white and dazzling as silk in the sun. When the soft and cold touch touched Su Bei's skin, a strong jasmine sweetness that was enough to make Su Bei dizzy quietly spread, completely clearing Su Bei's thinking brain and dizzying Su Bei's thoughts. Su Bei's breathing became visibly heavier. Su Bei's movements were quite calm. His eyes were calm, and his body was motionless. But his face was beginning to heat up, indicating that Su Bei's body was not as calm as he appeared. Luck will not be good one after another, but bad things will always come one after another. When Su Bei was controlled by Jasmine, the fishing rod moved. Su Bei's body was completely frozen, and his heart began to beat, praying that the fish that had bitten the hook could eat quickly and then get off the hook, so as not to attract Jasmine's attention. For a long while, at some point, the breathing from the side gradually stabilized, and Su Bei's tense body slowly relaxed. Jasmine fell asleep. Maybe she was too tired. Only the faint breath hit Su Bei's neck, and the sweet jasmine fragrance lingered on Su Bei's nose for a long time. Su Bei and Jasmine remained motionless. For a long time. For a long time. Chapter 425. Got it wrong. Fishing is the main theme these days. But it is not all. Because there is more explosive news. Just in the afternoon, the latest demigod battle power list of the original continent was updated, and the news has been transmitted to the Lilizi, and is being passed on between the crew. The main reason for the update is that I first learned that the great magician Lin Gray issued a notice, saying that he observed that the brave Luminera has been promoted to demigod. So he planned to compile a list of the top 10 demigods, encouraging all the geniuses to seize this great trend, step into the ranks of real masters as soon as possible, and seek the road to godhood. When the hero advances to demigod, it means that the demon king will also step into demigod, and the main fighting force in the future world will also reach the demigod level. This made countless Tianju crew members feel pressured instantly, and even the mood of fishing disappeared without a trace. Once the news was announced, it instantly caused an uproar and quickly fermented. It soon became the talk of all the crew members. It's so fast. It is said that Luminera will only come of age at the end of the year, which means she will be a demigod at the age of 18. This is too scary. Why didn't you release any news? Is this true? I heard that apart from those mythical creatures born sacred, who can become demigods at adulthood, no other intelligent species can achieve this level. This is simply an unheard of progress. Too terrifying. Aren't those heroes in history all becoming demigods when they were nearly 30 years old? I don't quite believe it. By the way, what is the identity of this Dao Lin? Is he bragging? I don't know him. Who is he? Everyone shook their heads. But the list that was released later seemed to reveal that this prophet was indeed quite valuable. The top 10 list is out. This time it is said that the descendants of legendary creatures are included, except for the descendants of myths and the evil spirits from outside the domain. All the creatures of the original continent are included. It is said that only 2 seats on the list are human, and they are the last 2. The rest are all descendants of ancient legends, including 3 giant dragons. Everyone was in an uproar. So who are they? First, the top 3 were announced. The messenger opened the newspaper and read out the latest news. The third one is the last dragon, the ancient pure-blooded blue dragon, named Ediacara Meliusina Icamondelis, a terrifying ancient legendary creature that can borrow the power of 2 elements, with amazing strength, and has killed countless demigods in the God War 1,000 years ago. Hearing this familiar name, Su Bei frowned slightly, touched his heart, and cast his eyes on Lilizi. Looking at Lilizi smiling silently, Su Bei slowly retracted his gaze and put away his thoughts. Melisina is a wise follower who died in the plot of the hero. She is a role that serves as an experience pack. According to the normal development of the plot, the hero adventure group would be almost wiped out by Melisina. According to the plot, at the last moment of the battle, the hero will suddenly burst out with terrible power, and then Melisina will wake up and suppress the pollution in her body. This just gives a slight chance of victory. Not to mention the hero. Su Bei's victory over Melisina was also quite difficult at that time. And this is the case when Meliusina is polluted and only 1/10 of her strength remains. This shows how powerful Meliusina is in her complete form. Her combat power may not be weaker than some of the descendants of myths, and she already has the capital to compete with them. Who is the second one? The person who delivered the message swallowed his saliva and sighed in shock. Oh my god. Is this person still alive? The second one is the greedy dragon. A pure-blooded golden dragon that died at the hands of the previous hero. It was a top demigod 1,000 years ago. If it is still alive, it is hard to imagine what level it has reached. It may have entered that realm. The first one is also a dragon. The silence was spreading, and everyone finally felt full of pressure. Although this pressure was different from the type that Su Beishengwa felt, it was equally heavy. After the messenger introduced the first three, he quickly began to introduce the others in order. Every time he introduced a legendary creature, the crew became more solemn, and even several demigods frowned and showed a little sorrow. You have to know that demonic tides often occur on the continent. These legendary creatures are also monsters in a sense. If they work together to riot, the only way for the other intelligent species to face their fate may be death. This gap made everyone feel panic. When the ninth person was introduced, the solemn atmosphere was slightly relieved. The ninth person is Princess Duz, Her Highness Luminera, a brave man recognized by the gods. According to the information, Luminera combat power may be slightly inferior, but her potential is amazing. She can be ranked in the top 10 just after entering the demigod stage. This is a very terrifying qualification. It is said that Lady Luminera can borrow more than 20 kinds of rule power and comprehend the 2 rules of space and stars. No previous brave man can compare with her. Hearing this, Luminera on the first floor frowned and couldn't help but complain. Strange. There was no sign of my breakthrough. And these powers have never been used. How can they be detected? What is the identity of this Dorian Gray? Aside, Elena recalled the past and mentioned, I remember Dorian is the Emperor of Farron. Jasmine teacher. Jasmine may know more? But I really don't know who he is. His identity is quite mysterious. I always thought that this prophet was just a demigod. But I didn't expect that he could see you through the prophecy. It seems that this great magician is not simple. Luminera spread her hands and sighed helplessly. It's really annoying. Although I have no intention of hiding it, I am still a little uncomfortable to be exposed so casually. As she said that, Luminera exhaled, squinted her eyes and said, I have to find a chance to cure this kind of atmosphere. After that, Luminera looked around, glanced at Xiaomi Zhou and Fu Lian, and the feather pen that had been quietly inserted into the interior at some point, and asked calmly, How long will it take you to reach this step? Is it almost there? After all, this is an unknowable realm, so it is still a bit difficult for me. Flynn responded calmly. Next time, Xiaomi Zhou said perfunctorily. Quilpen raised his head proudly. Me? We fairies are born to be the darlings of the law. Fairies can borrow all the laws since they are born, but they can only borrow them and cannot go any further. Don't worry. Take your time. Demigod is quite simple. Luminera complained inappropriately. Demigod is a step that you understand if you understand it, and you don't understand if you don't understand it. At this step, you have stepped into the steps of ascending to the gods and have the qualifications to compete. But as for transcendence, I still have no idea. At this time, news about the 10th place came from outside. The 10th place is the Demon King. Everyone was silent. 9 out of the top 10 are monster forces, which is not funny for the other intelligent species. It can be said that the pressure is completely full. Of course, it is not just the other crew members who are under great pressure, because Su Bei is also like this. The moment he heard the news, Su Bei's eyes widened. His body completely froze. Cold sweat ran down. His whole body was hot, and he fell into a stagnation. The Demon King is the 10th on the demigod combat power list? If the news is true, it means that Jasmine has already entered the demigod level. This is a very terrifying thing, because when the Demon King entered the demigod level, the Eye of Truth has evolved, and can see through the laws and see through the illusions. And the magic sword of the magic weapon Sequence 1 will also awaken and gain a higher level of power. One of them is that it has a natural suppressing effect on the other magic weapons below Sequence 1. When the two are superimposed, even if it exists, in the eyes of Jasmine, the master of the magic weapon Sequence 1, it will be invisible. That is to say, the current Su Bei actually exists in Jasmine's eyes. Not only that, even Jasmine memories that were modified by the common sense gloves will be repaired automatically. This is the unique magic resistance of the Demon King path. Su Bei's hands trembled slightly. The swordsman's hands never tremble. even when facing life. Su Bei's hands have never trembled at all. And his hands holding the sword are always stable and natural. But now Su Bei's hands are shaking. Su Bei's forehead was sweating. And he swallowed his saliva involuntarily. The hand holding the fishing rod was shaking slightly. And even the fish was scared to fall off the hook. At this time, a hand gently reached out, wiped the sweat on Su Bei's forehead with a cuff of jasmine fragrance, and then slowly retracted it. Su Bei's trembling stopped. People are like this. They are most anxious when they don't know if they have been discovered. For example, playing with mobile phones in class and being looked at by the teacher. Another example is that when you are secretly browsing a small website, a classmate suddenly pops his head out from behind. Because you don't know if you have been discovered. You panic. But once you are discovered, you fall into a state of self-paralysis and completely accept the reality. Su Bei is like this now. I don't know if it's a dream talk or something in her mind. I only hear the corners of Jasmine's lips move slightly, and the weak and silent voice blows from Su Bei's ears to his mind. How annoying. I want to lean on you for a while longer. Su Bei didn't move, as if he hadn't heard it, but he lowered his body slightly and changed a posture that Jasmine could lean on better. At this time, Jasmine's eyelashes, which were pretending to be asleep, rippled slightly and opened a slit, revealing her eyes like sapphires. But her eyes never fell on Su Bei, but flickered. Perhaps Jasmine knew a lot of things when she quietly stepped into the demigod, but she didn't say a word. She was waiting. Chapter 426. Waiting is worth it. Jasmine is waiting. Wait for everything to settle down. Wait for Su Bei to take the initiative to tell her everything. At this moment, birds are circling. Fish are leaping in the sea. And everything is quiet. It seems that everything is not bad. So it is worth waiting. Jasmine closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, enjoying the peace that did not belong to her now. But despite such an intimate action, Jasmine's concept of the person next to her is still a little vague. Memory is like a discontinuous movie, playing repeatedly, with occasional breaks. But her heartbeat was faster than her thinking of him. Her bones were numb, as if telling her, would it be better if she was closer? But this seemed to be the limit. She could feel it. Just by actively approaching him, she could feel the trembling of his body. Is he worried? There's no need. Jasmine won't reveal anything. As long as you keep doing what you want, Jasmine will pretend that she can't see anything, until you hope that Jasmine can see it. Jasmine said this silently in her heart, hoping that the other party could receive her message. But Jasmine is really greedy. Feeling the other party's evasive behavior, she couldn't help but say, "It's so annoying." The voice was very soft. So soft that Jasmine herself couldn't hear it clearly. But when the shoulder beside her suddenly stabilized, and a thick and reliable sense of peace came, Jasmine knew that he heard it. Jasmine pursed her lips and smiled slightly, and closed her eyes peacefully. As for the fishing competition, who cares? After all, Jasmine has already caught it. In the evening, as it was time for a break, the contestants dispersed one after another, and the lively atmosphere calmed down in just 10 minutes. At this moment, it was cold and deserted. "Hey," blue-haired lowly. "Is this really okay?" Lin whispered in Ririko's ear. "There must be something wrong." "Idiot. At this rate, I think this ship will sink before it reaches its destination." Ririko sighed. "But it's okay. As long as we can get close to Jinsokyo, it's fine." Hearing this, Lin showed a pair of eyes that looked at an idiot, and pointed at Su Bei, who asked about your plan. "You idiot. I mean Uncle. Is Uncle really okay? Uncle has been sitting there for the whole afternoon. I can see that there is no change in the soul, but I always feel." When Jasmine stood up and left, she also took away the uncle's soul. Li Lizzie looked at the place where Lin pointed, her eyes slightly curved, and said with a smile, "After all, it's Su Bei. There must be no problem in relieving this kind of basic pressure. But what you said makes sense. His behavior is indeed a little worrying." As she spoke, Li Lizzie looked at Lin with a sidelong glance, repeatedly scanning Su Bei and Lin, and gave a reasonable suggestion. "Otherwise, you take the initiative to go up and cuddle with him? What's the use?" Lin's eyes widened slightly puzzled. "It will definitely help. After all, Su Bei is a recognized perverted Lolita control." Li Lizzie's head and aloof hair moved up and down, as if encouraging, and continued, "If there is a loli in his arms to cuddle, and cuddle with him to generate electricity, It should be able to greatly relieve his pressure. This topic was so obscene that Alyssa and Shitai couldn't bear to look at it. But it was just right for Lin. It was hard for Lin to refuse to get close to Su Bei in the name of Su Bei's goodness. Lin's heart was moved, and she jumped up eagerly, slowly leaned over, and tentatively sat on Su Bei's knees. Caw! Lin's pink ponytail was grabbed by Su Bei, and Su released, and with a bang, she fell on the deck. Bang! Su Bei slowly came back to his senses, lowered his head, and cast a slightly confused expression. Su Bei's calm eyes met Lin's wine-red eyes mixed with tears of humiliation. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Lin squinted her eyes and wiped away the tears, raised her hand and gently grasped Su Bei's arm, and said with a smile, "Uncle, you look very pitiful." So Lin came to comfort you. Su Bei was stunned. He really didn't realize when Jasmine left. But in fact, things were not as Lizzie and Lin imagined. Su Bei was not distracted because Jasmine left. "I was just thinking about the problem. I was thinking about how to deal with Jasmine from now on, and whether I should try to avoid meeting Jasmine. Then I was going to face Luminera again, and whether I would be easily seen through. Intersections would trigger the intersection of fate, and frequent meetings would inevitably attract the goddess of fate to spy on me. It can be imagined that Su Bei's fate line has been completely integrated into the original continent. If it weren't for the fact that the mental state of fate was not very good now, Su Bei might have been discovered long ago. But it was only a matter of time before Su Bei was discovered. Perhaps in the next big event, fate will accidentally peek into the long river of fate and easily discover Su Bei's huge loophole and use its divine power to correct it. By then, there will be no other life to help Su Bei erase the traces. Thinking of this, Su Bei sighed helplessly, looked aside, looked at Lin who kept rubbing her head against his arm, and then reached out to rub her head, and said calmly, "It's okay." Having said that, Su Bei didn't think so in his heart. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. This was Su Bei's previous thought, because Lizzie would always help him solve the things he couldn't figure out. But this time, Su Bei always felt that things were not so simple. As Lizzie sailed towards Jinsokyo, the trembling in Su Bei's soul became clearer. He couldn't help but have an idea that he had no reason, but was inexplicably convinced. There, perhaps a key that was extremely important to him was buried. Lizzie once said, "When you go to the library there, you can answer most of your doubts." Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes swept over Lizzie who was laughing and sighed softly. No matter what was hidden there, Lizzie's words were like a flag before parting. It was disgusting. Chapter 427 Leah's Visit. Night. Lonely night. At least for Su Bei. Lizzie and Lin had already gone back to sleep, only taking Shitai with them. After all, it was Lizzie's house, and the Duke of Gloucester was still on the ship, so it was not appropriate for Su Bei to sleep in it. Alyssa left alone. Night was the only disposable time belonging to Alyssa, and Su Bei did not deprive her of it. It was dark and windy, suitable for renting a room to sleep. That's what Su Bei thought. It happened that Leah thought the same, so Leah did it, taking advantage of the dead of night. The noble elf queen pulled Su Bei into the realm without saying a word. There was a table and 2 chairs in the realm, and Leah kept making tea, her eyes never staying on Su Bei. But Su Bei could feel the other party's excited and trembling emotions, just like a lowly control who hadn't seen a lowly for a long time suddenly kidnapped a delicious little lowly, and couldn't control his emotions. Su Bei didn't lose his composure. He walked up calmly and drank a sip of tea, and said in a straightforward and caring way, "Don't go crazy. Otherwise I will control you." Leah raised her flushed face slightly, and asked the first question impatiently. "Hello, sir. Excuse me. Do you know where the thief is?" She was quite polite. This question made Su Bei stunned. Although he had some guesses, Su Bei even guessed whether he was the thief, but just happened to lose his memory or something. But he thought that he would never do such a despicable act as stealing the panties of the holy light goddess. It's not that the action is despicable, but the main thing is that the thought is too advanced. If no one reminded him, Su Bei probably wouldn't have thought of doing this. Su Bei thought for a moment and shook his head. Leah's eyes instantly lost some color and dimmed a little. She sighed, "I know you. I should know you." Su Bei frowned and asked with concern, "Are you sick?" "Not referring to you now," Leah suddenly said, Being able to learn the art of stealing is an incredible thing in itself. Not to mention that you can use playing cards. If you can understand the words behind the playing cards, then you must know what I mean to you. Memories that had been put aside gradually emerged and flashed in Su Bei's mind. Four of Spades, if you get this card, it means that you are close to the Elf Queen. Show her your ability to use playing cards, and you will get her help. Su Bei's face was a little solemn, and he nodded seriously. Can you help me? Do you know what I am fighting against? Leah shook her head, filled Su Bei's teacup with tea leaves, and the natural fragrance spread, looking at Su Bei's body tense because of disappointment. Recalling past memories, she first said, let me introduce it first. This is not my territory. This is the prototype of the kingdom of God created by the branches and leaves of the ancient tree of life. So, you don't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping on any of the topics here. Even gods have to enter here to hear our conversation. Su Bei's body gradually relaxed, and he subconsciously checked the omniscience code to see if there was a similar ability. Seeing this, Leah pursed her lips and explained, this unique ability belongs to the Order skill, which is a means of quasi-gods. At present, in the entire continent, only our elves can inherit this skill in the transcendent realm. Indeed, it is true. The demigod skills recorded in the omniscient code are countless. And the transcendent level, that is, the lost skills, are also very complex and diverse. As numerous as cattle hair. But the Order skills recorded are quite few. Only 4. And 2 of them are unusable by Su Bei. In addition to the Dark Illusion Sky Curtain will fall that Su Bei used before. The second one is the Fate System single-point killing move Soul Chain used by the first Azura of the Plague Continent. The third one is also Fate System, which is the Fate System control skill Fate Exile released by the Eye of Truth. The fourth one is the Freedom System, which is a Freedom System displacement skill that shuttles through planes, can shuttle through laws and circumvent order. Counting the god-level stealing skills and black hands that Su Bei has learned by himself. Su Bei's methods are quite rich at present, but these skills are definitely not enough to face the gods. The only one that can work may be the only divine skill included in the omniscient code. Retracting his thoughts, Su Bei pondered for a moment and asked seriously, so, what help can you give me? It depends on how much you have explored yourself and the world. Leah responded, waving her hand and turning the tea table into a green light curtain. The thief once cried and begged me to help a being who could use the stealing technique in the future. He left me a message, saying that only I can convey the sentence to you, and it is very important to you. Su Bei nodded. He said that the process of growth and breakthrough of all wisdom species is adventure and practice. But you are different. Your journey is a process of finding liberation. You tried more than 10 times. And in this last time, you placed all your hopes on him. But unfortunately, he failed. He failed to meet your expectations. The gap is so big that even if he becomes a god, he can't stop anything. The end of the world does not come from the original continent. The whole world is a closed loop. The destruction of the world is irreversible. When you see the world tree, you will understand everything. Perhaps, fate is right. Holy light is also trustworthy. Wisdom is the real liar. She is just an idealist who can only draw big cakes. Are you willing to give up? Silence. After a long silence, Su Bei gave an accurate evaluation. Stupid. Su Bei frowned and couldn't help cursing. What the hell are you talking about? Confused. This meaningless speech aroused 90% of Su Bei's negative emotions, making him want to punch this fellow villager he had never met before and kill him with one punch. 2 questions. Su Bei lost interest in the conversation and went straight to the point. Is the power of quasi-god allowed to descend on the original continent? Leah nodded. For example, are the conditions harsh? Su Bei asked. It's hard to describe. Many gods are not allowed to descend, but there are very few exceptions. Su Bei frowned and thought of the goddess of life. For example, the goddess of elements. Leah suddenly said, Jinsokyo is the kingdom of gods on earth created by the goddess of elements. The normal level of her descending there is a quasi-god. Once she enters the battle, she will be a god on earth. That is, a false god. As for the gods, Leah shook her head firmly. Before the war of gods, gods are absolutely not allowed to come by force. Unless there is a war of gods. You can refer to death and the undead skeleton god. What about the quasi-gods still alive on the continent? Su Bei continued to ask. Perhaps in the war of gods 1,000 years ago. These quasi-gods were almost dead? Leah shook her head. I don't know the details. I was still very weak at that time, and had just entered the demigod stage. Then, Subei asked the second question. What role did the Demon King and the hero play in the War of Gods thousands of years ago? Leah was silent for a while, and shook her head. Maybe they were just pawns. Their survival was dispensable from beginning to end. Perhaps all the gods wanted was a result. A result that ended with one party being killed by the other. Chapter 428. You call this fishing? November 28th. Only 3 days left until the end of the month. Today, the fishing competition ushered in the final battle of the last day, with sunset as the boundary for the activity and weight calculation. Although it was just an impromptu activity, the crew's enthusiasm did not diminish at all, and they are still full of energy until today. But fishing is not a job that can be done well with enthusiasm, because Jasmine has no enthusiasm for fishing. The reason why Jasmine was able to fish quietly in the first 3 days was because Subei was still following her and spying on her. But when Subei stopped looking for her, Jasmine completely lost interest in fishing. At this moment, Jasmine stopped fishing. She took off her shoes and sat on the bow, swinging her white socks, looking at the blue sea. Her eyes were blurred, and she was speechless. She was not fishing for fish, but for the ways of the world. Although Jasmine did not make any move, the other crew members did not look down on this white-haired lowly who was playing badly. Instead, they secretly rejoiced at Jasmine playing badly and worked hard. She planned to catch a big one today. The reason why everyone thought so was because the 10-kilogram big-head carp that Jasmine caught 3 days ago is still leading by a huge margin. It still attracts a lot of discussion today. Is it true? 10 kilograms? Can such a small fish hook catch a 10-kilogram fish? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. It's really 10 kilograms. I weighed it myself. On a high-speed cruise ship like this, the fish that can be caught are stupid. But the fish that Jasmine caught looks very smart. It's really strange. Indeed, if we continue like this, we will lose. If things continue like this, with normal fishing as the keynote, the ending seems to be set. But the organizers have never set rules. The first player to start fishing without rules was Cain from the Flame Demon clan. Haha. You lose. I won't lose. Cain from the Flame Demon clan walked out from the crowd, laughed, walked to the bow in full view of everyone, and cast his fishing rod. The waves rose, a huge wave surged, and a huge monster was forcibly pulled out of the water. That was a second-level monster, the stone demon fish, which was more than 1.5 meters long and weighed 40 kilograms. It looked like a grass carp, was as hard as stone, and had 2 whiskers. It was a common gregarious monster near the coast. But this stone demon fish was obviously the leader of the nearby fish school. It was extremely large, with firm and plump meat. It was an elite species close to the 3rd level. The stone demon fish was tightly hooked by the fish hook at its gills, and the entire fish hook was red. The moment this red light touched the stone demon fish, it roasted the stone demon fish's body like a stubborn stone at high temperature, cooking it thoroughly and eliminating the possibility of the other party escaping from the fish hook. Seeing this, the other contestants protested. Didn't you call this fishing? You hooked him and cooked his dish. How can this be considered fishing? The words were rough but true. Cain's action soon aroused public anger and prosecution. You just said that you didn't catch it. Is it a fish? Cain frowned and asked back. I'm fishing your mother. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, Christina, the elf genius of the referee team, blew the whistle to stop the dispute, and said seriously, there are no rules for this event, and Cain's actions are considered allowed. This made the crew very anxious. Damn it. This Cain was walking around the cruise ship 3 hours ago. He probably had this idea long ago and locked onto the largest fish species in advance. What a beast. I am the winner. Cain laughed and put the hook away. He raised the cooked stone fish in his hand to show off his harvest and shouted, this is the largest fish species around. No matter how hard you fish, you can't surpass me. Give up as soon as possible. The chaotic discussion made Jasmine look away, but she quickly looked back and continued to shake her feet, ignoring it. At the stern, the eternal victory hand Marcos looked around, quietly threw the dice, pointed at Cain. Dad? Come! It must be said that the skills of the Fate system are really useful. Marcos's attack against these weak monsters is a real dimensionality reduction attack. As expected by Marcos, A larger stone fish swam from the far sea. Looking closely, it is similar to the fish in Kane's hand, but its body is a bit fatter. Marco seized the opportunity, threw out the fishhook, stabilized the stone fish with the method of imprisonment, threw it high, and shouted with a smile, 45 kilograms. Take it. On the deck, Luminera came out for a long time to get some fresh air. After a simple disguise, she hid in the crowd and was enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze. She squinted her eyes slightly and became interested in this impromptu show. She looked at the crew beside her and smiled at each other. I give you a chance to challenge me. Do you want to play? The stakes are one command right. Luminera was stunned in a trance. She always felt that this scene was familiar, but she didn't have any impression. She just felt a little sad in her heart. It has been corrected. Right? Luminera's eyes flickered, and her smile became brighter. Perhaps if I feel it myself, I can remember more things. I won't lose. Elena faced it with a smile. Flynn took out the fortune-telling poker cards and told her fortune. And the conclusion was a big win. But the first one to take action was Xiaomi Zhou. Hearing this, Xiaomi Zhou drank the porridge in the bowl in one gulp, jumped up, and jumped to the sea level. In midair, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, and sharp nails grew on his 10 fingers. Who is that? Is she crazy? Just jumped into the sea. Fuck. Even a demigod would be in trouble if he is not careful. Right? The dangers in the sea are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Save people. Save people quickly. The voice stopped at this moment. Everyone was silent, and their worried and shocked eyes turned into incredible at this moment. The complete wild rules were spreading, and the entire sea area turned into an exclusive hunting ground. It was unbelievable that Xiaomi Zhou had already entered the demigod without making any sound. The change in power was obvious. This kind of pressure that belonged to demigods attracted countless attention in an instant. But strangely, no one on the crew recognized the little cat girl and had no impression of the demigod. And the sudden appearance of the brown-haired lowly instantly brought the discussion to a climax. Wow! Who is she? Luminera was stunned, smiled helplessly, stood up, unmasked in front of everyone, and revealed her identity. She is my teammate Xiaomi Zhou. Everyone don't need to worry. Don't care. I think she's probably hunting. At this point, the Lilizi was in a state of excitement. On November 28th, the third year of Udu's, the hero officially appeared, participated in the fishing competition, and threatened to win the championship. At the bow, Jasmine's eyes flickered, and she raised a little bit of her fighting spirit. Only the hero. She wanted to win once no matter what. In Lilizi's room, Su Bei was stunned, pointed at himself, and asked in confusion, "Why do I have to beat her?" Lilizi patted Su Bei on the shoulder, as if entrusting him with an important task, and said as a matter of course, "You have to win, and win beautifully. Only by completely destroying Luminera's invincible heart. Her body will be more difficult to withstand the fate of the gods, because fate will not favor the heroes who are not favored by fate." Chapter 429 The Battle of Fate. It is said that he wants to win, but Su Bei has no idea how to win. Is there any other skill in fishing? Probably not. It is pure hard fishing. After all, Su Bei saw that Siwen had been fishing for a month and had no harvest. It can't be a real dish. Fortunately, Xiaomi Zhou pointed him a clear way. I saw ripples on the sea surface gradually rising, followed by a vortex. A column of water was gradually surging out of the sea from the center of the vortex. At this moment, the sea surface was like a thin membrane, squeezed and hit from the inside out by some force, and it was about to be torn apart. This is Xiaomi Zhou coming out. Brown hair squeezed out of the water. Xiaomi Zhou's slightly dull eyes were not colorful, and her expression looked calm. The only extra trophy was a flower in her mouth. Maybe there was no harvest? Some internal crew members talked to each other. Didn't catch anything? Or is there no big fish at the bottom of the water? It should be no harvest? It is estimated that in the nearby 200-meter deep sea area, only the stone demon fish is the largest. What a shame. I got a bargain from Kane. Even a demigod can't find a bigger one than this. What a waste. What about Kane? Marcos has already stolen the list. These discussions did not affect Su Bei. People with a little strength had already felt the fluctuations. The sea was shaking. Splash first. A shadow. when Xiaomi Zhou bit the flower in his mouth and gently dragged it. The shadow occupied a circle around Xiaomi Zhou, covering an area of 10 meters. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. I saw Xiaomi Zhou jump up lightly, splashing water everywhere. Bang! With a sound, the giant fell to the ground. There were gasps on the boat. Oh my god! What is that? Is this a demon fish? Really? Isn't it 1,000 meters deep in the sea? Su Bei looked over and was shocked. This is a highly resistant 5th-level monarch creature that lives 1,000 meters under the sea and uses the 12-clawed poisonous octopus as its main food source. It looks like a lantern fish, with a cute flower on its head to lure the enemy and swallow it in one bite. The devil fish. It is about 8 meters in size and weighs 5 tons. The bone density in its body is quite amazing. It can knock a cruise ship running at full speed into a hole. But at this moment, this terrifying devil fish has lost its life characteristics, and a hook is symbolically hung on the gills by Xiaomizu, which is considered a fishing harvest. What a waste! Even a demigod has gone to hell. No one below the demigod dares to dive into the deep sea so recklessly, especially now that the Lilizi is about to enter the strange sea area and reach the border of the chaotic sea area. The danger level of the seabed is several levels higher than that of the sea. This can be seen from the appearance of the demonic fish. The 5th-level monarch species can already be king in the near sea and occupy the top of the food chain. But in the strange sea area, there is still a risk of being preyed upon, because there are all kinds of strange species buried here, with various abilities, and even terrible species that can poison demigods. Xiaomi Zhou sat on the deck, occupying a large open space in the middle, patted the belly of the demonic fish, and showed a happy smile. Fish porridge. Drink fish porridge. It's so big. 1. Great. Xiaomi Zhou narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Her slightly miniature body looked particularly petite next to the magic fish, which made people wonder who would eat whom. After Xiaomi Zhou, the second person to take action was Patty Huanyevsky, the withered messenger, one of the 4 adventurers and demigods. This boy may have received instructions from Lin. Lin hummed twice. Su Bei did not sense anything, and this boy took a step forward. He then looked at the ocean devoutly, knelt down to pray, and suddenly opened his hands to embrace. A huge 24-clawed poisonous octopus king was caught by Patty from the bottom of the sea. A huge wave rose. This was the king of the 12-clawed poisonous octopus. Its huge size instantly overshadowed the magic fish and became the most shining dark horse at present. But it only shone for a moment. As a gust of cold wind blew, the huge octopus body was blown into a skeleton, and it rested alone on the water. It was quite big, but with only a skeleton left. It was obviously not heavy. Not as heavy as the one in Xiaomizu. This made Patty and the Lich King who was about to attack fall into silence and stop the action of attacking. Lin was stunned for a moment and raised her hand. Snap. There was a sound. The little hand pressed on the head inside. Everyone laughed so hard that they almost choked. This is not funny. Patty said so. Everyone shut up and tried to hold back their laughter. But 5 tons was obviously not the limit. Zuljin took a step forward and smiled. As the king of hunting, hunting in the seabed is also hunting, so it is naturally his home ground. He just heard a loud shout, "Net it!" The hunting law was released by Zuljin, and a big net was thrown out from the void and into the deep sea. Immerse. Boiling. Rush out. Countless large nets sprang out from the seabed and were hoisted high. Each net contained a different fish species, which was the harvest from hunting. These fishing nets were all relics from the old times from the seabed, including but not limited to nets, and even black stockings and lace panties. As the waves continued to spread, a hissing roar resounded through the sky. Here comes the big thing. Zuljin laughed and put away the net. It was a sunken ship? The roar might be the sound of a leak. The scene was silent. Everyone cast their inquiring eyes towards Zuljin. Zuljin was seen blowing a whistle and looking at the sky. He had already quietly put away the net, shook his head, and said affirmatively, "Looking at this situation, there should be no bigger guys in this sea area." After that, the other demigods could not help but use their skills. The scene flashed with a variety of bright lights, which was dazzling. Among them, the Duke of Gloucester used the demigod's skill to summon a blue-tailed megalodon, becoming a new dark horse in one fell swoop, surpassing the others and temporarily leading by a huge margin. This blue-tailed megalodon is a quasi-demigod monster that can attract some ice laws. Its size is even larger than that of the demon fish. It weighs 10 tons, and is a common carnivorous monster in the Weird Sea. The moment he saw this monster, Su-Bei subconsciously calculated the distance and time. It seems that the Relico may be about to leave the coastal waters and enter the Weird Sea. After that, it only needs to pass through the Weird Sea and the Chaos Sea to reach the sea area covered by Jinsokyo and be completely safe. In other words, the next sailing journey will become more and more dangerous. Although there are only a few monsters that can threaten demigods in the Weird Sea, when the Demon King and the hero appear on this ship, it is very likely that they will encounter these few Weird Sea overlords, or even many legendary creatures with strange abilities. Not to mention the Chaos Sea. That is a dangerous sea area that has been recorded in history and buried countless demigods. However, this blue-tailed megalodon is a spiritual product after all. So Su-Bei doesn't know how far the Duke of Gloucester summoned it from, and can't calculate the specific distance from this place to the Weird Sea. Let's relax for now. So, does the Duke of Gloucester's catch count as fishing gains? This result made most of the crew scratch their heads. Cheating? Who says it's not? But do you dare to say it? Haha. How can this be considered cheating? Even if the Duke of Gloucester hooked my ditch and used me as bait to fish, I think it's reasonable. Cheating? This is definitely cheating. Lolita? What Lolita? Where did the Lolita come from? Where is it? This sudden interruption in the answer was somewhat inappropriate. The nearby crew members fell into silence and cast strange looks. Hearing this, Alyssa subconsciously glanced at Su-Bei, and found that Su-Bei did not speak, and could not help but reveal a suspicious look. Is it really not him? This look was a bit presumptuous. The moment Alyssa glanced at Su-Bei, Su-Bei noticed something, and could not help but give him a dead fish eye. Su-Bei did not know whether the Duke of Gloucester was good at fishing, but at present, this blue-tailed megalodon was obviously the largest species on the field. It was so big that there was no empty space on the deck to place it. It could only be temporarily locked with a rope and hung at the stern to be towed. Ginger, old Ginger, is still spicy. The Duke of Gloucester commented like this, and his eyes inadvertently cast around, as if looking for traces of pears. The serious eyes that flashed by slightly narrowed, with a faint smile. Perhaps he had made a splash and wanted to show it off in front of his daughter. Or perhaps he was planning to give the yellow-haired kid a little bit of power. The Duke of Gloucester continued, if you don't have the confidence to fish above this size, there's no need to fish anymore. It's only 3 hours before sunset. I hope there will be some bright young people to open my eyes. It's hard to say whether Tian Gang is disobeying Lao Ding or persuading his father to take care of his old age. In short, Li Lizzy took action. Little shark, you must be careful. The great Li Lizzy will not lose to you. The remnants of the old era should go to take care of their old age. Seeing this, Li Lizzy's eyes were burning with anger, and she clenched her fists, intending to show everyone what a fairy miracle is. At the same time, the feather pen flew out with its wings fluttering, raised a fishing rod that was 3 times taller than itself, and threw it hard toward the sea. However, except for a few people, the Duke of Gloucester's trick of fishing almost dampened the interest of all the crew members to continue, and they all expressed obedience and did not struggle. This person has summoned a monster that does not belong to the sea area. What else can others do? They can only give it to him. But these few people still maintain a considerable interest, and seem to be able to keep their composure. For example, Luminera always keeps smiling and looks nonchalant. If you look at her from the perspective of a god, you can faintly see the aura of luck surrounding her. Elena looked around with calm eyes. Her gaze towards the sea from time to time indicated that she did not intend to give up fishing. Her limbs began to heat up, and there was a faint holy light dormant in her body, as if she was brewing something. Jasmine still looked quiet, but she had a succubus physique against monsters, so it was obvious that she also had the possibility of fishing out a monster. However, Su-Bei was really confused. He had no idea how to catch a bigger fish, which had nothing to do with strength. It was like everyone wanted to catch the biggest Lolita from an island full of Lolita, and Su-Bei was planning to catch one. But the others caught a few supermodels from the island next door. The difference can be imagined. This was not something that could be changed by strength, no matter how hard he tried. It was difficult to turn a young Lolita into a tall lady in a few hours. Wait, it's really hard to say. Su-Bei looked at the law of life in his palm, thought about it, and blinked his eyes. Duke Gloucester's approach was indeed beyond the standard. But it also provided a way of thinking for the other contestants. Flean took action. Duke Gloucester could communicate with the sea monsters. And Fuline could also communicate with the heroic spirits to do similar actions. Flean closed her eyes and sank into the Hall of Valor, chanting silently and casting a spell. I am the master of the Hall of Valor. Follow my will and invite the heroic spirits of this sea area to meet me. If you can meet my requirements, I will give you satisfactory help. Instantly, a strong wind blew. What's going on? This is a demigod. A demigod monster. What is going on? Isn't quasi-demigod the limit? Who is the fish? This guy caught a fish. And he can eat me as a fish. I only heard raindrops. Drip, drip, hitting the deck. This is not raindrops. This is pearls. I saw pearls falling from the sky. Clatter. It hit the deck and rolled in disorder. And then a small hill slowly emerged from the water beside the Lilizi. This is a pearl dragonfish. Fulian cheated to attract the spirit of the former overlord of the strange sea, the pearl dragonfish, and successfully communicated with the pearl dragonfish that was dormant near the coast. It poked out of the water and quietly bit the hook handed by Fulian. This huge pearl dragonfish has a body length of more than 30 meters. And its body is covered with pearl particles. The breath it sprays at will can turn water droplets into precious jewels. It has the special rule power to turn water droplets into pearls. It is a genuine demigod king. The pearl dragonfish was too big. Its body length was almost a quarter of the length of the Lilizi. The crew on the deck could not even see the head and tail of the pearl dragonfish at the same time. The fishing competition was completely reduced to a magic battle at this moment. The Duke of Gloucester fell into silence. He obviously did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. And he was defeated by an unknown newcomer. Not bad. Not bad. The demigod monsters have come out. It seems that the competition has lost its suspense. However, the slap in the face came too quickly, and the Duke of Gloucester's mouth closed tightly before he even finished speaking. No one expected that the pearl-fish dragon that the heroic spirit of Fulian communicated with was still not the final result. It didn't even last 10 minutes. Elena took action. She pointed to the sky with one hand, pointing to the dark cloud in the distant sky. Bang! The holy light rose, and the sea of clouds fell. The sea of clouds was falling. The whole room was in an uproar. It was an extremely rare king-type demigod sea cloud whale, which had the terrible ability to bring down thunderstorms and create storms. The crew trembled. The crew was numb. Can you believe that the huge cloud was also a monster? Or was it just a fish species that just happened to fit the theme of the competition? In fact, it was not only Elena who noticed it. The other transcendents also saw the sea of clouds and recognized the monster identity of the sea of clouds. But they relied on their status and did not take action. As for the demigods, they dare not say that they can easily tame the strange sea cloud whale without affecting the Lilizi. The strange sea cloud whale is quite powerful and has an extremely bad temper. If it is not handled in time, it can easily overturn the Lilizi and cause heavy losses. Let's not talk about why Elena was able to find out that the cloud was a fish species. The power of the Holy Light alone made Thomas Quasta, a member of the Holy Light system on the Lilizi, blush and feel extremely guilty. At this time, Thomas's eyes suddenly widened, and he was shocked when he saw Elena's eyes. As one of the 4 priests of the Holy Light Church, he was naturally very familiar with Grace's apprentice, the former Saint Elena of the Holy Light Church. He never thought that the movement just now was an action that Elena could do. Praise the Holy Light. Thomas raised his cane and poked it towards his chest, performing the greeting unique to the Holy Light Church. The strange sea cloud whale. Falling. The huge whale body reached a full 100 meters in length and weighed more than 1,000 tons. Even a legendary demigod that had partially transformed into its original body did not have this weight. You should know that whales are the largest species among fish species in the original continent. Not to mention the strange sea cloud whale, which is famous for its size. This has exceeded the limits of the crew's imagination. On the sea level, the last second it was calm, and the next second there was a deafening explosion. The weird sea cloud whale falls into the sea, raising a huge wave, completely covering the Relico. The huge wave falls down, and it seems that the Relico will be overturned. Caw! At this moment, the sound of swords being drawn is heard. When Luminera draws the sword, she is the only swordsman left on the ship. The sword is unsheathed. The sky is full of stars. I saw a ray of starlight silently passing through the space, like a line cutting through the waves. At the same time, the Duke of Gloucester wisely manipulated the Relico to fly high into the sky and rush over the weird sea cloud whale. Too horrible. This monster is too scary. Yes, it's more powerful than the demigod we met on the island of the Blood Trial. Those demigods are nothing. It's just a matter of killing this cloud whale. Hearing this, Badong, who was drenched in seawater, curled his lips and sneered, but did not say anything. This can be said to be the limit of the crew's imagination. But it is not the limit of Jasmine and Luminara. The law is howling, and the strange anchor is marking this history. Just like countless collisions in history, the Demon King and the Brave Man clashed here. And with the development trend, it is about to evolve into a historic duel. This is fate. Every victory or defeat will affect the luck of the two, and the balance of victory or defeat in the future. In reality, everything is still calm. But Su Bei's eyes clearly show a distinct color. That is the aura generated by the collision of Luminara Destiny and Jasmine Affinity. This collision is another choice of fate. Is the hero chosen by the gods better? Or is the Demon King chosen by the monster slightly better? Su Bei narrowed his eyes, and instantly understood everything Li Lizhi said. No wonder Li Lizhi told Su Bei to win. Li Lizhi didn't want Luminara to win. Perhaps Li Lizhi didn't intend to let Jasmine win either. But Su Bei didn't have time to think, because the world began to change in front of him. Luminara luck was completely released, and it worked at the same time with Jasmine Monster Affinity. Weird Sea Cloud Whale. At the moment of falling, two huge mouths of the abyss opened silently. The sea surface was boiling. That was the collision of the rocks on the seabed. The sky was shaking. That was the wind and clouds above the clouds. At the same time, a dragon roar came from the sky and the ground at the same time, resounding through the world. This is the giant dragon showing its true form. The fierce breath collided, and the laws in this space were unscrupulously divided by both sides, forming two distinct groups. The huge waves soared into the sky, and the waves swirled up. The power of the silver dragon between heaven and earth was overwhelming the world. The sky was blank, and suddenly a crack exploded, and two huge forces poured out at the same time. Two huge dragon heads swirled up with the momentum of destroying the world, and the pressure was raging, devouring everything around them unscrupulously. They were the first and second on the demigod combat power list. The greedy dragon pure blood gold dragon, and the elemental dragon pure blood silver dragon. The pure blood dragon species at the pinnacle of legend. They were mythical dragons, but they were extremely rare pure blood descendants of the dragon god. And they were terrifying beings that could lead the dragon race to dominate in ancient times. The gold dragon and the silver dragon are the two most powerful dragons under the command of the dragon god. The gold dragon is good at melee combat, and the silver dragon is good at magic. The two dragons that should never appear here collided, just like the great fate battle between the hero and the devil. The gold dragon and the silver dragon also carry a small fate. This is a fate battle. Badong's eyes suddenly shrank, and he curled up tighter. Obviously, he didn't want to participate in it, but he still couldn't help but complain. Trouble. Really trouble. Damn it. I knew that getting on this ship would be bad. Elf Queen Leah frowned uneasily and asked in confusion. How could it be? How could there be a dragon here? The undead race? A certain lich exuding dragon power, with longing in his eyes. He sighed. This is the purpose of my coming here. Could it be that the ruins of the dragon war have been opened? At the same time, Jasmine looked at the silver dragon calmly, her eyes full of intimacy, and couldn't help blinking. Should I help it? It seems to know me. Luminara looked at the golden dragon with admiration, and whispered, What do you want to tell me? I will help you. Su Bei sighed, slowly stood up, and sighed softly, Humor. Perhaps both dragons came with secrets, wanting to convey some message to the Demon King and the hero in exchange for assistance. Or perhaps all this is fate, wanting Jasmine to reveal her identity as the Demon King here. But what can be done? Jasmine will not reveal her identity as the Demon King here, and Su Bei will not allow Luminara to conflict with Jasmine. Su Bei slowly approached Badong and patted Badong's shoulder, immediately pointed to the two dragons and said lightly, Understand? Hearing this, Badong sighed and showed a bitter face. Chapter 430 Lolita and Blood Ancestor in the Coffin. Fishing is no longer important to Su Bei. How these two dragons appeared is no longer important. The only thing to pay attention to now is the reason why these two dragons appeared. But Su Bei didn't want to think. He relied on his smart brain to come up with the best solution, which was to make sure that neither Luminara nor Jasmine could be caught. Su Bei pointed at the two dragons in the sea and patted Badong. Break them, and give you freedom. Your chain is powerful. But how long do you think it can trap me? Badong shook the heavenly chain on his body and showed his big eyes, laughing. Besides, I won't do this kind of action that is obviously a team-choosing behavior. I'm not stupid. Whose team? Su Bei talked calmly. At this moment, the golden dragon and the silver dragon were rushing towards each other. Jasmine and Luminara were ready to go. And the power of the hero and the demon king could be exposed at any time. By then, the ship will definitely be a mess, divided into two obvious factions. The vast majority of races will have malice against the demon king, and a few demons will stand on Jasmine's side. Badong didn't pretend to be a riddle man, and said straightforwardly, these little actions can't be hidden from me. The identities of the hero and the demon king are not secrets in front of the transcendence. The appearance of the two dragons should be the periodic action of fate. She wants the two girls to reveal their identities and create conflicts to accelerate the development of history. It's useless to stop it. This is the inevitable development trend of history. Even if it can be stopped, the fate node that will come later will only be more intense. According to the development trend of history, the demon king and the hero will inevitably fight to the death, especially when they are promoted to demigods. Until the conflict cannot be resolved, we will finally fight to the death in the transcendence. It determines not only victory, but also life and death. Hearing this, Su Bei looked at Jasmine and asked curiously, no exceptions? You dare not imagine the age I have lived. I have never seen an exception. Badong shrugged, spread his hands and stepped onto the deck, saying, I am very conceited. I think I may not lose to you if we fight again. But I know my limits. I will not go looking for trouble with fate. Badong turned over lazily, with his back to Su Bei, obviously not intending to participate in this matter. However, Su Bei cannot participate in this matter. At this special stage of history, the demon king and the hero will officially fight against the demigod, and the opportunity can be any event. Even if it is not today, it can be tomorrow. But if he, who is the focus of fate, appears at this special node, then fate will kill him in the next second. For example, Su Bei disrupted the fate of the demon king and the hero in Winter City, and suddenly a demigod appeared. I think it is the fate of the settlement that is at work. I don't know how much fate has recovered. Su Bei thought, pointed at Badong, and then at Lilizi. But where can you go? Shut up. Don't tell me something I can't hear. Badong covered his ears. Su Bei ignored Badong's actions and continued to talk. Do you think that fate will let you, the descendant of the blood ancestor who entered the kingdom of wisdom, go? You should know the contradiction between fate and wisdom. Shut up. You bastard. I eat 10 people in one bite when I'm irritated. Badong shouted threateningly. Everything you do has long been labeled by fate, Su Bei said, leaning close to Badong and whispering. I know what the blood ancestor wants. Boasting. Badong looked down on him. Coffin. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. Badong's eyes lit up, and then he curled his lips. So what if you know the coffin? Do you know what's inside? Do you know how to open it? Do you know what that means to the blood ancestor? A body, Su Bei said calmly. A body. Badong was unmoved. A young girl's body, full of holy light. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was extremely sure. She looks full of holy aura. She is. Badong sat up, his eyes full of disbelief, staring straight at Su Bei. Do you really know? I know. Su Bei's expression was still very calm, but he gave Badong the feeling that he was quite unfathomable. You don't know? Badong's eyes narrowed, and he emphasized. Even if you know what's in the coffin, you can't open it. You also don't know whose body it is, and what effect it has on the blood ancestor. Su Bei smiled slightly, shook his head and said nothing. Su Bei had guessed the answer a long time ago. The answer is not difficult to guess. Based on Badong's overbearing character, it can be inferred that the blood ancestor's temper is not good. The same is true for the historical records of the blood ancestor. And Wilgard broke into the blood castle in a rebellious manner, just to change some overbearing terms said by the blood ancestor. From this, we can see that the blood ancestor has a very bad temper. But when Lin used her death body to forcibly stare at the island and made an unwarranted provocation. The blood ancestor did not appear. Maybe it was because the blood ancestor was seriously injured? Then why did the blood ancestor land the kingdom of God above the coffin after being seriously injured? People need to heal when they are injured. The same is true for gods. His injury should be a bit tricky. Right? Su Bei said something unclear. Badong was silent. But there was inevitably some emotion in his eyes. It just so happens that Fate also has some injuries. As a god, do you think Fate will use your unfounded connection with wisdom to forcibly swallow up the blood ancestor and heal his wounds? Badong stood up and sighed. It's unbelievable. This is history from ancient times. Which old thing are you who has lived again? Badong's eyes kept scanning Su Bei. And he sighed. No wonder you can beat me. After all, only those who are close to gods have the means to live again. Seeing that the violent aura on Jasmine was about to explode, Su Bei interrupted sternly. I have said a lot. Now you need to show your sincerity. Then we have the need to continue the negotiation. Badong compromised. Slowly stood up. And a very terrible pressure was slowly released. The heavens lock had been unlocked by him at some point. Badong was showing his value of cooperation. Okay. Tell me. What do you want me to do? The pressure was spreading. This kind of pressure was for those above the demigods. The stronger the strength, the more you can feel the terror of Badong. Many people on the Lilizi began to tremble. Even the dragon species were trembling. You need to find a suitable excuse to take action, so that all the cause and effect fate will be on you. You must not expose my existence. Su Bei specifically mentioned it. Badong laughed. No need for excuses. I am Badong. Bullying the weak and squeezing the dragon species. Isn't this a common thing? Hearing this, Su Bei condensed and revealed some murderous intent. Then, kill them all. Completely destroy the fate node. Chapter 431 Badong suppresses the hero. Su Bei tortures Jasmine. You are a little humorous. Badong showed a pair of dead fish eyes, and said helplessly. The cause and effect of killing the two dragons is only less than killing the devil and the hero. Their lives are more precious than you think. How about this? I will be responsible for crippling the two little dragons. You take the opportunity to stop the devil, and I will stop the hero. As for this fate settlement, you don't have to worry. I will fight it with all my strength. Can you stop the side of fate? Su Bei was slightly curious. Just give it to me. But I want a promise, Badong said, holding up 2 fingers, and said seriously, since you know the existence in the coffin, you must know the power he holds. 2 choices. Either help me open the coffin, take out the body, and give it to me. This is difficult. Of course, if you can do it, I can give you 3 things in return. No matter how difficult it is. Either help me get the same power as that. The power essence must be at least at the order level. And let me take that power away. This is a little simple. But not simple. I will stand up for you this time. How? Su Bei nodded calmly, looking very confident. It is natural to be confident. After all, the lowly body is hidden in the kingdom of wisdom. When the time comes, he only needs to take out the body and hand it over to Badong. And he will get a top tool man, a mythical descendant, and a transcendent thug. It can be predicted that Su Bei's life will get better with the naked eye. Speaking of which, Su Bei fell into thinking. It seems that he hasn't seen that body for a long time. I don't know where Lilizi hid it. I think it's not a big problem. After all, it's a very important thing. Lilizi will definitely keep it well. It shouldn't be lost. Right? Otherwise, if Badong knew that he'd lost the lowly body, he would definitely be furious. Su Bei thought about it, and planned to look for it carefully later. Badong saw that Su Bei was confident, and no longer hesitated. Badong raised his foot lightly, and took a step forward. Blood rain instantly fell between heaven and earth. The blood rain covered the thunder and rain, and pushed away the surging air waves, becoming the only environment between heaven and earth. This is the domain released by Badong. Badong's huge body is manifesting. A blood-red body standing between heaven and earth. Without showing the real body, but it has already attracted all the attention. Bang! Many crew members below the demigod level had their bodies shattered and exploded. Blood constantly overflowed from under their skin. Blood poured back into the sky. And some crew members even had their eyeballs exploded and shattered, falling into temporary blindness. This is the mythical level of transcendent pressure. From the moment Badong's strength was revealed, those below the demigod level lost the qualification to watch. Even the demigods could only maintain their calmness with great effort. Oh my god! It's Badong. We're dead. Is this the end of the world? It's over. It's all over. Seeing this, the Duke of Gloucester acted decisively and shouted, "Don't look. Don't even look. Go back to the house. All demigods. Go back to the house immediately. All demigods. Prepare for battle. This will be the most difficult battle we've ever experienced. But I believe we will win. Think about your family and the mortgage you owe. We only allow victory, not failure." The brainwashing of the Duke of Gloucester was effective. At least it stabilized the mentality of the crew members below the demigod level and gave them some hope. But the demigod level is old hands. How can they not know whether these poisonous chicken soups are effective? There is only one way to win that they can imagine. To pile Badong to death with numbers. Specifically, to starve Badong to death. Luminera was the one who could feel Badong's pressure the most directly, because she was the closest to Badong. Her body froze, and her hand that was about to draw the sword trembled slightly. And then she turned the sword pointed at the silver dragon to the sky. The huge body cast a glance, and a claw fell. Bang! Without using any skills. Relying purely on the body of the descendant of myth. This claw tore through the space, and lifted Luminera away with one claw. This is the gap, which makes people despair. Badong has already stood at the pinnacle of transcendence, and Luminera has just stepped into the demigod. The gap is like a natural moat, which can be imagined. But Luminera did not give up. She squeezed out the blood from her throat and stood up calmly, as if she was gathering strength and preparing a killing move. Seeing Badong rushing between the two dragons and pinching the two dragons, Jasmine moved, taking a step forward. The space skill was activated instantly. When Jasmine was promoted to a demigod through the path of the Demon King, her normal practice of the gourmet path had already met the promotion conditions and officially entered the Traveler. This is an extremely rare space law. She wanted to save the silver dragon. Even if the hope was slim, she would do it. But Jasmine had just stepped out when her collar was grabbed. "Hey. Wait a minute. Long? She has something to say to me." Jasmine's voice stopped before it stopped. And then a very calm negotiation sounded. "No, wait." Before Jasmine finished speaking, Su Bei grabbed Jasmine's collar with a tough attitude. Grabbed her, covered Jasmine's lips with his right hand, and quietly dragged her away. Since Alyssa's presence was still in effect, naturally no one could see the scene, which was happening quietly in the corner of the cruise ship, in broad daylight, forcibly kidnapping a woman. When Badong said that he could stop the fate reckoning by himself, this was the perfect decision made by Su Bei. As for whether he could stop the fate reckoning, that was Badong's business. This kidnapping action is too skillful, suffocating. Alyssa sighed. The whole kidnapping process can be described as fast, accurate, and ruthless. Su Bei was extremely fast, domineering and rude, and he was able to completely capture the newly promoted demigod Demon King in just a breath. And the whole process was smooth and flowing. At first, Su Bei could still feel Jasmine's resistance and struggle, and was careful to guard against Jasmine kicking feet, and be alert to the power of the law that Jasmine was brewing from time to time. Occasionally, Jasmine would humorously use her eyes to release pupil skills to burn Su Bei's fur. As a result, Su Bei had to use more force to control Jasmine's movements. But as time went by, Su Bei felt that Jasmine's struggles gradually weakened, and then her body softened. Her whole body was hot like a furnace, and her body was weak and boneless as if it had lost support. Su Bei frowned and lowered his head in confusion. He saw Jasmine puffing her lips and glaring at Su Bei fiercely, her eyes full of resentment, and she resisted very softly. If you had said it was you earlier, Jasmine would not have resisted. But, can you let go of your hand? Su Bei was stunned, looking at the aho that his right hand was tightly holding, and Jasmine's body that was almost as soft as a puddle of water, and fell into a daze. Chapter 432 Dragon Language Magic. Badong was under pressure, but it was very small and negligible. When it stepped between the golden dragon and the silver dragon, the pressure came to the two dragons. The scene was unbearable to watch. It was a one-sided torture. The two huge dragon species were like a small mountain in front of Badong, who had not yet manifested his true form, with awe-inspiring momentum. But when Badong's fist landed on the golden dragon's abdomen, the greedy dragon burst into tears in an instant. Pain. Extreme pain. Have you ever felt a Lolita fan using a stick to beat a disobedient Lolita? This is the situation right now. It is even slightly more than that. Because Lolita fans will feel sorry for Lolita. But Badong will not. Perhaps this is workplace violence. This scene made the elemental dragon hesitate and began to think about the purpose of coming here and whether it was necessary to continue. It took 2 steps forward with its huge body, raised its body, and said the weakest words with the strongest action. Brother, what are you going to do? Why are you trying to stop us? Get lost. Badong's eyes never fell on the elemental dragon. He pointed at the other's chest and said seriously, Come here and take 2 punches from me. I beat you half to death. And then get lost. We all have our own goals. You shouldn't stop us. The elemental dragon spoke in human language. Do you know who you are against? That's our opportunity. If everything goes well, we can enter the dragon god battle site. At this moment of speaking, an extremely strange force was quietly gathering. Dragon language magic. This is one of the most mysterious and advanced powers in the world, often mentioned in parallel with the miracle power of fairies. And its power and abstractness are at the same level. When the elemental dragon and Badong were negotiating, the greedy dragon shook his swollen and painful brain, took a deep breath, and a long paragraph of obscure and wonderful words was brewing. I am your father. I am your father. I am your father. I am your father. The dragon language magic fell. This is an attack on both the mental and magical levels. The faster the speech speed, the greater the mental attack, and the higher the magic strength. In an instant, as the greedy dragon exhaled fragrance, its body flashed with golden and magnificent colors, and its domain appeared. A dragon power was gathering. The greedy dragon did not stop talking, and the dragon claw of his right hand suddenly slapped down and smashed towards Badong's head. You are a fool. You are a fool. You are a fool. The dragon language magic was activated again, and the powerful impact caused Badong to stiffen for a moment. The claw fell. Bang! Badong flew backwards and fell into the seabed. This is the power of the dragon. It is conceivable that if Mei Luzina had normal intelligence at the time, Su Bei would have no way to deal with the dragon language magic. But Badong at this time was naturally not strong enough for Su Bei at that time. In just a moment, the seabed waves surged, and a pair of claws broke through the sea surface first. The eyes of the greedy dragon shrank, and he opened his mouth quickly, intending to use the same trick again, using the dragon language magic to assist the body, and sink Badong again. Badong did not give a chance. The claws first pinched the dragon mouth of the greedy dragon, and then smashed it hard. The greedy dragon became obedient. This punch made him see the love of his youth, the future scene of him ascending to the godhood with the opportunity at the dragon god war site, and the beautiful future of him stepping on a silver dragon and holding a female dragon in one hand. The elemental dragon also became obedient, trembling and negotiating. Can you not hit the head? Badong nodded. At this point, the 2 dragon species, one gold and one silver, suffered from Badong's ruthless torture, almost dying, and fell into the strange sea. With a bang, they disappeared. Next is Luminara. Luminara's sword moved. When the sword rose, the stars fell. A huge column of light was burning. The laws were leaping. Countless gods' blessings gathered at this moment, and they kept circling around the holy sword. The reckoning of fate has come. This sword is not a realm that a demigod can peek into. The level of strength reached by this sword is transcendence, and all the laws are generated by Luminara body. The price of forcibly using power that does not belong to oneself is quite heavy. This will seriously consume Luminara vitality. But the sword moves released will also be incomparably powerful, enough to kill any transcendence. Fate has opened its eyes, and it wants to settle accounts with any unstable factors that affect the established fate. Su Bei is the first, the biggest one, but not the only one. And when Badong made a move that affected the plot, he became the next one. No one can escape the fate of reckoning. Damn it. Is there really anyone who can resist the reckoning of God? Badong licked the corners of his lips, and 2 drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. No doubt because he felt a huge pressure. Even if he could block this sword, the threats that followed could not be ignored, and he would perish if he was not careful. Haha. I hope I can hold out for one more round. After he completes the agreement, my father will get better. Then he can go and plead with fate, and I will be able to escape the reckoning. Badong's murmur had not yet stopped, and the sword fell. The sky and the earth were bright. Silence. It was quiet for a long time. Su Bei, who was watching from the ship, narrowed his eyes and held Jasmine's head to prevent her from peeking at the scene. Don't look. This was a reminder to Alyssa. And by the way, to Shitai. After seeing the result, Subei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. As expected of a descendant of a myth, he was able to survive the first round of reckoning. Although it was only the most insignificant reckoning in the first round. But it should be almost over. Subei took a last look and saw that Badong was already dying. His strength was estimated to have fallen below that of a demigod. And he was temporarily disabled. But it was also quite good. Since then, the reckoning has become more and more fierce. I hope Badong can hold on. You know, Subei himself only survived 3 rounds of reckoning. And plotted against freedom once. Thinking about it, Subei lowered his head slightly, looked at Jasmine on his right hand, and fell into silence. Jasmine's eyes curved and smiled slightly. Subei swallowed his saliva. Next, the pressure was on him. Chapter 433, 1 year later. I miss you so much. After the heroes settled accounts with Badong, it was the turn of the Demon King to settle accounts with Subei. Badong is the descendant of the myth. The only one before the blood ancestor became a god. So what right do you have? Subei? Subei didn't know. So he was silent. Silence was because of embarrassment. Strangely, Jasmine was also silent. The strange feeling of Jasmine's hair being held had not faded away before. And her body was a little weak. But soon, an even stranger feeling spread in Jasmine's chest. Or the iron tree blooming. The deadwood sprouting. This is also completely unknown to Jasmine now. An extremely unfamiliar feeling. The two faces were not too far apart. About 5 fists away. Jasmine looked at Subei's dull face. Her eyes slightly widened. And she repeatedly stepped on this novel feeling. Constantly testing. Jasmine's eyes were big. And her beautiful sapphire pupils were shining. She looked at Subei's trembling eyelashes. Narrowed her eyes slowly. And pursed her lips. Silence. Silence for a long time. Under Jasmine's gaze, Subei, who was not good at speaking, could not say a word. This made Lilizi, who was secretly watching from a distance, anxious, and she couldn't help but step forward and kick Subei in the back. As for the fate that is likely to follow, forget it. We can solve it by crossing the sea and reaching Jinsokyo. After a while, Subei's eyes moved, as if he came back to his senses. Jasmine smiled slightly, watching Subei's helpless and stiff movements, and suddenly closed her eyes, turned her face slightly, and said gently, "If you are not prepared, Jasmine can pretend not to see it. After all, the situation is very serious, isn't it? Even the dragon has come out." Subei was stunned, watching Jasmine's eyelashes fluttering, not knowing what she was thinking. After another moment, Subei sighed. Jasmine's repeated retreat gave Subei enough time to escape fate's reckoning and avoid fate's sight. But the two had come into contact to this point, and fate had already reintertwined. As long as fate had a free hand, it would be easy to detect Subei's whereabouts. And reckoning would be a piece of cake. So, is there any need to hide next? Jasmine's eyelashes fluttered as she turned her face to the side, lowered her head cautiously, clenched her palms slightly, and smiled. "I'm leaving." Jasmine is really gentle. She noticed Subei's hesitation, so she decided to take another step back. At this moment, Subei, who took vigilance and caution as his life purpose and avoided as much as possible as his life creed, made a rare abnormal move. Subei stretched out his right hand, rested it on Jasmine's head, and gently stroked Jasmine's hair. The soft hair passed through the gaps between Subei's fingertips, and the cool touch accompanied by the jasmine fragrance made Subei reveal a slightly nostalgic feeling and muttered, "It's okay." Jasmine paused. Her face flushed slightly for unknown reasons, and she reminded him with a wandering look, "Is this really allowed? And, even if your action is allowed, sir." Jasmine was in a stalemate, puffed up her lips and summoned up her courage, and asked fiercely. Jasmine didn't seem to agree to do this. "Sir, how can Jasmine remember that the few times you met Jasmine were not pleasant?" Jasmine turned her face back slightly, but she didn't dare to turn it back completely. Instead, she looked at the expression on Subei's face with her peripheral vision and continued to launch a verbal offensive. "I remember that your impression of Jasmine is still on. Follow." "Crazy," Molly said word by word. Subei was stunned. "Phone. He. Little. Thief." Subei was silent. "Mr. Peeping?" Subei stopped stroking with a little embarrassment. A super perverted Lolita lover who is always surrounded by a group of Lolas. Slander. This is something Sube didn't want to admit no matter what. Suddenly, Molly's serious expression relaxed. And she murmured, "And?" A stranger who did a lot but refused to meet Molly, and has never revealed his name until now. It's a stranger. Molly has never heard of any country's laws that allow a stranger man to touch an underage girl's hair. Touching hair is a very intimate act. So, sir, you are really a pervert. Right? This set of combined punches took at least a year to master, making it difficult for Sube to show off. After a long while, Sube caught the key words in the words, and replied with a word intermittently. Sube. Jasmine paused. My name is Sube. Sube mentioned it again, in a slightly heavier tone. Fearing that Jasmine didn't hear clearly, the picture froze. Only a slight sob could be heard. Tears. Tick tick tick. Fell on the ground. Intermittently. Really? Although Jasmine said so much just to hear this. Mr. Sube can't just say this. That's too bad. 0 points. Jasmine smiled. Tears. Tick tick. She fell to the floor, and immediately rubbed the tears that could not be wiped away. And then she gathered all her strength and punched Sube's chest with great force. But when this punch landed on Sube's chest, all the strength had been removed, and it was very light, just lightly hitting Sube's chest, leaving only the body temperature of each other. This is Jasmine resentment. At first there was a little bit, but when she said it out loud, it was gone without a trace, and she absorbed and adapted to it in the process. Sube understood. It turned out that Jasmine had already recognized him before he said it out loud. No wonder Sube always felt something strange during this period. When would it be? Sube couldn't think of it. He didn't want to think about it, because Jasmine's hands holding his chest were exerting force. Then came the pull. Bang. With a sound, their bodies embraced. At this point, Sube's sight was filled with snow-white hair, and he could no longer see anything. Jasmine cried until her eyes were red, unable to say a word, letting the tears fall naturally, and stretched out her hands to hug tightly with all her strength. Jasmine, I've been waiting for a year. I really miss you. Mr. Sube. Me too. Sube replied calmly, his lips slightly raised, his eyes wavering. He no longer dodged, nor did he want to take another step back, even if it was very hard to bear. What if he had to endure the fate of reckoning on this sea route? In the beginning of November in the second year of Yuduze, Jasmine and Sube separated, and they met again at the end of November in the third year of Yuduze. About a whole year. The fate of reckoning fell again. This time, what will Sube face? Chapter 434 Monthly Summary. November 31st. A lot of things happened in the past few days, forcing the crew on the entire ship to be overwhelmed and busy. This mainly involves 3 things. The fish species of the fishing competition were counted today, and the champion was born. The champion is a feather pen. Many crew members were confused about why the champion was a feather pen, but when they checked the fish species submitted, they fell silent. It can only be a feather pen. The big fish caught by several demigods were wiped out by the holy sword at the moment of the battle, leaving no trace. The other small fish species that were handed in were all scared to death. The fish bodies were broken into several sections, and it was hard to tell which piece belonged to which fish. Some people even put a shark head on the head of the green water fish to reward the impersonating contestant, saying that it was a new monster called Shark Bite, which attracted laughter. Apart from these monsters, there was only a palm-sized golden carp swimming back and forth in the water tank. This was the fish caught by the feather pen, and it was the only intact fish. In this way, the champion can only belong to the feather pen, although the ending was unexpected and controversial. But in the end, the Duke of Gloucester and Miss Lizzie argued for their rights, and finally decided to give the title of champion to the feather pen. Protest. 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 Many crew members shouted and raised objections. What greeted them was the cold gaze of the Duke of Gloucester. The protests disappeared at this point. The father and daughter overcame all objections at this moment, and the oppression of power and strength was fully reflected at this moment. The feather pen happily hugged the champion. Flutter, flutter. Fly back to the hero's hut. Everyone was silent again. The person that the Duke of Gloucester and his daughter, the organizer Miss Lizzie, supported against all odds was actually a member of the Hero Adventure group. Is this hell? No one believes that there is no shady deal in the competition, but everyone quickly accepted this result, Because Luminara deserves it. You know. She killed Badong with one sword. And then fell to her knees and fainted on the spot. Her face pale and dazed. According to reports by some people, Luminara was silent for a long time after waking up. And was blown by the wind on the deck for a whole day. And her face was visibly pale and weak. There was a strange point that shocked everyone. And they talked about it, and speculated on the reason behind it. Specifically, Luminara was not wearing a sword when she was blowing the wind. And she was not wearing her beloved holy sword. You know, Luminara always carried the holy sword with her wherever she went. A crew member gave a reasonable guess. Maybe she was really too weak, so she couldn't even lift the sword. It seems that this is the only possibility. But everyone knows the credibility. So everyone just said so. So, everyone started a heated discussion about Luminara not bringing the holy sword. Perhaps the discussion was too loud. Luminara brought the sword the next day, still sitting on the deck in the wind. Without saying a word. Her back looked a little lonely. Her eyes were quite dim. Her face was expressionless. And very stiff. Or maybe she was worried. But what could Luminara worry about? You know. She killed the mythical seed heir of the transcendent realm with one sword. What a terrible power. What a dazzling record. No one has ever done such a thing at Luminara age. What is there for her to worry about? Everyone doesn't understand. Luminara doesn't understand either. Why is she so strong? It shouldn't be. Maybe she wants to fall in love? Tauntaun of the Eye Demon said. It makes sense. As a woman of the Eye Demon with amazing eye skills, and a woman of the same age as Luminara. This guess was recognized by many people. So the next day, the big posters of the Brave Man's Spring, fighting to find a bride, were posted all over the ship. After hearing this news, Luminara was even more silent, and couldn't laugh at all. Uh-huh. You definitely guessed it right. This Princess Duz, who is not even 18 years old, is being shy. Is there a possibility that she has taken a fancy to me? The person who said this was Kane from the Flame Demon clan, who is usually a chatterbox. So the next day, he became a come-on and appeared at the top of the mast. With a bruised face. He was left with only a pair of bright red shorts. All the crew members were twitching with laughter, and dared not say anything more. Obviously knowing who did it. It seems that even though Luminara has something on her mind, she is still very angry. The above content includes 2 major events that happened recently. The third major event involves Badong. Specifically, Badong's body was chopped into pieces, and he became disabled. Fortunately, the transcendent state is extremely mysterious, and he is the incarnation of the domain, and can easily borrow the law of time to repair himself. In layman's terms, it can ensure that Badong will not be killed by a sword. But it is almost the same. Badong reshaped his body with his soul, barely condensed into a palm-sized pink bat, squatted on Su Bei's shoulder, and was discussing the content items agreed upon before with Su Bei. What did you say? You can't do any of the things you promised me now? Fuck you. You are a beast. Look at me. Look at me! How can you say such vicious words with your mouth turned 37 degrees? I will eat people when I am angry. Su Bei was silent, looking at Badong's miniature figure, and began to recall the search of the Kingdom of Wisdom with Li Lizi before, and sighed helplessly. The search was quick, but the result was touching. Specifically, Su Bei and Li Lizi searched the Kingdom of Wisdom, and even Li Lizi's secret hut was not spared. Turning it upside down, everything was found, including the lollipop hidden by Li Lizi, the diary she kept when she was a child, the children's comics she treasured, and a pair of adult stockings that didn't fit. Li Lizi searched furiously, but she just couldn't find the lowly body. Li Lizi and Su Bei both fell into silence, casting tentative glances at each other, suspecting the possibility of the other taking it all for themselves. In Li Lizi's eyes, it was very likely that Su Bei took it all for himself, because he was a real lowly control. So he was also likely to control the lowly body. In Su Bei's eyes, it is very likely that Li Lizi will take it all for herself, because she always does some small tricks secretly. And this lowly body is obviously not a simple thing. Give it to me first. I need to extract some leg hair to show Badong. Otherwise he will be angry. Su Bei suggested sincerely. Hand it over quickly. That is not a corpse you can desecrate. If you have that time, you might as well bully Pink Hair Lin. She can let you bully as much as you want. Hand it over. Su Bei stretched out his hand. Give it to me quickly. Lily bounced and kicked out. After a big fight, Lily lay flat on the ground with tears in her eyes. And there were 3 red scratches on Subei's eyes. The scene was a mess. But no matter what, the body of Lily was indeed gone. So there was the scene of Badong questioning Subei at this moment. It can be seen that Badong was almost anxious. And he started talking nonsense. How dare you promise when you can't do anything? Do you know whose promise you owe? I'm fucking angry. I'm going to eat people. Don't talk nonsense. Molly puffed up her lips, grabbed Badong's ears and lifted him up, held him in her palm gently, and poked his head twice with her index finger. Badong was silent. Perhaps he was fooled by Molly's monster affinity. Or perhaps he was stunned by Subei's lies. There was a bit of dullness in his eyes. Great. Badong, was fooled. Chapter 435, Reckoning. Then the question is, where did the lowly corpse that I stole with great effort go? This puzzled Subei. Fortunately, Subei has a very special way to solve the problem. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. So this time is no exception. At this moment, Badong was about to roar in anger, but he was easily grasped by Jasmine with one hand. And then, he was held in the palm of her hand and completely subdued. In fact, Badong thought he was not particularly close to Jasmine. But for some reason, he just couldn't resist the other's touch. Rather than resist, it is better to enjoy. Badong obeyed. After subduing Badong, the scene became a perspective where Jasmine and Subei looked at each other, and both fell into silence. Jasmine's eyes slightly curved, and she couldn't help but smile when she saw Subei, as if she wanted to vent the happiness that she had not expressed this year in this period of time. Mr. Subei. As the light tone sounded, the atmosphere gradually heated up, and the room seemed to become warm. At this moment, Li Lizzie happened to play an elegant piano piece everywhere, and Lin was thinking about the possibility of wrapping 3 people in one quilt and sleeping together. It was as if the next development was a predictable sensational part. What about glaucoma? Why are the eyes swaying? Subei couldn't help but ask with concern. Badong was silent. Jasmine's eyes twitched. Li Lizzie smiled crookedly. Lin gave a thumbs up. After a while, Subei seemed to realize that what he said was somewhat inappropriate. So he quickly added, it shouldn't be glaucoma. It could also be cross-eyed. There was a long silence. Jasmine suddenly smiled, stretched out her hand to poke the soft flesh on Subei's waist, raised her head and leaned closer, and said softly, is that so? Jasmine's eyes have been hurting recently. Mr. Subei, please take a closer look. Hearing this, Subei could not help but move closer. The two of them were very close. Only a fist away. Her beautiful eyelashes were slightly curved. Her sapphire-like pupils were shining. And they were so cute. It can be seen that Jasmine's pupils are very bright and clear. Subei can even see his own reflection through these eyes. After getting closer for a while, the sweet breath kept blowing towards Subei, making Subei more and more unable to control his movements. So he couldn't help but reach out and give Jasmine a finger snap. Bang. It should be fine. Take care of your rest. Don't stay up late at night. Jasmine was stunned and puffed up her lips in anger. Stupid Mr. Subei. Subei and Jasmine looked at each other in silence many times in the past few days. Each time ended with Subei avoiding his sight. Recently, Jasmine's memory has become clearer and clearer, and her eyes looking at Subei have become more and more strange. From time to time, she pursed her lips and smiled, and her eyes moved. I don't know what she was thinking of. It seems that this situation is aimed at Subei. This makes Subei a little creepy. Oh my god. What's wrong with this little girl? Subei always feels a chill from the heels to the top of his head. Fortunately, Jasmine doesn't stick to Subei all the time. Occasionally, she walks around on the boat, visits Luminera, who is a little depressed and confused, gives her words of encouragement, chats with Elena, gives her some millet porridge and touches her head, plays divination games with Fulian, and feeds her with feather pins. There was one thing that made Jasmine feel a little strange, and she discussed it with Subei. Sister Elena is becoming more and more incomprehensible. It would be fine if someone else said this. Or maybe it was just a casual remark. But since it was Jasmine who said it, it was worth paying attention to. After all, Jasmine is the demon king with the eye of truth. This is worth Subei's attention. In addition, Jasmine also visited teacher Sven and Alyssa and the others. Since Subei no longer concealed his tracks, Alyssa was released by Subei, enjoying freedom after a long time. Jasmine expressed some words of gratitude from time to time during the reminiscence, and occasionally tried to test Alyssa's opinion of Su-Bei. Perhaps she wanted to make up for Su-Bei's bad impression of Alyssa, until she confirmed that Alyssa didn't take it seriously at all. Jasmine stopped thanking her and talked about other things, including Alyssa's sister-in-law. When talking about it, Jasmine smiled and nodded from time to time, as if she remembered something interesting. Apart from Alyssa, another maid in the house, the bloody queen of bats, Shitai, who had a lower presence, had a more miserable life. Not only did she fail to gain freedom, but her status was even lower than before. Shitai could not be released for the time being, so Badong asked her to leave and temporarily became Badong's human Jinchuriki, saying that this would facilitate his actions. Shitai could not decide whether to stay or go, and Su-Bei had no reason to refuse, so the two of them hit it off, which was considered to make up for their slight debt to Badong. I'm telling you, you have to do what you promised me as soon as possible. This matter is not over yet. Look at my miserable state. Su-Bei nodded repeatedly and did not argue. Molly once talked to Su-Bei about the reason why she wandered around. She said there were two main reasons. One is that her memory was intermittent and incoherent. She planned to rely on old things to connect the broken memories and recall all the past. The other is to keep it secret. This is the little thought hidden in Molly's heart that she was not convenient to tell others. Winning over and assimilating. One step to the stomach. Specifically, first win the favor of the whole ship, and get the privilege of everyone turning a blind eye to her actions. Then implement the goal. At this moment, it is on the cruise ship. This time, Mr. Su-Bei must have no way to the sky or the earth. Jasmine smiled slightly, reached out to touch Su-Bei's arm, and slowly groped down with 2 fingers, hooked Su-Bei's palm, and gently held it, then hummed a light and cheerful song, without saying a word. For the time being, this is good. Unfortunately, the memory is not coherent, so the thoughts are not clear, and everything is bounded. Jasmine wants to remember everything quickly. Can Mr. Su-Bei help me? How to do it specifically? Su-Bei asked in confusion. That. Before Su-Bei could react, Jasmine rushed over, rubbing her fair and soft face against Su-Bei's chin, and said without asking, Hold me first. This is a way to stimulate memory. You can't refuse. Su-Bei was silent, but his boom, beating heartbeat had obviously given some kind of answer. Damn. He felt that Jasmine was seducing him. It should be an illusion. Right? Jasmine was 16 years old. Jasmine was 16 years old. Jasmine was 16 years old. People can't, at least shouldn't. However, the good times didn't last long. As the waves came, the cruise ship sailed into the strange sea, and the fate of the reckoning came quietly at this moment. It was foggy. This is the fog of the strange sea. When the fog rises, the strange sea will fall into chaos, and all the mysterious monsters will become active. You know, the strange sea has buried demigods. This is not a historical story, but a fact that happened in the past 100 years. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 436 Early Stage of Settlement. The so-called fate settlement is to infinitely magnify the events with extremely low probability in the long river of fate, so as to achieve the purpose required by fate. As we all know, the places where the heroes and the devils appear, opportunities and challenges will increase exponentially, raising the difficulty of various dungeons to levels that do not belong to them, and encountering various adventures and hidden dungeons with probability. This is the conclusion of fate. The settlement of fate is the highest form of the conclusion of fate. And if the settlement of fate cannot achieve the result desired by fate, then the only possibility is the descent of God. This time, the reckoning came very quickly. Perhaps fate had discovered Su-Bei's traces, so it took action. The reckoning began to show a state of moistening things silently, and the crisis was hidden in the daily wind and waves, and there were no obvious signs. But every aspect of daily life revealed something unusual. December 1st. It was pouring rain, and the Lilizi was up and down in the strange sea, swaying with the wind and rain, like a loli who was powerless to resist, letting the wind and rain baptize her on this strange seabed. Far away, there seemed to be a mist blowing towards the Ruriko at a steady speed. Jasmine room. Jasmine, it's a thunderstorm. Mr. Su-Bei, you can't go out today. Su-Bei, indeed. Jasmine, I still need to recover my memory. Hug. Su-Bei, don't be crazy. Jasmine, hold. Su-Bei, too close. The smell is strong. Jasmine, hold. December 3rd. Thunder and lightning. Strange sea monsters constantly attack the Ririko. Day and night. Like perverted lowly control. Do whatever they can to the Ririko. The lowly who is at the mercy of others. These monsters are very ferocious and bloody. And they are determined not to give up until they destroy the Lilizi. Even though this is the cruise ship that Lilizi once spent a huge amount of pension to build. It is in a precarious position under the impact of these monsters. It seems that it is really possible to be broken. And the fog in the far distance is closer. Looking closely, it seems to be a cruise ship. In Jasmine House. Jasmine, Mr. Subei. The demon tide is so fierce recently. Will the cruise ship be unable to withstand it? Subei, no. Molly, I'm so nervous. Hugging will relieve the pressure. Subei, ? Subei, no. I have something to do later. Molly, more important than Molly. Subei fell into silence. Molly, then hug. December 5th. The waves were turbulent. And the monsters in the strange sea were like a lowly control who had never seen the world and saw a delicious lowly. And their actions became more and more rude and unreasonable. And some demigod monsters took the opportunity to hide in the dark, waiting for the opportunity to move. After several rounds of defense, even the Lich, who was an undead creature, was exhausted and couldn't help thinking about the possibility of running away. The people on the Releasy were panicked at this point. Some crew members couldn't help but wonder if they had violated the heavenly law. Why did they enjoy such high standard treatment when they entered the strange sea? Could it be because the hero was on the ship? What made the crew even more panicked was the cruise ship following the Releasy not far away. The cruise ship was very large, with its mast piercing the sky. It was surrounded by fog and could hear the magic sound. Its body was hidden in the shadows. Its speed did not decrease or increase at all, but it was approaching the Releasy at a speed visible to the naked eye and was driving straight. That's the ghost ship. One of the 7 incredible legends of the strange sea. This time it's really dead. Throughout history, I've never heard of a cruise ship being locked by a ghost ship and being able to leave the strange sea intact. The last cruise ship that escaped can be traced back to thousands of years ago. It was from the Epic King, the most powerful legendary adventure group of the Adventurers Association at the time. But the result was that except for the only remaining transcendent captain on the ship, everyone else on the ship turned into skeletons. Do you think this is the end? No. The final outcome is that the captain fell into madness and became a believer of the devil. Despair is spreading. Inside Jasmine House. Today is Jasmine's 4th time to go to the front line to resist monsters. As soon as she returned to the house, her body was so tired that she completely softened and fell to Subei. Hug. Jasmine's eyes were slightly bright, and her movements were crisp and clear. Subei retreated without thinking, and took out a set of Jasmine's clean clothes and threw them over. Wash it. It's all sweaty. Jasmine blushed, lowered her head to look at the beads of sweat hanging on her neck, wiped them randomly, hummed a few words, took her clothes, and went to the bathroom. It was still thunderstorm weather, and the rain outside the boat was roaring. But the sound of the shower was like bamboo shoots in the thunderstorm, which could not be extinguished. The sound of the shower kept falling, and a few soft hums came from the bathroom, igniting an invisible fire in this not-so-empty room. Subei was leaning on the bed and thinking, but was soon disturbed by the sound of the shower and lost his mind. So he stood up and planned to take this opportunity to go to Lilizi's room. It's a good time to discuss countermeasures. Perhaps Jasmine heard the noise. And suddenly there was a little noise in the bathroom. Mr. Subei, do you know about the ghost ship? I have heard about it, but I don't know. Subei stopped and looked towards the bathroom from time to time, staring at the wall in front of the bathroom, and fell into silence. It is said that it is a terrible power. It is said that this ship is a kind of law power between the tangible and the intangible. It will only show its entity when it touches the hull. It usually remains in a virtual state, and no force can affect its movement. I see. Subei nodded. Mr. Subei. Emily suddenly called out softly again, because the voice was so soft. It was almost covered by the sound of rain. So Subei moved closer and frowned and asked, "What's the matter? Mr. Subei, do you have any solution?" Subei shook his head, thinking that Emily couldn't see his movements. So he calmly replied, "Not yet." The closer they got, the stronger the sound of rain, like drip drip, knocking on Subei's head, making Subei's head dizzy. "Hey, what should I do?" Swish. Subei's body froze instantly. The door opened. Emily had some foam on her head. Half of her shoulders were exposed. And she had a pair of beautiful eyes. The eyes were slightly curved, full of worry. And she didn't notice how scary her movements were at the moment. Mr. Subei, will we win this time? Emily looked extremely nervous. Yes. Yes. Subei stuttered in reply and quickly turned his head to the wall. With a swoosh, the door was closed very quickly and forcefully. In the bathroom, Jasmine buried her face in the towel and leaned against the wall. She seemed to be frightened by her own bold action and uttered a soft woo-woo sound, which lasted for 10 minutes. After squatting for a long time, Jasmine gradually got used to it. But she was still too ashamed to control herself. So she wrapped her head tightly with the towel. Unconsciously, the bubbling steam was floating through the towel towards the ceiling, burning the towel in an instant. After a while, Jasmine slowly raised her head from the towel. The erect hair had already drooped, half deadly hanging on her shy face. Jasmine raised her head and looked at herself in the mirror with misty eyes. She fell into silence for a long time. After a long while, Jasmine shook her head up and down, as if she was getting familiar with this slightly unfamiliar body. Then she squeezed out a very soft voice from her throat. Stupid. 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 You are too brave. Chapter 437. A bloody murder caused by a lollipop. Subei really didn't know whether he would win or not, because the ghost ship was still a little far away from the Lilizi. It was hard to tell how strong the other party was, but it was hard to say whether it was strong or not. Fortunately, Subei left early and left the house when Jasmine closed the door, and turned to walk towards Lilizi's room. 2 rooms. 2 extremes. If the atmosphere in Jasmine's room could be described as warm and peaceful, then this place was a mess. Let me go! I asked you to let go of my evil beast bat. I will kick this blue-haired beast to death today. She actually dared to steal my most beloved lollipop. That's something I've kept for 1,000 years. Lynn stepped on Lilizi's face with one foot, propped up the bed with one foot, held the lollipop stick with both hands, and tried her best to take out the lollipop that Lilizi had put in her mouth. No matter how hard Shitai and Badong behind her tried, they couldn't separate the two. What are you talking about? I hid it under my pillow. This is the lollipop I hid in my room. Lilizi's eyes were blazing with fire. She held the lollipop tightly in her mouth, and her feet were pressed against Lin's chin, refusing to let go. If you kick me again, I will be angry. Let go! You bastard. You sleep in bed like you were fighting every day. Last night, you kicked me out and slept on my pillow. Besides, who allowed you to lick my lollipop? Lin was furious. She hooked the lollipop with her right big toe and index finger and tried to pull it hard, but failed. She decided to fight to the death and stuffed her toes into Lilizi's mouth. Don't lick it. Don't lick it anymore. You bastard. Let me go! However, Lilizi used her height advantage to forcefully press against Lin's chin, making it difficult for Lin to move her right foot forward. The scene fell into a stalemate. It can be seen that Badong and Shitai were both anxious and sweating, not knowing how to stop the anxious battle between the two gods. At this time, Subei came. Subei fell into silence as soon as he entered the door. He once thought that he might have opened the door in the wrong way, so he closed the door and opened it again. Evil beast. I think you are looking for death. Asshole. You have angered a lion. You are finished. Subei was stunned for a moment, walked to the bedside, looked at the two people's anxious, inconsistent and tight postures, and for a moment he was at a loss as to where to start. So he sighed and looked inside along the gap in the bedside. A hint of yellowish color came through the gap. Subei was stunned and reached out to take it out. This is an old lollipop. There is no date on it, and there is no qualified factory label. It is definitely not a product that can be purchased in this era. Even the packaging bag is a shoddy plastic wrapping paper, and there is no technique in the packaging style. It seems to be wrapped randomly, and there are faint bulges. The syrup inside had melted a little, turning the round outline of the lollipop into a bumpy shape. You can see how cheap this lollipop is. Perhaps 1 copper coin can buy more than 10 of these products. Subei raised the lollipop and pointed it at the sun. He was a little dazed for a moment. He didn't recognize this lollipop. Before they left, buying a lollipop was just a matter of convenience for Subei, and he didn't care what the brand was or whether the lollipop was of good quality. But he was not stupid, so he recognized the lollipop. Bei calmly withdrew his gaze and inserted the lollipop between Lizzie and Lin. The two pairs of eyes that were confronting each other paused. So the scene became quiet. First, Lin quickly stopped her movements and let Lizzie insert her foot into her mouth without caring. She reached out her hand and snatched the lollipop from Bei and kicked it into her arms. Soon Lizzie noticed something was wrong. So she stopped her movements, felt the gentle toes, quickly pulled it out, and sat up from the bed. Lizzie looked at Lin, who seemed a little bit abnormal, blinked her eyes, stretched out her hand, and waved in front of her eyes. Hey, are you okay? I don't know if I wanted to insert it on purpose. I just didn't control my strength. What's wrong with you? Didn't you break it? Lizzie blinked her eyes, looked at Bei with a puzzled face, and fell into confusion. Bei didn't say anything, but sat on the edge of the bed and leaned slightly against Lin. But his eyes did not stay on Lin, but looked at the sea level that was being washed by the storm. Badong, who found the situation gradually weird, pulled Lashita's ear early and asked her to take him out and leave this place of trouble. Seeing the situation change from a hot atmosphere to an inexplicable cold atmosphere, Lizzie smiled very reluctantly and couldn't help but make a joke to ease the atmosphere. Look, I said I didn't eat your lollipop spicy. Besides, no matter how greedy Lizzie is, she won't eat something that looks suspicious spicy. That lollipop is obviously expired. It can't be eaten. You just wronged me. You have to apologize. But I accidentally put my foot in your mouth later, and I'm a little embarrassed. Let's cancel each other out. There's no need to be unhappy. Lizzie's jokes had a certain effect. Lin rarely reacted and pursed her lips. No smile. No apology. No tit-for-tat words. Expired? Really? Even the candy? After that, Lizzie was speechless. She opened her mouth slightly, stammering and unable to say a word. She quickly pulled Bei's sleeve and blinked very quickly. Bei looked back and saw Lin looked a little lost. So he reached out to touch Lin's head. But he was avoided. Perhaps the pretended intimacy would disgust even the person being helped. Lin knew that Bei's kindness to her was essentially the same as that of his predecessor, Azura, and was mostly exploitation. Even if it was well-intentioned exploitation. But it happened to be that time. It happened to be me at that time. It happened to be me who was so disappointing. When Jasmine came back, the contrast between Bei and the past made Lin, who was originally extremely satisfied, feel a sense of gap in an instant. So that Lin felt a sense of depression in her chest and wanted to vent it out. Since you can pretend for a while, why can't you pretend for a lifetime? Lin didn't care how far Bei and Jasmine had developed. She only cared whether Bei cared about her, and just wanted to be a little closer. That's all. Chapter 438. Bei's remedial decision. Faced with such a situation, Bei has his own set of action guidelines. Specifically, he forcibly pulled the lollipop out of Lizzie's mouth, and then roughly inserted it into Lin's mouth, raping the brains of the two with abstract actions, creating a kind of incomplete beauty that can cause brain short circuits. So the picture turned into a dazed and confused Lizzie and a depressed emo Lin, and turned into a dazed and confused Lin and a depressed emo Lizzie. My lollipop. My lollipop. My lollipop. After 3 wails, Lizzie instantly fell into great sadness and could not extricate herself. Is Lizzie's happiness unimportant? At this time, Bei's hand could rest on Lin's head to comfort this crazy pink-haired lowly. What are you thinking about? Bei asked calmly. Lin's eyebrows slightly raised, with a little complaint in her eyes, and she rushed in with extremely violent means to start the fight. So uncle, what do you think of Lin? Friends, Bei replied calmly. You're lying. You're just a very useful tool. Right? Lin quickly retorted. You only think of it when you need it, and throw it aside when you don't need it. When you don't need it, you don't even think about contacting it? Do you treat your friends in this way? Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Bei nodded. After listening to Lin's words, Bei realized that his behavior was indeed like this. Apart from Jasmine, he seemed to pay little attention to the details of other people's lives. This unexpected answer made Lin blink her eyes in a daze, open her mouth and stammered, breathing in big gulps of air to relieve the short circuit in her brain. The words she had prepared for a long time were stuck in her throat. After a while, Lin's throat moved slightly, and she couldn't help laughing. She covered her stomach and trembled. and her shoulders kept twitching. Maybe she was so angry that she was a little unconscious. Really? I should have thought of it earlier. After all, he is an uncle. Hearing this, Lin raised her head and rubbed Su Bei's broad palm, and asked seriously, "Then is Lin still the uncle's master?" "No. I was pretending," Su Bei replied. "Does it count?" Lin asked again. "It can count." Su Bei nodded, but did not deny it. After all, it was something he promised, and it was not easy to go back on his word. Then Su Bei asked seriously again, "But don't you call me uncle?" Lin said without hesitation, "Let's talk about our own things. From now on, you call me master, and I call you uncle." Su Bei nodded. The picture was still, and the atmosphere solidified again, with only the inappropriate background sound. "My lollipop. My lollipop." Hearing this, Su Bei pointed at the lollipop on Lin's chest and asked on a whim, "By the way, why didn't you eat it at that time? It's closer to you than you are. If I eat it, Lin will have nothing." Lin's slightly arrogant words reminded Su Bei of his half-sister, who only existed in his imagination. "Can I buy more?" Su Bei searched his pockets and took out a can of goddess tears. He rarely said a few more words. "This is very valuable. You can exchange it for gold coins to buy lollipops. Remember to go to the official Adventurers Association. The price is affordable, and many people are rushing to exchange." Lin fell silent again. She glanced at Li Lizzie, who was immersed in a fantasy world, then looked down at the can in Su Bei's hand, and finally thought of the 10,000 taels of gold placed in front of the sacrificial statue in her own kingdom that no one cared about. A bit suffocated, so Lin was angry and laughed again. "Uncle, you really..." Lin hesitated to speak. Suddenly, Lin's mind flashed with inspiration, as if she realized something. And suddenly, she stepped on the ground and created a death field with extremely terrifying power. She planned to observe Su Bei from the soul level. Could it be that the uncle's incomplete part of the soul is related to IQ? Very likely. Maybe it's emotional? Can't see. Absolutely can't see. Lin frowned, sighed, then retracted the field. Secretly made a new decision. Instead of explaining the logic to Su Bei, it is better to please Jasmine. Implement a roundabout way to save the country, and fulfill expectations. As for why Lin had to do this, it was probably because of obsession. For Lin, feelings are a very thin thing. The stronger the strength, the weaker the feelings, and what is involved later is more about the exchange of interests. But Lin is different. Her obsession before ascending to godhood was too heavy, which led to her being particularly close to Su Bei. But this closeness has no necessary relationship with feelings. It's just a simple desire for closeness. Lin was sincerely happy about the reunion between the uncle and Jasmine. But being ignored inevitably made Lin dissatisfied. "Actually, just talking is enough," Lin suddenly said. Hearing this, Su Bei cast a calm gaze at Lin's slightly lonely eyes, looked into her eyes, and nodded very seriously. Then he pursed his lips and smiled slightly. "Just talking. Of course." Before Lin could speak, Su Bei took the initiative to invite. "By the way, New Year's Eve. Let's spend it together." There was a long silence. Only the sudden rain fell on the boat board, knocking on it with sporadic sounds. "Okay." At this moment, the two of them noticed Li Lizzie with gray eyes. "My lollipop. My lollipop." At this time, Su Bei forcibly pulled the lollipop out of Lin's mouth and inserted it into Li Lizzie's mouth again, scoring twice. "Ah!" Li Lizzie's hair stood up instantly. Her eyes lit up, and she licked the lollipop. It was like an inflatable doll with a battery inserted, suddenly full of power. Seeing this, Lin couldn't hold back any longer and kicked Su Bei's head hard. "You evil disciple. You're going too far." Su Bei raised his hand and grabbed Lin's right foot, and started a fight with Lin. At this point, the uncle filter created by Su Bei was completely shattered. During the fight, Lin's eyes blinked slightly when she looked at Su Bei. There was a little more obscure sight, and a little less attachment. In a trance, the image of the uncle was stripped away from Su Bei. "I always feel empty in my heart. But it seems that this is not bad." Chapter 439 about the ghost ship. The wind and rain were blowing, and the rain was pouring. The monsters were still ramming the Releasy, day and night. And at night, the leader at the moment was Numa, one of the 4 permanent demigods recruited. It can be seen that Numa had just experienced a great battle. And at this moment, his body was stained with bloody fighting spirit. His right hand holding the spear was shaking constantly, and he was panting weakly, preparing to rotate. The pressure was great. Even the demigods felt tired. But this is just the beginning of entering the strange sea. December 7th. The atmosphere inside the ship has changed. The distance between the ghost ship and the real Easy is visibly close. The broken chessboard on it can be seen fluttering in the wind. The hull hidden in the mist has emerged a little outline. The bottom of the ship is floating on the sea level, as if floating in the air. And it is heading straight for the real Easy. Now it can be confirmed that the ghost ship's target is the real Easy. Looking at this situation, it will not take 3 days for the two ships to collide. The crew members were in an uproar and had a heated discussion. What if we speed up? It's useless. It will keep the same speed. The result is already determined. We will be like other cruise ships in history. We will be easily crushed by this ship. All the crew members will return to the sea and be powerless to resist. Does anyone know why it locked onto us? Who knows? There are reasons for dogs to bite people. It won't just bite for no reason. Right? What the hell are you looking for? Please, demigod. However, it was not just the Tianju who was confused and panicked. The demigods were also anxious like a little girl in a small dark room. And they were about to be taught a lesson and run away. In the command room, Duke Gloucester slammed the table and shouted seriously, "What are you thinking about? Give me some advice." There was silence for a long while. At this time, the demon clan leader Tian Maluo raised his index finger. I have a space-based demigod skill for group displacement. But the purpose is difficult to control. If necessary, we can go first on the main ship. Beast King Zul'jin shaked his head. No. There are too many dangerous places in the weird sea. If we land on a certain God War site, we will be torn apart by the space turbulence before we land. I mean, we should all take our own means to lead people home. This journey is too difficult, and it is not suitable to continue. Everyone was silent. The Lich King raised his hand to show his agreement. He had just received news not long ago that the Dragon God War site that he had helped to plan had been missed. And he had lost the possibility of going further. So there was no need to board the ship. Now the undead can prepare to evacuate at any time. The elf Weiwei raised her hand and gave a new opinion. I think there is no need for everyone to be so pessimistic. Don't you all have something to hide? I don't think there's any need to keep it back now. What do you think? The atmosphere gradually became strange. To be honest, the Queen of our Elves is on this ship. Leah took the initiative to drop a bombshell, opening the curtain of transcendental assistance. I think you all know the power of rules that she controls. She knows everything that happens on the ship. Starting tomorrow, she will organize a team to personally explore the secrets of the ghost ship. I hope everyone will stop hiding things. Call someone. Everyone has their own discussions. And Su Bei is no exception. Inside Li Lizi's house. At this moment, Su Bei started a round table meeting. In addition to Su Bei, there were Jasmine, Li Lizi, Lin, Badong, and Shi Tai who served tea and water. Originally, Su Bei did not call Jasmine, because the power level involved in the ghost ship is too high. There is no need for Jasmine to participate. But when Jasmine reached out and grabbed Su Bei's clothes, calling him Mr. Su Bei all the time, with her eyes blinking and her lips pursed with a smile, Su Bei really couldn't bear to refuse. Because of this, Su Bei often thinks about one thing. He can't bear it. Is it because Jasmine's affinity with monsters also works on him? Maybe. It can't be because he is kind. Su Bei convinced himself and led Jasmine to Li Lizi's house. Because the table and chairs brought were too formal. They were normal adult styles. So when the others sat down, only a piece of blue hair and the top of Jasmine's forehead were exposed on the table. As for Lin, it's not even as high as the table. Not to mention Badong. It was too small to sit on a chair. So it flew directly to the table. It sat down directly. But this caused a new problem. Because of its action, it looked like a fresh dish. So Badong called Shitai and asked her to sit on the chair. And he sat on her head to pretend to be a contestant. Lin simply floated up, without touching the ground, so that she could barely stick out her head. Then supported the table with both hands. And then nodded. Li Lizi put her omniscience coat on her, but to pretend to be tall. Jasmine straightened her body, her big black eyes moving around. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su Bei nodded and officially started the meeting. Although the candidates for this meeting looked like playing house, and there was no serious atmosphere at all, It is undeniable that the quality of this meeting was extremely high. Su-Bei took the lead in opening the topic and opened the prelude of the meeting. Do you have anything to say about the ghost ship? Hearing this, Badong patted Shitai's arm, motioning her to raise her hand. And with a serious expression, he told her what he was thinking. I have heard of ghost ships. There was a record of ghost ships in recent history. That was after the ancient war of gods, when the ancient evil spirits invaded. Among them, a quasi-god named Roger, who had the qualifications to ascend to godhood, fought with evil gods from outer space. In the end, his body collapsed and he died. His resentment was not dissipated, and he was unwilling to give up. His power characteristics manifested, and he fell to the ground, forming this ghost ship, because the existence of the quasi-god is too against the will of heaven. Its body and soul are dead, but not rigid. And over time, this ghost ship was formed. This power of transformation from virtual to real is Roger's characteristic power, which has formed a preliminary order, and is very difficult to crack. Even the quasi-god will find it very difficult. Su-Bei's breathing became a little heavier. After thinking for a while, he asked again, quasi-gods, pseudo-gods, and gods all control the power of order. So where's the difference? Chapter 440 No Appointment. Badong was silent. Although he understood, he was a transcendent after all, so he didn't understand it too well. So he threw this question to the others present. Its authority, Lin suddenly said, quasi-god, or near-god, is the only realm after transcendence? Because pseudo-gods and gods are essentially the same realm. To enter the realm of quasi-god, the power specification that needs to be understood is the power of order. So order is the threshold for transcendence to enter quasi-god. But the threshold may also be the end, because this order is likely to be controlled by others. Which means that there is already a god at the end of this path. At the end of an order path, there cannot be two gods at the same time. So false gods were born. This is the most helpless choice for quasi-gods after reaching the end of the existing order. These quasi-gods have found another way to transform their power into other orders of the same attribute, thereby stealing part of the authority of the gods, becoming false gods, sitting on the kingdom of God, and bursting out the power to crush the quasi-gods. But this also means that they have no chance to become gods. I think the reason why Badong is reluctant to become a quasi-god is because he doesn't want to turn blood into order, and completely cut off his path to becoming a god. After hearing this, Badong nodded silently. He is proud, so he didn't become a quasi-god. But he is also sad, because there are living gods above his head. This is not only Badong's sadness, but also the sadness of all the descendants of mythology. Because from ancient times to the present, there has never been a case of a descendant of mythology finding another way, and successfully entering other paths to becoming gods. It's very complicated, but very intuitive. This is also the reason for the competition between the former Ashura and Lin. The road competes, and the winner becomes a god. Su-Bei sighed, took back the topic, and asked again, do you have any clues about why the ghost ship is targeting us? Hearing this, Lin, Li Lizi, and Badong looked at Su-Bei at the same time. Su-Bei was stunned, and easily associated it with the possibility of fate reckoning, and was completely speechless. Jasmine, said Hei, blinked her eyes, and shook her head and looked around in confusion. What's going on? It's okay. Su-Bei raised his hand to hold Jasmine's moving head, patted it gently, then turned to the round table and asked, is there a solution? Call me Dad. Badong raised his index finger and gave a reasonable suggestion. This scared Shitai so much that his body began to tremble. The premise is that you fulfill your promise first. This is a point to Su-Bei. Su-Bei's eyes calmly skipped Badong and turned to Lin and Li Lizi with a skilled action. This simple action made Badong furious. I'm going to eat people. I'm going to eat people when I'm angry. I'm angry. Your mother! Badong yelled angrily, crying and making a fuss, and was about to say some vicious words to threaten. But in the next second, the voice stopped abruptly. Be good. Mr. Su-Bei will not break his promise. And I will definitely do what I promised you in the future. Molly touched Badong's head and tamed him. By the way, she calmed down the trembling Shitaidu. At this time, Lin raised her index finger and gave a reasonable suggestion. What's the matter? I'm here. No matter if he is a spirit or a transformation of reality. A slap can wipe him out and sink him into death. It's a good suggestion. But it won't just be the ghost ship that will be destroyed. It's estimated that the entire Lilizi and half of the strange sea will be reduced to ashes with Lin's arrival. What else? Su Bei asked again. Lin shook her head. Finally, Su Bei's eyes stopped on Lilizi. Lilizi's expression was a little embarrassed. Embarrassed means that there are some ideas, but they are not easy to implement. You say. Lilizi thought about it, and gave her own answer based on the picture described in her memory. The essence of the ghost ship is actually the heroic spirit. This sentence ended the topic. There was a long silence afterwards. Heroic spirit. Heroic spirit. We have a direction. We have to find Furin. No wonder Lilizi is so confused. Su Bei's contact with Jasmine has already brought about a fateful reckoning, causing many difficulties. If he contacts Luminera again, things will probably become more difficult, and the reckoning will be more intense. You should know that there are 7 incredible rumors about the strange sea, and the ghost ship is just one of them. So is there any way to avoid Luminera? Arrest Furin alone, and communicate with her? An arc of light flashed across, and Su Bei suddenly had an idea in his mind. He took out the omniscient code from his pocket and opened the first page. He looked at the invincible Dessert King on it and blinked. December 8th. Noon. In Luminera room. After busy cooking porridge, Xiaomi Zhou returned to the room. After opening the door, he was stunned and tilted his head in confusion. Everyone. Where are they? At this moment, there was only one person left in the room, and it was Fulian. Everyone is busy. This rhythm of life has lasted for several days. Luminera still went out early and came back late, as if she had something on her mind and had not yet let it go. Elena had been very active recently, and they didn't know what she was doing. Not to mention the feather pen, which came and went without a trace, and there was no trace of it at all. At this moment, Fulian was lying on the bed, drawing something very quickly with a pen, making a click writing sound. Seeing Fulian's appearance, Xiaomi Zhou was a little worried and slowly approached Fulian's bed. Recently, the goblins have been very active. It is said that they have sold a lot of communication software, and a new way of chatting has been derived from this. And new scams such as online chatting, online dating, and online gambling and online loans have been born. Could it be that Fulian was infected with this? Thinking of this, Xiaomi Zhou was in no mood to drink porridge. He climbed onto Fulian's bed and asked softly, "Drink porridge?" With a swish, Fulian quickly covered her quilt with the remaining pages of her omniscient code, and pulled her collar nervously. "What are you doing?" Xiaomi Zhou reached out and forcefully pulled Fulian's quilt, and found a piece of paper from it. The chat content on the first page is as follows. Organizer, hello. Invincible Dessert King, I am. Organizer, meet. Invincible Dessert King, if you want to use hidden rules, I will not agree. I hope you can tell me the reason first. Organizer, Xiaomi Zhou did not read any further, because her diploma only allowed her to understand the first 2 lines. But this is enough, because online dating, online gambling, and online loans all start with you. Actually, it's nothing. Fulian smiled a little flustered. You got involved in online dating? Xiaomi Zhou looked serious, and glared at Fulian with a look of disappointment. No, this is a necessary measure to solve the dilemma. Without waiting for Fulian to explain, Xiaomi Zhou slammed the bedboard hard, pressed Fulian hard, grabbed Fulian's collar and asked, "Do you know what the consequences are of being addicted to online chatting?" The idiot next door was cheated of 10 gold coins, jumped into the sea, and committed suicide. Now, he was rescued, not dead, and is crying every day, trying to save, borrow money, online love, and being cheated again. No, I don't allow you to have an online relationship. Xiaomi Zhou exaggerated action frightened Fulian. Fulian blinked, then pulled out the paper Xiaomi Zhou was holding, opened the chat history, and scrolled to the last 2 lines. Organizer, ghost ship is a heroic spirit. Did you know? Xiaomi Zhou squinted his eyes, looked at it for a long time but didn't understand. So he slid his eyes down and saw the last line. Fulian, ? We can meet. Come to my room. Xiaomi Zhou understood this sentence. The beginning of the story is, hello. The middle of the story is, come to my room. It is obvious that this is a hookup. So Xiaomi Zhou got angry and bit Fulian's shoulder to prevent Fulian from falling into danger. No. Hookup. Not allowed. Fulian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said unhappily, who would hook up? You stupid cat. Chapter 441, he is the one who can make an appointment. Since Luminera may come back at any time, Su Bei decided to meet in Jasmine House. Inside Jasmine House, after Su Bei and Fulian had a simple online chat, he turned his head slightly and glanced at Jasmine, who was peeking at him from a very close distance. He leaned back a little and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Hee. I have this piece of paper too. Why doesn't Mr. Su Bei chat with Jasmine usually? As she said that, Jasmine took out another page of the omniscient code from her pocket and waved it in the air. I forgot, Su Bei said perfunctorily. It was not perfunctory, because Jasmine could tell that Su Bei was telling the truth. After chatting online, Su Bei informed Jasmine, Fulian will come to the room later. I don't have a deep impression of Fulian. It seems that my memory has not recovered completely. Jasmine responded distressedly. It's okay. I will get familiar with her. I mean, I need a hug to stimulate my memory. A hug. Jasmine's zero-frame hand action made Su Bei unable to avoid it. So he could only hang his dead fish eyes and watch Jasmine's face gradually approaching, and a pair of hands wrapped around his neck. Feeling the soft, jelly-like skin rubbing against his face, Su Bei's body began to heat up, and he blushed involuntarily. Jasmine is 16 years old. Jasmine is 16 years old. Su Bei chanted a spell of abstinence and raised his hand to grab Jasmine's hair to control her transgression. Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei. No. This is not allowed. Sensitive. Very sensitive. Body. No strength. Loosen. The limiter is about to open. Su Bei felt his limbs suddenly soften. And then he broke free from Jasmine's embrace, immediately lifted her up by her armpits, and placed her safely on the bed. Then he looked into her slightly pink, soft and misty eyes, looking at the anger that was squeezed out of her pupils with difficulty, and the mist that occupied most of the pupils. Su Bei calmly turned his face away and coughed. Perhaps he had a change of heart, and realized that this action was too stimulating to Jasmine. So he said to make amends, Fulian will be here soon. You can come later. Jasmine shyly hid in the quilt. Her soft body was powerless at this moment. She had to crawl into the quilt with difficulty, revealing her head to secretly look at Su Bei. Her head was dizzy. It can be imagined that Jasmine was now a Lolita at the mercy of others. If Mr. Su Bei wanted to do anything, she would have no way to resist. If it was Mr. Su Bei, what would he do? The girl's wild thoughts were naturally just wild thoughts. Of course, Su Bei would not do anything to Jasmine, but sat on the chair, thinking about the steps to be taken when discussing with Fulian later. After that, it was a long wait. Just wait for Fulian to deliver the goods, and then take action after discussion. Corridor. Fulian followed the map drawn on the omniscient code and walked towards Jasmine's room. Xiao Mizhou followed on her left. At this moment, Xiao Mizhou rarely drank porridge, but covered his forehead with the thing that drank porridge, staring at Fulian with full concentration, fearing that she would do something excessive. Xiao Mizhou didn't believe Fulian's nonsense, so he had to follow her no matter what, and supervised her meeting with netizens throughout the process. It's just a normal online meeting. Besides, I'm not a casual person who would go on a date. Fulian sighed and reiterated to Zayamizu, I won't listen. Zayamizu shook her head and continued, next door. Crew. Online love. Being cheated. I know. Fulian interrupted calmly, then pressed her right hand on the door and pushed it open. We're here. You can take a look for yourself. It's definitely not what you said. The door opened. The situation in the room is hard to describe. Specifically, a man sat on a chair, looking like a thoughtful person who had entered the sage mode after meeting someone, and a cute girl curled up on the bed with a silly smile on her face, a completely unnatural pink, feeling a little strange. Hearing the door open, the man in the room raised his head slightly, then showed a very stiff smile. You're here. Fulian's explanation came to an abrupt end, and she threw her right hand hard. I'm wrong. Bang. With a sound, before Xiao Mizhou could see what was going on inside the door, Fulian closed it. Why? Xiao Mizhou asked in confusion. You're not going in. Netizens. Not handsome. Car accident? No. Fulian took a deep breath and shook her head calmly. Nothing. Let's go back to the house. Fulian didn't continue to talk. Her expression was calm, and she seemed unmoved. But her red ears clearly meant that things were not as simple as she said. The scene seemed to be just as Xiaomi Zhou said. Damn. She was underage. Right? She was definitely underage. And that girl looked familiar. Could she be Princess Fran? People can't. At least shouldn't. How can they be so chaotic? And Fu Yan's face turned redder. And her legs trembled unnaturally. There was already one on the bed. But that guy wanted to make another one. What was he doing? What was he doing? This is intolerable. I will definitely report it to the management. Fu Yan's strange behavior aroused Xiaomi Zhou's interest. So Xiaomi Zhou turned his back and opened the door. Wait, Fu Yan hurriedly shouted. Don't be impulsive. This is not a hookup scene. The scene was quiet. Xiaomi Zhou did not rush up and stab the man as Fu Yan thought. Instead, he froze. After a while, Xiaomi Zhou's pupils stood up, blinked, and nodded. It's him. Really? You can hook up? Huh? Fu Yan tilted her head. Chapter 442 Ghost Ship Owner. It was indeed a contract. And a physical contract. But not a contract in the traditional sense. Specifically, Xiaomi Zhou wanted to eat people. She didn't really want to eat. But her instinct drove Xiaomi Zhou to be a little curious about the strange man in front of her, and wanted to capture him for her own enjoyment. This time, she would not allow herself to let the prey escape. Xiaomi Zhou leaned forward slightly, and took a fighting stance. Her vertical pupils swept away, leaving only a little in her sight. Behind her, a phantom of a 9-life cat with 4 paws on the ground appeared. And the eyes of the real body and the phantom were both locked. This lock point is Su Bei. The domain is unfolding. The law of the wild is activated the moment the action is made. And Xiaomi Zhou is like a fully drawn bowstring. Ready to go. Can't make an appointment. Fu Yan hurriedly grabbed Xiaomi Zhou's hand, scolded to stop, and shook her head seriously. Xiaomi Zhou didn't respond, but kept moving. Muscles tensed, moved, bang, bounced on the ground. It was a line, cutting the void into 2 sides. Only the arc light dragged a touch of red light, approaching Su Bei at supersonic speed. This touch of red is Fu Yan's hair color. From this action, it can be seen that Xiaomi Zhou not only wants to make an appointment, but also wants to bring Fu Yan with him. What a sin. Fu Yan sighed dully. Xiaomi Zhou stretched out his claws and grabbed Su Bei's collar, which was within reach. But the next second, the finger had stopped on Xiaomi Zhou's forehead and touched it lightly. The action was frozen. Xiaomi Zhou was stunned, and subconsciously said and blinked confusedly, obviously not realizing when the finger appeared on his forehead. So what will he do in the next second? Instinct drove Xiaomi Zhou to predict the action. But the prediction was useless, because the snap of the fingers had become an established fact. Bang. With a sound, Su Bei's fingers snapped at the same frequency, and the speed of his hand was 1 point faster than Xiaomi Zhou. Xiaomi Zhou felt a headache, and then her body controlled to fly backwards. She looked at Su Bei and her pupils getting farther and farther away, with a confused and lost expression. It was not only her body that flew away, but also the food that was about to be eaten. Xiaomi Zhou cried out in pain, fell on the bed, rolled upside down, and kept making pain with Fu Yan, who was holding hands, waiting for exclamation. He was immediately wrapped in the quilt. This scene moved people to tears. I never thought that Xiaomi Zhou would not forget to pull Fu Yan along even when he suffered, and would not let go of his tightly clenched hands. The rolling stopped. Xiaomi Zhou raised his head and blinked in confusion. Huh? Jasmine exclaimed, hugged a large mass of strange soft meat, and looked confused. This is terrible. Fu Yan sighed, covering her face with her hands, not daring to imagine how terrible the scene would be. There was a commotion of ping ping pong pong, and the 3 girls on the bed fell into silence in a messy posture. Jasmine looked at the millet porridge that rolled into a ball in her arms and blinked. Millet porridge looked at the 2 slender legs on her shoulders and blinked. Fu Yan lay flat on the bed, not even paying attention to the hem of her skirt that was about to fall down, and fell into deep thought. She was thinking about what people live for, and what kind of death is considered death. Is social death considered death? The field of vision was moving back and forth, and the picture was frozen. Then, a slight movement broke the silent atmosphere. Slurp. Specifically, Xiaomi Zhou couldn't help it, stretched out his pink tongue, and licked Jasmine. Jasmine was shocked, blinking her eyes very quickly, and exclaimed in a daze. Slurp. So Xiaomi Zhou licked it again. And no, this is not okay. Is this heaven? Oh no. It's too bad. 10 minutes later. So Mr. Su Bei contacted Lian Lian? Of course. Although the name of the invincible dessert king is very rustic, my cooking skills are quite good. She can't make porridge. Xiaomi Zhou interrupted sarcastically. Emily also likes to make desserts. When you have time, you can try to make delicious food together. Maybe you can create amazing food. I'm honored. The three girls sat on the bed and had a daily conversation, enjoying themselves. It can be seen that the relationship between the few people is quite harmonious. After all, Jasmine often visits Luminera. If you forget the embarrassing scene 10 minutes ago. Fortunately, Jasmine's social skills are top-notch. She easily turned the incident over and then introduced the key topic. By the way, Lian Lian came here today because there is something important to be solved. Right? What is it? Jasmine smiled at Su Bei, just throwing questions everywhere, and handed the home court to the other party. Yes, the companions on the ship are very distressed because of the ghost ship. I was invited here according to the agreement to discuss the ghost ship. So, Lian turned her gaze to Su Bei and calmly asked the confusion in her heart. This gentleman, who looks very perverted. Is what you said true? Wait, why is it perverted? Su Bei had some doubts in his mind, but he did not ask the question. Instead, he got to the point and nodded. Maybe you can communicate with a heroic spirit. So I want you to try? Lian cast a strange look at Su Bei, was silent for a moment, and sighed. Okay. Although I don't know why you know that I can communicate with the heroic spirit, but I have received your request. I will give it a try. I saw Lian put her hands together, put her fingers together, closed her eyes, and uttered obscure words. I am the master of the Hall of Heroes. Listen to my call. Soul, spirit, consciousness, and eyes, gather towards me. I am willing to use this world's compensation as a bargaining chip in exchange for your help. If you are the owner of the ghost ship, please come to me. The chanting ended. After a while, the wind and the sea were calm. Lian seemed to have expected this scene a long time ago, and she spread her hands and sighed. That's why. Why is it ineffective? Su Bei pondered, and then thought of a possibility. So he gave a new suggestion. His name is Roger, and this place used to be a place where he fought against the evil spirits from outside the domain. Use these 2 points as a guide, and try again. Lian nodded. Okay. This is the last time. Communicating with a heroic spirit is a very tiring thing. This time, she heard it. First, there was the sound of wind. Then there were waves. Then, there was only the bloody battlefield in front of her. She saw the back of the lonely figure standing in the battlefield, with his back to all living beings, stopping the evil god from outside the domain with one hand, and not retreating a single step. That was a quasi-god. Chapter 443, What is Too Much to Ask? After a long time, Lian slowly opened her eyes, sighed, and was speechless. What's the matter? Su Bei asked. Lian shook her head, rubbed her temples, and told the clues. I heard Roger's long-cherished wish. He was unwilling to do anything during his lifetime, which led to his soul not dispersing, and his quasi-god body could not be erased by nature. Over time, such a strange natural landscape was formed. In fact, it was just a phenomenon that the power of order was wandering in the world and refused to leave. He is actually seeking help from someone with a predestined relationship, but his power is too strong. So anything that touches the ship is easily crushed, and he cannot escape. So as long as his wish is fulfilled and his resentment is appeased, the natural phenomenon of the ghost ship will disappear. What is his long-cherished wish? Jasmine asked hurriedly. There are 2, but they can be counted as one. Fleen held up 2 fingers. One is that he wants someone to take away his inheritance, which is a small path leading to the order of space, called virtualization, which can place oneself in both virtual and real places. After understanding and penetrating, one can avoid any killing moves and not fear any gods. Second, he left a child in the world, and he wants to meet the child's descendants to make up for his regrets. And the prerequisite for the first point is the second point. In other words, as long as his descendants are found, he can pass on the inheritance. In this way, he can die with his eyes closed and his soul will disperse on his own. Hey, Uncle Roger is also very pitiful. Why don't we help him? Molly looked at Su Bei and blinked. It's difficult. Su Bei shook his head calmly. There are only 2 days left before the ghost ship hits. There is not enough time. Besides, how can we identify who his bloodline is? He did give away. Hearing this, Fu Yan responded immediately, but her brows slightly frowned, and it can be seen that she was very entangled in her heart, not knowing whether to say it out loud. Su Bei glanced around, looked at Xiaomi Zhou and Jasmine, then retracted his gaze, frowned and asked, "Is there anything you can't say?" "It's not like that." Fu Yan hesitated. Say it. Say it. It's come to this point. We won't let it go if you don't say it out." Jasmine held Fu Yan's hand, her eyes wide open as she leaned closer to her face. Seeing this, Fu Yan leaned closer to Jasmine's ear and whispered something softly. Then Jasmine's cheeks became visibly red. Her hair stood up instantly, and she screamed loudly. "Huh? This? What should I do?" Jasmine's face turned red. Her hands squeezed involuntarily, and her eyes turned to Su Bei's eyes, hesitant to speak. "What's going on?" Su Bei frowned and asked. Lilian said that Roger's descendants have unique appearance characteristics. This is a mark that can't be removed no matter what. It is a birthmark that is born with them. Then, Jasmine also hesitated, mustered up her courage, and suddenly lost her temper. In the end, she really couldn't say it out loud. So she looked at Fu Yan and blinked, kicked the ball back. Su Bei fell into confusion. "It's just a birthmark. What's wrong with talking about it? Could it be that the shape of the birthmark is too abstract and difficult to talk about?" At this time, Xiaomi Zhou, who was eavesdropping on the side, nodded and said without hesitation, "A peach blossom. Is the birthmark a peach blossom?" Su Bei repeated and murmured, then fell into thought, searching his memory to see if there was such a person. It is indeed rare. Then what is the specific location? Buttocks. Xiaomi Zhou started from 0 frame, posed a posture of pulling apart, and the action was directed to the most core position. Fu Yan sweated profusely, opened her mouth slightly, and then grabbed Xiaomi Zhou, covering her mouth tightly, with a look of shock on her face. Su Bei was silent, but his eyes were uncontrollably sweeping up towards Jasmine's thighs. Jasmine's face was flushed to the roots behind her ears. She picked up the quilt and threw it out, jumped up and covered Su Bei's head with force, and then pressed him hard to the ground, roaring very hard. Which boy would discuss such a place with 3 girls? And, stupid, Mr. Su Bei, where are you looking at? Same day, night, in Li Lizi's room. The only thing missing at night is Jasmine, who is now shy in the room, and it is estimated that she will not be able to recover for a while. The adult round table in the room was put away, and Su Bei and his friends sat face to face around the playhouse table and started a new round of discussion. Because the birthmark was in a very special place, it was not very elegant to discuss it. So Su Bei thought about it and went straight to the core of the topic. "Is there any way to see someone, but directly?" Su Bei asked calmly. Li Lizi was stunned, and her hand that was eating dessert trembled, and she quickly covered her butt. The fork fell to the ground with a ping pong, and she didn't pick it up. She opened her mouth slightly and blinked. This? Did the great devil Su Bei finally reveal his true nature? If you called us to a meeting to express this purpose, I will really control you," Li Lizi warned seriously. Badong was stunned, subconsciously raised his buttocks, and blinked in confusion. "What's the difficulty? If you want to see it, you can see it, right?" Shitai was stunned. His body began to tremble, wondering if this master had any bad taste. What should I do if he insisted on seeing it? But what else can I do except obey? I can't beat him, and I can't run away. Shitai trembled and said nothing. Sometimes I just want to call the police. Lin was stunned. Her eyes narrowed and widened, as if she was trying to figure out the logic behind Su Bei's words. But after thinking about it, Lin couldn't think of any logic. There is no way to argue for the uncle. Who else can dare to make such a request in front of a girl except a pervert? There is absolutely no other possibility. Could it be that the uncle's sexual fetish is in this kind of place? Lin carefully covered her buttocks and looked at Su Bei with extremely contemptuous eyes. Why can't the uncle ask this kind of question in a more private place? After a while, Su Bei saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong and explained seriously. Not just you. I mean everyone. Is there a way to see everyone's buttocks? This statement is simply against the sky. 3 women and 1 man cast extremely creepy eyes at the same time, as if they were looking at the biggest toilet in the new century. How to offend 4 people with 2 sentences. This is the charm of Su Bei's words. Chapter 444 Great. It's a swimsuit. It can be seen that with Su Bei's language organization ability, continuing to explain will only lead the topic into a ditch. And Su Bei will be labeled as a pervert from now on. And he will never be able to get rid of it in this life. So Su Bei called Dee Dee to chat. That is, Jasmine, to explain it to him through Jasmine mouth. A busy time. Jasmine blushed and explained with difficulty to Lin and Li Lizzie. And finally explained the whole story. The facts were revealed. And the truth was revealed. But for some reason, Su Bei always felt that the matter was not perfectly resolved. The main thing was that Li Lizzie and the others still looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. So you want to see my butt? I thought you wanted to see my butt. Li Lizzie narrowed her eyes, took a bite of dessert and a sip of juice, and seemed to not care about what happened just now. Lin hummed twice, but didn't say anything. Her eyes moved back and forth, and I don't know what she was thinking. Shi Tai was much calmer, gently stroking his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Badon was looking at his butt, and the bat's hairless feature was a benefit at this time, allowing him to easily see the parts of his body that he couldn't see normally through the mirror. Fortunately, he is not the son of the ghost ship owner, because he has no birthmark. But sadly, he found that he had hemorrhoids. Could it be because he didn't drink enough blood recently? The world is going downhill. It's really going downhill. He is the descendant of the myth, and he is the local emperor on the Bloody Island. He never thought that he would go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days after leaving home. For so long, he can only drink fish blood and never drink fresh blood. It's really fucked up. Thinking of this, Badong couldn't help crying, and subconsciously bit Shi Tai's white arm, and his fangs grew out and stuck his teeth into the blood vessels, intending to draw blood to replenish himself. But before he could take a sip, Jasmine reached out her hand. No, drinking blood is unhealthy. Drink this instead. Jasmine handed over a bottle of goat milk and a pacifier. Badong was silent, drinking goat milk silently, and shedding a few tears unconsciously. Why are you crying? Jasmine asked with concern. I am moved. So moved that I cried. What is going on with this happy and hard life? Jasmine smiled slightly and said nothing. She can see it. On the other side. So, we really need to check it out. After all, the ship is full of demons and heroes. So it's not surprising that anything happens. Li Lizzie nodded thoughtfully. Su Bei thought so too. The power of the demons and heroes was gathered on the Li Lizzie, and the fate was inevitable. Not to mention that there were descendants of the ghost ship owner on the ship. Even if there were descendants of myths, Su Bei thought it was a very normal thing. Hey! Jasmine tilted her head, obviously hearing the word Demon King. She puffed up her lips and blinked in confusion. Oh no! When was it exposed? Jasmine muttering was not light, but no one took it seriously at all. When reaching the realm of transcendence, the vision and the demigod have undergone earth-shaking changes. Transcendence itself is the incarnation of rules, and what it sees is naturally the information at the level of rules. In their eyes, Jasmine identity as a demon king is just like Jasmine lowly physique, which is something that can be seen at a glance. Unless Jasmine has also achieved transcendence, the secrets of her body can only be exposed in their eyes. About 10 minutes passed. Li Lizzie nodded, waved her hand to call everyone, and gave 2 game plans. The first one is to hold a soap picking competition. Then we can use the name of applying soap to take the opportunity to pull everyone apart and take a closer look. If necessary, we can use pupil skills to thoroughly investigate. Su Bei was silent for a while, and couldn't help asking, what does the doctor say about your behavior? The doctor should also see it. What if the ship's doctor happens to have a birthmark? Li Lizzie nodded, as a matter of course. Su Bei was silent again. On the side, Lin poked Li Lizzie's brain and said directly, Stupid donkey Lanao. This method is difficult to implement. Who would participate in such a stupid game? Do you think it will be attractive? You can draw a conclusion by putting yourself in the shoes of others. Would you participate in such a program yourself? Hearing this, Li Lizzie scratched her head embarrassedly. Ahaha. It's true. After all, this game is also a niche track in the fairy world. No. There really is such a game. This level of abstraction made Badong confused. Tell me about the second way. Su Bei sighed. Lizzie raised her finger and said, The second way is to hold a super swimming competition. In this environment? Su Bei pointed to the window, where there happened to be a quasi-demigod monster with a bloody mouth, which seemed to master the laws of lightning. If anyone dared to go into the water at this moment, they would be electrocuted into a muddle if they were not careful. I guarantee it. These people are so energetic that you can't even imagine it. And all of this can be made up for with tactics. But swimsuits and swimming trunks are worn in swimming competitions. Molly interrupted. The great Ririko-sama has long anticipated this kind of thing. Then we will use in such a high-pressure environment. Let's have a relaxing game competition as a gimmick. And let several demigods act as referees to ensure the safety of the players. Then we will set up a small shop and only allow players to wear exclusively sold swimsuits and swimming trunks to participate in the competition. And the champion will be given a very generous reward. Finally, while they were changing clothes, we hid in the closet and peeked at everyone and found the unique peach blossom mark. In this way, everyone was relieved. We checked everyone. The weirdness was solved. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. This is the ingenuity of Lizzie. Great. No need to say more. It was indeed a great idea. The whole planning process was smooth. And even the peeping location was clearly selected. Without any problems. Do we need to change into swimsuits too? Molly blinked, looked at Lizzie, and secretly looked at Su Bei's expression with her peripheral vision. Oh, do we really need it? Lizzie asked doubtfully. Do you want it? Molly emphasized the sentence, which seemed to be a question, but the degree of affirmation in her tone could be felt by several people. Swimsuit? Shitai shook his chest and almost shook Badong away. Swimsuit? Lin touched her non-existent chest and fell into deep thought. That's it. Su Bei made the decision and nodded calmly, seemingly not noticing the actions of the others. The event will be released tomorrow, and the game will be held in the afternoon. Check as soon as possible. Check all members except the ghost ship, and decide on the follow-up plan as soon as possible. Solve the ghost ship incident. While the other girls were thinking about their swimsuits and feeling shy, Su Bei still didn't breathe a sigh of relief, because he didn't dare to determine whether there were any descendants of Roger on the ship. If not, then there would only be one last way left. Fight the ghost ship head-on. And at the moment when the hull hits the Ririko, call on all the demigods to launch a big move and try to destroy the ghost ship in one fell swoop. But can this method really solve the ghost ship? Su Bei didn't know. Chapter 445 Jasmine Conspiracy Attack. In Luminara Room. During the chat, Fulian told everyone the information she got in Jasmine Room today, and several people started a discussion on this topic. This sounds quite simple, Elena said lightly. Xiaomi Zhou nodded, meowed, and did not participate. Luminara said the answer in everyone's mind. Indeed. Just tell everyone about this matter, and let everyone check it out by themselves, and it will be solved. This is the only way. Is there any other way? Elena asked doubtfully. Flynn stretched out her hand and scratched her right cheek, shaking her head. Well, I can't think of any other way. So this is the only way. Right? That's it. Everyone go to bed early. I guess we will be notified tomorrow. By the way, do you need a checkup? We can check ourselves first. Luminara topic was somewhat explicit, and several people in the team fell silent. Elena shook her head. I don't need it. My life story is clear. Flynn waved her hand and quickly refused. I don't need it either. Right? I am a pure-blooded royal family of the fallen demon race. Xiaomi Zhou pointed to her nose. The nine-life cat, don't need it. Quilpin rolled her eyes and simply said nothing. She is a fairy, and her generations have been fairies. Only fairies can give birth to fairies. Other races are completely incompatible with the size of fairies. Seeing this, Luminara nodded and said nothing more. Everyone began to sleep and rest. Inside Lizie's room, Lin looked at Lizzie, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and couldn't help but reach out and poke the saliva bubble she blew. Pop! With a sound, a muffled thunder exploded, which shocked Lizzie. Ah! Is it an earthquake? Or is it time for dinner? Lizzie rubbed her eyes in a daze. At this time, Lin's faint voice came like a demonic sound, and the weird tone of her voice instantly scared Lizzie awake. Do you think we really need to wear swimsuits? Lilizi cast a doubtful look. Lin's eyes suddenly became sad. She lowered her head and looked at her chest with a sad look. Extremely melancholy. There was silence for a second. Lilizi also lowered her head and fell into silence. Everything was self-evident. But swimming is just for fun. It's not important at all. Lilizi cheered in response. Then is there any point in us wearing swimsuits? Lin asked seriously. Word by word. If it's a one-piece children's clothing, I'd rather not wear it. Hearing this, Lilizi paused, holding her chin with her little hand, and her fingertips kept tapping on her cheek, thinking for a long time. Her little brows were furrowed. Her fingers were counting, and there was silence around. She immediately asked seriously, as if she was discussing a very advanced academic question. Could it be? Is it really important? Lin pursed her lips and could not give any answer. Perhaps this is the difference in the worldview between children and adults. Inside Jasmine's room. In a sense, Jasmine and Su Bei were living together again. And Jasmine's room was a standard upper and lower room. Just enough for the two of them to rest and sleep. It was time to sleep. And Su Bei had closed his eyes. But he couldn't sleep at all, because the tossing and turning of the lower bunk was too obvious. Su Bei once thought that Jasmine had epilepsy. Seeing this, Su Bei sighed and took the initiative to ask, "Why don't you sleep?" "I'm asleep." Jasmine's voice was very soft and light, probably because she was buried in the quilt, so the texture was quite rough. Maybe she was worried. Fortunately, Su Bei was no longer the same person as before. Specifically, he understood the rules of life and death and could observe others from the perspective of emotional fluctuations and soul. So he easily discovered Jasmine's abnormality. Then the bed board became lighter. Then the bed beside Jasmine sank slightly. Jasmine froze and clearly felt that there was a figure beside her. So she poked out an eye. "Mr. Su Bei?" Jasmine blinked her eyes slightly with curiosity. "Are you worried?" Su Bei asked in confusion. "Jasmine is not worried." Jasmine hummed and buried herself in the quilt again. "I am worried," Su Bei responded. "If you say you are not worried, then you are not worried." Jasmine poked her head out again and gave him a resentful look. Su Bei nodded and replied lightly, "Then go to sleep." I immediately stood up calmly and prepared to jump. At this time, a hand stretched out. She grabbed his hem. "Stupid Mr. Su Bei." Su Bei was stunned for a moment, then looked back calmly. "By the way, Mr. Su Bei, do you have any objection to Lilizi's plan today?" Emily asked curiously. "No." Su Bei nodded. Emily narrowed her eyes, smiled, and said briskly, "You're lying?" Su Bei blinked. But he was not embarrassed by the lie, and quickly gave a calm evaluation. "The plan is stupid." But Mr. Su Bei agreed. Jasmine asked again. Su Bei nodded and looked towards the door, not looking at Jasmine or the door. "Why?" Jasmine asked again. Su Bei thought for a moment, gave an answer that Jasmine would not see through, and replied calmly, "I am kind." Jasmine was stunned, squinted, reached out her hand, poked fiercely. Looking at Su Bei's trembling movements, she puffed up her mouth and said fiercely, "I ask you to be kind. I ask you to be kind. I ask you to be kind." Each sentence was accompanied by a fingertip attack, which easily defeated Su Bei and made cold sweat on his forehead. "Mr. Su Bei wants to see it," Molly asked tentatively. Su Bei didn't shake his head or nod, and he didn't move at all, like a piece of wood. Now he was in a dilemma. At this moment, Su Bei was like a Lolita whose hair was caught by a Lolita control, and he was really in a dilemma. But Su Bei didn't move forward or backward, which didn't mean that Molly wouldn't move. The two faces suddenly moved closer, and first a jasmine fragrance came, and then a whisper came from Su Bei's ear, which was light and mixed with some weirdness. "Actually, Mr. Su Bei, are you looking forward to it?" The words were gentle and pleasant, like a cat's claw on Su Bei's heart. Su Bei's body froze, motionless, silently chanting the 5-word heart-clearing mantra in his heart. "Jasmine is 16 years old. Jasmine is 16 years old. Jasmine is 16 years old." There's something wrong with the iron. Su Bei always felt that Jasmine was not quite right recently. After being corrected by life, she seemed to be pretending to be a succubus. If she wasn't careful, she could do something that Su Bei couldn't resist. "It's changed," Jasmine called very softly. "What?" Su Bei seemed not to have heard clearly, frowning and asking, Mr. Subei. Turn around, and you can see it. What are you looking at? Subei looked back. His movements froze. His sight was fixed. The sound of the tides became faint and quiet at this moment. And no sound could be heard around. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. It might have been a second. Or it seemed like a century had passed before Subei heard some movement. Swimsuit. Oh, Jasmine pursed her lips tightly. Her eyes stayed on the quilt she had just pulled up. And she didn't dare to look at Subei. Subei's nose felt warm, as if liquid was about to come out. He said very quickly in a very fast tone, "Don't be crazy. Go to bed early." He then calmly stood up, without any hesitation, and jumped to the upper bunk, as if he didn't care about anything. So how long had just passed? Subei was frightened. It felt like things were moving in an uncontrollable direction. No wonder Jasmine tossed and turned at night. It turned out that she was changing clothes in bed. Wait, changing clothes in bed? Subei quickly used his water skills to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and the warm liquid on the tip of his nose. Lower bunk. At this moment, Jasmine felt her whole body burning hot. Her feet involuntarily tightened and hooked up. She tried to hold back the smile that she couldn't stop. Shrugged her shoulders, bit the quilt tightly without making any sound, causing her body to roll back and forth uncontrollably. Jasmine buried her head in the quilt and didn't say a word. But the flashing smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden even if she was buried in the quilt. At the same time, Jasmine's heart had already started a self-dialogue that she couldn't stop. Jasmine saw it clearly. Mr. Subei. I couldn't take my eyes off it just now. So Mr. Subei, do you like Jasmine as much as she likes you? It can't be just lust. Right? Thinking of this, Jasmine puffed up her lips and couldn't help grinding her teeth. If Mr. Subei thought like this, she would be very sad. Jasmine has to think of a way to make Mr. Subei confess to her before we can confirm it. Hee hee. Eye of truth. You have to help Jasmine judge Subei's true thoughts. Next time, we will confirm Mr. Subei's feelings. Aside, the magic weapon Gluttony sighed deeply and said nothing. It's hard to imagine that this would be his host. The new Demon King. Using the eye of truth that even gods envy to seduce men. Gluttony felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 446 7 Wonders of the Strange Sea. On December 9th, the fog rose, and it was difficult to see the 5 fingers of one's hand. The ghost ship was only 10 miles away from the Lilizi, and the distance was getting closer and closer. And it could get closer by several meters between disappearing and appearing. There were a few relatively unfamiliar faces on the deck today. A group of people who rarely appeared on the deck. For example, on the elf side, a girl with a simple face and a spiritual aura in her eyes was stroking the strings on her knees and playing a piece of pleasant music. For example, next to the demigod Zul'jin, who led the team to resist the monsters today, a troll fighter sat aside and wiped a broadsword, which looked particularly abrupt. The undead clan rarely showed up, and they were telling some unfunny hell jokes. Several liches surrounded the Lich King, and behind the Lich King, a lich with a dragon horn on his head sat silently in the middle. Without saying a word, they were waiting. Lilizi was also waiting. After watching the surface of the strange sea for a while, Lilizi sighed and sucked her mouth in disappointment. Judging from the weather, the fog will not dissipate for a while, so it is not suitable to go swimming in the sea. I want play. Water. Spicy. But with the weather like this, Lilizi can only think about it. So the Duke of Gloucester cancelled the swimsuit party and changed it to self-examination and self-promotion. After the busy work, a shy boy walked out of the logistics department and pointed at himself. There is a peach blossom behind me. This boy is an inconspicuous logistics staff, with a plain face and a few freckles. His name is Jack. His strength is only the 4th level, and the awakened power is an extremely ordinary bright eye. Hearing this, Subei breathed a sigh of relief. The Duke of Gloucester nodded. All the crew members exhaled a breath of turbid air, relieved a lot of pressure, and smiled after surviving a disaster. Haha. I said. Our ship's luck is top-notch. This wave is all thanks to me. Then it's waiting. Waiting for the result is always a very long thing. It was not until the sun set and the fog became thicker that the full form of the ghost ship appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the ghost ship was only 100 meters away from the Lilizi. The Duke of Gloucester pulled Jack to the deck, towards the nearest location to the ghost ship. In the corner of the deck, Jasmine suddenly grasped Subei's palm with her left hand. covered her heart with her right hand, and gasped heavily, "Mr. Subei, help me. Jasmine can't breathe." Subei was stunned, his scalp tingling immediately, and he grasped Jasmine trembling palm tightly, patting her back to comfort her. Jasmine rarely couldn't breathe, and almost every time something unusual happened. The first time Jasmine had trouble breathing was in the White Dragon Mountains. The first time Jasmine had trouble breathing was in the Plague Continent. The third time Jasmine had trouble breathing was when she encountered life. So what about this time? At this moment, the ghost ship was only 80 meters away from the Lilizi. Subei cast his eyes towards the ghost ship, searching back and forth, looking for something wrong. Nothing was wrong. The dilapidated mast, the shaking barrel, the one-eyed crow, the broken deck, and the faint sound of the wind from time to time. This is a ghost ship. Yes. So what's the problem? What other dangers are worth worrying about in the weird sea? Subei quickly cleared his memory and scanned the so-called 7 incredible weirdnesses. The first is the time loop. It is said that people who have experienced this weirdness will experience life and death overnight and become dry bones to sail out of the weird sea. The second is the space maze. When encountering this weirdness, there is only one way to leave, and many ships will find it difficult to escape in their lifetime. The third is bad luck. When encountering this weirdness, even eating instant noodles can choke to death. The most terrifying thing is that this can easily trigger a chain of weirdness. The fourth is the island surrounded by 4 sides. There are very few cases of this kind of weirdness, but it is said that everyone who has seen it is dead. The only way to pass information is through secret skills. The fifth is the mermaid candle. With singing and candles, everyone who has seen it claims to have seen heaven. The sixth is the ghost ship. This is a cruise ship hidden between reality and illusion. It cannot be cracked. It will not stop until it smashes the target cruise ship. There is only a time limit. The seventh is fishing for dead bones. This dead bone will randomly fish away some of the people on the boat. There is no solution so far, but the killing power is limited. It is the only weird phenomenon with a survival rate of more than half. In addition, there are thousands of other strange things in the weird sea, many of which are only slightly less dangerous than the 7 strange things and cannot be ignored. Subei thought very quickly, starting from the 7 strange things in the weird sea, and thought about all the possibilities that could be thought of. The current phenomenon does not seem to meet the characteristics of other strange things. So what else could it be? Could it be on the ship? On the ship! Subei's eyes moved quickly, casting them at the demigods and the crowd above. Duke of Gloucester, Leah, Zul'jin, Lich King, Qianmoluo, Wilgard, Luminara. Luminara? Could it be Luminara? Subei saw that Luminara's right hand was shaking. What is she going to do? Chapter 447 Destiny's Will. Accelerated Settlement. When Subei's eyes stayed on Luminara, his peripheral vision still scanned the surroundings. Suddenly his eyes froze, and he narrowed his eyes. Wait, who is that? The person closest to Luminara was not Elena and the others. It was a man who was not unfamiliar. Marcos, the Hand of Eternal Victory, was 4th on the battle power list. A genius boy with a very high ceiling. But the strange thing was that his aura was extremely disordered, almost stepping 1 foot into the demigod, but stuck in the middle, neither up nor down. Strange. Why did he get so close to Luminara? He stretched out his hand and was approaching Luminara. What was he going to do? Couldn't the other see it? Subei narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped lightly, and the rule of death shot out like a snake, hitting Marcos. If he killed the wrong person, he could still save him with the rule of life. But he failed to kill Marcos. Marcos's movements froze, and he exuded a sense of death. But he didn't stop. The rule of death killed the other party. But it couldn't stop the other party's movements? What a joke. Who is controlling Marcos's body? Subei's pupil shrank, and he watched Marcos reach out a hand and reach straight for Luminara back. Subei stood up and prepared to attack. At this time, Jasmine reached out a hand and grabbed Subei's skirt. Subei looked back. Jasmine's eyes were blurred and difficult to focus. Her whole body was burning as if she had a high fever, and she shook her head at Subei with difficulty. Don't go. Subei was silent. Of course he understood. Marcos' state was very wrong. Or it could be said that he was no longer Marcos, but the will of fate. Once he goes, he will face the side of fate and invite trouble. But if he doesn't go, the whole ship may fall into an extremely dangerous situation. And the final crisis will point to the devil and the hero. He and Jasmine need someone to take it all. But his hesitation missed the best opportunity. There were many people who witnessed this scene, but few people could realize it. Luminara herself was one of them. And she discovered the abnormality earlier than Su Bei and Jasmine. She was a girl favored by the gods. So how could she not know the power of the gods? Can you accept this? The person who spoke was Luminara. She was asking Marcos. And it seemed like she was asking herself. Marcos did not answer. And used all his life's learning to crush the gambling dice. His life treasure. And create a terrifying cage. At the same time, Luminara pulled. And her trembling right hand had already grasped the holy sword. She did not even turn her head. And stabbed the sword with her backhand without vision. Piercing Marcos's heart. Caw. Marcos's movements froze. His body trembled slightly. As if he was struggling. Then his eyes swept to the sky. Calm and indifferent. Relieved. Confused. And then he sighed freely. So that's how it is. Why did Marcos take a step into the half-god? But was reluctant to do so. There are many disadvantages to doing this. But there is only one advantage. Specifically, it can carry more eyes of fate. After that, 3 options can be derived. If he can use this trick to inject the law of fate into Luminara, then fate can use this to complete the descent of God and solve everything. If he could use this action to attract the resistance of Su Bei or the Demon King, thus causing Luminara emotions to fluctuate violently, it would not be bad. Then he could attract the will of fate, and use the move of liquidation to bury Su Bei or the Demon King completely. If neither of these 2 points can be met, there is a third way. He will die in Luminara hands. With the help of death, his own destiny will be scattered in this sea area, turning into free laws and forming a chessboard of destiny, supported by the power of faith and based on free laws. All this is enough for fate to personally bestow a magical skill. This magical skill is called causal aggregation. From the moment the skill is judged to take effect, the causal fate of everyone on this ship will completely explode during this journey until there is no causal relationship. What is the causal relationship between the devil and the hero? Fight to the end, and you will die. This is an unbreakable curse cage. And the fall of the magical skill also means that the devil and the hero will end their life of confrontation in a very reasonable way during this journey. Marcos was completely dead. But the divine skill had already taken effect. And Luminara knew that Marcos was carrying the will of fate at the moment of attack. But her sword did not hesitate. She would not. She did not know whether Marcos was willing to become a puppet of fate and promote the execution of the god plan. But she was unwilling. If the cause and effect of the hero's future was destined to be death, then she, Luminara, would personally end this unbreakable curse in the near future. I don't want to die yet. So I won't die, Luminara said calmly, as if she was stating a truth. Beside her, Elena looked sideways at her eyes, trying to find some other expression in them. But those eyes were too clear, and she found nothing. There was not even fear or confusion, yearning or expectation. Elena's expression suddenly changed. What if you die in the process? Luminara closed her eyes and said in a very calm tone, I have never thought about this question. At this moment, the ghost ship was only 50 meters away from the Release. Fate was in disarray. And cause and effect fell. The one-eyed crow on the ghost ship circled and screamed. And the sky was dim. The rain was getting heavier. And the waves hit the edge of the ship, hitting faster and faster. With a slight sound, the boy named Jack slipped to the bottom of the sea without a trace. Everyone was silent. The one-eyed crow was still screaming, mocking this overconfident sea. How could it bear this rain curtain that was enough to make the sky fall? This is a night that never dawns. And it is the despair of giving hope and then shattering it. It is the third incredible thing about the sea of bad luck. Its characteristics have already appeared. Everyone is desperate. This is the fate of the reckoning. At this moment, the ghost ship is only 10 meters away. Chapter 448, The Seventh Mystery. The outburst of Beastmaster Frostwolf Rexer. Jack fell into the sea, and was swallowed by a strange sea mirage, and torn into pieces. The death was somewhat trifling, which made the other crew members laugh out loud under the high pressure. Oi. Oi. Is this fake? Isn't this fucking death a bit too hasty? Uh-huh. It's true. Maybe it's a joke that God is playing on us. The death was indeed a bit hasty. Even several of the Transcendents hiding in the crowd couldn't hold back, causing Leah to play the wrong string. Frostwolf Rexer's hand trembling slightly while wiping his knife. and the transcendent hidden in the undead clan cursed directly. Fuck. But they didn't say much. Because the dim sky and the never-dawning sky are signs of bad luck. This means that the luck of the entire ship will begin to fall to the bottom at this moment. But it doesn't matter. Because Subei is here. And has been paying attention to Jack. And will not let the plot kill happen. At this moment, the field unfolds. This is a colorful light bulb. As the camouflage light enveloped the entire ship, everyone felt the vigorous vitality in the space. The law of life fell. Jack's body, which was torn apart by the monster, paused and quickly closed. In the eyes of everyone, the broken life quickly recovered and stood on the deck again. Everyone fell into a daze, wiped their eyes, and looked at the sci-fi scene in front of them in disbelief. What the hell is this? Miracle? Fuck. Is this true? Did I eat mushrooms? It doesn't matter if it's real or not. The ship is coming. Jack, it's up to you. Not only the other crew members were confused, but Jack was also confused. He was torn to pieces in the last second. But in the next second, he was standing on the deck intact. At this time, the pain of being torn to pieces occupied all of Jack's senses. It hurts. It hurts so much. Jack covered his chest, looked at the ghost ship approaching in front of him, and reluctantly stretched out his right hand. Stop. You are my ancestor. Stop quickly. At this moment, the ghost ship was only 5 meters away from the Ruriko. Hiss. A hiss suddenly sounded, and faster than the hiss, a pair of wings arrived. This is the Sky Lord that is very common in the strange sea. The half-god dragon bird, who has mastered the most extreme law of speed. It is extremely fast, with an unbiased angle, and it dives straight to attack Jack. Like a gust of wind, from appearing to being noticed, it only takes a blink of an eye. This is beyond the reaction limit of everyone. But standing next to Jack is the Duke of Gloucester. He can accept his negligence once, but he cannot forgive himself for ruining hope for the second time. Wind, obey me. The wind was surging. This was spiritual communication. The wind blew Jack away, protecting the most important boy behind him. The wind also blew away the dragon-head sparrow. And then, he was greeted by a knife. Beast King Frostwolf Rexer walked out of the orcs, holding the beheader broadsword, riding the Frost Wolf, and a pressure far beyond the demigod filled the whole scene. You continue. I promise that no monsters can disturb you next. The ghost ship arrived, only an inch away from the Ruriko, and the hull began to turn into a solid from the contact area. A simple and heavy vicissitudes of life came to the face. From the point of contact, the ghost ship was frozen and temporarily silent. Everyone was discouraged and sat on the deck. Even Luminera, who had been serious recently, pursed her lips and relaxed a little. Is it over? Is it over? Is it over? I hope it will be easier next time. I really don't want to be so stressed anymore. At this time, Elena's voice came softly. Don't relax. Bad luck is not left. How bad luck is bad luck? Fulian asked humbly. Maybe. What's coming will come. Elena sighed. Just look at what's in front of us. At this moment, the hull shook, and when everyone was relieved, fish hooks were hung silently, choosing nearly half of the crew members on the ship and hanging on their lips. From logistics to transcendence, no one was spared. This is the seventh weirdness. Fishing with dead bones, which is a sacrificial technique that has not been solved so far. Its phenomenon is that it will randomly extract some lives for fishing, stripping away life and soul. The first person to be hooked was Jack. As Jack's limbs were hooked, his body struggled like a carp hooked by a fishing line. His pupils continued to dilate, and his eyeballs bulged severely, and his life force fell to the bottom in an instant. What the hell is this? Frost Wolf Rexer attacked angrily. He would never allow himself to be slapped in the face just after boasting. His power characteristics were revealed, which was the extremely domineering word gravity. The moment the gravity field was released, a mountain-like pressure pressed down, and Frost Wolf Rexer dragged the fishing line in front of Jack's mouth with one hand, and the muscles in his right arm bulged and pulled down violently. There was a confrontation between the laws. At this moment, Frost Wolf Rexer had a weak aura and showed a little panic. It was order. Order was dead, and the law could not interfere with the established order. But people were alive. Orcs. Never be slaves. Frost Wolf Rexer exploded. The law of gravity accumulated in the space. He wanted to turn enough laws into order to fight against order. Only order can fight against order. Frost Wolf Rexer pulled all the fishing lines with his own strength, dragged the fishing action with his own strength, and his feet sank into the deck, causing gravity to act on himself and the entire fishing space at the same time. Sail. Leave this area. I am the messenger of nature, the daughter of the tree of life. I offer my blood as a sacrifice and beg for your protection. Leah bit her finger and dripped it onto the deck, causing the shadow of the tree of life to appear and help the Frostwolf Rexer to heal. The tree of life blooms here. The situation was temporarily deadlocked. The two transcendents attacked at the same time, temporarily stopping the incredible and weird seven, relieving great pressure. But this was not a good thing, because Jack was still hooked. The ghost ship could explode at any time, and there were many people being fished. Once the hook was pulled up, the entire ship would lose half of its logistics and combat personnel. Su-Bei was one of them. Su-Bei narrowed his eyes, looking at the tiny hook that appeared in front of him, feeling his soul and consciousness gradually rising into the air. With a calm expression, he even had time to look at Jasmine next to him with his peripheral vision. After realizing that Jasmine was not being fished, he reached out and rubbed her worried face, rubbing away the anxiety on Jasmine's face, and said lightly, "I'm fine. Have a good rest." Then he calmly waited for the soul to float in the air. Although Su-Bei had a more reliable method. Specifically, he would release all the forbidden power in his right hand, hold the fishing line, and annihilate it. However, this was essentially no different from the actions of Frostwolf Rexer. In the end, it was still a tug-of-war, and only individuals could be saved. Treating the symptoms, but not the root cause, still could not prevent the judgment of this sacrifice technique. This was far from enough. Su-Bei felt the soul rising up and his consciousness peeling off from his body, until a huge withered skeleton appeared in front of him. In front of this withered skeleton, Su-Bei's existence was only as small as a grain of dust. It was a hunched withered skeleton, sitting by a pond, with burning candles hanging beside him. The flames on the candles kept jumping, like the wailing of souls. The pond was not big for the hunched withered skeleton, and it could not even be considered a pond, but only a wash basin, with water splashing constantly, and small boat toys dotted everywhere, ups and downs in the pond, and the hunched withered skeleton fishing line stopped on one of the small boats. The fish hook separated in a manner like a fairy scattering flowers, hooking countless weak soft lights. Su-Bei was one of them. Chapter 449, The Devil and Luminara. The huge strange sea is like a footbath in front of these withered bones. Perhaps in the eyes of the gods, every inch of land in the original world is like this. When Su-Bei's soul and consciousness ascended into the air, a strange and obscure language suddenly sounded in his ears. This language does not belong to the original world, nor to any language that Su-Bei knows. This is the hunched withered bones talking to themselves. Devil. This old man is a devil from hell. They are cunning by nature, and like to use some despicable means to harvest souls. I help you understand his language. Relax. Give your body to me. Don't be too nervous. Let me enter your body. This voice is Lin's. The voice appeared out of nowhere in Su-Bei's mind, reminding Su-Bei to relax his body and mind. Su-Bei nodded and did as he was told. At the same time, part of Su-Bei's soul began to be stained with gray and black aura, and was stained with the characteristics of death. You want him to stop? Lin asked again. You should try, Su-Bei said calmly. Hearing this, Lin continued, it's difficult. Su-Bei nodded, feeling the fishing line being pulled back, and his soul flew higher and higher. It was also at this moment that Lin's translation method merged into Su-Bei's brain, allowing Su-Bei to understand what the devil said. Huh? Interesting. This beast has some strength. But that's all. How long can you hold on? Wait. That's interesting. Don't struggle, and let me pull you away. Then become my food? Su-Bei was stunned. He thought the devil was talking about himself. But the next second, another childish voice rang in Su-Bei's mind. Don't move. The voice is from Li. Someone else has done the same thing as you. Don't go out first, or our existence will be exposed. Who is it? Su-Bei frowned. I don't know. I come in first. Of course. You can't refuse. It's hot. You can resist if you can. This is very Li's words. She can say such a provocation casually. This is something Lin can't learn no matter how hard she tries. And this remark also made Su-Bei decide to give Li a good beating after returning. However, just as Li said, Li Lizi's action of occupying part of Su Bei's soul was very easy, and faster than Su Bei imagined. To describe it specifically, it was like going home. This is no wonder. After all, Su Bei's inscription system was built on the foundation of Li Lizi's soul. Without Li Lizi's soul as a foundation, Su Bei could not form an inscription system, could not absorb Lin's soul, and could not bear the gift of life. In the blink of an eye, part of Su Bei's soul turned into a light blue, adjacent to the gray and black colors, and turned into Li Lizi's consciousness. Is this a devil? What a disgusting thing, Li Lizi complained. There are not many of these guys from hell, but each of them is an old antique that has survived for tens of thousands of years. They are an extremely greedy, cowardly, cunning and insidious race. They have defrauded and deceived many souls, and are the most hated guys by all gods. Isn't hell the territory of demons? Su Bei asked in confusion. Demons and devils are two different things. Demons have different strengths, ranging from ordinary people to gods. There are many types. They live closer to the abyss, and deal with the abyss races all year round. But according to statistics, there are only about 10 devils, each of which is close to God or above. Their favorite thing is to create clones to seduce souls, deceive and cheat, bully the weak and fear the strong, and have an extremely keen sense of danger. Every war between gods can be avoided in advance, but they will appear behind every war. Few people have seen the true body of the devil. Unfortunately, the one in front of you is real. This made Su Bei feel a little pressure again. Close to God's strength, bully the weak and fear the strong. It seems that Su Bei is not the hard side. Then things are a lot more troublesome. Here I come. Come out later, Li Lizi shouted. And at the same time, the light blue color on Su Bei's soul sank rapidly, dragging Su Bei and freezing in the air, no longer moving forward. At this time, a soul emitting soft star colors and gorgeous colorful light fell in front of the devil. And in the blink of an eye, the dust continued to grow until it was level with the devil. Her appearance was slightly heroic, with rich golden hair scattered behind her, and her eyes were full of curiosity about this place. She is Luminera. She was also one of the people who was locked by the fishhook, and she had the same idea as Su Bei, giving up the help of Frost Wolf Rexer, and choosing to be pulled away by the fishhook, just to stand here. Who are you? Luminera asked calmly. The seventh incredible mystery of the weird sea. Fishing for dry bones. The first sentence was a question, and the second sentence was a self-answer. Not like weird. What are you? Hearing this, Fishing for Dry Bones made a mocking and playful remark, and his shoulders kept shaking. Uh-huh. The seventh incredible mystery? Mortals as lowly as ants always like to give strange names to some inexplicable phenomena. As for who I am, you are not qualified to know. That will cause you to suffer consequences that you cannot bear. The devil laughed and stopped chatting with Luminera. Instead, he held a candle in one hand and planned to light Luminera's soul and hang it on the candle. At this time, Su Bei realized what the dense candles beside the devil were. Everything he saw was a soul. More than 1,000? This is nearly 1,000,000 souls. I can't listen? Luminera chuckled. Do you know who's behind me? The backer you're proud of may also be afraid of my name. Any of my names is so big that you can't imagine. Kugu had some playful thoughts. He probably hadn't met such a bold person before, so he was willing to lean over and have some communication. Listen carefully. I tell you a title that's not very impressive. If you can guess my origin, I will give you a chance to speak. Kugu pointed to the candle beside him and read out his first title with supreme honor. I am one of the 12 pillars of ancient times. I control the soul's path to rebirth. Even the gods are afraid of me. Evil beast. It is stealing my name. Lin couldn't help cursing, and the gray and black part suddenly righted, like a kick to Su Bei's forehead. Stop it. Li Lizi comforted Lin and patted her bulge, probably touching her head. Su Bei sighed. This feeling of having two alien species stitched together in his soul was too trendy for a quiet person like him. Will it affect you if your name is stolen? Su Bei asked. No, but it's disgusting. Once more souls are identified with this matter, he can use the law of fraud to disguise my identity. For me, this is no different from having a criminal record. Across the street, Luminera lowered her eyebrows, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she was thinking, in this case, you will be willing to sacrifice your soul to me. Kugu retracted his smile and sighed. At this time, Luminera's voice slowly came, The 12 pillars in ancient times are easily associated with the 12 innate gods, controlling the soul's rebirth channel, pointing to the death god. Even the gods are afraid of you, as if to supplement the previous two conditions. All conditions point to one possibility. Shui Gyao laughed even more. And Luminara also smiled after seeing through the answer. You are a thief who stole the power of death from one of the 12 floors of hell. The devil of the fraud pillar. Shui Gyao froze, revealing a cruel and grim smile. Die. Ant. Chapter 450 Threats in Turns. Now it's your turn to listen to my name. Do you dare to listen? Luminara didn't dodge, or even look up, watching the fishing line thrown in front of her eyes. Unmoved. Ha ha. Go ahead. Ant. Bring out your backers. The fraudulent prison pillar devil shook his shoulders and laughed. And as the fishhook shot out, Luminara's soul body continued to shrink, and it was about to shrink to the size of a bait. The next step is to fish and pull the hook, light the candle on the soul, and completely imprison it. And then the whole process is completed. I want to see if your so-called name can save you. At this time, Luminara's soft voice slowly sounded in this silent land. I have corrected all memories, corrected the world's cognition, and cleared up the wrong scripts. The fraud pillar devil froze. His withered eyes widened visibly, and the fishhook he threw out was fixed on the spot and dared not extend it down. Lin twitched and covered her shoulders, but she couldn't hide her smile, and kept hitting Su Bei and Li Lizzie on the other side. I am dying of laughter. This devil's authority involves discerning lies. He must be scared to death now. Does she also do the god of life? Su Bei asked in confusion. Why not? The soul and body are hers, but the power does not belong to her. Li Lizzie added. He originally thought that Luminara would say something like, I once carried the god of life, but such words obviously could not scare the devil. And what Luminara just said was extraordinary. This is the power of God. I once followed my will to settle accounts with the pure-blooded descendants of mythology, and was not subject to cause and effect. The fraud pillar devil's breathing became heavier, and he began to guess the origin of the person in front of him. Think of the world's rotation as a script and correct the world. Not afraid of the cause and effect of mythological creatures. Not afraid of God. Could she be the reincarnation of God? The fraud pillar devil's character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong has reached its peak at this moment. And he even lost the idea of using his skills to explore the true situation of Luminara, because he can distinguish the truth from the false. What the other party said is true. Stop! The deceitful pillar of hell devil gently reached out his hand, put away the fishing rod, restored Luminara's soul body to its original state, and smoothed the wrinkles on the corner of the other party's clothes. Don't plan to guess? Luminara paused with a smile, her eyes cold. Since you have been reincarnated, it must be that the karma in your previous life was too heavy. It will not be good for me to guess your name. It will make me bear the karma that I should not bear. You are too weak now. The most urgent task should be to take time to develop quickly. Regain power as soon as possible. Return to the peak, and end the karma. As he spoke, the deceitful prison pillar devil approached Luminara and asked humbly in a humble and weak voice. Excuse me, what aspects does your authority involve? Do you need me to give you some advice and get back to the top as soon as possible? Luminara narrowed her eyes and sneered. Why don't you guess it yourself? I give you a chance. There was a long silence. The deceitful prison pillar devil paused for a moment, smiled slightly, and gently hooked the needle and thread on the Li Lizzie with his right hand, and said sincerely, I serve the big guys. Never take a needle or thread from the masses. And I don't have any property on me. I wish you a smooth journey. Which is the limit? Don't guess anymore? Luminara smiled. No more guessing. The fraud pillar devil laughed. I take you back now. Luminara left. When she looked back before leaving, Su Bei could clearly see a little panic in her pupils, and couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Luminara was also afraid. After a long time, the fraud pillar devil finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the non-existent sweat, and then smiled grimly. Even if you are the reincarnation of a god, what can it do? The cause and effect have arrived, and your cause and effect must be the same level of existence. In the great struggle, you have already been busy with your own affairs. You will die, and I will take the share, and go one step further. The devil's greed was clearly visible at this moment. He even boarded the boat, waiting to get a share in the end. At this time, boundless light filled the world. The pond was windless, and the divine fire burned by itself. That was light. It was also despair. In the blink of an eye, a flaming meteorite fell on the fishing bones. Boom. There was a sound. The earth shook, and the river surged. I saw a lowly bathed in holy light falling, stepping on the skull with one foot. Her face was unruly and sacred. Is it her? Lin was in doubt. It's her, Li Lizzie exclaimed. It's her. Su Bei was stunned. Her soul is at the same level as mine. And her aura is even more ancient. This is incredible, Lin exclaimed in disbelief. This is the holy light body of the Lolita we lost. Oh my god. How can she be alive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Lizzie's eyes were almost blinded. And she still couldn't believe that the scene in front of her was real. She is. Su Bei sighed. He felt that the mark on the Adventure Association ring pointed straight ahead. There was only one possibility. She was Elena. But Su Bei didn't say it. Since Elena didn't say it, there must be a reason behind it. So Su Bei didn't say it. Unlike Su Bei and the other two, the Deception Pillar Devil was the one who could feel the pressure the most. This pressure didn't just come from the front, but from all directions. Where there is light, there is pressure. The Deception Pillar Devil's eyes showed a hint of viciousness. And he crawled on his back with a smile. Flattering. Are you the holy light? Elena didn't talk much. She looked around first. Then her eyes stopped on the rows of candles, and said lightly, Since you invited me here, then leave the candles for me. You can go now. This tone was so natural that even the fraudulent prison pillar devil, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, laughed in anger. He couldn't help but attack in anger, shouting fiercely, You want me to leave my territory and take away the harvest I have worked for thousands of years? What gives you the right? For a moment, thick smoke rose up and rushed towards Elena with a corner force. The near-god strength completely broke out at this moment. General. Elena simply commented and shook her head slightly. I saw the light behind her shining, attracting the sky. And faintly, countless muffled thunders sounded. There were countless meteorites. This is a divine skill. Chapter 451 Fishing Rod. Su Bei certainly doesn't believe that Li Lizzie has no idea where the holy light Lolita body is. After all, Li Lizzie even remembers clearly that she has hidden 1,426 lollipops in her own kingdom. Not to mention such a big Lolita body. In this way, perhaps Li Lizzie has already made a choice between the blood ancestor and the holy light Lolita body. And Elena is her answer. At this time, Elena did not say much, dragging the huge meteorite with one hand. And the meteorite in her hand burst into infinite light, as if it was burned by the scorching sun. And even the pond was evaporated by the high temperature. The meteorite fell, and the sun bloomed in the blink of an eye. And in the blink of an eye, the Deception Pillar Devil gritted his teeth and pressed his fingers, retreating all his attacks and turning his body into thick fog, sweeping the candles beside him. He planned to send the candles and himself to hell and leave this temporary space. You can't run away. Elena snorted coldly, pinched one hand again, and the dazzling light instantly wrapped up the black fog, not letting any of it go. You can't bear this cause and effect. You shouldn't touch these souls. This is the property of the Devil King, the Hell Pillar Lord, and the Purgatory Master. How can you bear the cause and effect of the gods now? The deceitful prison pillar devil cried miserably, and suddenly his body swelled up, revealing his original appearance as a devil. His huge body with a foggy body and a human head floated above the ground, overlooking the entire space, and forcibly broke free from the shackles of the holy light. These souls belonged to the original continent. You privately plundered and swallowed souls to strengthen yourself. This is the cause, and I am the result. Elena supported herself with one hand again. This time, the falling meteorite was a real sun. In an instant, the deceitful prison pillar devil howled in pain. You will regret it. Not only that. Caw. The candles gathered by the deceitful purgatory devil broke in succession when they touched each other, and countless souls fled everywhere. In an instant, the star-like soul bodies were scattered all over the space. Ha ha. At this moment of death, he chose to give up all these souls and save himself. The deceitful purgatory devil ran away at a very fast speed, and only a burst of thick smoke was seen running away. And there was no more extra breath here. Elena sighed. What a pity. If you are not a quasi-god, you will stay here. Su Bei was silent. Is this transcendence? Then what is he? Is it because his cheat is not powerful enough? There was a long silence. I saw Elena scatter the holy light, gather thousands of souls, scatter them to the strange sea, and release them to nature. Elena looked at the whole sea calmly. Her face suddenly turned pale, but her eyes were still extremely calm. It was as if the pain could no longer affect her. In fact, she could completely swallow these souls privately, temper her soul, and improve her own strength. But she didn't do it. She was moving closer to the characteristics of a god, until she lost her humanity. After a long time, Elena left quietly. Even after Elena left for a long time, there was still some holy light power in this space. But this holy light seemed to be very different from the holy light in Subei's impression. Light. The person who spoke was Lilizi. And this was the first time she confessed to Subei. The essence of Elena power is light. This is a word that Subei rarely heard. In his impression, the word light is associated with holy light once it appears. Light and holy light. Subei frowned. Lilizi's uneasy breathing slowly sounded, and there was a strange tremor in her voice. I don't know. My memory is very vague, and I subconsciously believe that light is related to tragedy. She seems to have killed other gods. Many, including the innate god. Subei was silent. When this space was in silence, he suddenly stepped out, picked up the only intact fishing rod on the ground, then returned to the Lilizi. Since we are here, we must take something with us. On the boat, the hook disappears, but the waves and wind are still strong. Frost Wolf Rexer sits on the ground, wiping the blood from his body. With a calm expression, the rest of the crew expressed their gratitude for surviving the disaster. Too strong. Is this the realm of transcendence? He can actually stop the 7 wonders of the weird sea with his bare hands. I knew that all countries were hiding it. Now we can rest assured. After experiencing life and death pressures one after another, I have some ideas. I seem to understand the meaning of the law. I need to retreat and explore. Add me. Life and death pressure is the most effective way to stimulate human potential. Many crew members have gained some experience after suffering from difficulties one after another, and are taking steps towards the semi-god realm. Among the crew members, Luminara sat on the deck and asked the other crew members, "Where did Elena go?" "Toilet," Flynn replied. "She said she was hungry." Featherpen followed. "Eat," Xiaomizhou guessed. This made Elena, who was just walking towards this side, pause. For a moment, she didn't know whether to continue forward, but she just paused. "You guys." Elena came over, smiled and rubbed Xiaomizhou's head, then looked at Luminara and nodded. On the other side, "Mr. Subei? Is this a return to the soul? Or not?" A pair of hands waved in front of Subei, and was quickly held, and then pressed down, pressed on the cold knees. Jasmine's cheeks turned red, and she blinked. "It's okay." Subei came back to his senses, not noticing the girl's strangeness. He then handed the fishing rod to Jasmine and said calmly, "Here you go." Jasmine was stunned. "This is Magic Weapon Sequence 15 Soul Transfer." The voice of Gluttony sounded in Jasmine's mind, full of puzzlement. Specifically, it can create a space that only allows souls to enter. For people with stronger soul bodies, it is an unparalleled weapon, even better than the top 10 in the sequence. Jasmine fed Hunchian to Gluttony, and the puzzled look in her eyes became more and more. She couldn't help but complain. "Mr. Subei." Subei looked back. "You left Jasmine again, and went to do something secretly." Subei was stunned. He saw a lot of self-blame in the girl's eyes, as if she was blaming herself for why she couldn't catch up with the progress she should have no matter how hard she tried. Jasmine obviously tried very hard. Why couldn't she help? Subei was at a loss, and waved his hands around, not knowing where to put them. He could only gently place his right hand on Jasmine's shoulder, then sighed softly and said comforting words. "You are great." Jasmine puffed up her mouth, her eyes sparkling like mist. "You still need to practice." The mist dissipated in an instant. Jasmine raised her almond eyes, gritted her teeth, and glared at Subei, reaching out to pinch the soft flesh on Subei's waist. But after touching it, Jasmine just poked it lightly, then lowered her head in annoyance, and her hand stopped moving. At this time, Subei's hand stopped on Jasmine's head, stroking the soft hair ends. This is encouragement. Chapter 452. The mystery arrives. The bad luck has not dissipated. The crew on the Lilizi is still unlucky. Specifically, The several geniuses who broke through with the trend all became obsessed, and their realms plummeted. They once fell to the level of logistics personnel, and were assigned to the logistics to cook. But there is also good news. For example, Jack, who inherited the ghost ship, broke through. He successfully entered the semi-god, and comprehended the law of reality and illusion after just a nap. Now Jack can turn his pants from real to virtual with just a raise of his hand, and urinate easily, reaching the top law of convenience without taking off his pants. And according to Jack, if he practices this law to perfection, he can easily replace the underwear of the whole ship, achieving a state of virtual and real superposition. From then on, everyone can live a convenient life of urinating and defecating anywhere, greatly improving the quality of life of everyone. I can only say that the future is promising. In addition to this incident, several strange things have happened on the Lilizi recently. For example, some crew members claimed that they had lost something, or something was stolen. For example, Lon, who was under the Duke of Gloucester's mansion, was found to have lost her ring. That was a magic weapon. How could it just disappear like that? The problem is that she had always worn the lust on her fingertips. How was it stolen? Everyone was puzzled. However, Lon herself did not say much, or even make any explanation. Instead, she often walked around with a smile on her face, as if she didn't take it seriously at all. The others didn't say much either. Lon knew about it, of course, but didn't mind, because lust was what Lilizi asked for. She would give Lilizi whatever she wanted, and when she gave her lust, Lilizi also promised to go on adventures with her in the future, which was considered as a reward. This was a sure win for Lon. Lilizi was not at a disadvantage. Although it was Su Bei's request to let Lilizi take lust, the reward was only 3 small cakes left over from last night. However, Lilizi punched Su Bei, which was considered as Su Bei paying an extra price. This made Lilizi feel very happy. Besides, when she went on adventures with Lon, she could not only eat and drink well, but also did not have to use her brain. No matter how you think about it, it's a win. The only one who suffered a loss was Su Bei. Lilizi's punch didn't hurt, but it was very itchy and full of sarcasm because it hit the head. Su Bei had no choice but to admit defeat, and Lilizi pulled out a hair, which was a heavy loss. And Su Bei's lust was not for himself. He just wanted to make gluttony fatter so that Jasmine would have more self-protection methods. When Su Bei handed the lust ring to Jasmine, something unexpected happened. Hey. Ring? Mr. Su Bei, what does it mean? Molly's face turned red, and she blinked and looked at Su Bei in confusion, and her words became stammering. Yours. Su Bei handed it over, as if it was a matter of course. Molly did not take it, but waved her hands and blinked her eyes, responding very quickly, it's too early. Too early. Stupid Mr. Su Bei. No, absolutely no. How can it be so fast? Su Bei frowned, glanced at the lust in his hand, and looked up at Jasmine's expression and movements. Confused. Wasn't there anything wrong before? Su Bei asked doubtfully. Has there been? Before? Jasmine was stunned, and really couldn't think of when she received Mr. Su Bei's ring. Maybe the memory gap was too severe. But in my memory, Mr. Su Bei hadn't confessed yet. How could he skip the confession and propose? No. But, if Mr. Su Bei wants to confirm the relationship first, Jasmine will consider it carefully. Jasmine swallowed her saliva, mustered up her courage, closed her eyes, and tiptoed slightly, as if she wanted to bring their faces closer. Bang. With a sound, Su Bei flicked his fingers and printed a big red flower on Jasmine's head. What are you considering? Su Bei said lightly, then put the ring on Jasmine's slender fingertips and said calmly, just accept it. This is lust. Huh? Molly was stunned, opened her palm, looked at the shining ring on it, and fell into deep thought. Molly could not hear what Su Bei said after that. She only remembered lust. The 2 words kept circling in her mind, and suddenly her cheeks were hot. She puffed up her mouth and breathed hard to cool herself down physically. But she really couldn't stay calm. The picture that she had imagined in the brainstorming before was like a boomerang piercing Molly's heart, and even the silly hair on her head began to spin randomly involuntarily. Jasmine's body temperature rose higher and higher, and thick smoke billowed out in the blink of an eye. Bang. With a sound, Jasmine's brain was overloaded. She fell straight down, So try not to take out this ring as much as possible. The ring's ability is not strong, but it is very troublesome. Bei talked to himself, and didn't get a response for a long time. He looked back in confusion. His eyes widened with fear, and hurriedly supported Jasmine, who fell straight down, showing a rare panic expression. What's the matter? Feeling the hot body in his arms, Bei fell into silence, his face full of confusion. This incident passed quickly. Just a small wave in life. After the wave, a new misfortune and crisis followed. When the Really Z hit the wall with a bang, but did not find the reef mountain, everyone's heart sank to the bottom again. This is an invisible space wall. It cannot be detected by the naked eye, but the rules and skills can flow. This is the second incredible mystery. The space maze. This is a straight passage that cannot be turned back. This is just the beginning. At some point, candles began to float in the space wall. The mermaids sang, and beautiful and graceful mournful music was heard. The faint sighs sounded in people's ears, tempting people to fall into the river bottom. This is the fifth incredible mystery. The sign before the mermaid candles appear. Facing this scene, the crew members talked and panicked, and their faces changed rapidly. Among them, 1/3 of the crew members aged rapidly and developed wrinkles. Another 1/3 of the crew members shrank their bodies, and their skin became more tender. It seems to be one of the incredible mysteries. Time loops. At this time, there are 4 islands in front and behind the Really Z, blocking all passages. This is the fourth mystery. Surrounded by islands, all the mysteries came together, leaving no room for maneuver. This is the magic skill of fate. It makes people despair. Chapter 453 Mystery 5. There have only been a few or dozens of strange phenomena in tens of thousands of years, but they all broke out in just a few hours. It doesn't seem to be aimed at the Demon King and the hero. It looks like they are preparing to liquidate the entire Really Z, leaving no chance of survival. And on the eve of the arrival of this sign, many people felt it and took corresponding actions. For example, Really Z. It happened to be late at night before the sign came. Late at night? Really Z had just fallen asleep when she felt it. Schwa. He jumped up from the bed, widened his eyes, and stroked his ahog. If the ahog is not erect, it must be a sign of death. I'm dying. 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 This jump also woke Lin up with a bang. Lin widened her eyes in confusion, rubbed her sleepy face, patted her face, and then cast a probing look. What are you doing? Stupid blue-haired. Are you? Lin's curse suddenly stopped, and her eyes softened quickly. I saw Lizzie also frowning, pacing back and forth in the room, muttering, It's coming for me. It must be coming for me. It must be coming for me. It's dead. It's dead. Seeing Lizzie's fear, Lin lowered her brows and thought for a moment, then led Lizzie out. My body is still a god, and now this soul is attached to the uncle, so I don't have any sense of danger. But your sense is not wrong. Since you have an ominous sign, it means that the upcoming event will not be spared even for you. I suggest that we merge for the time being and make a long-term plan. As she said this, Lin took Lizzie's hand and was about to go into Jasmine's room. And they had a family with them, because Badong also felt the danger, grabbed Shitai's ponytail as a steering wheel, and hurriedly followed the tail of the two Lolas. This is a life-saving move, and it cannot be delayed. So, there were a lot of people in Jasmine's room overnight. They said that it would be best for everyone to live together during this period, because there is strength in numbers, and they can think of solutions together. It would be best if they did not even sleep separately. Bei had no objection. After all, he had a bed by himself, and at most Badong could only stay for a while, because there are differences between men and women. However, Jasmine showed a little worry, and could not help looking around in distress, and asked, but with so many people, can we really sleep together? Seeing this, Rizi patted her chest confidently. The bed is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there will always be something spicy. It can only be said that she is worthy of being the incarnation of wisdom, and her words are so wise. I can also sleep on the upper bunk. Lin made a new suggestion. I think it can be squeezed in if we squeeze it. Molly smiled and waved her hand, hugged Lin and Rizi, and slept together in the same quilt. So Lin, Rizi, Molly, and Shitai lay horizontally on the lower bunk, and the height difference almost formed a smooth curve. squeezing on the bed in a very unconventional way. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. Apart from Lilizi, Elena is also visibly busy. It should be for me. Elena sighed, with a little guilt in her eyes, thinking about the possibility of leaving alone. Isn't it for me? Luminara cast a suspicious look and shook her head. Don't think too much. Everyone will be fine. Fulian cheered everyone up. But these words of encouragement didn't seem to have any effect. Drink porridge. Cheers. Xiaomi Zhou was still so heartless. But anyone could see how forced her smile was. Perhaps even she felt the crisis. As for the feather pen, it had long been buried in Luminara collar. As long as one of her and Lilizi survived, they could easily swap their bodies and escape the liquidation. On one hand, Lilizi joined the Demon King, and on the other hand, she joined the hero. It can be said that Lilizi has both feet on the biggest backer, and she may become the most stable winner. But when the crisis comes, will there really be a winner? As the ship vibrated and hit the air wall, candles appeared one after another. The candles floated on the sea, and with the ups and downs, ethereal songs continued to come. This is another language that I can't understand. This is the fifth mystery. The mermaid candle. When the candle appeared, Su Bei jumped off the bed in an instant, looking at the entire sea level, frowning. Translation. I need translation. Immediately. Come on. Come on. Come on. Lilizi responded and started kicking the ground with both feet. Schwa. It had to pop up. And then it jumped high, slamming a hat on Su Bei's head. The familiar smell of pear blossoms rushed straight to his forehead. This is a magic weapon that Su Bei is very familiar with. Lilizi's original felt hat, artifact, magic skill, truce command, the life you are hostile to will never be able to approach you, including any skills and rules. At the same time, you cannot cause any harm to her. Note, only by creating distance can wisdom be displayed. And wisdom will never put yourself in a passive position. Escape expert. You can freely enter and exit any barrier without being bound. Note, no one knows how wisdom does it. Maybe you can ask freedom. Language proficiency. You can communicate with any species, regardless of whether it is alive, exists, or has wisdom. Note, Lilizi often communicates with various creatures through this ability, and thus gets the exact news that you are indeed a Lolita control, and has a certain fear of you. Ability 4, Sealed. Ability 5, Sealed. Note, few people can catch you, unless you are willing to be caught. Note, the power of the felt hat is limited and can only be used for 1 month. Remember to return it to wisdom to replenish its energy. The next moment Su Bei put on the felt hat, the mermaid's song was translated into a language that he could understand. The song kept playing in Su Bei's mind. Passing travelers, please walk with me, enjoy together, and return home together. As the song reached its climax, all the crew members woke up. At this time, the mermaid candles connected into a straight line, as if laying out an endless road. Master who sleeps in the endless abyss. All living beings are your food. I offer you endless souls as sacrifices, and offer you the best blessings in the world. This long road has no end, and it goes straight to the sky. Looking closely, it seems to connect to the abyss. This is a magic left by the gods. It is order. Chapter 454 Mermaid Candle. Without waiting for the heavenly road to condense, Su Bei swung out a sword and slashed straight through the window to the place where the sound came from. Swish. The gray-green lightsaber slashed through the sound and into the air. Su Bei felt a little uneasy. Not only Su Bei, but almost all the crew members had this feeling. What happened? In just a blink of an eye, Su Bei's eyes suddenly changed drastically. The place where he stood lost the trace of the Lilizi, and the surroundings were full of the rest of the crew. Everyone stopped here. At the same time, this road to heaven appeared in front of everyone. Lilizi's original felt hat was shaking constantly, and even the divine skill truce command could not isolate this oppression. This was a deep and dark path, with waves of mermaids singing around. Under these candles burning with fireworks, rows of mermaids in white skirts gradually emerged, connecting to the end of the road to heaven. The terrifying thing was that their bodies were connected to the road to heaven. As the sight focused, the color of the snow-white road kept changing, and began to expose dense bloodshot, wriggling blood vessels and layers of skin texture. It was like a thick blood vessel. Through this deep and quiet light, everyone could see the end of the road to heaven, and the huge skies seemed to be wriggling. What was that? No one dared to speak. No one dared to ask. Time passed by bit. Only the breathing continued to increase. And the pressure made the crew sweat profusely. What kind of pressure is this? Some people don't take pressure. Some people can't stand pressure. For example, Ta-Tong. She has always been very stressed. And she wants to give up all her skills at the slightest pressure. Just to feel at ease. As soon as the pressure was relieved, dozens of her eyes opened and she burst into tears, intending to use all the skills she had just prepared. But her collar was pulled. The person who attacked was Zul'jin, the beast king of the orcs. Cry your mother. You woman. Go home and cry. This is not something you can get involved in. Zul'jin stepped on the ground. The field expanded, and an invisible net appeared around him. But the hunting field had not yet opened, and the phenomenon was crushed in an instant. The law of crushing hunting is complete gravity. Don't you know your own weight? Get out of the way. Your mother is my aunt. Zul'jin's voice stopped abruptly, and then he stretched out his hand and scratched his head awkwardly. Because the one who attacked was Beast King Rexer. He mastered the extremely heavy and domineering law of gravity. When he used it to the extreme, he could even transform it into the order of gravity and restrain any magic that dared to hang in the sky. And this road to the sky happened to lead directly to the sky. Beast King Rexer held the broadsword in one hand, stabbed it to the ground, and shouted in a deep voice, all demigods, hide. Don't watch this battle. This is not something you can watch directly. Gravity. Magnetic field. Whatever you are. Collapse? It wants to crush the road to heaven with its own strength. Bang! The road to heaven did tremble for a moment. But only for a moment. The action of Beast King Rexer made the singing of the merman even more intense. The candle was burning. Burning to the bottom at a very fast speed. Su Bei could feel that once the candle burned out, a very terrifying skill would be released here. Without waiting for Beast King Zul'jin to call, several transcendents in the team quickly took action, and at this moment, they all started to cooperate. The 4-season cycle. Nature promotes the growth of all things, and can also take away everything. Leah sang loudly, and the melodious music even covered the mermaid singing in an instant. The natural force sowed green plants in this space, and realized the embodiment of nature through green plants, thereby opening up a safe space, providing a safe residence for the rest of the crew, and isolating the collision of external laws. At the same time, the green plants entangled the sky road, assisting gravity to break the sky road, achieving a combination of offense and defense in one move. This is the strength of Leah. Silence, emptiness, and immeasurable. The voice came from the undead clan, but no one could be found. Listening carefully, it sounded more like it came from the netherworld. The transcendence that had been hidden for a long time in the undead clan finally appeared. This was its first appearance, and its mere appearance made everyone tremble with fear. The huge dragon bone wings spread open, and a dragon might far surpassing the golden and silver dragons descended here. The low dragon roar made Badong involuntarily linger in blood and resist the dragon roar. Only people of the same level could bring him this sense of oppression. Frostbone Dragon Sindragosa. Legend has it that Sindragosa was a pure-blooded descendant of the dragon god. He was killed by the dragon god himself because he slaughtered his own people to prove his position as the dragon god. But the dragon god did not kill them all. He left a glimmer of hope for his only descendant, allowing him to transform his life characteristics and become a spirit. This time, Sindragosa boarded the ship because he calculated the existence of the demon king and the hero, and the possibility of the arrival of the dragon god ruins. So he boarded the ship in secret, striving to break through and transcend, and prove his position as a god. He never thought that the appearance of Badong would completely fail his plan. Sindragosa could only give up the plan for the time being and plan to evacuate. But before he could evacuate, the sudden fate of reckoning disrupted his thoughts again. When the cause and effect of the divine skills gathered and fell, no one could escape the punishment, including him. And this mysterious 5 mermaid candles was the beginning of the reckoning of him. Sindragosa had seen a fragment of description about this heavenly road in the ancient books of the Dragon Clan. This is a skill released by an extremely ancient existence. Legend has it that he is older than the innate gods, born in an extraterritorial civilization, and once passed by the original continent and fed on the dragon god. This is an evil god from outside the domain. He is here to settle the cause and effect between him and Sindragosa. The 3 great powers who have reached the pinnacle of transcendence use their own killing moves to counter this divine skill. and an unprecedented terrifying fluctuation broke out. At the same time, 5 more energies that were no less powerful than the killing moves from the outside world were released from the green plants. One came from Su Bei, which was the black hand that Su Bei shot out instantly. One came from Elena, who ignited her right hand with holy light at this final moment and released an unheard-of amplification skill. One came from Palu, the imperial teacher of the Baiyan Empire. He was extremely hidden, and the power he released was not related to Baiyan, but a dark light column. One came from Lin. This was her first official move after her arrival. It was also a black hand, but the power and completion were far superior to Su Bei. One came from Li Lizi. She threw out a lollipop with infinite wisdom, which continuously disintegrated the flesh and blood on the heavenly road, creating a serious gap. The power was released and poured in together, and the whole process of filling the wound was over in just a breath. The heavenly road was shaking, and the blood vessels were trembling. The mermaid wailed in pain, and the candle flame was shaky. Will we win? Everyone kept asking in their hearts, and they all secretly clenched their fists. We must win. Chapter 455 this time. I broke my promise. They had a chance to win, because this skill had been passed down from ancient times until now, and its power was no longer as strong as before, and it had been worn away by time. They only needed to destroy the heavenly road before the candle burned out to prevent this skill from coming. They could win, but they didn't. The candle went out at this moment. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It's over. We're done. This was the same thought in everyone's mind. Even Li Lizi clenched her palms in panic. This skill is being activated. All the mermaids sang loudly, raised their candles together, and sang an obscure song that no one could understand. No matter where you belong, no matter what you are, when the song ends, please dedicate your life, merge with us, and form a brand new heavenly road. The heavenly road trembled and boiled, and pairs of hands stretched out from the heavenly road and rushed towards the green plants frantically, wanting to grab all the living substances and merge into this heavenly road. These pairs of hands were the countless life forms that were merged and captured. This is too horrible. This is an unsolvable order. This sentence encompasses all worlds, regardless of race or background, and treats all lives equally. Even the undead are not immune. Even if no one except Su Bei could understand this sentence, they could feel the despair and oppression brought by this sentence. But Su Bei understood it, and reacted within 0 frames. What he said was, dedicate your life? Then if everyone has no life at the moment of skill judgment, does it mean that there is no need to dedicate? Su Bei narrowed his eyes, and his thoughts flashed through his mind. As we all know, death is a state. Death happens to be Lin's domain. Su Bei took a step forward, held Lin's palm with one hand, pulled her to his side, and said seriously, help me. Let everyone die. Uncle, you are not a fool, right? Lin was stunned at first. Then her eyes widened, and she considered the appropriate words. Only then did she combine several unfamiliar words together with great difficulty. Su Bei pointed to his ears and nodded. No one can resist this spell. Only you can do it. Let everyone die, and then bring them back to life. You can circumvent this magic. Do as I say. Lin no longer hesitated, nodded and stepped out, her pink hair flying. And in an instant the laws around her body condensed into substance and turned into iron chains. This is the law transforming into order. At the same time, Lin's soul became more and more ethereal. In one breath, she stepped from transcendence to quasi-god. This is not the power of this soul body. The part of the soul that merged into Su Bei's body cannot pay the price required for this action. The price is high. When Lin attracts the power that does not belong to this soul body, it means that she will completely abandon this divine descent channel and return her consciousness to the kingdom of God. After that, the divine descent will become more and more difficult. Because of Su Bei's illusory guess, Lin cut off the retreat without reservation and attracted the divine power of the body. Buzz, death turned this place into its home court, and all colors lost their color at this moment. The green plants turned gray, and the bodies of the crew members were all frozen. This is death. A pair of arms stretched out from the sky road, and blood dripped from the joints. When they touched the gray, they did not even stop for a moment, and went straight forward. The immature order of death had no effect on this skill, and the skill judgment was still in effect. But the countless hands froze when they reached the green plants. They did not move forward or backward, and fell into a state of stiffness. They lost their judgment target. The heavenly road fell into silence, and seemed not to understand what was happening in front of him. This is normal. This is just a skill. You can't expect it to think. It will only operate according to its own inherent logic. The heavenly road fell into silence and gradually collapsed. Bang! With a sound, the heavenly road dissipated. The special space around disappeared and faded away. Everything returned to normal. Just like before the mermaid singing. Lin panted, looked at Su Bei, and blinked in disbelief. It's hard to imagine that death can do this. You seem to understand death better than me. No. It's just because I happen to understand their singing. Su Bei pointed to his blue felt hat and smiled at Lin. This is all thanks to you and Li Lizi. Hearing this, Lin tapped the ground with her toes and retracted the order of death. The gray faded away. Everyone's eyes gradually became clear, and they all collapsed on the ground, sweating profusely. Oh my god! It feels like I died twice. Strange. Why is the road to heaven gone? Don't tell me. The gray that appeared later is more terrifying. At that moment, I saw death and thought there was no hope. Really? What is that gray? Death had just faded away, and the mermaid's song sounded again. Ethereal and uncertain, with fascinating magic. The heavenly road reappeared. Continue? Su Bei pondered. Lin took a step forward, and death enveloped her again. The singing stopped abruptly, and suddenly came closer from far away. Countless mermaids holding candles approached the ship, holding the candles in their hands above their heads, as if they wanted to see the people inside clearly. Why didn't the skill judgment take effect? The heavenly road collapsed again. Lin breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the order of death. The heavenly road reappeared, and this time the candles held by the mermaids burned very quickly, as if they wanted to catch Lin's spell precasting to complete the skill judgment. Lin stamped her feet again, and the death order was activated in an instant, covering the entire cruise ship in an instant. However, Lin was so tired that sweat began to appear on her forehead, and she couldn't help but pull up Su Bei's sleeve to wipe it. The heavenly road faded away. For a long time. For a long time. After a while, Li Lizi poked Lin and pointed at her towering hair. It's okay. It's okay. This magic has fallen into a cooling state, and it is estimated that it will not be used during this period of time. Hearing this, Lin's shoulders collapsed immediately, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the bed. Su Bei also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the boat began to hear a series of discussions, as if discussing what had just happened. The same thing happened in the house. The rejuvenated Li Lizi quickly jumped up and down, jumping back and forth, and for the first time ever, she distributed the lollipops that she had treasured for a long time. One for each person. Lin smiled slightly, looking exhausted. Su Bei looked over. His eyes moved slightly, and sat down next to him. Are you okay? I'm fine. This little bit of strength is just insignificant to me. Don't underestimate your master. You evil disciple. It's all up to you this time. If you have anything you want to do, tell me. I don't need it. Take good care of this stupid blue-haired girl. She looks heartless, but she's actually very timid. Everyone will be fine. It's best if you don't find anyone next time we meet. Don't blame me for using the family rules to punish you and make you eat your pants. What family rules? How come I don't know? I haven't thought about it yet. So you definitely don't know. I definitely think about it next time we meet. After a while, Su Bei finally shouted calmly, the new year is coming soon. It was a bit confusing, but only Lin understood it. However, Lin's figure became more and more illusory, gradually losing its substance, looming. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't sit up from the bed. This time, Lin can't fulfill the agreement. It can be regarded as one person breaking his promise once. In this way, it is offset. Uncle. Su Bei didn't respond, because Lin disappeared. This part of the soul reunited and merged with Su Bei. A scent of milk lingered in the room for a long time. In a trance, Su Bei seemed to still see the pink-haired lowly sitting at the head of the bed, arguing with everyone, calling them evil beasts. At this point, the fifth mystery, the mermaid candle was completely disintegrated and fell into silence. The Li Lizi was still driving, and soon drove into a dead end. This is an island surrounded by four sides, in the space maze with only one-way streets. The Li Lizi hit the island. The farewell has not yet dissipated. The despair continues. Chapter 456 Li Lizi's Comforting Method. Lin left at a good time. Because the Chinese New Year was 2 weeks later. And they would definitely not be able to spend it together. This made everyone a little dazed. It's okay. Stupid Su Bei. Lin just went back. She's not dead. She's a great god. Li Lizi patted Su Bei's shoulder. Looked at Su Bei's silence. Peeled the lollipop and forced it into Su Bei's mouth to awaken Su Bei's soul. For her, happiness is such a simple thing. And giving a lollipop is also a great sacrifice. I hope Su Bei will not be ungrateful. Jasmine did not say much. But just sat next to Su Bei, poking Su Bei's cheek from time to verify whether Mr. Su Bei really became demented. It shouldn't be possible. Right? It really can't be possible. Because Mr. Su Bei's eyes can move. This shows that Su Bei is still in good condition. It is true. For Su Bei, this can only be regarded as a normal separation between friends. It's just that parting always makes people sad. Especially before the new year. Su Bei's mind was clear at this moment. And his thoughts were very flexible. He chewed a lollipop in his mouth. Broke it into pieces in 3 bites. Swallowed it in 2 bites. Spit out the plastic stick in 1 bite. And then stood up. He felt it. A terrifying breath was erupting. The so-called island surrounded by 4 sides turned out to be the back of an ancient beast surging in the sea. With its spine arched and turned into an island. This is the descendant of the ancient myth. The earthly python. It is said that in ancient times, the race could fight against the dragon titan. But today it is on the verge of extinction. I never thought that there was a pure-blooded descendant in this strange sea, dominating one side and becoming one of the 7 great mysteries. It is very strong. So it can become one of the 7 great mysteries. Play with and smash passing cruise ships. Do evil. And has not been cracked yet. And its current record is that all passing cruise ships sink to the bottom. Without exception. But it is not strong enough. So it will taste its first failure later. And the consequence of failure is likely to be death. Because the ancestor of the earthly python, the godlike ancestor, is dead. The earthly python. It's just bad luck for it to appear at this high-pressure moment. Since there's no need to hide. Let me do it. Su Bei sighed calmly, no longer concealing his breath. And the power in his body exploded completely. And the colorful light bulb field unfolded, just covering his body, dyeing him into a camouflage man. It looks like a large LED light. Hey, Mr. Su Bei. Information. Information for you. Molly detected the information of the earthly python through the eye of truth, and quickly told Su Bei. Earthly python. Deep Sea King mythology relic immortal dragon killer, unknown mythology life, mythology history, as a pure-blooded descendant left over from the ancient war of gods. It originated from the birth of the original continent. It is not afraid of any wisdom skills. Can eat any law without being affected by it. And has unparalleled physical strength and spell resistance. Note, it is extremely arrogant and conceited. Not afraid of any race. Does not eat laws. And is good at melee. Note, it is very hungry at the moment and needs to eat. Which is very dangerous. Note, since its birth, it has never lost to any intelligent species. Even transcendence is on its menu. Note, the earthly python once used a supreme killing move, which is a very terrifying order skill, with the power of a quasi-god. Note, from the known history, it is known that the earthly python, ancestor Ouroboros, died at the hands of the Valkyrie, and was chopped into pieces by her, causing his body to fall into the abyss and disappear without a trace. If the power of the Valkyrie is used, the damage to it will increase exponentially. Jasmine tried her best to BABA for a long time, but when she looked up, she could not see anyone in front of her. Hey! Where is Mr. Su Bei? Oh! Why don't you wait for someone to finish talking? Jasmine stamped her feet hard, turned around, and suddenly froze. She was a little amused. She saw Li Lizi playing on the rocking horse by herself, and Badong enjoying Shitai's service with his eyes closed, as if everyone didn't take the earthly python seriously at all. So Jasmine puffed her lips and asked everyone seriously, how can everyone not be nervous at all? That's a mythical creature. Mr. Su Bei is going to solve the problem for everyone. Hearing this, Li Lizi paused and roughly inserted the lollipop in her mouth into Jasmine's mouth, trying to tame and subdue Jasmine. This is Li Lizi's way of comforting. She can always accurately insert the lollipop into the mouth of any friend who needs comforting. so as to achieve the purpose of burning the other party's brain cells. This trick was exactly what Lilizi learned from Su Bei a few days ago, and it was put into practice. Seeing that Jasmine was in a daze, Lilizi took this opportunity to reach out and pull Jasmine to sit on the rocking horse together, one in front and one behind. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a mythical bug. It's okay. Hey, hey, hey. No matter what Lilizi said, Jasmine couldn't hear it, because Jasmine was already frightened by Lilizi's bold action. Jasmine licked the lollipop in her mouth in a daze, and then quickly took it out with two poo sounds. Jasmine looked at the saliva on it, and fell into silence for a long time. Everyone will be nervous, but don't worry too much. You have known each other for so long. But this is the first time that Jasmine has seen the full strength of that bastard Su Bei. Right? As she spoke, Lilizi supported Jasmine's waist and swung on the rocking horse, helping Jasmine relax. You must see clearly this time. Only if you catch up with that bastard Su Bei can you do whatever you want. Hearing this, Jasmine blushed. Perhaps because she had something to hide. So she blinked guiltily and looked around hurriedly. Fortunately, Badong and others did not change their expressions, as if they had not heard anything at all. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Jasmine retracted her gaze, blinked blankly, and then squinted her eyes and stared at the lollipop in front of her, revealing an extremely weird look. Then Jasmine turned around and glanced at Lilizi, who was laughing foolishly. It was like looking at some super rare and precious creature. Miss Lilizi, do you like Mr. Su Bei? Hearing this, Lilizi's hair trembled, and the lollipop she had just peeled flew out in fear. Unable to hold back, he jumped up with his feet off the ground, leaping high, and hurriedly snatched the lollipop from Jasmine's hand and stuffed it back into her mouth roughly again. The whole action was smooth and extremely violent, which could be called a cruel and ruthless one, completely blocking Jasmine's voice. Quickly, spit, spit, spit 3 times. Don't curse me. These words scared Lilizi, and even his hair was a little depressed. I like the bastard Su Bei? This is not funny at all. Although Lilizi said this, there was laughter and shouting in the boat, which could be said to be a happy atmosphere. Fortunately, the outside of the boat was not bad either, because the earthly python was also shouting, and the shouting was high-pitched and full of energy. It was a whale. Chapter 457, Beating Up the Earthly Python. The beating outside the house was still going on, but Jasmine's thoughts had already drifted to other places, because she discovered something incredible. It seemed that everyone knew Mr. Su Bei better than she did. Lilizi knew Mr. Su Bei better than she did. Lin was the same. Even Badong was like this. Everyone was full of confidence in Mr. Su Bei. Only she always had her own wild thoughts. But why? Unconsciously, Jasmine's teeth collided with the lollipop, making a cracking sound. She ground her teeth hard and subconsciously clenched her fists. She made up her mind fiercely. It's time to make Mr. Su Bei confess everything. It doesn't matter if it's coercion or bribery. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit of beating. Mr. Su Bei must confess everything inside and out, in every aspect, without reservation. The moment Jasmine had this thought, Lilizi beside her couldn't help but tremble and broke out in cold sweat. Oh my god. I always feel that Miss Jasmine has suddenly become so scary. It's like she wants to eat people. The battle outside the house is wild and fast. While the rest of the crew was still panicking, and some of the Transcendents were discussing how to fight, a gray-green had already appeared on one of the islands. Its momentum was so fierce that it attracted countless prying eyes. What is that? Someone asked. A light bulb? You know what? It really looks like a light bulb. Quite bright. It should be. I guess this is the meal ritual of this giant beast before eating. Listening to the crew's discussions, Alyssa couldn't help but sigh. I said it looked like a light bulb. She recognized who the light bulb was, so she hid early and didn't look directly at the battlefield. Transcendence is only one step away from quasi-god, and the gap of this step is incomparable to the sum of all previous realms. For those below demigod, this can be regarded as a battle of gods. As the light bulb landed on the island, everyone quickly shut their mouths. Their faces were horrified, and their bodies trembled. Those below demigod just took a look, and their bodies almost broke, and their blood flowed backwards. This was a terrifying battle that they could not face directly. Light and shadow fell. Bang! The light bulb hit the island, and the ground shook. A thunder suddenly exploded, and the entire back of the island trembled slightly, and a huge gap was opened. This island was the back of the earthly python. At this moment, the earthly python's head was buzzing, and his face was puzzled and confused. You know, he just surrounded the pear, and was about to roll it up and swallow it. And he was in an extremely perfect eating posture. Whenever he posed an eating posture, the crew members on the passing cruise ship would be scared to shit and urinate. And when they were in extreme fear, it was the most delicious time for their bodies. At this time, he could have a good meal. But somehow, before the earthly python's fantasy became a reality, his back suddenly felt like it was torn apart. And he felt a severe pain. It hurts. It hurt so much. The earthly python wailed in pain, and its huge body floated. There was a violent sound of clanging from the dark island, and then a pair of python heads emerged from the water, facing Subei with a puzzled expression. Why can't you wait? Are you going to serve it as a dessert before dinner? Although it was painful when it fell just now, the earthly python did not think that the other party could compete with him. Because he is a mythical creature. He is invincible and invincible. In this realm of transcendence, he believes that he is invincible. And just now, it was probably the opponent's killer move. But this killer move can only make him scratch his skin and bleed a little. But this will probably be regarded as a battle medal that the opponent will remember for a lifetime. Right? Thinking of this, the earthly python spit out the snake tongue with a mocking expression, and his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Subei did not waste words, and quietly took out his right hand and made another move. Just want to fight to your heart's content. Before the earthly python finished speaking, a palm appeared on his forehead, and there were some space cracks in the air caused by this palm. After a while, the space in front of him shattered into pieces, bursting into a deep gray, and the power of the palm instantly vented to the earthly python's forehead. This is the Black Hand. Previously, Subei's black hand slapped the immortal Badong, which could only be regarded as a transcendent killing move, and could not deal with mythical creatures. But since Lin left, he left a lot of his perceptions of death to the soul of the god, including the Black Hand. It was a farewell gift for Subei. It just so happened that Subei's learning ability was extremely amazing. Under the characteristics of the same frequency, it took only a few breaths to comprehend all the insights. Now Subei's Black Hand contained the power of order left by Lin. This is an order skill, with the power of quasi-god. This is a complete Black Hand. When he took out one hand, the face of the earthly python froze, as if he fell into an ice cellar, and he could no longer say any teasing words. The power contained in this palm made the soul of the earthly python tremble unconsciously. Will he die? This was the first reaction of the earthly python. No. Is he sick? This was the second reaction of the earthly python. Who will use a big move first when they meet? Soon the earthly python lost the ability to think, because Subei's palm fell. Another explosion sounded above the strange sea. Bang! The earthly python's entire head was smashed into ashes, and the death order touched the huge head, as easy and comfortable as smashing tofu with a slap. It hurts. It hurts. You are looking for death. The head of the earthly python was shattered, but it was not dead. Transcendence was the highest realm in the original continent. The vitality and trump card of each transcendent could be described as terrifying. The huge body of the earthly python surged wildly. The body hidden in the strange sea was nearly 100 feet long. The whole Lili Z was about to be overturned in the surge. In the blink of an eye, the huge body of the earthly python was connected head to tail, and an invisible order was being released. This was the killer move of the earthly python, which was also an order skill. The order involved was the extremely domineering cause and effect system and time system. It was the most powerful one among all order skills. It is extremely rare for the transcendents to face each other with order skills, and it has not appeared many times throughout history. But the earthly python is now furious. I want you to die. As the earthly python is connected head to tail, its breath surges in an instant. Its scales gradually crack, and its broken head is repaired at a rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, the laws on the earthly python keep jumping and colliding, and faintly begin to evolve towards order. It is communicating with its future self and past self, using the power of the future to return to the present, and using the body of the past to return to the present, shaping the strongest self, and continuing to stay in this state. Never exhausted. Tracing the origin of order skills, the earthly python is evolving in an unpredictable direction. Once he completes his descent, He will temporarily master the power of order. And his words will come true. This will easily crush Su Bei, who is merely transcendent. This is a victory that belongs only to him. At that time, he will devour and dismember the provocative insects in front of him one bite at a time, and kill them with the most cruel means. You will die, insect. Become my dessert. But Su Bei did not wait. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, he raised his right hand and slapped his chest. At this moment, it seemed as if something was released. What was that? Chapter 458, Unlocking the Forbidden Law. What is he doing? This is the confusion in the hearts of all the transcendents. And soon they have their own answers. That is light. The extremely bright gray. The extremely deep green. The colors are so rich that they are almost unrecognizable. That is, the law mixed with order. At this moment, all the transcendents watching the battle stood up. And Badon even shouted several times. Fuck. It turns out that the Forbidden Law source power can not only prohibit the enemy, but also prohibit oneself. On the Bloody Island, Su Bei once used the law of the Forbidden Law source power to seal his own power to avoid death and life overflow, causing an uncontrollable disaster. He sealed all the mixed orders in the law, which was the most fundamental power bestowed upon him by life and death. At this moment, Su Bei untied all the restraints. The power was venting. The law was jumping in space. Countless rules of power were constantly overflowing in the body. And in an instant, the entire strange sea was covered with gray and green. The spectators fell into silence. Badong was stunned. He had always thought that if he fought with Su Bei again, even if he could not win, he would not lose too badly. At least if he fights again, he won't be enchanted again. And Su Bei's other moves won't hurt him much, so he can block them completely. But now it seems that the result of fighting again can only be worse. And he might even be beaten and tamed. And even the cooperative relationship will be downgraded by half a level to become a father-son relationship. This is indeed the case, because the power of the law in Su Bei's body is too terrifying now. And it is impossible to squander it at will. Su Bei, who realized this result, was also a little frightened. The consequence of suppressing power is that even Su Bei himself can't control it after it explodes. When Su Bei opened the domain again, the colorful light bulb suddenly expanded, and instantly completely encompassed the earthly python. The domain came first, followed by Su Bei's slap. As the palm was slapped, the transparent and colorless law lingered around the earthly python, completely isolating the other party's laws. And the origin tracing was interrupted halfway. And this half was only enough for the earthly python to restore its complete body and master half of the order. Logically speaking, the earthly python that possessed this kind of power would be able to fight against Su Bei, and would not be beaten too badly. Moreover, if it used another offensive killing move containing order, it could even hurt Su Bei. But something strange happened. The earthly python seemed to have completely lost its fighting spirit, and its huge body was trembling, without any resistance at all. What Su Bei didn't know was that compared to the interruption of his skills, the appearance of the forbidden source of power was what frightened him more. The earthly python, when he sensed the power of the forbidden spell, his resistance suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in fear and panic. It was like a Lolita meeting a Lolita control, a lollipop meeting a pear, and Su Bei meeting Jasmine. The earthly python. He realized one thing deeply. At this moment, he met the most feared natural enemy in his life. This is the power of the Valkyrie. This is the fear factor engraved in his genes. Bang. With a slap. The slap came. The earthly python. The body froze, and the huge python head was slapped away by a palm. And the body smashed into the seabed and exploded into 100 feet of waves. The earthly python didn't get up for a long time, and it looked like it fell asleep and had no intention of getting up. Su Bei was stunned, because he didn't use much strength just now, and it was just a very casual slap. It was estimated that even Shitai couldn't be killed. It was impossible to cause too much damage to the earthly python. Is he acting? Could there be a killer move? Su Bei was too lazy to think, and jumped into the seabed, and was stunned again. There was no trace of the earthly python on the seabed, and there was not even a wave. Su Bei's eyes condensed, and he observed the signs of life under the sea through the law of life. He immediately stretched out his left hand to release the heaven's chain, and the chain shot towards a tiny tail that was almost inaudible at the far end, tightly wrapping around the tail of the earthly python. The earthly python wailed in fear. At this moment, He even began to regret why he learned this damn origin tracing. So that he repaired his body and made his body longer. And was caught by Su Bei. He was just a little bit away from running away. The earthly python swam at a high speed. Its huge body rolled up a series of waterspouts on the seabed. And countless demigods and monsters fled and scattered. But no matter how hard he struggled, how could he break free from the heaven's chains? The earthly python was caught by Su Bei. And the first thing he did after being caught was to be beaten. He couldn't even muster any resistance, and only prayed that Su Bei would let him go after beating him to his heart's content. Su Bei just had this intention, and kept attacking the earthly python body, just to have a good fight. As the body of the earthly python cracked inch by inch, and the blood kept flowing. Slowly, the entire strange sea was dyed blood red. However, the earthly python's vitality was too strong, and the physical defense of the mythical offspring was very exaggerated. Even Su Bei did not expect that the whole beating process would last for 3 days. As a result, the crew members on the Lilizi were no longer surprised, and regarded the booming vibration as a hypnotic bell. Some crew members could not hear the violent noise, and even felt uncomfortable sleeping. The next day. Have you finished fighting? Can't you listen? Really tough. I didn't expect the mythical species to have such strong vitality. Really? By the way, do you know who the person who fought was? I don't know him. Probably my dad. Uh-huh. You are a bit humorous. Who is that? It should be my dad. Such a conversation may seem like a joke, but it is not uncommon in the past few days. Molly walked on the deck and could hear conversations about Su Bei at any time, full of admiration. Some female crew members even made explicit innuendos in their words. And even Jasmine gritted her teeth and couldn't help but retort. Mr. Su Bei will never agree to that. Hearing this, the chattering crew cast a puzzled look, but after seeing the barrenness of Jasmine's chest, they quickly retracted their gaze. I think they think that Jasmine's lowly body is not a threat to them at all. The whole beating process lasted for 3 whole days. On the 3rd night, as blood rain fell from the sky and the earth became clear, and the dark clouds suddenly dissipated. The rain fell on the sea monsters, and some young monsters grew wildly, crossing the infancy stage and entering adulthood overnight. The rain fell on the Lilizi, and countless quasi-demigods felt something in their hearts, quietly stepped into demigods at this moment, and at the same time comprehended a powerful lost skill. This is a time law that can burn one's future potential and improve the present. A few demigods have a further understanding of the law and vaguely see the threshold of transcendence. However, several transcendents were completely silent and said nothing. It is difficult to tell who wins and who loses among the transcendents, and rarely whether they live or die. Most of the time, they just fight to the death. There have been cases of crippling, but few have been wiped out. But this bloody rain means that just now, something very terrifying happened to them. This mysterious man who suddenly appeared killed the mythical descendant of the pinnacle of transcendence. This means that, if he wants, he can kill all the transcendents on the ship. Who is he? Chapter 459. Sleeping for 3 days. December 18th. It was late at night. On the deck, at the door of Jasmine's room. First there was a slight knock on the door, and then, click. The door was slowly opened. A dark figure appeared at the door. After hearing the noise, Jasmine rubbed her eyes, then sat up from the bed and looked outside, asking in confusion, "Is it Miss Shitai and Badong? You are back?" "It's me." The voice was a little hoarse and weak, but Jasmine recognized it immediately. How could Jasmine not recognize Mr. Su Bei's voice? "Mr. Su Bei, you're back." Jasmine quickly lifted the quilt. The sudden cold air made Lilizi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, tremble all over, and she couldn't help sneezing. Fortunately, Lilizi was not woken up. Jasmine stood on tiptoe and said to Su Bei, "Be quiet. Miss Lilizi is sleeping in my bed." There was silence for a long time. Lilizi turned over, crawled into the quilt, and fell asleep again. Seeing this, Jasmine held her breath and tiptoed closer to Su Bei, not caring that she was only wearing pajamas. Seeing Su Bei's tired body covered in blood, Jasmine hurriedly stepped forward to hold Su Bei's arm, smiled, and asked softly, "Mr. Su Bei, how is the result?" "Good." "Is Mr. Su Bei injured?" "No." "Is Mr. Su Bei tired?" "Not bad." After caring about Mr. Su Bei's physical condition, Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief, rolled her eyes, and then asked about some strange rumors she had heard recently. Hee. Many people are talking about Mr. Subei recently. Good. Everyone is very interested in Mr. Subei. Good. Among them, there is a very beautiful older sister. Super cute. Super plump. Much cuter than Jasmine. Good. Not good. Jasmine poked Subei's waist. Subei shuddered and shook his head. Not good. Jasmine led Subei to sit on the bed. Took a deep breath. Puffed up her mouth. And muttered, many people said that if Mr. Subei is willing, they want to make friends with Mr. Subei. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. What do you think? Mr. Subei? No. The voice was a little weak, and it sounded like a reluctant rejection. Jasmine suddenly felt a little more of a sense of crisis in her heart, and she tightly grasped her trouser legs with both hands, inadvertently wrinkling them. Then Mr. Subei. And if Jasmine also made such a request to Mr. Subei, what would Mr. Subei think? Why? Would he think that Jasmine was confused? But Jasmine is actually very clear-headed. Jasmine has something in her heart that she really wants to tell Mr. Subei. Mr. Subei, are you willing? Willing to listen? No response. Although Jasmine herself knew how bad her words were just now, and she couldn't even form a complete sentence. But how could there be no response at all? Jasmine's hair trembled, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Hee. Actually, Jasmine was joking. Mr. Subei, don't embarrass me. Jasmine forced a smile, intending to show her most positive side to Mr. Subei. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, she saw Li Lizzie with wide eyes. Li Lizzie was still in a confused state, staring into Jasmine's eyes, and blinked dully. What's the difference between this and turning your head and seeing a ghost? Jasmine was confused. As for Subei, he had completely lost consciousness when the two of them sat down. He was too tired. Subei spent a lot of energy to kill the earthly python. His first feeling after killing it was one word: tired. He was so tired that he almost lost consciousness. It was not difficult to defeat the descendant of myth, but it was not easy to kill. It can even be said to be extremely difficult and tiring. It was already the limit for Subei to be able to return to the room. How could he think, let alone answer the questions asked by Jasmine? When Jasmine continued to ask questions, Subei's brain had been disconnected from the main body, and Subei was sleeping on the bed. And he had been sleeping for a while. Just when Jasmine asked the key question, Subei fell headfirst on the quilt, pressing down Li Lizzie, who had buried her knees in the quilt. And it happened to wake Li Lizzie up. It is foreseeable that the words that Jasmine had just said, which were close to confession, were almost all said to Li Lizzie. As a result, the two people tightened their toes at the same time, and kept squirming their feet under the same quilt, as if they were trying to tacitly carve out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on the bed sheet. Almost at the same time, the confused Li Lizzie and the bewildered Jasmine lowered their heads together, looking at Subei, who was sleeping soundly, and happened to look up again. They looked at each other. They blinked at the same time. Li Lizzie didn't hear anything, and didn't know anything. After a long silence, Li Lizzie broke the deadlock first, falling on the bed with a bang and kicking out. She kicked the big head on the quilt into Jasmine's arms. Then she covered the quilt and closed her eyes. She fell asleep. To some extent, this also relieved Jasmine's embarrassment. After another long while, Jasmine stuck out her tongue very quickly, then lowered her head, and gently stroked the head in her arms with her right hand, maintaining this gentle action for a long time. After staring for a long time, Jasmine could even feel that her face was getting hot. How could it be so hot in this season that is about to enter winter? Jasmine did not go into it, nor did she want to go into it. She had already confirmed this answer in her heart. She had confirmed it many times. Good night. Chapter 460 Strange Dream Mid-Autumn Festival Extra. Jasmine didn't sleep well. In the past, when she slept in the same room with Mr. Subei, Jasmine always slept soundly and sweetly. But something seemed wrong last night, because Jasmine had a dream last night. It was a forest with lush branches and leaves, and it was foggy everywhere. The warm sunlight cast a silhouette through the leaves, cutting the sunlight into pieces. Suddenly, the branches swayed and lined up in an orderly manner to both sides, making way for a wide road. At the end of the road, there was a rocking chair with garlands woven on it, and there were 2 seats on it. One side was empty, and Mr. Subei was sitting on the other side. Mr. Subei was smiling at her, and his domineering and stern gaze seemed to be commanding her to go over. But his slightly fluctuating eyes seemed like a puppy begging humbly. Was Mr. Sube expecting her to go over? Jasmine responded timidly, and walked towards the other side in small steps. Slowly, the small steps turned into trots, and soon they started to run wildly. Jasmine only remembered that she was trying hard to hide her smile, which was a light that would shine through her eyes even when she bit her lower lip. The road between the two of them was not rugged, but a very smooth path. Jasmine stepped on the dew with her bare feet, creating ripples. The fragrance of flowers was everywhere, and countless jasmines bloomed at this moment, decorating the surroundings of the two of them. Jasmine bloomed, until the two stood face to face. Jasmine suddenly put her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoe. Her eyes were light, and she didn't know where to look, and gently called out, "Mr. Sube, do you have anything to do? I like you." No extra description. No mutual testing. Sube expressed his feelings very easily. Molly could no longer hide her smile. Finally loosened her teeth and smiled happily. "I like you too, Mr. Sube. Mr. Sube. Mr. Sube." The next day, at dawn, Molly jumped up from the bed instantly, her hair trembling. She couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality last night, until she saw Sube sleeping soundly on her knees. Molly finally recognized the reality. That's right. Mr. Sube would never talk to Jasmine like that. Jasmine couldn't help but take a breath and puffed up her mouth like a pufferfish. The huge gap between reality and dream made Jasmine feel depressed all of a sudden. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why can't this be true? I must make this thing real. Jasmine kept puffing her mouth, pulled her hand out of the quilt, and suddenly froze. Unconsciously, the puffing action disappeared. A breath slowly spit out from her mouth. Jasmine used a little force on her 5 fingertips, and finally separated her palms that were stuck together with difficulty. Eh? Jasmine blinked. Daimao was still spinning. Daimao soon stopped spinning. Daimao fell down. Jasmine opened her mouth, and Daimao and her head bent a very small arc. Then she carefully lifted a corner of the quilt, and then covered it with a sudden force. Eh? Jasmine tilted her head, and spread her 5 beautiful fingers again. The fingers reflected a little transparent luster in the sun, reflecting the colors of the rainbow, shining brightly. Jasmine fell silent, looking at Sube leaning on her knees. Her cheeks gradually began to turn red. Soon the redness spread from her head to the roots behind her ears, and then even her hair began to change color. Huh? Jasmine blinked again. Her body received the message faster than her brain. Wait, could it be that, in a trance? Jasmine's eyes slowly widened, and soon they widened to an outrageous level. In a trance? Her mouth also opened wide. Hey, 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 hey. In an instant, with a bang, Jasmine's head exploded and billowing smoke came out. That's right. Jasmine is already old enough. But how could it be? Looking up again, Jasmine kept a shy expression, swallowed hard, and began to clean up the crime scene. First, throw Mr. Sube to the upper bunk. Jasmine raised her hand and threw. I threw. Bang. It doesn't matter if Mr. Sube's head hits the iron railing, because Jasmine has more important things to do now. So let's deal with it this way for the time being. I will bring you down tomorrow and continue to comfort you. Next is to tidy up the sheets. I pulled. Something unexpected happened. There was Lizzie on the bed. Although Lizzie is very small, you can pretend that she does not exist. But she is not really non-existent. It just so happens that Lizzie has a very serious problem of staying in bed. So Lizzie will never leave the seal of the bed unless the sun shines on her, but Jasmine pulled the sheets hard. Lizzie pulled subconsciously. Jasmine pulled very hard. Lizzie pulled very hard. I don't want to get up. Lizzie bit the bed sheet in a daze, as if it was her favorite lollipop, and she would never let go. Jasmine blushed and pulled the bed sheet hard, and shouted to Lizzie seriously, You don't need a bed sheet when you sleep. Miss Lizzie. Nonsense. You just want to trick me into getting up. Lizzie won't be fooled. Lizzie tried her best. Her face turned red, and she insisted on pulling the bed sheet. Let go. Miss Lizzie. You can still let Miss Lizzie take a nap later. All day long. Jasmine hurriedly thought about the words, and began to save the country in a roundabout way. Liar. Lie. 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 Don't try to deceive the great Riri. As she said this, Riri suddenly gritted her teeth and talked about the past that made her very sad. The Duchess of Gloucester always used the words that you can continue to sleep after dinner to coax Riri to have breakfast. But every time after breakfast, Riri was forced to study. Riri will not be fooled. You idiot! Jasmine was stunned. This was the first time she heard someone call her an idiot. As expected of Riri, she always had conflicts with everyone. And every time she fought in a way that was totally unexpected. Even the gentle Jasmine couldn't hold back at this moment. Because the bed sheet must not be discovered. Miss Riri, if you don't listen, you won't get to eat the cake today. Riri was startled awake and sat down on the bed. Click. With a sound, the bed sheet was torn. One person grabbed half of it and fell to the ground together. The bed sheet was split into two and hit Lizzie and Jasmine on the forehead at the same time. It was a little heavy. Lizzie suddenly woke up and blinked cutely. And her hair trembled. Ah? Huh? Jasmine blinked stupidly. And her hair trembled, revealing a little panic. What is this? Lizzie frowned in confusion, looked at the bed sheet, blinked, and suddenly her hair trembled. Miss Jasmine, are you eating the lollipop behind Lizzie's back? Huh? This was a new angle that Jasmine had never thought of. But it seemed to be surprisingly explainable. Jasmine nodded and assured. Great. Fortunately, Lizzie is a fool. As long as Lizzie is washed, nothing will be left of you. Even after a long time. When Jasmine thought of this day, she still felt weak all over and couldn't use any strength at all. This is growth. Chapter 461 Jasmine Little Thoughts. Extra continuation. The cleaning process of Jasmine and Lizzie was not smooth. Because Jasmine not only had to eliminate all evidence of the crime, but also had to stop Lizzie from trying to steal. Stupid Lizzie. I will compensate you with a lollipop after getting off the boat. Don't steal it. Woo woo woo. Realizing that she couldn't eat the lollipop anyway, Lizzie's hair on her head drooped down. And she became listless all of a sudden. Let Jasmine's hands wander over her body, wiping away the water stains one by one, like an unconscious doll. After cleaning, the bathroom door opened. A thick smoke gushed out, and the air was full of hormones. The scent of jasmine and pear blossoms intertwined, filling the room. After leaving, the two of them recovered a little bit of their original appearance. Lizzie had already revived to full health, and she jumped towards the house, repeating a sentence every time she jumped. Dessert, 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 dessert. The shyness on Jasmine's face faded a little bit compared to before, but there was still a little redness that was hard to dissipate. Jasmine's little head was already in a mess, as it was her first time experiencing this. Fortunately, all the evidence was disposed of. It didn't exist. It just didn't happen. Can't. Let Mr. Subay know. It's too embarrassing. Know what? Lizzie suddenly turned around. But a finger had already poked out before Lizzie turned around, pressing against Jasmine's soft cheek. Poked hard. No. Don't ask any more questions. Jasmine bit her lower lip tightly and warned sternly. After a while, Jasmine, who had sent Lizzie away with dessert, sat down on a chair alone, her mind still in a mess and difficult to concentrate. Jasmine had been wondering why she had such a dream. Could it be that it was some kind of erotic dream? No. Right? Jasmine swallowed hard, and her eyes could not help looking at Subay on the upper bunk, and her breathing began to speed up unconsciously. Jasmine hurriedly retracted her gaze, but she didn't know where to stop her gaze. And when she swept across the table, she was stunned again. I saw that she had carved a lot of marks on the wooden table with her fingernails. The handwriting was neat and uniform. Just a complete Mr. Subay. Hey. Jasmine hurriedly scratched the words with her fingernails, trying desperately to erase their traces. But somehow, it seemed that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't completely cover up the marks. As if the girl's intentions had reached a point where no matter how she tried to cover them up, it seemed particularly blatant. And no matter how hard she tried to suppress it, she couldn't hold it back. Jasmine stopped her futile work, stretched out her hands, and held her cheeks, feeling the gentle face in her palm. She was speechless. It was the first time she felt that she was so bad. This feeling of being about to break down and being swallowed up by desire made Jasmine feel strange and terrified. She tried her best to resist this feeling, but she couldn't help but recall it. Unconsciously, Jasmine subconsciously became a puppet of the subconscious again, greedily recalling everything in the dream, sinking into that wonderful reverie, unable to extricate herself. Perhaps, before letting Mr. Sube confess. Jasmine would lose control of herself first. Thinking of this, Jasmine couldn't help but bury her head between her arms and leaned on the table. A very soft, barely audible confession sounded quietly in the room. I like Mr. Sube. I like you the most. I can't control myself at all. Mr. Sube. Chapter 462 Time Loop. It was 3 days later that Sube woke up. The weather was not sunny that day, but the house was strangely fresh, as if someone had specially cleaned it. Is it Jasmine who did it? Sube sat up from the bed, feeling his slightly sore body, and rubbed his temples. Headache. Very painful. It was as if he had been hit hard by an iron rod. And the noise was not small, because Sube could touch the back of his head. There was a small bump there. Could it be that I had ADHD while sleeping and accidentally fell off the bed? Sube thought so, squinting his eyes to observe the surroundings. At this moment, Sube was the only one in the room. The quilt and mattress were all newly changed. There was less girlish body fragrance from Jasmine, and more old smell of cotton products. Strange. When was it changed? Sube remembered that Jasmine changed the sheets once every half a month. But Jasmine had just changed them not long before he lost consciousness. He slept for a whole half a month? Realizing this, Sube couldn't help but feel a little more uneasy. This was not good news for Sube, because the bad luck had not yet dissipated. The luck of everyone on the Lily Z would be reduced to a very outrageous level, and hitting coral reefs would be a common occurrence. If you are not careful, there will be whirlpools, tsunamis, and beast tides. Not to mention that the two children of Destiny, Luminera and Jasmine, lived on the ship, which made the predicament encountered by the Lily Z even more difficult. Sube thought about it, and slowly sat up from the bed. He had slept on the upper bunk before, but when he woke up, he was lying on the lower bunk. Fortunately, there were no dents on the bed sheet next to Sube, and there was not much smell of Jasmine and Lilizi. This meant that Jasmine and Lilizi moved up to sleep. This was normal. It would be strange if they slept together. Sube did not think about it anymore. Got up, and walked towards the door with a slightly stiff step, limping, until he opened the door. Sube was stunned. What the hell is this? Sube rubbed his eyes, and opened his mouth slightly. But he did not know where to start. At this time, a young girl who looked like Jasmine, but was 5 or 6 years younger than the normal Jasmine, looked back, smiled, and ran towards Sube quickly. Mr. Sube, you are awake. Well, the voice sounded like Jasmine. Except for the age. Everything was similar. But why did Jasmine become so young? Sube looked at her in confusion, stretched out his hand to measure the height of the two, and couldn't help asking, have you shrunk? Jasmine was stunned for a moment, puffed up her mouth and jumped towards Sube, opening her arms in a gesture of wanting a hug. Hug? I want a hug. I tell you later. But Jasmine was too small now. Even if she jumped up with all her strength, it would be difficult for her to reach Sube's neck. She couldn't even touch Sube's shoulder. Seeing this, Sube pointed with one hand, pointed at Jasmine's head to stop her movements, and blinked in confusion. What's the matter? Hold, Jasmine said coquettishly. Sube was stunned. Jasmine was a little too cute now. It was hard for Sube to refuse such a Jasmine. So he reached out his hand, picked up Jasmine, and put her on his shoulder. It's a time loop. This was Lilizi's voice. In the distance, Lilizi, whose appearance had not changed much, walked slowly, pointed at the lowly and showed around, and muttered to explain. The effect today should be that all crew members over 100 years old have become old men or grandmas, and all crew members under 100 years old have become children or dolls. Today? Sube was puzzled, because of the mysterious effect of the time loop. The time on the entire ship is disordered, and there will be different changes every day. Yesterday's effect was that everyone turned into babies, causing everyone to lose the ability to think. If there were not a few transcendents on the ship, I guess everyone couldn't even drink milk. Crying and making a fuss. Sube should also know how bad children are. It really is. Any child is an extremely troublesome creature for Sube. Of course, Jasmine counted. Does this power have no effect on transcendence? Sube captured the key information and asked hurriedly. Lilizi shook her head and said something that was extremely stressful for Sube. Transcendence can temporarily resist this power, but it won't last. This is order. Maybe half a year. Maybe tomorrow. Even you and I will be affected by the time loop. Can't break free. Su Bei was silent. His eyes swept across the crew on the entire ship. And for a moment, he didn't know where to start thinking. He could clearly feel that Jasmine was now more clingy than before. She had more childishness. It was as if she had really returned to her 10-year-old self. This was too scary. This not only changed the appearance of the crew members, but also their mentality and habits. This was truly changing time. This was one of the 7 incredible mysteries. And it was also the most terrifying mystery among them. The time loop. Is there no way to stop this? Su Bei asked seriously. Li Lizzie shook her head. Su Bei's heart sank. And he asked again, sail out of the strange sea? We should be approaching the chaotic sea. Right? Li Lizzie thought for a moment. And said a secret that was extremely precious to the gods. This is the power of the goddess of time. But the goddess of time is dead. So the time of the entire original world fell into disorder. And it always moved forward in a disordered evolution. But as I said, the goddess of time is dead. So no one knows where this power comes from. There is no way to escape it. Is there really no way? Su Bei sighed. This was the first time he felt clueless and couldn't think of any countermeasures. If Lin's real body is called, it should be possible to erase it. Li Lizzie blinked. Complete death can kill this ownerless time. But the plan Li Lizzie said was obviously not feasible. The moment Lin's real body descended, the crew members who saw the gods had already died, becoming death puppets and completely losing their lives. Without mastering the order, I am afraid I won't even have the strength to bear the breath of the gods. How can we survive until the goddess of death erases the time loop? Lin's arrival can only accelerate the whole thing from slow death to direct death. And there is no other help. Su Bei sighed and asked again. What else? There is a way. Li Lizzie hesitated and suddenly said. Su Bei looked sideways and looked seriously. If there is a transcendent who can comprehend the order of time, everyone should be saved. Li Lizzie laughed awkwardly. Su Bei was silent. Li Lizzie's words were enough to make everyone despair. Because throughout history, except for the goddess of time, no one has ever fully stepped into this path, let alone stepped into the corridor of ascension and became a quasi-god. The time system is like a taboo. Countless people have been fascinated by it. But just a slight touch will lead to very terrible consequences. This is an impossible path. This is a path to ascension that is open to the public. But no one has been able to step into it for tens of thousands of years. Su Bei looked sideways, looking at Jasmine who had become a child, speechless, and did not speak for a long time. He wanted to try. Chapter 463 Preschool Education. December 22nd. 6 o'clock in the morning. When the first ray of sunlight shines on the Li Lizzie, time has brought new changes invisibly. This is the time loop changing. Through observation, it can be seen that today's theme is preschool children. The specific result is that almost all the people on the ship have become half-grown children, who are at the age of babbling, and their IQ and mentality have changed synchronously. This is an age when people are curious about everything, and it is also a very troublesome age. For Su Bei, this was also a wonderful experience, because Su Bei had never seen Jasmine of this age. In Jasmine's room, Su Bei leaned on the table with one hand on his chin, thinking about how to get started with the laws of time. The prerequisite for getting started with the laws of time is to learn time skills, and have a preliminary understanding of how to use time. This was not a big deal for Su Bei. Although there were not many time skills, there were still many recorded in the omniscient code. It was enough for Su Bei to slowly explore. And Su Bei learns very quickly. How fast exactly? Let's take a look. This is the same frequency. On the side, Jasmine was swinging on the rocking horse. That was the rocking horse that Li Lizzie often sat on. At this moment, Jasmine was humming a tune on the horse and swinging her feet back and forth. Her face still retained the immaturity of inexperienced people and a little innocence that only belongs to children. Mr. Su Bei, do you want to play house? No. Su Bei refused calmly, and quickly retracted his gaze after casting it, and continued to grope for the word time. But Jasmine wants to play a little bit. Jasmine puffed up her lips and muttered. Children always have privileges. It just so happens that Jasmine is in Su Bei. If Jasmine becomes a child, then this privilege will be infinitely magnified. So much so that a casual request will make Su Bei hesitate for a moment. At this time, Jasmine relied on this cute appearance, blinked her extremely beautiful blue eyes, and stretched out her hand to pull Su Bei's sleeve. God, God knows what Su Bei was thinking just now. He only remembered that he glanced at her twice. And his brain suddenly went completely blank. And he could no longer think. The description of being so cute that it was a foul became concrete at this moment. Su Bei definitely had no way to continue exploring his skills. So Su Bei sighed deeply and nodded lightly. 10 minutes. Okay. Molly will play the bride. What role will Mr. Su Bei play? Molly's childish voice came, asking politely, her eyes full of expectation. This look made Su Bei feel a little guilty for no reason, and made him decide to respond to Jasmine's expectations. This is the only possible relationship. Right? After thinking for a moment, Su Bei nodded and replied calmly, Father. For 5-year-old Jasmine and 20-year-old Su Bei. This is the only possibility. Jasmine was stunned, and her little heart was severely traumatized in her childhood. She lowered her head slightly, blinked confusedly, and the hair on her head slowly hooked a question mark. Maybe he was so happy that he didn't know what to do. Thinking so, Su Bei assigned a whole set of homework for the child. It can be regarded as reviewing preschool education. At this time, the door was suddenly kicked open. I saw Lizzie gritting her teeth, dragging a preschool boy with black hair with her right hand, and sternly warned, be honest, Duke of Gloucester. Lizzie will never allow you to fight with that stupid demon again. Get back and do your homework immediately. Don't bother me. Who do you think you are? Fighting is the romance that belongs only to men. Dip the beans. So cool. This black and gold boy is the Duke of Gloucester who was poisoned by the time loop. There are still some traces of the past on his face. And he looks delicate and cute. And his eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to Lizzie. It's just that the roles and positions of the two. It's hard to imagine what kind of mentality the Duke of Gloucester will have when he returns to normal. Every family has its own problems. Not only Molly felt tired because of Su Bei's answer, Lizzie was also worried about her old father. So Lizzie used all her skills to personally control the Duke of Gloucester to behave himself. You don't know anything at all. Fighting can only make you happy for a while. Only learning can make you feel real happiness. You will regret it when you reach my age. Lizzie taught earnestly. And suddenly her hair stood up, as if she had thought of an idea, and dragged the Duke of Gloucester again, muttering, This is so bad. I will punish you to copy the house rules 10 times. You are old enough to be copied, so you must have a taste of the evils of society. Wait, why should I copy? I want to fight. No. No. You will regret it. How could the 5-year-old Duke of Gloucester resist the 16-year-old Lizzie? The result is obvious. Lizzie successfully tamed her father, and gained a considerable family status by reversing the trend of Tian Gang. It can also be regarded as a kind of advanced consumption. After dealing with the troubles of her father, Lizzie breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Su Bei with a pair of tired eyes, intending to ask about Su Bei's research progress, and give some encouragement and support. Have you learned 1 + 1? That's great. You can glimpse the most simple mathematical skills from countless exquisite skill combinations. Maybe you can really understand time. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. No. When Lizzie saw 2 + 2 and 3 + 3, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she leaned closer to his face to try to find out some secrets. When Su Bei wrote 11 + 11, and then Jasmine raised her hands and feet at the same time, counting with her feet 3 fingers wide, Lizzie fell into complete silence. There was no talk for a long time. Only one foot was pointed at Su Bei's forehead from time to time, raised for a moment, and then put down, as if thinking whether to tame Su Bei with violence and let him figure out what is most important now. Fortunately, Lizzie didn't kick out after all, because kicking the Duke of Gloucester doesn't require a beating. But kicking Su Bei will. Fortunately, Lizzie is good at thinking. Damn it. Lizzie peeled the lollipop she carried with her. Eat a lollipop first to calm down. Chapter 464 Understanding Time Loops. Of course, Su Bei knew what the most important thing was now. So after playing with Jasmine for a while, he coaxed Jasmine to bed and let her go to sleep. Then he sat on both sides of the table with Lizzie and began to understand time and time loops. What are the current phenomena of time loops? And how many days have they lasted? Su Bei asked directly without much greeting. Lizzie thought about it and gave an answer. If you count from the day you fell asleep. Today is the 4th day. You know today and yesterday. They are preschool. And aging and childish. These 2 days are okay. At least they are controllable. and the impact on us is very limited. Only a little effect. The day before yesterday, everyone was a baby. That day, the situation was extremely bad, and even the most basic control of the cruise ship could not be done. Cooking, maintaining the ship, resisting the endless attacks of monsters, controlling the course, etc., all of which are done by the few of us. And the power of order that day was so strong that even Lizzie became a little shorter, probably about half a year younger. Huh? Subei caught the loophole in his words and asked, "You haven't grown taller in 4 or 5 years. Can you really feel the difference in half a year? You know, lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest knife." This sentence almost broke Lizzie's defense, and she couldn't help but argue, "Don't talk nonsense. You don't understand anything at all. Lizzie is growing at an extremely fast rate of 0.01 millimeters per year. One day, she will grow to 1.5 meters tall. She is a super queen with infinite possibilities in the future." Lizzie said so, and Subei could only obey. At this rate of growth, it would only take Lizzie 1,000 years to grow to 1.5 meters tall. It is really a cause for celebration. However, Subei would find these scenes that Lizzie said very difficult to imagine, not to mention experiencing them personally. You know, Subei hates trouble the most. What about the first day? What were the initial signs? Subei asked again. The first day, something is completely confusing. Even Lizzie doesn't understand it at all. After everyone discussed it, the final answer was that it was back to the age when emotions were at their highest. Right? Lizzie pondered and gave an unsure answer. The age when emotions were at their highest? Subei frowned. This description was too abstract, which made it difficult for Subei to imagine the specific picture. The first day's time loop should be the most intense, because that night, even Lizzie couldn't control herself. That night, Lizzie dreamed of. Lizzie curved her eyebrows and wiped the saliva from the corners of her mouth. Subei frowned in confusion. What's going on? Lizzie swallowed several times and then broke free from her memories. Too many lollipops. A huge candy house. And all kinds of cake castles. This is Lizzie's secret base. Riri has memorized all those designs now. This is how the kingdom of God will be built in the future. As for the sea of books, it is no longer popular. The dream lasted until the early morning, and Riri couldn't control herself. So she got up secretly and ate a lollipop in the bed. As she said that, Riri took out a lollipop and put it in her mouth to relieve the pain of not being able to realize her fantasy. Then she muttered, "But as far as I know, everyone's dream is different. For example, the Elf Queen cried after waking up, and didn't want to go back to sleep for several days, as if she was very resistant to that dream. In this case, it seems that the description of the most emotional is not quite accurate. Perhaps it can be explained as returning to the most emotional age, which is more understandable. The Elf Queen. Maybe she is missing someone or something. In this way, the effect of the time loop is very general and overbearing, making it difficult for Subei to guess what the theme will be tomorrow. It was like a huge blind box. How is Jasmine? Subei asked casually. Lizzie's eyes and eyelashes curved together, and she laughed intriguingly, deliberately imitating a certain sound. Mr. Subei. Mr. Subei. Mr. Subei. Hey. It's Mr. Subei. Subei was stunned, narrowed his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand and turned it into a knife, and fell straight down. Lizzie's silly hair trembled. Bang! A palm hit Lizzie's forehead. You bastard Subei. You obviously want to ask Lizzie. Lizzie shouted. Her eyes glared fiercely, and then she shook her head continuously, slapping the palm floating on her head with her aho mane. This was Lizzie's counterattack. Anyway, that's what Jasmine shouted in her sleep. As for what she dreamed about, Jasmine herself didn't reveal anything. Anyway, it was super scary. It was very quiet around at the time. Jasmine suddenly shouted, and Lizzie, who was secretly eating, was so scared that she couldn't even hold the lollipop firmly, and accidentally dropped the lollipop on the bed. Although Lizzie cleaned up the crime scene quickly, the marks on the bed sheet could not be cleaned up. But then again, Jasmine became super weird the next day, and was a bit too nice to Lizzie. Subei's floating hand had already grabbed the aho hair, causing Lizzie's body to tremble. However, Lizzie did not give in, but clenched her teeth tightly to resist the stimulation from the aho hair to her limbs, and responded calmly, Jasmine. I have to bathe Lilizi myself. And I have to make 5 small cakes for Lilizi as a reward. From this point of view, these 2 things are really only good for Lilizi. Not only can she enjoy the bathing service, but she can also get a small cake reward. But taking a bath together. Is this content something Subei can listen to? Subei was stunned, and unnaturally withdrew his eyes, controlling himself not to make unnecessary associations with the topic. His hand holding Dai Mao had loosened unconsciously. After a while, Subei stared at the table in front of him and guided the topic to normal content. Maybe. Jasmine dreamed of our first meeting. Subei smiled slightly, looking at the scratches on the table and the obvious word Subei under the scratches, and fell into long memories. He did not make too many associations with Jasmine behavior. It is difficult for people to imagine things they have not experienced. A 16-year-old girl, no matter how emotional she is, has a limited vision. What else can she dream about? Perhaps the time that Jasmine misses the most and makes her happiest is the time they spent in Winter City. As Subei was lost in his memories, he didn't notice that Lilizi had already left the chair with a red face. Lilizi was very vindictive, and usually took revenge on the spot, unless there was really no way to complete the revenge. At this moment, Lilizi was standing behind Subei. He moved his left foot half a step horizontally, bent his right foot backwards and flew into the air, then took a deep breath and kicked Subei's head with great force. Show Lilizi how spicy it is. This kick will be very handsome. Damn Subei. Lilizi kicked out with great force, aiming for 3 minutes. Bang! The sound of the kick breaking through the air came before Lilizi spoke, and only 1 second after the huge movement, there was a bang. Subei turned his head in confusion. Lilizi was lying on the ground with her legs spread out, her big blue eyes constantly turning mosquito quills, and her lips were weighty and merging, constantly opening and closing. Through observation, Subei easily figured out what had just happened, so he fell silent. I didn't know what to say for a moment. It's hard to imagine that Lilizi is a person. After aiming for a full 3 minutes, she was able to achieve the outrageous plot of kicking her head with her right foot and knocking herself over. This made Subei unable to act out. Soon, tears gathered in Lilizi's eyes. But before the tears fell, she pursed her lips in extreme grievance, and stopped crying and making a fuss. Lilizi struggled to get up from the ground, patted the dust on her knees, then turned her back and limped to the bed. The moment Lilizi turned her back, tears misted out in the blink of an eye, and tears became a string of pearl necklaces, pat 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 falling to the ground. But Lilizi still said nothing, until she got into the bed and wrapped herself up with the quilt. She began to mutter in a very low voice, "Asshole Subei. You should have just stood there and taken the beating. Why did you breathe? It's all your fault that you took a breath," causing Lilizi to kick in vain. I'm not willing to accept it. I'm really not willing to accept it. Lilizi is not convinced. Compared to the time when Lilizi couldn't control her tears before, she is now terribly mature. Perhaps this is growth. Chapter 465 Time Loop. Forever 18 years old. December 23rd. Sunny. The theme of today's time is forever 18 years old. So everyone stays at the age of 18. This can probably be regarded as the only good news in the past few days. Today is the second day after Subei woke up. He has learned more than 100 time-related skills, and the time spent is probably the time of eating a meal. Transcending to learn basic skills is a dimensionality reduction attack. Not to mention that Subei has a fully developed frequency matching characteristic. But Subei still had no idea how to comprehend the rules of the time system and expand the domain. However, after 2 days of research, Subei discovered some rules of time loops. The more obvious the change to time, the weaker the power of order will be. Conversely, the stronger it will be. For example, if time is turned back to the infant period, the effect on transcendence will be very weak. But if it is turned back to the age of 18, the effect will be very obvious. However, this rule is only effective for transcendence, and there is no way to resist it under transcendence. And this influence is gradually increasing, becoming more overbearing every day. This is the gradual consolidation of order, and the final result is that it will evolve into a natural law and become common sense for everyone. As Subei thought about this, a pair of hands passed through the back of his neck and stopped at his temple, gently twisting and kneading. Although he did not turn around, Subei could easily tell that the person behind him was Jasmine by observing the slender fingertips with his peripheral vision, and the obvious jasmine scent coming from the tip of his nose. "What's the matter?" Su Bei asked calmly. Molly frowned and asked in confusion. "Mr. Su Bei, is the theme of today's time really forever 18 years old?" "It should be correct." Su Bei nodded. "Really?" Molly continued to ask without giving up. "Just say it if you have something to say." Molly paused for a moment, then held Su Bei's head and slowly moved it to the side until their eyes met. "Mr. Su Bei, please take a good look at Molly. Are you sure you've really returned to the age of 18? Su Bei was stunned for a moment, and looked at Jasmine now, with extremely serious and scientific research and thinking. She should be 18 years old. If the 16-year-old Jasmine is like a green jasmine, then the 18-year-old Jasmine can be said to be halfway in bloom. At the best age in life. The combination of the greenness that has not yet faded and a little maturity and stability. The youthful atmosphere exuded by Jasmine every move is enough to attract anyone's attention. Even Su Bei will be attracted a little. So much so that some thoughts of going beyond the limit can't help but come to mind. Cute. If I can get closer, maybe I can understand time better. Right? Not only that, Jasmine's figure is more impressive than before. With a slight curve. Although the curve is not obvious. Even Su Bei has to spend a lot of effort to observe. But it is somewhat there. This is definitely the charm of an 18-year-old super invincible beautiful girl. It's completely in Su Bei's sexual fetish. If this goes on, Su Bei always feels that things will get very bad. "Mr. Su Bei? Mr. Su Bei? Mr. Su Bei?" After a while, Su Bei gradually came back to his senses, looking at a pair of hands waiting in front of him, touching his nose, then looking away from Jasmine and nodding calmly. He gave an extremely confident answer. 18 years old. No doubt. Su Bei's strange action naturally did not escape Jasmine's eyes. Seeing this, Jasmine pursed her lips, curved her eyebrows, smiled slightly. Her face was slightly ruddy, and her eyes were erratic. Then he stretched out his right hand to brush the hair hanging on his chest behind his ear, and folded his hands over his chest slightly. It seemed that he wanted to squeeze out a more obvious arc. Then he coughed, puffed his lips and muttered, "Are you really 18 years old?" But Jasmine. Thinking of this, Jasmine's joy just now disappeared. She bit her lower lip in extreme grief and anger, held Su Bei's hand and put it on her head, and said angrily, "How can you not grow taller? Not even a little bit." This hand-holding action, coupled with the expression of shame and anger, was really lethal to Su Bei. It was a bit of a foul. Su Bei subconsciously swept his eyes away and didn't dare to stay for any longer. He could only slightly increase the weight of his right hand and gently rub Jasmine's head. It was considered as comfort to Jasmine. Great. Speaking of Mr. Su Bei, Jasmine poked her head out and stopped in front of Su Bei, blinking her beautiful big eyes. "Why don't you look at Jasmine?" Then he puffed his lips hard, his eyes revealing a bit of innocence and ignorance. It seems that he doesn't care about Jasmine at all. Or is he afraid to look? The picture freezes. At this distance, Su Bei can already smell the air exhaled by Jasmine at the first time. Hear each other's heartbeats. Su Bei swallowed hard, and the movement of his Adam's apple was so obvious. Unconsciously, a drop of sweat fell from Su Bei's forehead and slid to his chin. Su Bei lowered his eyes and said lightly, "Nothing happened." Then he stretched out his finger and poked Jasmine's forehead, trying to push her away. But he didn't push her away. Su Bei looked up, a little puzzled. Jasmine forced herself to stay still, stretched out her right hand in front of Su Bei, and wiped the sweat off Su Bei's chin. "Mr. Su Bei, don't be too tired." Then she smiled. It was a brilliant smile, and the sea of stars in her eyes turned into a figure, which was not clear, but unique, like a flower in full bloom. Chapter 466 The Secret of Time Rules. The bad luck has not dissipated. The space maze is coupled with the bad luck, and the combined power of the two is very terrifying. Specifically, every route that the Releasy takes is a dead end. After 3 days, the distance between the Releasy and the chaotic sea area has not shortened, but even extended. This is not good news. And what's worse is that the magic tide continues and has not stopped until now. This high-pressure environment has severely destroyed the morale of the crew, causing the atmosphere of the entire ship to be dead. Not to mention the time loop that is updated once a day. These are the first 3 of the 7 incredible secrets. Each of them is an unsolvable technique. Although not fatal, it is more destructive than fatal. In addition, there is the magical skill of cause and effect gathering brought by fate, which leads to various cause and effect settlements, from small quarrels to life and death. It is said that the 8 geniuses of the demon clan have been really angry and must distinguish the boss and the second. Several liches of the undead clan are even more terrifying. Not only do they list each other's sins in the past, but they also expose their identities before their death and dig up several bloody pasts. This is not a good thing. Perhaps before the magic tide and various mysteries overturn the Lily Z, the internal conflicts of the crew will completely erupt. By then, the cruise ship will really be in chaos and a melee will occur. Fortunately, several transcendents are not idle. They each find the right direction and start to exert their strength. For example, the elf queen Leah is good at lobbying, so she uses her personal charm to deal with it and help the conflicting parties establish friendly relations. Of course, if both parties do not want to agree, then Leah also knows some boxing and can help both parties to force a friendly relationship. Yes, you can argue, but fighting is not allowed. If you must fight, please aim at Leah. I will make you reflect on your mistakes. Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa, also not idle. After appearing, he stayed on the deck, with his huge bone wings spread out, becoming the most eye-catching symbol of the bow. Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa, relying on dragon language magic, he can explore the route of the space maze from a distance and play a role in identifying the direction. Although it cannot easily pass the maze, it can greatly reduce the number of times the Releasy hits the air wall and protect the cruise ship itself. It's just that dragon language magic is a bit time-consuming. Fortunately, it has recently learned a very niche emerging culture, which not only improves its rapping ability, but also improves its speaking speed. This has greatly improved its strength and can alleviate the boredom caused by the continuous casting of the Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa. This makes him very happy, and he even has to speak from time to time when eating. Look at this bowl. It's big and round. Look at this noodles. Yo. I always get up very early. Get up very early. Beast King Rexer slept on the deck. Whenever there was a demonic wave, the gravity field would instantly suppress it. No matter if it was a demigod monster or an evil spirit, as long as it dared to appear, it would be easily suppressed by Beast King Rexer and beaten. As for the rest of the garrison crew, they only needed to pick up the gaps and make up for the losses. And from time to time, he could also listen to the old Bone Dragon's dragon language rap, which could be regarded as a way to relieve his worries and boredom. In addition to these transcendences that are on the surface, the transcendences that are hidden in the dark are also not idle. For example, Leleezy. She has found the cause of the bad luck by searching for clues left by Wisdom, currently tracking clues. It is said that the key information will be obtained in the next 2 days. The same is true for Elena. She has also found the key cause of the bad luck and is also tracking and investigating. However, she has never shared the information with anyone. I think she intends to erase the bad luck by herself. As for Shitai and Badong, they were completely disgraced because they were playing badly. One trip a day. Apart from that, only Palu, the imperial teacher of Baiyan, was left. No one knew what he was doing. Even the crew of Baiyan Empire didn't know. Besides, Sube was left. Although Sube was studying one of the most difficult secrets, his progress was the fastest. On the night of December 23rd, Sube successfully figured out the first ray of time system rules and comprehended the mystery of time. I think this is the top talent. The reason why Sube was able to find out the trick so quickly was all thanks to the omniscience code sent by Leleezy, the perfect development frequency trained by the Valkyrie, the death perception notes left by Lin, and the 18-year-old Jasmine who inadvertently seduced Sube with her beauty, causing Sube to be forced to practice in seclusion to avoid temptation. It can be said that it is all thanks to women. At most, it is Sube's 1% of effort. And this time system is also the first law that Sube explored on his own. Although success was just around the corner, Sube did not relax, because those who touch time will always be unlucky. Throughout history, no one has ever successfully comprehended time. Why is this? Sube did not understand. He just wanted to try. Sube felt the time rule floating in his body, gathered his consciousness, and adjusted his state to maintain the most perfect state. Then he touched it. Dong. 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 This is the sound of the pointer swinging. Time is moving. Then a dazzling white light burst out in front of Su Bei's eyes. As his consciousness continued to rise into the sky, Su Bei saw it. It was an extremely majestic and sacred figure. He was so sacred that every inch of his skin contained the truth of time. With just one glance, one could see the past and present, the entire river of time, on his skin. He closed his eyes tightly. His face was peaceful, as if he was sleeping. In front of this majestic figure, the existence of an individual was as small as dust. He could not resist. So how could he cross it? He was the goddess of time. It was also this glance that completely shattered Su Bei's consciousness and made him blind. Don't pry into the secrets of time. There are some secrets that you cannot pry into. They are more cruel than death. Su Bei withdrew his consciousness, slowly came back to his senses, and remained silent. No wonder those who understand time will eventually be unfortunate. It turns out that on the road to the rules of time, there is a god blocking this most critical point, not allowing anyone to touch the rules of time. He is like a gate, blocking the way for all living beings to touch the rules of time. Who is he? He is the goddess of time. Li Lizi's voice suddenly sounded a little heavy. She rested one hand on Su Bei's back, and her tone contained a rare seriousness. I know it's difficult, but you must try it, because if anyone can peek into time, it must be you, and only you. Remember the secret realm of the Valkyrie? Why can you go back to the past and fix the fragments of history that have not yet been recorded? You need to think about it more. Think slowly. Chapter 467, Studying Things to Gain Knowledge. December 24th. Bad luck broke out. Everyone's luck dropped to the freezing point. Now even eating will cause choking. Squatting will cause slipping. It is the most unlucky I have ever experienced. Today's time theme is also a very abstract concept. Specifically, it should be that everyone has returned to the most active age in their lives. But it may not be a big deal if you take it out. But when ADHD collides with extreme bad luck, it is no different from quick suicide. The whole ship was in extreme chaos. Every second, someone was seriously injured for various reasons. In the time it took to eat breakfast, 2 of the maintenance workers and repairmen on the ship, the goblins with a high suicide rate, had blown themselves up and were lying in bed in the ward. This was still under the control of Transcendence. Not only the crew, but also the monsters became super male individuals. Various weird demigods emerged one after another, making it difficult to guard against them. It is hard to imagine how difficult today will be. The same is true for Su Bei. Su Bei's exploration of time was stuck. It is not difficult to learn time skills, and it is not difficult to explore the rules of time. But Su Bei can't use it, because the goddess of time stored her body on the long river of time, cutting off the possibility of stealing the authority of time. Fortunately, the goddess of time is dead. You must know that Su Bei is at the pinnacle of transcendence and can trigger several orders. But he still can't peek at the body of the goddess of time. If it is a complete goddess of time, perhaps her consciousness will be crushed in an instant if she is slightly condensed. Su Bei had such a hard time. Not to mention the other quasi-demigods, who had just come into contact with the law and had half a foot in the time system. They had been groping for half their lives, and had worked hard to activate a ray of the law of time. When they were about to step into it with joy, they saw that majestic body. Then, because they could not carry the breath of the gods, their consciousness exploded, and their strength was greatly damaged. Their bodies were severely damaged, and they had no chance of being promoted to demigods, who comprehended the rules. And the gods could not be discussed or guessed, and they could not pass on the things of the gods. That's why there are rumors circulating in the world that people who come into contact with time will be unlucky. So how can we break it? Su Bei actually thought of a way. Since she is the goddess of time, she is the incarnation of time, a concrete time order, a collection of time, and contains the most essential mysteries and truths of time. So is there a possibility that Su Bei can realize the moment of taking off? And before he feels the goddess of time, he can perform the god-level stealing technique in advance. Based on the stealing technique, he forcibly stole a leg hair from the other party and brought it back to reality for further research. Because studying the gods themselves is the ultimate secret of studying this path, which can more intuitively and clearly understand and contact the order. This is the study of things to gain knowledge. This is a recognized truth. But this is also the most difficult way to become a god. For example, by studying Lin's ontology, Su Bei can study the order of death, decompose its principles, and deepen his understanding. By studying the ontology of life, Su Bei can study the order of life, understand its connotation, and go further. However, Su Bei cannot comprehend the order of wisdom by studying Li Lizi's essence. Because wisdom is dead, Li Lizi can only be regarded as the reincarnation of wisdom, not the essence of wisdom. But Li Lizi definitely knows where the essence of wisdom is buried. So if there is a chance, Su Bei can study it and explore the path of wisdom. This is the true meaning of studying things to gain knowledge. Of course, studying things to gain knowledge is never a simple matter, and there are too many prerequisites. The basic condition is to be a quasi-god, at least to understand order, in order to understand the principles of the gods' bodies. Secondly, studying things is a relatively intimate act. Gods are emotionally indifferent and put interests first, so it is difficult for them to agree to such behavior. Finally, once a god is studied by studying things, it means that his weaknesses and killer moves are all exposed to the other party, and all his skills will be completely understood by the other party, and there will be no secrets. Therefore, even if they are completely dead and disappeared, they will not be willing to be studied by studying things. After figuring out this key point, Su Bei sighed again. Fortunately, the goddess of time is dead, and this is Su Bei's only chance. If the goddess of time is alive, Su Bei can't even face her directly. Thinking of this, Su Bei calmed down and contacted the rules of time again. He pinched out the god-level stealing technique in advance, clenched 5 playing cards, and was ready to start at any time. As Su Bei's consciousness was lifted up, the invisible pressure gradually surged, and his eyes showed a light that could not be penetrated by sight. When the goddess of time's majestic body flashed, Su Bei took action. 5 poker cards were rubbed open, and the god-level stealing technique was quietly activated. Pulling out leg hair. Right now, pressure burned Su Bei's consciousness. This wisp of consciousness in the air completely collapsed the moment it left the fantasy state. Fortunately, the god-level stealing technique was activated synchronously. This is the same frequency. However, something happened that Su Bei was completely unexpected. Su Bei did not determine the stealing target, and touched nothing for the first time. This means that one thing has become an established fact. The goddess of time has no leg hair. Silence. Su Bei fell silent. Now it's a headache. Su Bei can't study directly with his eyes, and can't steal parts of the body to study things. The whole thing is at a dead end again. But there is a way, because the goddess of time is wearing clothes. If you steal the clothes of the goddess of time and study time based on her own body aura, can you successfully contact the rules of time? Su Bei doesn't know, but he has to slow down. The collapse of the consciousness body affects the soul. Although Su Bei's soul is very powerful, excessive consumption still puts a little burden on him. Fortunately, Su Bei is not without things to do now, because Li Lizi is successful. She found the complete clues of the bad luck. It's a good time to sort out the ideas. Let's solve the third mystery. The bad luck. First, Chapter 468, The True Face of Doom. Inside Li Lizi's house. At the round table meeting. As to why the mystery of doom came into being. Perhaps we have to go back in time to the ancient war between gods. I can't say much about the specific details of the war, but what I can confirm is that it should have been created by a quasi-god called the Messenger of Disaster. This is a special order left behind after his death. It can be regarded as the embodiment of the Order of Doom, and his body is buried somewhere in this strange sea. 10,000 meters deep. Li Lizi was telling the story vividly, and she casually took out an ancient map, on which was painted an ancient battlefield. The plate was quite similar to the strange sea, but the terrain depicted on it was a continent. At this moment, the Li Lizi was not very close to the marked battlefield. The straight line distance was about hundreds of miles, not to mention the vertical distance of 10,000 meters. Then what? Su Bei asked lightly, his right hand constantly resisting Jasmine poking fingers, and occasionally he had to be wary of Jasmine's head that suddenly approached, which would block his sight. Stop it. Su Bei touched Jasmine's head. Don't touch my head. It will make me stupid. Jasmine pouted in protest, but her movements did not slow down at all. Instead, she began to attack the blind spots that Su Bei could not notice. For example, the back, such as the neck. Because of the time loop, Jasmine had some excess energy today. She would poke Su Bei from time to time, saying that she recalled some memories and had to find the feeling of the past. Su Bei refused. He did not lose his memory, so there was no need to relive it again. Although these memories are worth remembering for him, they are not fun physically. Of course, it is useless for him to refuse, because Jasmine does not listen to him. And perhaps the order power of the time loop today is limited. So Su-Bei does not feel much. It looks no different from the past. But Lilizi does not seem to be the case, because she not only changed into a teacher's uniform that she got from nowhere, but also wore a pair of slightly old-fashioned black-framed glasses. He said he wanted to pretend to be a teacher and give guidance to these students. So today's scene was created. Specifically, Su-Bei and others sat side by side, and Lilizi held up a wooden stick exclusively for teachers and told the past history. Lilizi hooked her glasses with her index finger, nodded seriously, and said in a deep voice, "As long as we discuss this corpse, we should be able to solve this matter." Badong lay flat in Shitai's arms and said lazily, "How to discuss? Pick him up and slap him on the nose? Shut up and be serious." Lilizi waved the baton in her hand and hit Badong hard on the forehead. Badong obeyed again. "I didn't dare to hit him, nor did I dare to scold him. What else can I do?" Then, Lilizi pointed the baton at Su-Bei and Jasmine, and slammed the table. "For this operation, I decided to send you two. You two go together." "Eh? Should I go too?" Jasmine suddenly stopped moving, pointed at her nose, and blinked. Su-Bei didn't have any objection. He was just a brick. He could be moved wherever he was needed. Badong simply closed his eyes and began to sleep, since what happened next had nothing to do with him anyway. Seeing this, Lilizi nodded, pointed at the battlefield, and said, "As far as I know, this messenger of disaster is a relative or friend of a previous demon king. So, she will definitely consider your opinion." Hearing this, Jasmine asked in confusion, "But this messenger of disaster is close friends with other demon kings. What does this have to do with me?" "Yes, and it is very relevant. Listen to what teacher Lilizi will tell you slowly." Lilizi walked forward, stood on tiptoe, and tried to touch Jasmine's head, intending to explain as a respected teacher. However, Lilizi's action failed. Her outstretched hand was caught by Jasmine. Lilizi was unexpectedly pulled into Jasmine's arms and forced to sit on Jasmine's legs. Then a hand landed on her head, rubbing and caressing it gently. "You can talk now, Miss Lilizi. Jasmine is listening." Ririko was stunned. "Okay." Although it was a little different from what Ririko expected. "But it works this way." Ririko, ahem, snorted twice, and said, "In short, every demon king has some intersections. If you remember the inheritance left by the previous demon king, you should know that the previous demon king also received the inheritance. So what is the inheritance? What is it?" Jasmine was full of curiosity and quickly repeated the sentence. "Hee hee. Lilizi doesn't know what's spicy." Jasmine narrowed her eyes slightly, and her right hand quietly climbed along Lilizi's clothes to the soft flesh on her waist, and gently poked it. Lilizi instantly fell limp. "Don't make a fuss. Just listen to Lilizi first." Jasmine let go. Lilizi panted slightly and continued. "Lilizi knows that every inheritance is connected. That's right. You will have the mark of the previous demon kings. The messenger of disaster will naturally remember your taste, and also remember your breath. So Lilizi believes that this bad luck is not a mysterious coming caused by the accumulation of cause and effect. It is also possible that the messenger of disaster is sending you some kind of signal." As she said this, Lilizi raised her head and glanced at Jasmine's chin, and continued, "Of course, the above is just Lilizi's guess. There is also a 50% chance that the messenger of disaster does not know Jasmine at all. If this is the case, Jasmine will be in great danger if she goes there. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is in danger of death. So, whether to go or not is entirely up to Jasmine. If you don't want to go, let the bastard Su-Bei go. Although the disaster messenger is a quasi-god, he has been dead for a long time. So Su-Bei is not incapable of fighting him. What do you think, Jasmine?" Lilizi's words can be said to be comprehensive, and all the possibilities have been mentioned. This makes it easier for Jasmine to think better. Jasmine thought for a long time, and cast her eyes on Su-Bei. Su-Bei's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "You decide." "Yes, Mr. Su-Bei." Molly smiled slightly, stood up, and said seriously, "Molly doesn't want to see everyone working hard, but I can't help it all. Molly wants to fight side by side with Mr. Su-Bei. On the other side, After discussing with Luminera, Elena asked for leave from everyone, saying that she wanted to go around and asked everyone not to worry. Then that night, Elena quietly tamed a sea beast and rode it into the strange sea alone. I didn't tell anyone. Chapter 469, A Trip for Two. Same day, late at night, on the strange sea, on the boundless ocean, a small boat drifted alone. Although the boat was lonely, the people on it were not. Instead, it was a little noisy. Mr. Subei, is this the right way? It's hard to say. Subei shook his head. It's okay. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. Why are you asking? Then Mr. Subei, don't you want to talk to Jasmine? I don't want to. You're lying. Jasmine can see it. Jasmine crossed her legs and leaned to one side, humming the cheerful tune she learned from the elves. She kept smiling and sat on the two sides of the small wooden boat with Subei. She was waving the oars around to test whether there were any space walls around. In one night, we hit the space wall more than 20 times, entered 4 dead ends, and returned once. We have only left less than 10 kilometers until now. Is Mr. Subei reflecting on himself? After hearing this description that was enough to cause a heart attack, Subei couldn't help but sigh softly, because Lu Subei brought it. But he didn't have any good way to detect the space maze. You have to know that the structure of the space maze is random, and the space wall is in a state where it cannot be seen, sensed, and even energy can pass through it at will. It can only be identified through the most primitive sense of touch. The only known detection method at present is dragon language magic, and dragon language magic happens to be one of the few innate abilities that cannot be replicated at the same frequency. This gave Subei a headache. Of course, it was only Subei who had a headache, because there was no extra emotion on Jasmine's face, and she always kept a faint smile. It was as if she was always in a good mood, because Subei's reaction was a very novel experience for Jasmine. This was the first time Jasmine saw Mr. Subei like this. Anxious, troubled, at a loss. Although I really want to see Mr. Subei's anxious look. But Molly still can't bear it. Subei glanced sideways, sweeping away the doubtful look, only to see Molly's knees move slightly. Her face moved closer, and her eyes curved with a smile. If Mr. Subei can ask Molly, Molly can solve the problem of identifying the direction. Please. Subei nodded calmly. Molly's smile froze. Her eyes widened to normal, and she fell into a moment of dullness. I didn't expect Subei to agree so straightforwardly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But Jasmine was only stunned for a moment, and then quickly waved her hand. That's not the case. Jasmine hasn't finished yet. Please. Subei repeated. This calm way of begging was as natural as Jasmine discussing where to sleep tonight. It didn't meet Jasmine's expectations at all. What Jasmine wanted was for Mr. Subei to use a coquettish tone, at least a more sincere expression, and a more be good. Subei stretched out his hand to interrupt Jasmine's spell, gently rubbed the girl's fluffy head, and pressed the ends of her hair down. Well, after all, he is Mr. Subei. But it is still a bit foul. Jasmine puffed her lips, and sighed heavily after a while, and even her straight shoulders collapsed. Maybe she regretted not seeing the scene she wanted to see. But Jasmine can't bear to see Mr. Subei so anxious. Let Jasmine help. As she said, Jasmine bit her finger and stretched her right hand towards the strange sea. Tick-tock. A few drops of blood fell and hit the sea surface, creating ripples. Then the sea surface began to boil and tremble, like boiling water, with wisps of steam coming out. Then the sea surface shook violently, and the small wooden boat was about to fall under this change. Bang! With a sound, I saw a strange-looking lanternfish jumped out from the bottom of the sea, stretched out the lantern it was holding and rubbed Jasmine's palm. Slightly intimate. Subei was stunned. He felt a little breath from the other party. Although it is very weak, it does have the breath of rules. This is a demigod lord-level monster. This should be the overlord of the nearby sea area. Right? At this moment, the lanternfish is like a pet, actively sending its most core lantern part to Jasmine's palm. It can be imagined that if Jasmine has a little evil thought, she only needs to exert a little force on her palm to easily grasp the life of the lanternfish. What is the difference between this and giving it for free? After summoning the lanternfish, Jasmine approached the side of the wooden boat and leaned over slightly, put her face close to the lanternfish, and muttered something. Can you help us explore the way? Molly pointed to the clouds under the darkest sky in the distant sky. We want to go under that cloud. Okay. The lanternfish nodded, and then opened its mouth. A white knight-shining pearl was delivered. Molly blinked her eyes, stretched out her hand, and took the knight-shining pearl from the mouth of the lanternfish. You are so kind. Thank you. Molly patted the other party's head. This was considered a return gift. The lanternfish was screaming excitedly. Although the call was unpleasant, it was obvious that the lanternfish was very happy. Perhaps it felt that it had made a profit. Su Bei was completely silent. With natural favorability, Jasmine could not only get the free help of this demigod-level lanternfish, but also let the other party explode a good treasure. The only prerequisite for the whole process was to spend 2 drops of blood to summon the other party to come. This is the affinity of monsters. This is a talent that even Su Bei would envy. After that, the entire small wooden boat was escorted by the lanternfish, and no more monsters invaded. Soon, the lanternfish called countless fish schools to surround the small wooden boat. These fish schools used their bodies to explore the way for the 2 people, avoiding the possibility of the wooden boat hitting the wall of the space. Not only that, some leading fish would approach the wooden boat from time to time, holding some edible fish with plump meat in their mouths and throwing them to the wooden boat, looking like they wanted to add a meal to the 2. It is hard to imagine that the small fish fry that followed these leading fish and worked hard in the last second were thrown onto the boat as gifts by them in the next second. The night-shining pearl sent by the lanternfish happened to have the ability to cook and make fire. At this moment, Su Bei was completely silent. His envy of Jasmine's succubus physique reached its peak. It can be imagined that if Su Bei had this affinity with monsters, he might have already had a group of Lolita, enough to write his own experience into a popular erotic novel. With his thoughts flying, Su Bei recalled the past in a trance and thought of the reason why he adopted Jasmine. The memory of the dead began to occupy Su Bei's brain. You know, Jasmine has been the thigh that Su Bei wanted to hold tightly from the beginning. And now, these thighs are gradually becoming plump, enough to support a piece of heaven and earth. Chapter 470: A Night of Terror. These days, countless monsters have avoided the sea and fled everywhere, just because a sun inexplicably appeared above the strange sea. This sun is close to the sea level, burning and driving away all passing monsters. It is so domineering and fierce that even birds of prey have to leave a pair of wings. Looking carefully, you can see a figure swaying inside the sun, with a very good figure. This is Elena. I saw that Elena's way of sailing was extremely rough, compared with Su Bei and the others. It was a world of difference. She released infinite holy light power when she raised her hand, forcibly driving away thousands of monsters to explore the way for her and find the direction to go. She only wanted the fastest and most convenient way to sail. It's almost there. It's almost there. Elena looked at the sea calmly. Her eyes were cold, as if she was thinking. On the other side, it was late at night, and it was suitable for sleeping. In fact, when you are above the demigod, it doesn't matter whether you sleep or not for a night, let alone a night. Even if you don't sleep for a month, it doesn't matter. But most of the demigods still keep the habit of sleeping and have never changed it. Su Bei is the same. Maybe he just got used to it. Thinking about it, Su Bei closed his eyes. He really planned to sleep. But Jasmine didn't want to sleep. She always felt that she was very energetic today, and the overflowing energy could not be used up. And this energy was not only reflected in her behavior. In fact, her brain was 100 times more active than her movements. As a result, Jasmine didn't just not want to sleep. Imagine a small wooden boat, a man and a woman, a bed made of the sky and the ground, in the dead of night. What kind of person can sleep well? Jasmine didn't want to sleep anyway. Jasmine shyly stretched out her little finger, slightly lifted Mr. Su Bei's clothes from the collar, and crawled into the opening with 2 fingers together. It seemed that she was going to go deep into it and explore the area she had never touched before. Wait, is this a lie? Realizing that things would gradually get out of control if this continued, Su Bei opened his eyes quickly. Snap. With a sound, the hand was grabbed with great force. First, a pair of big hands completely covered Jasmine's palm, and then a pair of terrified eyes shot straight at her, full of shock. This was Su Bei, who pretended to be asleep but failed and was teased instead. Su Bei turned sideways calmly. What did Jasmine want to do just now? Although Jasmine is cute, cuteness is not omnipotent, and you can't be forgiven for everything. So Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly seriously, revealing a bit of murderous intent. and rarely took out the majesty of an elder, and sternly shouted, "Jasmine!" Jasmine glanced sideways. Jasmine narrowed her left eye and blinked her right eye very hard. The night-like pearl tied to the left end of her hair shone brightly, showing Jasmine's lovely face perfectly. If you look closely, you may be able to see the rosy luster at the end of Jasmine's earlobe, but it was soon hidden by the night. "I'm here, Mr. Subei." Subei's majesty, which had accumulated for a long time, disappeared in an instant. He moved the corner of his lips as if he wanted to say something but stopped, and sighed deeply again. Then he turned his back, averting his eyes from Jasmine, and said lightly, "Sleep." "Okay." After being silent for about half a minute, Jasmine's body kept moving, slowly approaching Subei. Then she stretched out her finger and paused for a moment on Subei's back. Subei's body suddenly tensed up, as if he was facing a great enemy. Jasmine paused for a moment, and seeing that Subei still hadn't relaxed, her fingertips began to hover and draw on this broad back. "Are you asleep, Mr. Subei?" "Yeah," Subei responded, as if talking in a dream. "We haven't been alone together like this for a long time. Doesn't Subei miss it?" "No. Emily knows that Mr. Subei will miss such days." "Do you want to chat with Emily?" "No." "What do you want to talk about?" "No. It's almost the new year." After that, Subei lost his voice, leaving Emily alone to talk to herself, from the past to the future development, not missing a single detail. Through this tedious narration of a matter that goes back and forth, we can see that the girl's thoughts are just like her story. No matter how much she talks about it over and over again, she can't explain it clearly. Even when Mr. Subei's breathing gradually stabilized and he fell asleep, Jasmine couldn't stop narrating. But as she was talking, Jasmine suddenly ended abruptly. "So Mr. Subei, when everything is settled, remember to give yourself a vacation and have a good rest." Then he stretched out his right hand very domineeringly, and embraced from behind, through Subei's arm, and embraced Subei's waist. He pressed his cold and cool body against Subei's back. No more words. This was a hug. In fact, Jasmine didn't want to talk anymore, but she thought Mr. Subei might be really tired, so she stopped narrating, so that Mr. Subei could have a good sleep. Of course, how could Jasmine, who had the eyes of truth, not see that Mr. Subei was pretending to sleep? But Jasmine didn't say it. When the environment was quiet enough, with only their heartbeats beating, Subei finally opened his eyes. He could feel the cold body of the girl behind him gradually getting hotter. It was so hot that it almost ignited Subei's indifferent state of mind and burned it out. This time, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Chapter 471 Time Loop Baby Jasmine. On December 25th, the sky was still dim. The time loop changed again. The good news is that Jasmine is no longer as energetic as yesterday. At least she won't attack Subei at night, which made Subei sleepless all night. These days are torture enough. Subei always feels that Jasmine has changed a lot compared to before. It's like being possessed by a succubus, which always arouses Subei's inner throbbing and leads to some thoughts that shouldn't appear in Subei's mind. So what happened to Jasmine? In theory, at her age, Jasmine should be very pure and motivated. Could it be that all her actions were unconscious? That should be right. Thinking about it, Subei could only attribute Jasmine's actions to his improper training, which led to her being a little bad. Fortunately, Jasmine is only 16 years old. There is still time to correct her. The bad news is that the theme of today's time loop is quite overbearing. There is no need to guess the specific effect. It can be obtained through observation. Because Jasmine turned into a pink and tender baby, crying loudly. And at this age when she can't control her tears, Jasmine needs to learn how to control the monster to find the direction. This is really a bit difficult. Of course, it's not just Jasmine who is in trouble. The same is true for Subei. He has never taken care of a baby. When Jasmine cried, she was at a loss, and could only pat Jasmine's belly to comfort her. Besides, she didn't know what to do. "I heard that babies need milk. Then is the demigod baby still needed?" Subei didn't know, but he had to try. Otherwise, if Jasmine continued to cry like this, his head would explode. Thinking that other children had it, Jasmine should have it too. So Subei opened the omniscience code and sneaked into the kingdom of wisdom to replenish the needs. "It should be here," Subei muttered to himself. He recalled the last time he and Lizzie searched the kingdom of wisdom for Elena's infant body, and groped all the way. Finally, He found a very hidden secret room. This is the candy base that Lilizi secretly built, with a wall of lollipops and milk powder. Subei pushed the wall open. Behind the wall, there are all kinds of milk powder hidden. They are all in a whole can, with various flavors. Subei looked back and forth, took away one of the smaller cans of pear blossom flavored milk powder and a small bottle, and then restored the layout. Leave this room. At the door, Subei paused for a moment and began to recall the room where Lilizi stored her childhood clothes. Then he rushed to the room, took away a few sets of children's clothes, and then left the Kingdom of Wisdom. It can be seen that Subei is already very familiar with Lilizi's Kingdom of Wisdom. This Kingdom of Wisdom, which covers an entire plate, is no different from his own backyard in Subei's eyes. Now Subei probably won't be suspected of pretending to be wise. After doing all this, Subei immediately prepared milk powder for Jasmine and handed the bottle to Jasmine's mouth. Jasmine blinked her huge eyes and soon calmed down. Not crying or making a fuss. Start sucking. Saved. Subei felt relieved. Wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then tied Jasmine to his back. Started the boring paddling life. The boat rose and fell on the strange sea, tossing back and forth, following the rhythm. Jasmine, who was holding the bottle, also closed her eyes, fell asleep. As time passed slowly, Subei felt that the place on his back where Jasmine was carried gradually became warm. It seemed that a few drops of sweat appeared. I guess it was because they had been in contact for too long. So Subei reached out to hold Jasmine and lifted her up. This touch made Subei stunned. His eyes suddenly shrank, and he realized that something extremely terrifying had happened quietly. Then Subei's whole body trembled, and he began to wonder if his feeling was wrong. At the same time, Subei withdrew his right hand that was holding Jasmine. Looking at the transparent liquid on his palm, he fell into deep thought. Although he didn't want to admit it, this thing seemed to have become a reality. Jasmine wet her pants. What should I do? The most urgent thing is to change Jasmine's clothes. But it is obviously inappropriate for Subei to do this, because the time loop is over. Jasmine can remember what she has experienced. After all, she is a 16-year-old girl. Changing clothes is somewhat private. Thinking of this, Subei quickly wiped the liquid on his hands and sent a distress telegram to Lilizi at a very fast speed. Subei, are you there? Fortunately, Lilizi did not disappoint Subei's expectations and replied immediately the next moment. Lilizi, ? Subei, enter the Kingdom of Wisdom. Lilizi, I'm not awake yet, so I declined. Subei, let me buy you some milk powder. Lilizi, enter. Then what? Subei was stunned for a moment. Without much communication, he stretched out his right hand to grab the omniscient codex, and pulled it hard. Wait! What are you doing? You bastard Subei. You can't pull it. You can't pull it here. This is Lilizi's most sensitive place. You stupid Subei. However, Lilizi was still pulled out by Subei roughly, because the matter had reached a point where it could not be delayed any longer, and he could not wait any longer. Subei felt the warmth was still spreading, and it would be too bad if it continued like this. Perhaps it would not be long before Subei's clothes were all wet. Subei grabbed a tuft of soft and smooth hair and pulled it out. Bang! With a sound, Lilizi fell to the ground. She collapsed on the wooden boat like a puddle of mud. Lilizi was weak all over. Her face flushed, and she kept panting, holding on to the boat board and gritting her teeth to get up. Then she raised her right foot, took off the white stockings that she had only put on halfway, and threw them towards Subei viciously. It can be predicted that this projectile angle can perfectly hit Subei's head and knock his awful and rude stupid brain awake. However, the white stockings were caught in Subei's palm. Of course, Subei would not be hit by such a clumsy attack. Asshole. Lilizi didn't even finish putting on her clothes. She came to the kingdom of God after seeing the news. How dare you treat me so rudely? As she said this, Lilizi crossed her arms and snorted angrily. Lilizi swears that if I can't kick your head hard to vent my anger, I will never help you at all. Okay, I help you first. As he said that, Subei turned his back, stretched out his right hand, and pointed his thumb at Jasmine, who was drinking milk peacefully. She seems to have wet the bed. Help me change her clothes. I give you a few sips from the bottle later. Lilizi was stunned, looking at the familiar clothes on Jasmine and the extremely familiar bottle in her mouth. She sniffed and smelled the unmistakable fragrance of pear blossom milk. This. Is it true? Lizzie couldn't help but frown. Her hair tilted. And she blinked. Then she asked in confusion. Is your child Lizzie's? Chapter 472 Diving into the depths of the strange sea. Strange sea. On the wooden boat. Lizzie was changing clothes for Jasmine. After checking and changing, she couldn't help but complain. It's just leaking milk. You idiot. How can a child hold the bottle? Sue-Bay. Bad. Jasmine seemed to understand the conversation between the two. So she picked up the bottle in her hand and poked it at Sue-Bay's forehead. A circle of milk stains was left on the back of Sue-Bay's head. This is the only punishment Jasmine can currently implement. Mine. Sue-Bay sighed, wiped the milk stains, and then opened the rope on the bottle and hung it on Jasmine's collar. Then he looked at the lake and thought calmly. So, did Jasmine do it on purpose or accidentally? After Lizzie finished cleaning up, Sue-Bay turned around and smiled at Lizzie. Lizzie patted her palms and asked Sue-Bay in confusion, by the way, Lizzie always feels that the taste of this bottle and milk powder is a little familiar? Do you have any clues? Sue-Bay nodded. Yes. Where did you buy it? Lizzie asked curiously. Your home. Huh? Lizzie pondered for a moment and frowned. Lizzie, why don't you remember that the Gloucester family has a milk powder industry chain? Could it be a recent emerging enterprise? Your secret house. Sue-Bay said sincerely. Lizzie paused. Her hair first twirled, then stood up. Then her eyes widened slightly. And then she slowly stood up. She walked around Sue-Bay and asked the first question. Is it behind the wall, where the lollipops are stored? Yes. How did you find it? Lizzie was still circling, and had already circled behind Sue-Bay. It was just a handy thing. You mean? You stole Lizzie's milk powder, snatched Lizzie's milk bottle, and asked Lizzie to help you change Jasmine clothes. In the end, the milk powder you rewarded Lizzie was Lizzie's own? Lizzie's tone became higher and higher, and her voice became louder and louder. In the end, she was so angry that she raised her foot to kick Sue-Bay on the forehead, as if she was going to kick Sue-Bay into a concussion. Really? Sue-Bay raised the bottle in Jasmine's hand and handed it to Lizzie, asking calmly, Do you want to drink it? Sue-Bay stretched out his hand. His knuckles just happened to block Lizzie's movements under his feet. The meaning was obvious. Either he kicked over the bottle and Sue-Bay and vented his anger, or he retracted his feet, took the bottle with his hands, and drank a mouthful of milk powder. There was a long silence. Whoosh. There was a sound. Damn idiot Sue-Bay. Lizzie grabbed the bottle, opened her mouth and sucked the nipple. Gurgle gurgle. Take a deep sip. After drinking a full 10 milliliters, Lizzie narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and burped. Don't steal my milk. Don't do it again, or Lizzie will be angry. The consequences of Lizzie's anger are extremely serious. You definitely don't want to know what the consequences are. You can't afford the consequences. You've been a little too much recently. Lizzie must warn you. Do you hear me? Lizzie left cursing, leaving behind a bunch of harsh words. Of course, Sue-Bay didn't listen to a word, but at least he listened. As the sun rose and set, time passed slowly, with the monster leading the way. The speed of the small wooden boat was much faster than before, getting closer and closer to the destination. The thick and dense clouds were getting closer and closer, almost stopping above Sue-Bay's head. Perhaps reaching the sea level at the marked point will happen tonight. Thinking of this, Sue-Bay patted the cute child who was sleeping in his arms and sighed softly. Although the days are long, time is very tight. Let's wait and see. Hope it goes well. The next day, early morning, above the strange sea, the moonlight is gone, but the sun has not yet risen. It's a rather awkward time, because it hasn't reached the time node for the time loop theme to change. But Sue-Bay doesn't plan to wait. He hugged the baby Jasmine and jumped. Sue-Bay turned on the colorful light bulb, wrapped himself in the pure field, and dived into the strange sea. At first, the falling speed was slow, and as the pressure on the seabed gradually increased, Sue-Bay's falling speed became faster and faster. Its speed and strength were unprecedented in the deep sea monsters. They all trembled and moved away, not daring to cast a tentative look. Could it be that a certain overlord of the Chaos Sea came to visit? The monster's speculations naturally did not reach Sue-Bay's ears. The process of diving was a bit boring. So Sue-Bay observed the changes in the seabed environment by the way, which was also a way to relieve boredom. 100 meters under the sea, The surrounding environment was first blue, with schools of fish and shrimps, and various fat and strong fish species dotted the ocean, creating the already stable ecosystem of the weird sea. As the dive deepened, various monsters gradually came into view, with varying strengths and very strange looks. 1,000 meters under the sea. When the dive depth reached 1,000 meters, the azure color had disappeared. The monsters that appeared in front of them were already extremely large, each with an extremely hard exoskeleton, or a soft body that could withstand the pressure of the deep sea. For example, the 12-clawed poisonous octopus, the devilfish, and so on. Of course, there were more sharks and whales. They were used to hunting here, and they only needed to hunt any monster here to satisfy their energy consumption for several days. At this depth, the squeezing feeling from the seabed is something that no demigod can withstand. 3,000 meters below the seabed. When the diving depth reaches 3,000 meters, the surroundings are already pitch black. There is no light, and the only sound coming from the ears is continuous radio waves. There are fish species swimming by, regardless of size, all of which are flat and look like hairtail. This is the most common fish species at this depth. In addition, there are occasional movements, all accompanied by the power of rules. The rules spread invisibly, unfolding various small areas and causing collisions. Electricity, slowness, mud and sand, etc. This means that all the monsters that appear are demigods. Without exception, this sends out a signal. This is the residence of demigod monsters. In fact, at this depth, the normal pressure is already very high, and there is no way for demigods to survive for a long time. A natural law has been formed here. This is gravity. This makes Sube curious, and he has thought about catching two monsters to study, to see their bone structure, and to study why they can resist this pressure. However, the moment the colorful light bulbs touched the nearby area, they all fled in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. It was like a helplessly fleeing Lolita, encountering a terrifying natural enemy called Lolita Control. It didn't give Sube any chance to attack. Sube had no choice but to give up. 5,000 meters deep in the sea. At this depth, Sube couldn't see the monsters. It wasn't because there were no monsters nearby. It was simply because Sube couldn't see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. So he couldn't see them. But there was a sound. Every time a sound appeared, it would produce an unparalleled movement, as if the ground was cracking, and there was an extremely huge creature crawling in front of him. High-pressure water flow rushed towards the domain from all directions, causing Sube to sway back and forth. He was like a loli with her eyes covered by a black cloth, and could only be slaughtered. This was the situation at the moment. If Sube could see, he would see that outside the domain, there was an extremely large python entangled around it. This python was about 200 feet tall, with dark and deep stripes on its body. When it swam naturally, circles of ice mist spread around, freezing the water flow and delaying time. He is the weird sea dark snake, originally a peak demigod snake, and the rules he comprehended are also very common ice systems. However, a few days ago, a bloody rain fell inexplicably, and this gift from nature allowed the weird sea dark snake to make a breakthrough and successfully enter the realm of transcendence. Moreover, it also added a very rare causal system to the rules it comprehended, which can borrow some mysterious power to enhance its own strength. Not only that, the only overlord of this sea area before, the earthly python, disappeared for some reason, which allowed him to occupy this territory that originally belonged to the other party and occupy this entire space. This space was originally the place where the giant python of the mortal world built the kingdom of God. Now it is all his chance. He seems to have a feeling, now that the great world is opened, there may be a place for him on the long steps to becoming a god. The time and place are all favorable to him. He will become a god. At this moment, this strange sea dark snake is looking forward with curiosity. Is this another chance given to him by God? Good. It's really great. He looked at this small and exquisite bright light bulb, spitting out his snake tongue from time to time, considering the possibility of swallowing it in one gulp and refining it in an instant. He certainly knew that he couldn't eat anything randomly, but the life breath contained in the light bulb was too strong. Perhaps by eating this light bulb, he could reach the peak of transcendence and forcibly spy on the ultimate position of God that did not belong to him. Although there was delicious food in front of him, the dark snake of the strange sea was not in a hurry. First, There were only a few big guys of the same level as him in the strange sea. And the number was very small. No one would appear in his territory and snatch this supreme opportunity from him. Second, he had to give it slowly, so as not to blaspheme his good luck. Now the strange sea dark snake was more curious about where the light bulb was going. Could it be that it was leading him to find other opportunities? The strange sea dark snake was overjoyed. The strange sea dark snake kept falling around the light bulb, accompanying Subei to continue diving. 6 kilometers. 7 kilometers. 8 kilometers. The strange sea dark snake became more and more excited. He always felt that things were about to become interesting. Chapter 473 Arriving at the bottom of the strange sea. When Subei dived to a depth of more than 8,000 meters, the pressure suddenly increased. The pressure was so great that even Subei could feel it. If it were a demigod, it would probably be difficult to gain a foothold here. The rules here are very chaotic. Gradually, land began to appear around. There were many sunken ships anchored on the land. A few treasure chests and gold coins, various flags, and many clothes, pants, bones, and heads floating. These objects that still have traces were once the relics of great species. And these species are at least transcendent and above, because ordinary corpses have long been erased by various disordered rules. Only order carriers can last forever. The lowest level of understanding order is also transcendence. Looking around, there are a lot of intact corpses here. At least more than 100 species. Each one exudes a unique regular magnetic field. These are one of the sources of various mysteries. At this depth, the environment changes from dark to bright, and various colors gradually reappear. These colors come from the lustrous luster released by the corpses, which illuminates the entire deep sea bottom. And this also means that Subei's vision is recovering. Subei slowly opened his eyes, and was stunned. Then he frowned. What's the matter? He saw a huge python facing him, spitting out its tongue, blinking happily, and said excitedly, "It turns out to be a living thing. That's even better. This way I won't be considered eating randomly. And the taste of living things is better. And the sound of bones and flesh colliding is very beautiful. I'm already getting excited." Subei looked around in confusion, then pointed at himself and wondered, "Are you talking to me?" It's no wonder that Subei was wondering, because the words of the weird sea dark snake were a little too humorous. Because the strength of this giant python is only at Shitai's level, and there is no difference between it and Shitai's transcendence that was forcibly piled up by the blood ancestors' blood. It can only be regarded as pretending to be transcendent. How can you say such a humorous word as wanting to use him as food? Of course, it's your honor to be eaten by me. The strange sea dark snake laughed, and its huge vertical pupils scanned Subei's body up and down. The snake's tongue was spit out, and it was about to scratch Subei's skin and face, and sweep away the baby in Subei's arms. Laughing and joking was a matter of the last second. And the next second the strange sea dark snake was angry, because Subei grabbed the snake's tongue, pulled it out by the roots with a light pull, and handed it to Jasmine, who was staring with big black eyes. It was considered an enlightenment toy for her. After making this move, Subei's mouth corners also slightly raised, thinking that he was too responsible. Subei was too sensible, and his emotional value was really maxed out. He actually gave a gift to the babbling baby Jasmine, and the gift was a transcendent level body tissue. You know, this snake tongue is worth a lot of money. At least it can be made into a good treasure. And if the craftsmanship is good, it will at least be a perfect treasure. Jasmine grabbed the snake tongue and waved it around curiously. Subei smiled, and couldn't help but stretched out his finger and poked Jasmine's nose. He didn't take the threat in front of him seriously at all. The dark sea snake was angry. He was very angry. And the consequences were serious. "You shouldn't have offended me, stupid wise creature." Frost whisper. This was the supreme killing move mastered by the dark sea snake. It was a super level skill that he learned from the body of the earthly python. It combined the laws of ice and the terrifying roar of the earthly python. Once he took the initiative, he could suppress all threats. Countless negative buffs were spreading. And Jasmine True I saw several prompts. You were hit. You suffered the negative buff of evil thoughts and whispers. You suffered the negative buff of abyss erosion. You suffered the negative buff of frost slowness. This was a very terrifying skill for Jasmine, because at the moment she was a baby and only a demigod. And she was frightened to tears in just a moment. Click click. It hit Subei's fingertips. The next moment, Bei swung his arm, enveloped in his own domain. Just by leaking the law, he instantly tore apart the power of the weird sea dark snake. The surging cyclone swept along the contact point, madly sweeping towards the whole body of the weird sea dark snake. Bei did not even use any skills, but only used the purest law of death, using not too much force, just to hit fast enough. At least, this snake should not scare Jasmine. But the pupils of the weird sea dark snake instantly dilated. With a bang, the concentrated killing move was instantly disintegrated, and the weird sea dark snake kept wailing, and bursts of crackling came from its body. The sound spread from the head to the coccyx, the hardest bone in his body, and the only bone, was shattered by Bei's arm, and he withstood this move. It is difficult to die from transcendence. So Bei plans to add another punch. The dark snake of the weird sea. This time, he really felt the sign of death, and struggled and shouted, "You may not know me, but you should have heard of my brother's name. He is the king of the weird sea, the fourth of the 7 weird mysteries, and has the supreme power to kill everything. He is a giant python in the world, a descendant of myth. You can't kill me." No! Bei was stunned. No wonder he felt a familiar breath from this python. But Bei didn't intend to stop. Instead, he changed his fist into a palm and took out a black hand. "No. You can't." The dark snake of the strange sea roared. Bang. With a sound, the whole body of the dark snake of the strange sea turned into ashes bit by bit, and the broken bones fell to the bottom of the sea and hit the land on the bottom of the sea heavily. This is the black hand wrapped with order. But it is difficult to die in transcendence, even though the difference in combat power between the two is like a natural chasm. Bei slaughtered the weird sea dark snake as easily as playing with Jasmine in his arms, and he was unable to erase the other party's consciousness. The broken bones of the weird sea dark snake lay quietly on the ground for a while, and suddenly they squirmed and pieced together at a high speed, and then transformed into an illusory snake body, and drilled violently towards the ground, trying to escape. As long as he escaped, he could make a comeback. At this time, a silver white chain shot out, directly trapped the snake's tailbone, and dragged it back. After that, it was an annihilation without leaving any room. After doing all this, Bei gently patted Jasmine's head to comfort her, and looked at this piece of underwater land. Interesting. These corpses that have been dead for who knows how many years. They actually coveted him. They were blatantly observing his information. Chapter 474 Corpses at the Bottom of the Sea. One of the mysterious sources. Bei stepped onto this piece of land and walked towards the place given by Lilizi, his expression calm. Just at this moment, the time loop finally changed again. Bei couldn't see the specific situation. He only knew that Jasmine had returned to her original height, but her face had become a little more vicissitudes. Maybe she has reached middle age? However, the years have not left any traces on Jasmine's face, but instead have added some indescribable charm. Just like edible fruits that have turned from green to mature and are ready to be picked. At the moment of transformation, the child clothes that Jasmine was wearing were quickly stretched out and completely burst by her growing body. Jasmine's consciousness had returned, and a little panic appeared on her face. She was about to cast a spell to transform into a piece of clothing, but in the next moment, a large pajamas was draped over her. It blocked her graceful curves that were about to be exposed. This was Bei's windbreaker, because it was slightly too large. Jasmine's shoulders were unnaturally exposed, so Jasmine could only hold the collar tightly to ensure that the spring light would not be leaked. "Mr. Bei." Molly smiled and raised the bottle in her hand and poked him. "Idiot. How can a demigod drink milk?" Bei quickly reached out to stop the pacifier, but did not say anything. Molly continued. "Molly is about to vomit. Be careful next time," Bei perfunctorily said, then took the initiative to reach out and hook Molly's soft palm. Looking around, just because these corpses did not look honest. One by one, sitting or standing, all facing the two, exuding some domineering rule power. Jasmine's face flushed slightly at first, and then she quickly realized this, and quickly used the eye of truth to investigate the situation, and soon noticed something unusual. "Mr. Bei, we have been hit by a lot of debuffs. Lock, forage, flesh and blood flower, root fragments. They seem to have evil thoughts about us, wanting to take over our bodies and live again." "No problem," Bei responded softly. slightly expanding the domain and releasing a strong law of life. No matter what debuff is planted, the law of life can correct the debuff in the first time. In the blink of an eye, the many debuffs observed by Jasmine True Eye disappeared, replaced by a single buff. You are enveloped by the blessing of life, which is the blessing bestowed by the goddess of life, making you immune to any harm. At the moment when the domain expanded, Su Bei's right hand flickered at the same time. This is the forbidden source power being released. You are enveloped by the forbidden source power, not being harmed by any law, and all order is prohibited from spreading. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. But what followed was not happiness. It was a little melancholy. Only by fighting side by side with Mr. Su Bei could Jasmine realize how strong Mr. Su Bei is now. This kind of power is so reassuring. But reassurance means that the gap between them is really big at this moment. This is a realm that she can never reach at all. So if this goes on, when will Jasmine be able to do whatever she wants? Jasmine is very distressed. It's okay this way. Jasmine smiled slightly. We can go to find the source of the third secret without any worries. No. Wait a moment. Su Bei touched Jasmine's head and said calmly, a few minutes. I help you. Then he took a step forward. Hey. Help? What help? How to help? Jasmine was confused and shouted loudly. No. They don't have good intentions. Su Bei clenched his fists. His expression was indifferent. And he said calmly, help them to find their position. Huh? Jasmine was stunned. Then she wrapped her windbreaker tightly and lowered her head quickly. I only felt a hurricane coming. And then the ground shook. And the mountain shook. Su Bei raised his hand and fought against hundreds of dry bones with his own strength. His expression was indifferent. Next. It's time to let these remnants of the old era taste what the iron fist of the new era is like. Chapter 475 Elena and the Messenger of Disaster. The encounter. These corpses are not weak. They were transcendent when they were alive. After death, the order of their bodies remained. They were buried in the deep sea along with their bodies by the war of gods. They did not dissipate any of their divine essence. They hovered and occupied the bottom of this strange sea for countless years. Over time, various mysteries in the strange sea were formed. For example, the occasional storms, the simultaneous appearance of frost, snow and sun, and the whispers and dreams, etc. However, if someone can suppress these orders with a stronger order and wipe out this ray of divine essence at the same time, these mysteries can be eliminated. This is what Su Bei said to Jasmine. This is how he demonstrated it to Jasmine. The two walked and talked. Su Bei picked up a large corpse by pinching a head, and said calmly, look, as long as you pinch the head of the corpse, and use your strength to forcibly wear away the remaining divine essence, you can completely destroy it. Isn't it amazing? It's amazing. Jasmine blinked her eyes, and stretched out a finger to poke the chest of the corpse. Suddenly, countless tiny insects crawled out of the chest of the corpse, and tried to crawl towards Jasmine's fingertips along the contact point. Halfway through, they were annihilated by the law of death, and wailed in pain. The huge head struggled, and shook in Su Bei's palm. They are very powerful. They can keep a little bit of their divinity. Does it mean that they once had the opportunity to become quasi-gods? But Jasmine looked around and looked at the broken bones that Su Bei had torn apart on the ground. She sighed. But they still died in danger and turned into a pile of bones, with only a little consciousness left. You can't escape fate. You can't avoid destiny. They are indeed strong. Su Bei nodded and crushed the last corpse in his hand. The gray-white bones turned into fragments and scattered all over the ground. Then he said calmly, but you still have to practice. At the bottom of the weird sea, in a ruin. This is the birthplace of some of the mysteries. It is also the place where the most powerful mystery in the ruins at the bottom of the weird sea is located. The original body was a terrifying existence called the Messenger of Disaster, who was at the peak of quasi-god during his lifetime. After his death, his beliefs turned into order, and his body was buried at the bottom of the weird sea, gradually evolving into the third of the terrifying mysteries. It is precisely because there is such a great existence here that no one has visited here for a long time. But today, the silence here was unexpectedly broken. A black-haired girl stepped into this realm with bare feet. She was Elena. Elena's eyes were calm and her eyebrows were slightly raised. She obviously noticed something strange here. Perhaps the realm is not enough to call this land. This place can be called the broken kingdom of God. Elena felt it. There is a complete order of doom here. Although it is incomplete, the meaning is profound. Enough for anyone to foresee the disaster that will come in the next second. Elena took steps. Not fast but not slow. One step at a time. With just one step, Elena's toes sank into the mud and sand, stepping on an extremely hard and sharp corpse bone. Bleeding profusely, the blood flowed out like water, flowing away without a trace, drifting to the far end, and disappeared. The air exuded an ominous atmosphere, carrying the rule that bleeding could not be restored until the blood was exhausted. It can be predicted that if Elena continued to walk in this manner, she might die before meeting the secret 3. Stop now. The gift is too heavy for you to bear, Elena said lightly, and her voice echoed in the ruins. No response was heard. The personal mate of the 2nd Demon King, the captain of the first team of the 7th Demon King, the witch who is known as Disaster and Ominous, the witch who knows everything, and the messenger of disaster who is known as the 3rd Secret. You have never seen me. But you dare not see me? There was silence for a long time. After a while, a faint sigh came from the ruins. Ah, as great as you are, you have fallen. Why are you looking for a lonely ghost like me who has been abandoned by the times? Light and disaster have never been close. I should not meet you. I have died long ago, and the witch has gradually been erased by history. Please go back. Elena laughed and clenched the glimmer in her right hand. The light flashed suddenly with her breathing, turning from glimmer into rules, and finally condensing into laws in just a blink of an eye. I don't intend to ask you. You are anxious again. And I can't say it. The owner of the voice came out, rolling and crawling, and rushed out from the depths of the ruins. This skeleton is not very tall, and you can vaguely see the prototype of a young girl in her lifetime. There is a black light rotating inside the skeleton, and it is extraordinary. If you are less than a demigod, you will be swallowed by bad luck and turned into disaster nutrients. Even if you are a demigod, just one look will fall into lifelong bad luck, and it will be difficult to break free. This is the witch, a special race that has long been buried in the depths of history. If you have any instructions, just tell me. It's so presumptuous to meet you. Ha. The messenger of disaster smirked, waved his hands, and put his facial bones into a expression to show his sincerity. Elena didn't care, raised her foot, and approached the messenger of disaster, as if to discuss, and then informed him. I have been dead for too long, and have been out of touch with the world too much. I need some information. You are a witch, born to master the rules. Your memory is not changed by any order, and it is self-contained. And the years you have lived are just in the period when my memory is broken. Give me all your memories. This is why I came here. Elena's tone was extremely calm, but this calm tone made the smile of the messenger of disaster gradually freeze. Ha. It's a bit difficult to ask. My memory can't be handed over casually. You know, memory is the life of a witch. That's why I can live until now. You will give it to me. Elena looked calm and said calmly, you know, you could only keep one of you in the doom. As she said that, Elena pointed behind her. The 11th Demon King will come here later. Either you keep the doom, and for this you will give up the last chance to give the inheritance. But that is exactly why you stay here. Or, you give the inheritance, and then you will fall into a deep sleep, and the doom will disappear. Others may not see it, but I know it. Why does the doom activate at the same time when the cause and effect gathers and falls? The messenger of disaster. Silence. Eyes seemed to be indescribably lonely, struggling. But here Elena continued to say, because you neutralized the cause and effect gathering with the doom. So until now, only the weird sea and the mystery have descended, and there is no cause and effect. You want to send the new Demon King off for the last time and help her leave the sea, but this will cause her to miss your inheritance. You also want her to come here to meet you so that you can give her the inheritance, but this will cause the subsequent cause and effect to explode completely, and the journey will be extremely difficult. Now, you have a new choice. Give me your memory. I will help you on the last leg of the journey. You know, no one can get out of this journey safely, because it is attached to my karma. The disaster messenger nodded slightly, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, I leave it to you. That child. It's really too hard. Perhaps this is why she survived until now, and still refused to leave. Who would have thought that being entangled in bad luck is not only bad luck, but also the last bit of help given to the new era by the disaster messenger? The lonely soul of the old era. This is the last thing she can do. Chapter 476 Jasmine and the Messenger of Disaster. We are here, Mr. Subei. Jasmine was holding the corner of Subei's clothes and following closely behind him. She would look up at the broad back from time to time and would smile unconsciously. Until they saw the ruins. They stood side by side and looked at the surrounding environment. It's very gloomy. Jasmine blinked. And the hand holding the corner of her clothes exerted a little force, half hiding behind Subei. In fact, Jasmine was not afraid. After a full year of adventuring alone, Jasmine had seen all kinds of grand scenes, so she would not be frightened by the gloomy environment. Even Gluttony could tell that Jasmine was calm and recognized that this new demon king was pretending to be a little white rabbit. But Subei couldn't see it. Not only could he not see it, but he was also extremely nervous. If you are afraid, stay closer to me. Subei stretched his right hand back, slightly supported Jasmine's shoulder, and looked forward. On the way forward, Jasmine observed the surrounding environment and kept reminding, this relic is filled with bad luck. And even Mr. Subei's domain cannot isolate the bad luck. Our luck will be very bad now. Molly just choked on her breath. Wouldn't it be better if you don't breathe? Subei responded calmly. Molly was stunned. This really works. After all, demigods can hold their breath for a long time. But why did Molly grit her teeth when she heard this answer? As they went deeper into the ruins, a skeleton appeared in front of them. The skeleton was not tall or wide, but slightly petite. It was kneeling on the ground, holding a bone sword and facing the two. This was the long-awaited messenger of disaster. The disaster messenger raised his head slightly, his eyes fixed on Jasmine for a long time, then turned his head and stopped at Subei. Suddenly, the disaster messenger seemed to be relieved and smiled faintly. Hello. My name is Jasmine. I am the new Demon King. I heard that you have had some intersections with the previous Demon King of Jasmine. Can you? Jasmine suddenly widened her eyes and drew out the magic sword in her hand. Before Jasmine finished speaking, the bone sword in the disaster messenger's hand suddenly flashed to her, only an inch away from her. Clang, the magic sword and the bone sword collided, rubbing against each other in the deep sea and producing fierce sparks. Ho ho ho. Stupid. Ignorant. Stupid guy. Who allowed you to talk to me? Submit. Or die. The disaster messenger waved the bone sword and swung out a sword flower. Extremely ferocious. Damn. Is it a secret level that cannot be communicated? Molly puffed her lips and killed with the magic sword in hand. Before Molly could make a move, Subei had already made a move, and a black hand was pulled out, grabbing the corpse of the disaster messenger. Get out! Under the pressure of the disaster in the entire ruins, Subei's black hand hit nothing. At this moment, a huge force pressed down and slammed him into the mud, leaving only his head exposed. Mr. Subei! Molly shouted in panic, raised her sword and stepped forward to fight fiercely with the messenger of disaster. Subei's lips opened slightly, revealing a little confusion. Wait, what happened? He was blown away. He, Subei, transcended the top, mastered several top laws, and could induce a little order. Killed in one move by the messenger of disaster. Although Subei was careless, the only thing that could suppress him so easily was the complete order. In other words, this messenger of disaster was at least at the peak of quasi-god when he was alive. And after his death, he could still release the complete order by relying on the bonus of the domain. What's even more outrageous is that at this moment, this quasi-god who controls the complete order is fighting back and forth with Jasmine, who has just broken through to the demigod. There are even some signs of falling behind. Is this reasonable? Although both demigod and quasi-god have the word god in them, the gap between the two realms is even bigger than the gap between a tadpole and a star destroyer. It's just like a Lolita beating a Lolita control. And a Lolita opens the door for an outrageous thing. It's outrageous. This is not a probability event. It's an impossible event. This is much more terrifying than a fertilized egg dismantling a transformer. Subei was afraid that there was a trick, so his eyes condensed and his momentum rose again. In an instant, the 5 laws of life, death, forbidden law, freedom, and wisdom condensed. The field unfolded, showing a colorful posture, which was very dazzling. Seeing this, the messenger of disaster suddenly burst out with some strength, and with one sword. Jasmine was knocked flying. Then he knelt on one knee, exhaled heavily, and sighed, hee hee hee. I never thought that your strength was quite good. But it's not enough. Come on. Try to defeat me. So that you are qualified to talk to me. Use all your strength. I will not hold back. Then, the messenger of disaster raised his sword to face Jasmine. A little panicked, and chanted quickly, I said, bad luck will punish all those who have evil intentions. No one can invoke the law within the area where I stand. The complete order of doom descended. In an instant, doom disrupted the flow of laws in Su Bei's body. The various laws that originally belonged to Su Bei collided and offset each other for no reason, disappearing without a trace. Su Bei suffered a backlash and groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from his nose. And Jasmine only had disordered spell casting, which caused the skills to deviate. For example, she released an electric skill as a fire skill, and because this place was at the bottom of the sea, the flames went out. There is also a difference between the misfortunes they suffered. It is obvious that this chant is only directed at him. Su Bei became honest, but he was inevitably a little depressed. He is not an idiot, so he naturally saw it. So he couldn't help but sigh. So, am I also a part of your play? Su Bei could see that the disaster messenger was feeding Jasmine with moves. If you look closely at the disaster messenger, you can actually see that there is a hint of smile between her serious teeth. I don't know if it was caused by suppressing Su Bei or seeing Jasmine. Or maybe both. Chapter 477, Parting is always boring. Although Su Bei was suppressed at the moment, he could actually resist. Because the omniscient code has a complete divine skill in addition to the quasi-divine skills. This is a supreme killing move that can borrow the complete order to offset and neutralize the order of misfortune. In this way, Su Bei can occupy a 30% chance of winning. And because the messenger of disaster has long died, his divinity has been worn out too much, and his power has been lost too much. So he cannot fight a tug-of-war. So this 30% chance of winning will gradually increase as time goes by. But it is not necessary. First, this move is too costly, and its consumption is irreversible. And it consumes part of Li Lizi's soul left in his body, which is used to establish a complete wisdom order and achieve a temporary state of no emissions. Second, the disaster messenger is a complete one of us. Looking at the appearance of the disaster messenger, it is estimated that he is not just one of us. Su Bei even suspected that he had a deep connection with Jasmine. This can be seen from the performance of the disaster messenger in his every move. The disaster envoy was very doting in his feeding moves, leaving flaws at the right position every time, which could consolidate and improve Jasmine's subconscious attack habits, and was not easy to be discovered. This sword skill is worthy of thousands of tempers. It is very simple and heavy, with a strong historical atmosphere. It can be seen that the current scene of the battle is very stalemate. Specifically, the disaster envoy used all his strength to resist the resistance, but was still suppressed by Jasmine, and was about to be unable to resist. Unconsciously, the disaster envoy forced Jasmine domain, and was finally blown away by a sword. Kneeling on the ground, sliding backwards for dozens of meters, the bone sword carved a long mark in the soil. In this way, the disaster messenger said the long-prepared declaration of defeat, as expected of the new demon king. You are so powerful. In this case, I can only give you the treasure chest that I have guarded for a long time. Please take this power and move towards a wider world together. Molly's Ahog hair trembled slightly, and she hurriedly trotted to Su Bei and dug out Su Bei, who was buried in the soil. I immediately turned my head to face the disaster messenger, nodded as if I understood, and asked, then will the bad luck be lifted? Disaster messenger. Sister? Hearing this, the disaster messenger was stunned for a moment, as if he could not hold back his smile. So he quickly turned his head away and said solemnly, don't try to get close to me. Although you beat me, I will not surrender. I lost to you, so I had no choice but to pass on the inheritance to you. Understand? I know. I know. Molly smiled. According to the mission, because of your victory, I will tell you a secret. Please listen carefully. The messenger of disaster threw the bone sword in his hand to Jasmine, and said seriously, the outbreak of the God War 1,000 years ago was largely due to the demon king and the hero. But at that time, their strength was only transcendent. So why was it able to trigger the God War in the end? Do you know anything? Jasmine shook her head, her face full of confusion. Su Bei rarely showed some interest and cast his eyes over. Seeing this, The messenger of disaster pursed his lips and sighed, as if he was feeling emotional. In fact, he had not only come into contact with the third Demon King and the seventh Demon King, he has come into contact with all the Demon Kings. And he has the closest connection with the first Demon King, and has spent the longest time with the second Demon King. Through observation, the messenger of disaster can clearly identify a fact. The inheritance of each Demon King is decreasing. About memory, about the understanding of the world, about the truth. And this is exactly the purpose of those gods. But this is an extremely cruel thing for every subsequent Demon King, because every Demon King has to face the same difficulties. But the information they have is getting less and less. Even by the time of this Demon King, the inheritance had been lost to the point where it was almost cut off. Perhaps after the fateful battle between the Demon King and the hero ends, the ultimate goal of some gods can be achieved. From now on, there will no longer be the so-called Demon King and hero professions. The messenger of disaster raised his head slightly, stopped thinking, and said coldly, "There are 3 reasons for this. First, it is because the Demon King has entered the quasi-god and comprehended the order, and it will become very difficult to die. This is not what some gods want to see. So, they can only allow the Demon King to grow to transcendence, and never allow the Demon King to go any further. So, you must do your best to suppress your strength, unless you can guarantee that you can skip transcendence and step from demigod to quasi-god. Second, it is because of the existence of magic weapons. Once the Demon King enters transcendence and happens to be able to collect all the magic weapons, something will happen that even the gods find difficult. The second Demon King did it. So it triggered the ancient god war. Many gods died in that war, and many civilizations were cut off. It was also the only time in history that the Demon King defeated the hero. This is also your backup plan after you enter the state of transcendence. If you really become a transcendent for some reason, you must ensure that you have 3 of the top 5 magic weapons in your hands. And the number of other magic weapons is more than 15. 3 is because of identity. Once the Demon King enters the state of transcendence, his identity will no longer be hidden. At that time, everyone will know that you are the Demon King. You should know what kind of existence the Demon King is in the eyes of others. This is a secret that cannot be told, and it will cause something very terrifying. When the second half of the sentence was said, the disaster messenger's tone was obviously much lighter, as if he remembered something in the past. He knew what it felt like to be hated by the world. In this respect, witches are the same as Demon Kings. Witches are also a species that are born to be hated. It's just that witches are extinct. But Demon Kings continue to inherit, and are still bearing this curse until they become extinct. Hearing this, Jasmine's eyes fluctuated and she nodded. Now, close your eyes. I will use my remaining strength to send you 3 magic weapons that are the most difficult for you to obtain, as a reward for your victory. This is a medal for the brave. Jasmine closed her eyes tightly after hearing the voice. Although Jasmine did not know why the disaster messenger said her magic weapons and asked her to close her eyes, but she did it subconsciously. The moment Jasmine closed her eyes, the disaster messenger began to chant. Then he cast a spell. But something strange happened. The disaster messenger's breath began to become disordered. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, and was about to speak with some doubts in his heart. But he saw the disaster messenger put his index finger between his lips and gently hushed. He smiled softly at him. Su Bei was silent. He could feel that the disaster messenger's breath suddenly weakened, much weaker than before, and the disaster messenger's strength was visibly declining. Order was disintegrating. Laws were collapsing. Bones were breaking. As the messenger of disaster finished his chant, he threw out 3 magic weapons along with the bone sword in his hand, shooting straight at Gluttony. They merged into the body of the magic sword. Seeing this, the messenger of disaster finally smiled freely. This was the mission of his existence until now. After the messenger of disaster finished all this, his expression was gentle, and he slowly stretched out his hand. He intended to touch the head of the new Demon King, but his palm failed to fall, and turned into ashes the moment of contact. Then came the arms, torso, pelvis, and foot bones. Finally, the head. The head dissipated very slowly, with a stream of light flickering in it, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. This was the divine essence of the messenger of disaster, which was extremely difficult to erase. This little divine essence did not dissipate, but quietly flowed to Jasmine along with the dust. It merged into Jasmine's body. At this point, the bad luck was gradually disappearing. The effect of being entangled by bad luck had dissipated. As the corpse turned into ashes, everything disappeared. Nothing was left. This which accompanied the first Demon King to travel all over the country. And until today, she gave the last ray of divinity to the last Demon King. So far, he handed in an answer sheet that took a lifetime to describe. In fact, the strength of the messenger of disaster had already been unable to maintain the power of order when he made a deal with Elena. She was pretending to be strong before. But why did she do this? And why didn't she want to be honest with Jasmine? And had to say goodbye in a tit-for-tat position. Su Bei didn't understand. He just felt a little boring. Because parting is always boring. Chapter 478. The domineering princess is strong. 80. He is weak. Time passed slowly. When Jasmine opened her eyes, there were only the gloomy and empty ruins around her, with no one in sight. The messenger of disaster disappeared, and Su Bei was wandering around in the depths of the ruins. Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine walked over in small steps, looked around blankly, and asked, "Where is that sister?" She left without saying goodbye. Su Bei replied, Is that so?" Jasmine still has many questions to ask her. Jasmine sighed. Perhaps she didn't realize that Su Bei's leaving without saying goodbye was a real farewell. The two looked at the ruins. The interior was very simple, with a rocking chair and 10 drawing boards placed in order. The portraits of the characters painted on the drawing boards were lifelike, almost exactly like Jasmine. This made Su Bei a little confused. Logically speaking, this encounter should be the first time that the disaster messenger and Jasmine met. But why could the disaster messenger depict a person he had never met so realistically? This suddenly reminded Su Bei of something. He had seen the past at the Valkyrie God War site and met the previous Demon King. The previous Demon King looked very similar to Jasmine, almost identical. Following this line of thought, Su Bei could easily come to the conclusion that every Demon King looked exactly the same. So, which Demon King would be the one on these drawing boards? Su Bei gathered his thoughts and looked at the 10 drawing boards one by one, and suddenly froze. After that, Jiufen couldn't see any difference. But the portrait on the first drawing board is blurred. Is there any special meaning? It is of concern. Mr. Su Bei, the people on these drawing boards are exactly the same as Jasmine. Will it be me? Jasmine squatted in front of one of the drawing boards. Her eyes slightly absent-minded and her expression solemn. Maybe? Su Bei responded ambiguously. Jasmine stroked the outline of the lines on the drawing board with her fingertips, and suddenly asked again, Mr. Su Bei, why do you think this disaster messenger, Ms., uses such a shoddy disguise to fool Jasmine and refuses to communicate with Jasmine properly? Su Bei didn't know, so he could only guess. Maybe he just wanted to make you feel better. After all, enemies are always forgotten faster than friends. After a while, Jasmine barely audible sigh came intermittently. Liar. How can I forget this? It turns out that Jasmine knew everything. That's right. How could the Demon King with the Eye of Truth not see how close the connection between the messenger of disaster and her is? This is the Demon King and the Witch. December 26th. Su Bei and Jasmine had already returned to the Lilizi. The bad luck was perfectly resolved, which made all the crew members feel relieved. They no longer had to worry about slipping in the toilet, choking to death while eating, and other clown behaviors. So far, except for the space maze and time loop, all other mysteries have been eliminated. And today, the Lilizi finally left the strange sea area and entered the chaotic sea area, officially embarking on the last journey of the voyage. The pressure is much less than at the beginning, but it is still there, because the two unresolved mysteries are both at the conceptual level, and will not dissipate even if they leave the sea of mystery, unless they are removed from the source. The source of the space maze is at the end of the space maze. The source of the time loop is at the entrance of the long river of time. Although the former has a goal, no one has ever walked through this maze, let alone leave, let alone crack it. The latter is even more desperate, because the remains of the goddess of time are stored on the Gate of Rules, blocking all possible spying. In addition to these two mysterious threats, the chaotic sea itself should not be underestimated. You know, the chaotic sea is the most dangerous sea in the ocean, because this sea has buried gods. Therefore, Su Bei should not take it lightly, but should be more cautious. But even with such a serious attitude, Su Bei still did not expect that the urgency of this voyage would be far beyond his expectations. It made him unforgettable. In Jasmine's room. At this time, Su Bei sat on the bed with no desire to live. He lowered his head to look at his shrunken palms and limbs. And then looked sideways at Jasmine, who was 2 inches taller than him. Seeing the teasing and novel look in Jasmine's eyes, he fell into silence. Today's time loop theme is still humane. Just going back to the time of everyone's youth. Probably retraced to the age of early teens. This allows everyone to maintain some self-care ability and not be unable to take care of themselves. But the headache is, as time goes by, the effectiveness of the time loop is increasing. And today's retracing, even if it is transcendence, it can't escape. As a result, Su Bei also became a teenager. Of course, it's nothing to just become smaller. Anyway, it's only one day. There's no need to think too much. Su Bei thought so at first. But at this time, Su Bei has not yet realized one thing. Boys grow slower than girls. Especially when they are about 10 years old. Girls are generally taller than boys. And Jasmine had good nutrition when she was young. So she reached a height of nearly 1.4 meters early. As a result, Su Bei is not as tall as Jasmine at this age. When Jasmine came over, she looked down at Su Bei with her height advantage of half a head taller than him. And there was a little more aggressive light in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and hugged Su Bei forcefully. And rubbed Su Bei with her soft face. Su Bei panicked. He saw an aggression and curiosity in Jasmine's eyes that he had never seen before. It was as if the position of elder that he had always held in Jasmine's heart had quietly collapsed without knowing when. And he was replaced by a playmate of the same age. Mr. Su Bei, you are so cute now. Jasmine really wants to bully you. Get lost. Su Bei warned coldly. Stay away from me. However, the boy's slightly serious warning was also very cute in the eyes of the girl, without any threat or oppression at all. Instead, it was more like a young boy's arrogant welcome. So Jasmine stepped forward in front of Su Bei, holding her hands on both sides to stop Su Bei on the bed. Her face flushed, but she didn't dodge. She lifted Su Bei's chin, looked straight at the slightly flustered other party, and smiled. If Jasmine doesn't leave, what can Mr. Su Bei do? You are so small. You have no way to resist. You can only be bullied by Jasmine. Crying and making a fuss. So pitiful. It's really outrageous. How could Jasmine, who grew up to be so gentle and sensible, be so naughty when she was young? Perhaps this is the contrast brought by the destruction of the country, which caused Jasmine to change from her lively and cheerful personality to a silent and taciturn one. Su Bei can understand it, but he can't accept it. Not to mention that Jasmine is riding on his head and acting wild. Besides, this can't be considered acting wild. It can be considered as peeing. Lawless. Absolutely lawless. Although boys of this age are shorter than girls, they are not soft persimmons that can be slaughtered at will. Su Bei was furious and resisted violently. He hugged Jasmine tightly with both hands, spread his legs apart, pressed Jasmine's thighs to the sides of Su Bei's body, and then turned over with a carp. Wait a minute. Mr. Su Bei. This posture is not right. Su Bei was already furious, and did not hear what Jasmine shouted at all. He pressed Jasmine down mercilessly, and imprisoned her body. He pushed Jasmine down on the bed, with his backhand, and controlled her rude actions. Silence for a long while. The only sound in the air was Su Bei's heavy breathing after the intense exercise. Another moment. Su Bei sat on Jasmine's legs with a dark face, and warned, You are a little arrogant. Jasmine. Is it or not? Jasmine nodded shyly. Let's put the pain aside for now. Because every time Mr. Su Bei spoke, there was a smell of licorice. And when Mr. Su Bei spoke, his body would tremble involuntarily, making the physical connection between the two closer. Jasmine could clearly feel Su Bei's body temperature. This was much worse than pain, and Jasmine could not bear it at all. Jasmine thought so, but did not remind Mr. Su Bei. Instead, she endured the discomfort and silently accepted Mr. Su Bei's scolding. What if you do it again next time? I won't do it again. Will you dare to do it again next time? I still dare. It's better to wait. I won't do it again. Jasmine will be obedient. As time passed, Su Bei slowly began to realize that something was wrong, and immediately stood up. Oh, Su Bei was stunned. Jasmine under him was no longer the same as before. Jasmine's eyes were full of mist, and the redness spread from her face to her neck. She was limp, and had completely lost her strength. She was breathing in small sips. She was hot all over, curled up, and murmured, "Mr. Sube." Jasmine knows she is wrong. Before she knew it, Jasmine exhaled a sweet and delicious breath, full of the fragrance of a loli. It was like it was marinated. Chapter 479. I'm not a Lolita control. The punishment process was exhilarating, but the situation after the punishment was embarrassing. At this moment, Jasmine lay softly on the bed, like a petite and lovely little white rabbit. Even her breathing was so soft and cute, and keeping steady breathing has already consumed all of Jasmine's strength. Now she is weak all over. If Mr. Sube wants to do something, there is no way to resist. She can only let others slaughter her. Mr. Sube. Even if it's the fierce Sube. Jasmine likes him very much. Sube certainly wouldn't do anything to Jasmine. How could he be interested in a little girl who looked only 10 years old? At this moment, Sube had already retreated strategically. He quickly fled to Lilizi's room. What's wrong? Why are you so distracted so early in the morning? Lilizi asked in confusion, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Could it be that the stupid bastard Sube also discovered the impending crisis? It's also spicy. Woo woo. By the way, you bastard Sube. Look at Lilizi's ahog. It can't stand up straight at all. Spicy. I always feel that something super dangerous will happen in the next few days. Lilizi can only sleep for 10 hours recently. The quality of sleep is visibly declining. She is about to get small pimples. Sube didn't hear what Lilizi said at all. Because, at this moment, in Sube's mind, a strange quote was playing involuntarily. And it was looping. I'm not a Lolita control. Lolita is like a green fruit. Sweet and sour. Which makes people unforgettable. Lolita should be the best time for a girl. Girls of this age have lovely and beautiful faces, tender and pleasant voices, and innocent and pure smiles. Her petite and delicate body, slightly bulging cheeks when angry, and slightly red face when shy, are as beautiful as a newly blooming flower. Everything about her is so beautiful, and seeing her smile can sweep away the fatigue of the day. If I gently hug that petite and delicate body, it's like hugging the most precious treasure in the world. But I'm not a Lolita control. I just want to poke her cute face when I see her pouting. And I instantly become energetic when I hear her voice. And I can't help but raise the corners of my mouth when I think of her smile. That's all. I shouldn't be a Lolita control. It's just because Jasmine happens to be a Lolita at this time. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? Sube swallowed his saliva, controlled his brain, threw Jasmine out of his thoughts, and kept muttering a meditation mantra that could refresh his mind and calm his heart. Jasmine is 10 years old. Jasmine is 10 years old. Jasmine is 10 years old. Sube felt that some demon in his heart was being released. And he felt something was wrong. God. Is this a lie? Thinking back to the terrible up and down posture just now, Sube almost fainted, and hurriedly took a deep breath. Only then did he calm down. Coming back to his senses, Sube's vision gradually focused, and he was stunned as he watched Lilizi's face continue to enlarge in front of him. Lilizi was shaking her head, waving her aho hair up and down to attack his nose. And she was still muttering, "Bastard Sube. Bastard Sube. Bastard Sube." Lilizi said so much to herself, and you ignored her. And you were still muttering that I'm not a Lolita control or something. And the fact that you are a Lolita control has long been set in stone. And it is an indisputable fact. Let Lilizi face the reality. Bastard Sube. Click. With a sound, Sube reached out and grabbed Lilizi's hair and pulled it hard. Ah! Lilizi shuddered, paused, raised her head nervously, and explained, "Be gentle. You know, Lilizi saw that you were distracted, and I was really worried about you. So I took great pains to wake you up. Is this how you repay your lifesaver? Ah? Beat me up? Not really." Sube said politely and let go of his hand. At this moment, Sube suddenly realized something. It is actually very simple to verify whether he is a Lolita control. Now there is a good example for verification. Sube looked at Lilizi and nodded. It can't be wrong. Lilizi is an out-and-out stupid Lolita. An innocent child who will never grow up. By observing his interest in Lilizi, he can verify whether his sexual fetish is problematic. If so, then Sube really needs to reflect on himself. How could anyone be interested in Lolita? If not, it means that Sube is normal. But because the posture with Jasmine just now was too intimate and bad, so he had unnecessary thoughts. So, is there? Bei narrowed his eyes and scanned Li Lizi. Up and down, inside and out, starting from Li Lizi's beautiful and lovely appearance, scanning Li Lizi's dark blue Lolita dress, and finally stopping under Li Lizi's white stockings, the faintly visible white toes. It was not until Li Lizi shuddered with a chill and stepped back with her arms around her chest that Bei withdrew his gaze. Pervert Bei! What are you doing? In the few seconds that Bei spied on her, even Li Lizi felt something was wrong. In a trance, she had already glimpsed the tragedy of her future life. Specifically, she was tied up by Bei, humiliated and oppressed, and had a desperate experience of being unable to escape for the rest of her life. This was too horrible. Just like Alyssa at the beginning, she had no way to resist the other party's orders, and could only be completely reduced to a toy to be played with at will and dominated by him. Not even a small piece of cake and 3 hours of free rest time in a day. Could it be that? The bastard Bei finally couldn't help it? He couldn't help but release his Lolita control nature. If this is really the case, Li Lizi must take some necessary measures. She is not made of dough. Even if she will be imprisoned by the great devil Bei, she must seek the benefit of a small piece of cake a day for herself. Half a piece is fine. Thinking so, Li Lizi took out a lollipop with her right hand and hid it behind her back. Always ready to go. This was her last stubbornness. Bei didn't know what Li Lizi was thinking. But Bei had verified his thoughts, and was completely relieved. He was not interested in Li Lizi. So he was relieved. It was no wonder. How could a normal person be interested in Loli? After verification, Bei sincerely apologized. Mine. I bake you a cake later. Hearing this, Li Lizi laughed. Her hair trembled, and she quickly took small steps closer, poking the back of Bei's hand with a lollipop in her hand. You said you would make a cake for me. Are you serious? Yeah. Bei nodded. Hee hee. Li Lizi thought you had some bad intentions. Li Lizi laughed, put her hands on her waist and raised her head. Fortunately you didn't. After all, you knew. Know what? Bei asked in confusion. Li Lizi is a smiling tiger hiding her true colors. On the surface, Li Lizi is smiling. But if you touch my reverse scale, I'd be embarrassed. What will happen? Bei asked casually. Li Lizi stammered. I just laugh it off. After all, you know that Li Lizi is a smiling tiger. It would be impolite to cry. Bei was stunned. He often became speechless because of chatting with Li Lizi. Today was no exception. At this moment, the breeze was cold and quiet. Bei stayed in Li Lizi's room for a long time and baked 100 small cakes for her. This made Li Lizi very excited. With the blessing of 100 small cakes, she would admit it even if Bei had bad thoughts about her, thinking that there was nothing to do. Bei rarely took the initiative to bring up the topic and asked casually, how did you come up with such a sentence? Li Lizi was stunned. She didn't expect Bei to bring up the topic on his own initiative. His EQ for finding a topic was really low. And even a smart person like Li Lizi didn't know how to respond for a moment. Could it be that Bei also realized it? What does this last journey mean to Li Lizi? Li Lizi thought about it and suddenly smiled. Do I need to learn more? This question was in Li Lizi's field. Li Lizi copied out the omniscient code and opened the chat record with the Invincible Dessert King. Turn to the latest page. Invincible Pear King. I can only say that it is a sympathy between strong people. I am almost like this. I can joke with you and be very easygoing at ordinary times. But if someone touches my reverse scale, I will let him know what the real darkness is. Invincible Dessert King. Your words reveal a personality that is both inside and outside. You seem easygoing and naive on the surface. But deep in your heart you have a very strong will and insight. You use wisdom and experience as weapons to put yourself on top of the chessboard and control the direction of the overall situation. You must be a great leader. Invincible Pear King, yes. I will appear out of nowhere and suppress all enemies in the world, so that thousands of gods dare not come out. The world runs according to my calculations, and everything is under my calculations. Invincible Dessert King, yes. You have both good and evil in your heart. But you choose to face the world with kindness and try to suppress the dark side of yourself. However, if someone touches your bottom line and challenges your patience, it may stimulate the power sealed in your heart, allowing them to experience your true power and cruelty. Invincible Li Lizi King. Li Lizi's greatness needs no further explanation. Invincible Dessert King. No further explanation. Li Lizi was about to turn the pages of the omniscient code. But Su Bei took advantage of her turning the pages and took away her felt hat. And then tied Li Lizzie to the chair with the heaven's chain. It was tied tightly. It can be seen that the binding method was specially studied, which just fits Li Lizzie's height and body contour, and will not make Li Lizzie feel uncomfortable. And there were a lot of small cakes on the table next to her. Enough for Li Lizzie to eat for several days. This is why Su Bei glanced at Li Lizzie. And now, Li Lizzie realized what happened. It turned out that since Su Bei entered the house, he had planned to kidnap Li Lizzie. But he used various ideas to hide his true thoughts. And he was able to make Li Lizzie unable to detect any flaws. At this point, the happy daily life came to an end. Li Lizzie stopped moving and looked puzzled. "What are you doing?" Li Lizzie rarely got rid of her bad mouth. Spoke seriously. And her eyes were solemn. But Su Bei walked straight out the door, without looking back, and left calmly, saying goodbye lightly. After the bad luck faded, the accumulation of cause and effect fell. I often wonder where the danger of the accumulation of cause and effect is, which makes the messenger of disaster use poison to fight poison to neutralize the cause and effect. Later I figured it out. What does the cause and effect of ordinary people like us count for? Fate will settle it. It was you from the beginning. You know this matter. Fate knows it. You both know it tacitly. No one says it. It seems to be tacitly agreed. But I? Not very willing. Chapter 480 Small Cause and Effect and Big Cause and Effect. The so-called cause and effect. There is cause and effect. And the gathering of cause and effect is to form the cause of a lifetime into the result of the moment. When the Li Lizzie entered the chaotic sea, the result of some crew members had already fallen. The wind blew. The dawn was just rising. And the Duke of Gloucester and Tian Ma Luo suddenly had an epiphany. The laws in their bodies kept connecting, forming, and merging. And a staircase leading to the road of order was quietly laid out. This is a long corridor to ascend to the gods. As long as you step into it, you could become transcendent, and turn from borrowing order to mastering it, and have the qualifications to pursue order. They have been immersed in the semi-god for a long time. This time, the realization can be said to be the result of a long period of time. There is also the advent of the Great Era, which has caused some reasons for the more active rules on the continent. Moreover, the two people comprehended the power in different directions, and the corridors of ascension to the gods are also different. This is a good thing for the two of them, which can allow them to go further, and have a greater chance of blessing the family to usher in the opening of the Great Era. The same is true for the Li Lizzie. The importance of having two more transcendents on the ship is self-evident. This is a happy event that everyone is happy about. Unfortunately, this corridor of ascension appeared in front of the Duke of Gloucester and Tian Ma Luo at the same time. It is impossible to conclude and accommodate two laws in one place at the same time. There will be conflicts between the laws, and the order cannot coexist. This is a joke. Leah screamed. Although she lacked the majesty of the elf queen and the charm of a mature girl, her personality became lively and quirky. But her vision and strength would not go back. You know, it's a 1 in a million chance for one person to achieve transcendence. And it's unheard of for one person to achieve transcendence at the same time and place. It's troublesome. Luminara sighed. The Bray girls were sitting together at this moment, and Luminara looked over there with a serious expression. If they break through at the same time, only one of them can achieve transcendence at this time. What will happen if they fail? Fulian asked casually. The construction rules will collapse. The strength will decline greatly, and they will fall below the level of demigods. And then, they will be torn apart by the free rules and face death. Elena said coldly. This is the best result of a failed promotion. One of them. Can it be okay if one doesn't get promoted? Xiaomi Zhou asked again. That being said, who would be willing to take a step back and give up the opportunity? This perception and special state are instantaneous. This step back is not just a step back. This step back may mean that there is no hope of promotion in this life. Luminara looked up at the sky and said calmly, on the road of cultivation, if you don't advance, you will retreat. If you miss this time, it will be more difficult for the next perception to come. They all have their own reasons for not being able to retreat. No. Elena shook her head, looked at the aura of the two people, and gave a sharp answer. It's not that they can't retreat. They just can't retreat. The law is pushing them to advance. At this point, they have no choice. At this moment, the Duke of Gloucester stood in front of the deck, his face solemn, and looked at Tian Ma Luo from a distance. Both of them looked bitter. Obviously they didn't expect this matter to come so quickly, so they didn't prepare countermeasures in advance. Perhaps both sides realized what was about to happen. This is something I didn't expect. Tianmo Luo sighed. The extreme power was twisting his body. The rules were jumping and cheering in his body, as if urging him to enter the state of meditation quickly. The only way to exit this state is to destroy the law of self-destruction. Fit all the power into the sea, and accept the final outcome of being lost in the crowd. I won't give in, and I will win, Tianmo Luo said seriously, sitting cross-legged in meditation, and comprehending the law of power. Standing behind Tianmo Luo were the demons, and he was the chief of the demons. The demons were good at fighting since ancient times. Once the news of him giving up the opportunity spread, he would be mercilessly eliminated. He would not give up this game, and he could not give up. At this moment, the high spirits of the young man and the responsibility of the demon chief complemented each other, contributing to Tianmo Luo's strong tenacity to never retreat. I don't want to retreat, the Duke of Gloucester sighed, and the space cracks around him were wriggling. Ancient monsters and great creatures all looked at him, as if they were sizing up this newcomer who inherited the ancient professional psychic. He didn't want to retreat. He was one of the 3 Dukes of Duz, and the contemporary leader of the Russell family. He had to protect his domain and his people. Demigod was no longer enough. He had to seek new opportunities to enter transcendence and fight against the coming great wave. 2 lights were rising, fighting and grabbing space. The 2 were unwilling to take a step back and were ready to die. The space began to become chaotic, and the ancient whispers and extreme power kept responding. Whoever could fill this entire space with his own power would be able to take that crucial step. This is a battle of the great Tao. There is no deep hatred between the 2, but they have to face each other for life and death because of an opportunity. This is cause and effect. In Jasmine Room. Mr. Su Bei, who do you think will succeed in the end? Jasmine blushed and stuck to Su Bei, asking curiously. Tianmo Luo. Su Bei narrated calmly. It was as if he was talking about something that had been determined long ago. Huh? Why? Jasmine was puzzled and pointed at her eyes. He gave the truth he saw. But in Jasmine's opinion, the power of the 2 of them is too close. It is difficult to tell the winner. It is very likely that both will suffer losses, and no one will be able to enter the realm of transcendence. Jasmine even suspected that this opportunity was the inevitable result of the accumulation of cause and effect, and was a conspiracy trap. A very powerful guess. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand, and very reluctantly hooked Jasmine's head, and then gently rubbed it. He smiled, very relieved. In fact, Jasmine's guess was very accurate, and she almost guessed the truth. Most of the crew on the ship could not see this. Perhaps the demigods could notice it, but they could not see it as clearly as Jasmine. Before boarding the ship, Tianmo Luo mentioned that he wanted to fight the Duke of Gloucester with all his strength. It could be a joke, or it could be from the heart. But this is the cause. This scene now is the result caused by the cause. This is the gathering of cause and effect. The gathering of cause and effect has never been an opportunity. It is a killing move from fate. Perhaps Tianmo Luo and the Duke of Gloucester themselves have also noticed it. But who is willing to joke about their own future? If you can see through this, you can draw the conclusion that Jasmine saw. However, all of the above can only be regarded as small causes and effects. The cause and effect in the eyes of all living beings is already an answer that only extremely outstanding people can get. But it is far from enough. At this moment, Su Bei must put himself in a position of wisdom to think about the problem, so that he can have a chance to fight against fate. Tianmo Luo and the Duke of Gloucester are just a trigger, and the purpose behind it is worth Su Bei's further consideration. Su Bei shook his head. The only winner is Tianmo Luo. Otherwise, this game has no meaning. Jasmine nodded, not quite understanding, and quickly asked, what about Miss Lilizi? If it was her, she should be able to sense the final result. Right? Won't she help? Won't Mr. Su Bei help? As she spoke, Jasmine's face turned pale, and there was an unconcealable panic in her eyes. She pulled her trouser legs with both hands, showing a little anxiety. If you fight to the end, the result of losing is likely to be death. He is Lilizi's father. Hearing this, Su Bei sighed and shook his head again. I can't help. She can't help. The topic stopped here. Su Bei didn't explain too much, nor did he intend to explain too much. He didn't want Jasmine to be involved in the cause and effect of this. He didn't know what would happen next. Su Bei had imagined many possibilities, and what was happening at this moment was the one he least wanted to face. This cause and effect was too cruel for Li Lizhi. When Moruo and the Duke of Gloucester entered the corridor of ascension, their own powers began to blend, and any external force would destroy the promotion of both people at the same time. So he couldn't help. According to common sense, the only person who could interrupt all this on the whole ship was Li Lizhi. It could only be Li Lizhi. But Li Lizhi couldn't help. If she let Li Lizhi act freely, Li Lizhi would definitely protect her father. But this is exactly what fate wants. Then fate can use this to lock Li Lizhi's position. Li Lizhi said, if she takes action again, she will not escape the eyes of fate, and will definitely be arrested. The consequences of being arrested can be imagined. Fate is not like Su Bei, who would bake cakes for Li Lizhi, buy lollipops, and occasionally be beaten by Li Lizhi. Therefore, Su Bei tied Li Lizhi up by force. But this is not a good idea, because if something happens to the Duke of Gloucester, Li Lizhi will probably hate him for the rest of his life. Right? But compared to being hated by Li Lizhi for the rest of his life, Su Bei is more unwilling to let Li Lizhi put him to death because of this incident. This is the only way out. Su Bei had no choice. Under this premise, Su Bei had to ensure that the Duke of Gloucester could keep his life. Otherwise, Li Lizhi would be sad. You know, Li Lizhi loves to cry. Thinking about this, Su Bei reached out and rubbed Jasmine's head hard, and slowly stood up. However, it is not completely impossible. It may be possible to save the Duke of Gloucester's life in the dispute of the Great Tao. In addition to Li Lizhi, there is actually another person, Elena. But the cause and effect she is involved in is probably more difficult than this. Right? Su Bei thought, patted Jasmine on the shoulder, and said seriously, you stay at home. I have to go out for a while. Don't leave the house. Compared to the Duke of Gloucester and Tian Luo, the cause and effect carried by Jasmine and Luminera will be even greater. Su Bei must avoid these two things happening at the same time. If these two things happen at the same time, even Su Bei will sweat profusely. The pressure is gradually rising, getting bigger and bigger. It makes Su Bei difficult to move. It's hard to move. Chapter 481 Meeting with Elena. On the deck, except for Tian Luo and the Duke of Gloucester, there was no one. The crew of the Releasy kept a tacit understanding and stayed away from the deck so as not to disturb the two people's promotion. On the surface, the two occupied equal territory, and the vortex and twisted force field of the shattered space each occupied half of the territory, wearing away and swallowing each other. This can directly show that the two people's understanding of their own paths is similar. One is a psychic who inherited the ancient heritage and has never been defeated by a demigod. The other is the most versatile demon of the demon clan, and has been invincible to the power law of demigods. Although the two are not on the demigod combat power list, the gap with the first place is definitely not big. The power they each control is enough to let them compete with any legendary species without losing. It doesn't matter who is stronger or weaker. Both of them are well-deserved first in each country. First against first. Who is stronger? No one can give a conclusion in advance. The outcome of this battle, perhaps, depends on luck. Looking at the space taken away by the ultimate power and the jumping space, Elena smiled. The power of the psychic is indeed very strong. However, in Elena's opinion, the ultimate power is more interesting, because before the ancient times, she had fought with such an extremely powerful foreign evil god. This kind of power still has weaknesses in the law period. But once the order is formed, it will be really unsolvable. No matter how you fight, it will be a one-punch blast. It was a headache for Elena at that time. However, judging from the fact that Elena's soul was not polluted, the winner of that battle was obvious. It was still her. Elena focused her eyes on the present, and then moved to a special room. She sighed softly. This great road battle was destined to turn into an extremely long tug-of-war. Time was passing quietly. In addition to comprehension, the competition also required patience and will. But at this point, the only thing the two could rely on was instinct. No one wants to lose. Elena retracted her thoughts and stopped thinking. Compared with the karma of others, her karma obviously needs more attention. But Elena doesn't care. She is confident that no matter what kind of karma is descended, she will easily crush it, because light is boundless and cannot be destroyed by anything. Thinking of this, Elena walked to the bathroom alone, washed her hands in front of the mirror, and slapped her wet palms on her face to refresh her mind. Suddenly, she was stunned and looked back. She exchanged glances with a black-haired boy. Long time no see. Elena smiled slightly and glanced sideways. But she couldn't help feeling a little strange. Logically, Su-Bei should have discovered what he had lost long ago. But he never came to find her. This shows that Su-Bei and she have a tacit understanding that they will not disturb each other and let this matter go. Unexpectedly, this tacit understanding was broken by Su-Bei today. Coincidence. Su-Bei leaned against the wall and looked at Elena like this. Exactly the same. She looks exactly the same as the holy light Lolita. At this moment, Elena is very cute. Her whole body is white and emits a faint soft light. And her black and golden hair shines brightly under the embellishment of water stains. Although under the effect of the time loop, Elena's appearance is only 10 years old. But her figure has taken shape and has the outline of growing to the future size. But it's good that she is only 10 years old, which makes Elena more approachable. And her divinity is greatly reduced. And her humanity prevails. Long time no see. Su-Bei greeted her. Coincidence? Elena didn't think that Su-Bei's encounter with her was a coincidence. Elena pointed to the sign above her head and said casually, "If it's a coincidence, I call the police later." Su-Bei was stunned and looked up along the tip of Elena's finger. Ladies' restroom. If the meeting of the two was described as a coincidence, Su-Bei really had no way to explain why he appeared here. But if it wasn't a coincidence, Su-Bei's purpose of appearing here was even more worth thinking about. If he didn't come to find her, then he couldn't possibly want to hide in the women's restroom. Right? It's possible. Now all the young girls on the ship have become Lolita. If it's Su-Bei, the women's restroom can be regarded as heaven. After a little thought, Elena stopped and said, "What do you want to see me for?" "Go ahead." Elena wiped her hands, propped herself up with her hands and sat on the sink, swinging her feet, her eyes fixed on the window in the distance, without even looking at Su-Bei. "Do me a favor." Su-Bei went straight to the point without much hesitation. After a while, he asked sincerely, "Can I?" "You have to tell me what you want to do first." "Right." Elena's eyes were soft, and she didn't refuse, otherwise. "How can I consider it?" Su-Bei fell into thought, thinking about the words. This was the first time he thought about something so slowly, and for so long, because he knew that this matter was very difficult. "I'm afraid you will be embarrassed because this matter is very difficult. If it's really difficult, I hope you refuse." Su-Bei suddenly said. "You said 2 sentences, but I didn't understand a word." Elena rolled her eyes and smiled. "I remember you hated the riddle man the most. But I never thought that after not seeing you for a year, you have become a riddle man too. Just you say it. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter. I will do it if I can." Su-Bei hesitated for a moment, and said very seriously, "Let's say 3 things. First, you have to live well. Second, if it's difficult, you should refuse. Third, the Duke of Gloucester cannot die." Elena was stunned. Silence for a long time. Elena looked down, pulled the white pantyhose on her legs, and hummed twice carelessly. "Okay." Elena agreed. Very happy. She agreed the moment Su-Bei said it without even weighing or thinking. She didn't mention what price she would pay, nor did she ask Su-Bei to do anything for him in exchange. Elena didn't mention it, but she knew very well what she would encounter. Once she accepted this commission, it would seriously consume her strength and make her karma come early. This would completely disrupt her plan, because she still needed to save her strength to fulfill her promise to the messenger of disaster. That was a matter of karma involving the hero and the devil, and she couldn't afford to relax. Involving wisdom, herself, the devil and the hero. Even Elena felt that it was extremely difficult. Logically, she should refuse, because she has a lot of things to do. But there is no other way. After all, Su-Bei has helped her a lot when she was still young. A lot. This time, it is all a repayment of favor. In this way, the cause and effect between the two can be written off. In exchange, I will help you deal with your cause and effect. Su-Bei mentioned again. Elena shook her head and said calmly, "No." "Yes." Su-Bei nodded firmly, not allowing rejection. Elena jumped off the sink lightly, touched the ground with her toes, and walked slowly back without arguing with Su-Bei. "Your strength is very average. Just don't make trouble. Take care of yourself." "Silly." Elena is proud. But this pride is different from Luminera. If Luminera feels troubled, she will seek help. But Elena won't. Because she is still arrogant. She doesn't plan to tell anyone about her own affairs. In fact, what Tsubei doesn't know is that even if Elena returns to the age of 10, her divinity will not diminish at all. She was merging with soul and memory. After getting the memory of the messenger of disaster, she completed the most critical piece of the puzzle. After paying off the cause and effect, she will fill in the last piece of the puzzle. So far, she will return to the peak and participate in this great world dispute. Elena left. The two only said a few words when they met. Until Elena returned to her residence. Her expression was still calm and indifferent. But her consciousness was erratic and a little absent-minded. Going to the bathroom. So long? Xiaomizhou asked in doubt. And seeing that Elena was absent-minded, he raised the bowl in his hand. Bang. With a sound. He slapped Elena but hard. Elena woke up. And the price of Elena awakening was that Xiaomizhou would be obedient in a while. Elena grabbed Xiaomizhou's cat tail and smiled. The scene was very lively and joyful. Elena was like a fish about to drown, desperately grasping the little bit of joy that remained, feeling the happiness that could still be felt, and eager to freeze time in this joyful moment. But how can a fish drown? So, Elena will not be happy either. Her power is growing, and she needs enough power to complete Tsubei's commission. Correspondingly, her heart is gradually cooling down. At this moment, the Duke of Gloucester and Tianma Luo have been entangled to a critical period. The power of the two is intertwined with each other, and it is completely impossible to tell which power and which space belongs to whom. It has reached the final point where you are in me, and I am in you. Buzz! The bodies of the two people trembled together, and the terrible power collided with each other. Their respective understanding of the law and even the prying of the power of order flashed in this collision. It was visible to the naked eye that the two bodies would tremble and bleed with each collision, weakening a little. This was a war without gunpowder. At this time, there was a constant sound of crack in the space. A crack in the sky fell directly on the several spying crew members. There was no scream, no sound, and these crew members disappeared directly. Not even ash was left. Not even smoke rose. As if these crew members had never existed. Space was collapsing. The Duke of Gloucester and Tianma Luo opened their eyes at the same time. Their faces changed slightly, and a mysterious feeling arose in their hearts. Then they smiled at each other. They were all bitter smiles. Chapter 482 Tsubei attacks. Stop! Duke of Gloucester. If you still want to live. Stop! Leah shouted in a deep voice. Frowning, Beast King Rexer also shouted to Tianma Luo. Demon boy. Your life is more important than the ethereal realm. Retreat! But Duke of Gloucester and Tianma Luo, who were concentrating on facing the rules, could no longer withdraw. The free rules around them began to repel the two, and the powerful force gradually tore apart their bodies. When the rules collapsed to a certain extent, an order that could kill the two instantly would be brewed. This is an annihilation that will not even leave a soul. They obviously cannot bear it. The result of continuing is obvious. The Duke of Gloucester sighed. His hair turned white in an instant, and the capable aura on his body instantly wilted. Unlike Tianma Luo, who was ready to die and would die if he failed, the Duke of Gloucester was afraid. He was not like Tianma Luo, who was in his prime and still had a strong fighting spirit, because he had a daughter. Li Lizhi was great, the best student in school, loved by teachers and respected by classmates. When she returned home, Li Lizhi was a very obedient and well-behaved daughter. Although Li Lizhi was naughty sometimes, but the closeness between him and his daughter in actions and words was something that many noble families could not envy. He also had a wife. Whenever the Duke of Gloucester fell asleep, the Duchess of Gloucester's face would always appear in his mind. They were very loving, childhood sweethearts, white moonlight, virtuous wife, etc. When these most beautiful words were combined together, it was destined to make the Duke of Gloucester unforgettable for life. Rather than both sides being hurt and perishing together, it is better to give up this long corridor to the gods and just save his life. The Duke of Gloucester retreated, one step back, then all the steps back. But the laws will not stop being disrupted because of a person's retreat. Even if Gloucester tried his best to get out, his body was still breaking down involuntarily, and his strength was constantly declining. He wanted to get out. He couldn't die, and he didn't want to die. Even if his body was destroyed, he wanted to keep his soul alive. He also wanted to watch his daughter grow up, watch his daughter get married, and watch his daughter become more and more outstanding. The Duke of Gloucester began to squeeze all his strength, trying to burn out the laws around him and burn a way out for himself. If all goes well, he can leave some soul fragments behind and transform them into an undead body through the law of the dead. In this way, he can also accompany his daughter to grow up safely. Help me get out of this, and I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. The Duke of Gloucester roared with all his might, his heart breaking. The result of doing so is that the laws begin to gather towards Tin Ma Luo. The overall situation has been decided, and the corridor of ascension will be open to Tin Ma Luo. The Duke of Gloucester will be greeted by nothing but disability and death. Everyone was silent, and they all used their means to forcibly decompose the disordered and intertwined laws in an attempt to save the Duke of Gloucester's life. But in the instant of attack, several transcendents all groaned. The shadow of the tree of life behind Leah withered in an instant. The Elven Queen who controls the laws of nature failed to control natural growth for the first time. Beast King Rexer, the broadsword in his hand, fell to the ground with a bang. He mastered the ancient and heavy law of gravity, but he couldn't lift his sword. Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa stopped the dragon language magic and kept piecing together the bones that kept falling. But the bones kept falling and scattered all over the ground. Although Bottom's realm fell to the level of a demigod, his understanding of blood was unmatched by anyone present. But at this moment, he and Shitai were bleeding at the same time, and blood kept flowing out of their pores. All the transcendents present tried their best, but the law power they tried their best to release extended to the two sides, but still failed to play any role. Instead, it made the already chaotic law even more chaotic. These law powers could not help at all, and they were also accelerating the collapse of the body of the Duke of Gloucester. They were fighting against a long corridor of ascension. But how could human power fight against the law itself? Gloucester smiled bitterly, unwillingly. This was an unsolvable death. Leah and the Beast King Rexer looked at each other, sighed, and stopped immediately. When everything is over, if there are still residual souls wandering around, the old bone dragon can repair the souls and turn them into undead. With this kind of power, the hope of leaving the soul is too slim. But this is the best way. Even so, Colia knew that the Duke of Gloucester might still have a glimmer of hope. This glimmer of hope is not in them. Seeing this, Tin Ma Luo also sighed, feeling the power of the law that merged into his body, and said in a daze, I can feel that in a battle of pure law comprehension, I am one step behind you. But this step is really limited. Not enough for you to take that step by force. You are willing to cut off one of your arms. You are so courageous. I am not as good as you. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and break through. The Duke of Gloucester roared with red eyes and kept retreating. The Duke of Gloucester's hair turned white. His lifespan was shortened, and wrinkles began to spread. Live on. Tin Ma Luo took the steps to ascend to godhood. If you can't survive, I will take good care of your wife and daughter and stand up for your family. Get lost, you idiot. In Li Lizi's room, Li Lizi was silent. With a ding-dong sound, the chains of the heavens chain gathered. She curled up into a ball, buried her head in her knees, bit her lower lip tightly, and tears began to fall. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just that Li Lizi had no choice. Help me. Help me. Help me. Li Lizi. Please. Li Lizi kept talking to herself and begging. Even if she would be caught by fate, Li Lizi didn't care, because that was his father. On her small body, a blue light was looming, gradually becoming brighter and brighter, and vaguely a pair of small hands stopped on her head. It seemed to be encouraging and comforting. Li Lizi was begging herself. She was also begging the gods. Things finally came to this point. Su Bei felt something, so he sat on the edge of the deck early, waiting for this final moment. Previously, the Duke of Gloucester and Tin Ma Luo's promotion had no signs. They just looked at each other, locked their auras, and entered the promotion state for no reason. And it was an irreversible and unstoppable promotion. No one could interrupt the whole process. Even if one of them was eliminated, the other would be implicated. There was no foreshadowing, no way to prevent it. It could not affect the beginning, but it could make up for the ending. Su Bei did not seek merit, but could make Li Lizi feel comfortable and satisfied. He just wanted to be blameless and not let Li Lizi cry bitterly. The domain opened, and colorful light bulbs spread rapidly, covering the entire Li Lizi. flashing four colors: gray, green, transparent, and azure. It's him. Leah's eyes lit up. Her palms clenched slightly, and she couldn't help but sweat for Su Bei. Even if it's him, he should be helpless in this matter. Right? But this ray of hope can only be in Su Bei, because he controls the law of life. Is it him? Beast King Rexer, looking around, trying to find traces of the owner of the domain. We are both transcendent. What use can he have if we can't do it? Difficult. Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa shaked his head. He has unparalleled combat power in the same realm. But this is not a matter of combat power after all. Cricket, your mother. Get out of here. Badon pointed at several people and cursed. Jumped up and slapped Shitai's head hard. What are you thinking about? Scolding them. Damn it. Shitai stammered and cursed. And then stopped talking. You get out too, Badon said with regret. The conversation between the few people could not reach Su Bei. Su Bei said nothing, trying his best to release the domain, and constantly improving his ideas according to the practices of the previous few people. Indeed, as a transcendent, Su Bei has nothing more than others. So what he relies on is never the realm, but the frequency of characteristics. He must control every strand of law immediately, flows synchronously along the veins of the law of disorder, and prevent them from colliding. Death comes first, shuttles through the gap of the law of disorder, and forcibly consolidates the soul of the Duke of Gloucester to prevent it from being annihilated. Life followed closely, following the tail of death and drilling into the gap, constantly repairing the body of the Duke of Gloucester to make his body complete. The forbidden law followed closely, interspersed between death and life, colliding with the free law to offset and block the erosion of the law. Wisdom was left behind, and one by one the magic skills jumped and responded in space, resisting the disordered law and supporting the rest of the law. This scene was too terrifying. Every impact of the collision would cause a huge backlash, and Su Bei was dancing on the edge of a knife. This exquisite control and bold idea made the other transcendents stunned, and they couldn't help but stop and watch. But the law of disorder was too huge. Even if it was the same frequency, Su Bei couldn't do it perfectly step by step. Some of the laws of death were swallowed up and backfired on Su Bei. Su Bei's spirit became more and more weak, and his eyes gradually became blurred. This was the backlash of the law of death. The hair on Su Bei's head withered and gradually turned white. This was the backlash of the law of life. Soon, Su Bei began to bleed continuously. Blood dripped slowly from his teeth as he gritted his teeth. This was not enough. Not to mention ensuring that the body of the Duke of Gloucester would not be destroyed. Even the Duke of Gloucester's soul, Su Bei had no way to take it away intact. Su Bei simply cancelled the use of forbidden methods and wisdom, resisted the erosion of the law of disorder on him, and forcibly pieced together the Duke of Gloucester. The moment the two laws were lifted, Su Bei staggered and spurted out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that his soul had suffered a severe blow. The pressure was great. Su Bei's enemy is the law itself, a chaotic corridor to the gods. Human power is limited. How can we fight against the sky? But Su Bei must do this. Listen to me. Sit still and don't move. No one knows who Su Bei is talking to. Only Li Lizzie knows. The moment she heard Su Bei's warning, Li Lizzie's tears fell. Her small palm tightly grasped the blue skirt, and suddenly she felt a violent resentment, and she was about to tear her favorite little skirt to pieces. It was like tearing off the last restriction on her body. Li Lizzie hated this. But in a trance, a blue shadow seemed to appear beside her, caressing her and encouraging her, shaking his head slightly at her. It was as if saying, "Please believe him. Nothing would make him sadder than losing you." Chapter 483. Elena takes action. What Su Bei did seemed to be effective. And indeed, he kept the body of the Duke of Gloucester from collapsing. But in the eyes of several transcendents, the situation was not optimistic. The peeling progress was too slow, and Su Bei was seeking to peel off the body and soul of the Duke of Gloucester at the same time. This seemed too greedy to others. If it continued for a long time, Su Bei's body would be the first to collapse. It is possible to give up the body. The soul of the demigod is already strong enough, and it is completely capable of nurturing the soul and reshaping the body. Indeed, if you want both, you may not get either. You have to make a choice. The Duke of Gloucester obviously discovered this. He felt this energy, staring at the surrounding area that was surrounding and dragging him, and a familiar outline gradually emerged in his mind. And he smiled. It turned out to be you. Bei did not respond. His body began to collapse. He was bearing the cause and effect of the Duke of Gloucester. And the law of disorder was attacking him. He could no longer be distracted. Why are you trying so hard to save me? The Duke of Gloucester sat down calmly and laughed in relief at this moment. It seemed that he had figured out something. Thinking about it, the Duke of Gloucester suddenly stopped resisting, sat on the ground, and let the law break itself naturally without resistance. He obeyed. You have reached your limit. Stop it. Others' body senses may not be strong. But the Duke of Gloucester knows Bei's condition very well. He can hear the sound of the law breaking, which means that Bei's law is constantly wearing out. As the law gradually wears away, the force of the law pulling him becomes smaller and smaller. This means that the person pulling him has already run out of energy. And from now on it is all up to willpower. The Duke of Gloucester smiled indifferently and sighed. It would be best if you could leave a trace of your soul. And then we can see what the future of you and Lizzie will be like. It doesn't matter if you can't. It's fate. I can only let the Duchess take a good look for me. As he said this, the Duke of Gloucester cast his eyes on Tian Ma Luo, who was gradually entering transcendence, and then moved to the place where the power of the rules was radiating, and sighed softly, Stop it, young man, and talk to me, an old man. We have to talk. There will be no chance in the future. Unable to hear Bei's response, the Duke of Gloucester shook his head and muttered to himself. Really stubborn. Not very similar to Lizzie. I don't know if it's suitable. You know, Lizzie is very casual. If she can't do it, she won't do it. If she can't figure it out, she won't think about it. She does everything casually, but she can do everything well. We should get along well in terms of personality, and there won't be any conflicts. At this time, the Duke of Gloucester felt the law that was pulling him suddenly violent, and realized that the other party was fighting desperately. So he forcibly cut off the connection with Bei. Bei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face blank. Just a little bit. It was only a little bit. As long as he pieced together the Duke of Gloucester's soul, and then used the quasi-divine skill Fate Exile included in the Omniscient Code to exile the Duke of Gloucester's soul, there would be an 80% chance of saving the Duke of Gloucester. After the Duke of Gloucester's soul was exiled, the Duke of Gloucester's soul was disconnected from the corridor of ascension, and the relationship with Tian Ma Luo changed from a whole to two independent individuals. In this way, we can get rid of the causal interweaving. The body is even less of a problem, because Bei has the Heaven's Chain, which is a divine weapon with free authority, which can ignore any law and enter and exit freely. Bei only needs to use the Heaven's Chain to pull out the body of the Duke of Gloucester, and he can completely get rid of this crisis. Even if the body pulled out is fragmented, it doesn't matter, because Bei still masters the law of life. It is not a problem to repair the Duke of Gloucester's broken body. At that time, the Duke of Gloucester will not only be able to retain a complete soul, but also have the opportunity to retain some strength, so that he will not lose all his realm. Moreover, the Duke of Gloucester's profession is an extremely rare psychic, and the power of the law itself is not a hard condition. There is even the possibility of opening the corridor of ascension again. The whole process is very smooth. Bei only needs to hold on for a while, and maybe Elena won't have to take action. But how could this connection be forcibly cut off suddenly? It caused Bei's law to flow backwards, and was almost torn apart by his own law. Bei's face was full of confusion, as if he was puzzled. Could it be that fate is still exerting force? In this case, it really depends on Elena. Bei was deep in thought, but he heard the Duke of Gloucester talking to himself. I had consulted a fortune teller before boarding the ship. He said that this boarding was a bad omen. But there was something that made me feel at ease. When I heard that it was a bad omen, I was definitely worried. So I discussed with Lizzie's mother, and said that we had to come and see it. The result was just as the fortune teller said. People, you really can't not believe in fate. Fortunately, I saw the bad omen. And I also saw something that made me feel at ease. You should have known Lizzie for a long time. Right? I know it even if you don't tell me. She often goes out, but she doesn't have many friends outside. She went to find you. Right? She always has various ways to escape from home. Many times she goes out for a long time, and no one knows where she goes. Now that I think about it, Lizzie has grown up by then. I should have known that a girl can only go out secretly without telling her parents for this matter. And only this matter. Okay. That's great. Then I can rest assured. The Duke of Gloucester shook his head and said a lot in one breath. Fearing that he would be unable to speak later, he wiped the tears from his eyes. And his eyes were full of reluctance and turned into the expectation of an old father. In fact, I am still very open-minded. But Lizzie is only 16 years old. Not yet the age to talk about marriage. You have to control yourself a little. I should have considered you. After all, my Duke of Gloucester's mansion is not a small place. And my only daughter can't be deceived into marrying without knowing the reason. Now think about it. As long as Lizzie is willing, her happiness is more important than anything else. Take good care of Lizzie for me. Okay. The Duke of Gloucester talked a lot, and his speech was very fast. Duh. Like a machine gun. Several people beside him were stunned. I saw Badong frown slightly, leaned close to Shitai's ear, and asked, "What is the relationship between this old ding and the blue-haired grandmother? They should be father and daughter." "Right?" Shitai stammered. Badong frowned and sweated profusely. "If so, the cause and effect is serious." Su Bei thought about it for as long as the Duke of Gloucester on the other side talked. Just now, he finally figured it out. Damn it. It seems that it is not fate that is interfering, but the Duke of Gloucester is just stupid. Seeing this, Su Bei finally sighed helplessly and pulled Elena, who had been lying beside him and looking at the sky. "Help me." Elena turned her dazed eyes back and gradually came to her senses, sneering, "I thought you didn't want to live." Su Bei frowned, but saw Elena stretched out her hand and poked his arm casually. Bang. With a sound, Su Bei's body surface exploded with vortices, all of which were the manifestation of the law of disorder. Along with the explosion of the body surface, severe pain was transmitted to Su Bei's head. These injuries were not obvious when Su Bei was concentrating, but now they suddenly exploded after he withdrew his hand, almost tearing Su Bei's body apart. Su Bei took a deep breath and sucked in cold air. I saw Elena's fingertips constantly touching Su Bei's body, and every time she rose and fell, there were ripples of holy light. The pain gradually eased. Elena sat up, supported her knees and slowly stood up, and praised, "Very impressive. If I were you, I might not be able to do better than you. I guess you still have a good skill to separate the fate of individuals? Otherwise, you don't have to work so hard to ensure the integrity of his soul." "Really?" Su Bei nodded. Hearing this, Elena slowly stood up, and stretched hard. The sun was shining, and under the pair of white pantyhose, Elena's tight white thighs were shining. It was not just white and bright. It was the holy light blooming. Elena strode forward. The holy light on her body shone brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire cruise ship in an instant. "If you risk your life, I can really make you do it. But the price you have to pay is huge. If you knew that you would lose all your power by doing this, would you still be willing to do it?" As they moved forward, Elena looked back and asked casually. After seeing Su Bei nod, she turned around calmly and said lightly, "I know." Elena opened her hands. Light fell. That was not holy light. It was pure light. Order was being built, and everyone lost their sight and heard a buzzing sound in their ears. Gods cannot be looked at directly or imagined. At this moment, Elena was no exception. When the light flashed, Elena Karma came. It was a meteorite, with fire all over it and terrifying power. It was Grace. Elena Master. Chapter 484 The Origin of Grace. The meteorite stopped falling in the air, and Grace stepped into the air, moving slowly and steadily towards the Lilizi. A pair of holy light wings appeared behind her, making her look like an angel on earth. The holy light was spreading, occupying the sky in the blink of an eye. It was a law, but also like order, or something in between. This was a very scary thing. Grace's arrival was extremely fast, and it took only a blink of an eye from her appearance to her arrival. It seemed that she had been watching the battlefield for a long time, but she was not in a hurry after her arrival. She was waiting. She was waiting for Elena to make a move, and wait until Elena was at the critical stage of separation. At that time, Elena would have no time to be distracted, no power to resist, and would be at the mercy of others. This was a great opportunity. "Dear Elena, let the master hug you." Elena did not raise her eyes, but was concentrating on analyzing the laws between the Duke of Gloucester and Tian Ma Luo. Concentrating on it, the holy light enveloped the chaotic and free laws, dividing them into two distinct parts. This was a huge project. The separation effect is obvious. And the separation speed is much faster than Elena expected. This is because Su Bei had a good foundation before, which saved her a lot of effort. The chaotic rules in the entire space are orderly converging, becoming regular with the naked eye, spreading to both sides into their respective areas, and returning to their original positions. There are even some rules that gradually calm down and slowly return to the Duke of Gloucester's body. It can be seen that Elena not only wants to save the Duke of Gloucester, but she also wants the Duke of Gloucester to maintain his strength. Saving the Duke of Gloucester was not difficult for her, but keeping him safe was a little tricky. That's why Elena asked this question before, asking Su Bei if he was willing to bear the cost of losing all his strength to save the Duke of Gloucester. Elena got the answer, and it was as he wished. In this way, maybe it was enough to repay Su Bei's kindness? Elena knew Grace's purpose, but she didn't seem to care. Her expression was calm and careless. She was not in a hurry, because it's useless to be anxious. Elena put her mind at ease, and a beam of light formed within a radius of several meters from the soles of her feet. You can't look directly at it, dare not watch it, and can't daydream about it. At this time, a boom sound came from the sky. It's time. Before Grace landed, the holy light had arrived. The holy light first enveloped this sea area, forcibly taming all the monsters and intelligent life under the holy light, controlling their souls and bodies, including the crew. This randomly emitted power is enough to make everyone despair. Several transcendents were still watching and had not yet made a move. But a demigod took the first step. Praise the holy light. Thomas Quastov, the follower of light, was the first to move. As one of the 4 priests of the Holy Light Church, he and Grace had the same roots and had known each other for a long time. It can be said that he watched Grace grow up. But Grace today is far from the person in Quastov's memory. Quastov pointed his fingers at his limbs, and the holy light law burned instantly, and the iron hammer in his hand turned into a huge phantom. May the holy light be with you and me. The hammer fell. The ground shook. The 2 identical holy lights blended with each other, collided and held each other, and were swallowed up after only 3 breaths. We have known each other for a while, and I will let you die with dignity because of our old friendship. Grace walked in the air, with wings of light behind her, supporting herself with one hand. Boom, the oldest priest of the Holy Light Church, the strongest among the 4 priests of the Holy Light Church, aged more than 10 years in an instant. His body transformed into holy light was penetrated and dissolved by the holy light, and he staggered and fell to the ground. This is not holy light. This is not. How can holy light be alienated from holy light? Before Quastov finished speaking, he was interrupted by Badong. Old man, you are just a demigod. What are you trying to do? Badong pulled Quastov's white hair back and patted Shitai's shoulder. Go. Give that plant some color. Shitai was stunned and pointed at his nose. Me? Nonsense. Is it me? I was crippled by the brave, and now I can be your son. Shitai didn't dare to recognize her, but she moved, although she looks harmless now. Not long ago, she was the bloody queen who was feared by everyone. Shitai stretched out a finger, and the finger that had merged a drop of blood from the blood ancestor pointed it into the void. The place where the fingertip touched instantly cracked into layers of blood-red spider webs. In just a blink of an eye, a trace of blood penetrated the void and hit Grace directly. Buzz, the blood swept through the space, and even the void was polluted. This move was very powerful. It once touched Su Bei's body and resonated with the soul left by Lin. Contains the power of God. Grace noticed this, so her expression was a little solemn. Her eyes slowed down, and her fingers kept pointing at the void to reduce the pressure of this move. But this is a drop of God blood. How can it be easily blocked? Until the blood fell in front of the eyes, this attack still retained most of its power. And at this time, something that no one had expected happened. Suddenly, the sound of crawling rang in everyone's ears for no reason, just like countless ants crawling on the ground. And the dense and squirming sound continued. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were plunged into endless darkness, and they completely lost their vision. The darkness lasted only for a moment. When the darkness disappeared, Grace opened her mouth slightly and licked her tongue with satisfaction. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye, and few people could see it clearly. They couldn't even think about the details and think about what had just happened. It couldn't be looked at directly, described, or imagined. Shitai's face turned pale instantly. The blood was swallowed, not in a physical sense, but directly absorbed. This drop of blood was the foundation for her to enter the realm of transcendence. Now that she had lost this drop of blood, Shitai's grasp of the rules of blood was rapidly weakening. Her aura suddenly dropped to that of a demigod, and she collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, several transcendents fell into silence and looked at each other without saying a word. After a while, a faint sigh sounded. No wonder. This is the cause and effect that belongs to that person alone. It turns out that she is the god from the ancient times. We should not participate in this cause and effect. This affects not only ourselves, but also the family territory behind us. Su Bei was silent. Li Lizi sighed. The True Eye and Jasmine eyes locked onto that moment. She saw the face in the darkness. Disordered and chaotic. Male and female. With 4 limbs standing side by side and folded backwards from the knee joints. Crawling on the sky with the back on the ground. In an instant, Jasmine's eyes overflowed with blood and exploded for no reason. The whole thing her eyes saw was full of question marks. Grace was still the same Grace, but a new label appeared on her. From the Abyss. Chapter 485. The team falls apart. During a casual chat after dinner, Su Bei once mentioned the word Abyss to Li Lizi, which caused Li Lizi great confusion. Why do you know the word Abyss? It is not in the original continent, and is in a different world like Hell and Plague continent. But it is a little different because it is not the kingdom of God. Li Lizi clicked her tongue, as if she was recalling a very terrifying thing, and her whole body began to tremble. Why do we need to understand the Abyss? No one wants to understand the Abyss. Li Lizi nodded solemnly and said twice. What's the matter? Su Bei was puzzled. Li Lizi patted Su Bei's shoulder and said earnestly, Don't explore the Abyss. The secrets in it involve countless strange creatures that were born before the ancient times. These strange creatures ignore the rules and evade order. They are a group of psychopaths. No one can guess their thoughts or predict their next move. Each of them is too advanced in thinking and has their own unique beliefs. Moreover, the Abyss actually breathes and is alive. He is the embodiment of a great life. This matter has nothing to do with you now. Don't try to understand it. Don't try to explore it. Because just imagining it will make you fall into the Abyss. These words were too profound for Su Bei at the time. But now Su Bei has deeply experienced it. He may be the only one on this ship who dares to try to look directly at the strangeness of the Abyss. He saw the endless darkness, and he kept falling in this darkness. This is the Abyss. The Abyss is disordered, without even the most basic order, and does not allow anyone to use the law. As Su Bei's breathing rose and fell, he could feel the Abyss trembling at the same frequency. This is him breathing. Or, the Abyss is breathing? Could it be that the Abyss is alive? As consciousness returned, Su Bei found that the atmosphere on the ship suddenly changed greatly. The attitude of the lower-level crew members did not change much. But when they transcended this level, there were different levels of changes in their mentality. Sindragosa, the frost-bone dragon who transformed from a mythical creature dragon god into an undead, can be said to be the one on this ship whose strength is closest to that of a quasi-god. So he has seen more than anyone else. He is also more afraid than anyone else. Grace herself is not scary. But what is scary is the meaning she symbolizes. He was afraid. So he retreated. The frost-bone dragon Sindragosa broke a part of his toe bone, muttered something in his mouth, and winked at the undead behind him, and took the Lich, and the Lich King, under his command into the domain space. Then he waved to everyone. My original intention was to rely on the dispute between the hero and the devil, and use the fate of karma to open the Dragon God ruins and find my Dragon God heritage. But as you can see, my plan was interrupted. As he said this, the frost-bone dragon Sindragosa glanced at the red-haired bat next to him, his eyes cold. In fact, except for Su Bei and a few people on this ship, almost everyone disliked Badong. After all, many crew members died on the Bloody Island, and many people had long been resentful of Badong. If it weren't for their limited strength, they wouldn't mind eating a bad hot pot. I heard the frost-bone dragon Sindragosa gnashing his teeth and continued. We have been here with you all, and we are considered to have been here before. It's really because the cause and effect this time is too big. I don't want to touch it, and I can't touch it. I go first. The toe bone fell, and there was a dragon roar. Roar, the sky was shining red, as if the clouds were burning with fire. And then a supreme force fell vertically, and the wind and waves rolled up, blowing Grace's hair everywhere for no reason. This is the phantom of a red dragon ancestor dragon. He once controlled the ultimate flames, and bit off a piece of authority from the hands of the god of fire to become a quasi-god. At this moment, the phantom of the fire dragon forcibly broke through the time loop and the space maze, rolled up the frost-bone dragon Sindragosa, and left the sea area directly. No one can look at this phantom. The quasi-god is already a god, and this power cannot be looked at directly. Even Subei is like this. He can't see any phantom shape, only a sea of fire. And then his body began to burn, and his eyes caught fire for no reason. Even if he closed his eyes, fireworks would appear in Subei's mind, constantly burning his spirit and soul. This is the complete order, an ancient existence of the same level as the messenger of disaster. Even Subei is like this, not to mention others. When the fire dragon Zulong released the complete order, the Lilizi was already in a burning state, and all the crew members on the ship were self-igniting. First the clothes, then the skin, then the internal organs, and finally the soul. Soon, the entire chaotic sea was completely ignited. This is not the fire dragon Zulong releasing power, but just a little bit of power released casually. His simple breath is enough to destroy all life. Several transcendents desperately released their domains, arranging huge rules to accumulate into a weak order, just to ensure everyone's safety. Don't look. Don't think, Leah shouted. Everyone go to sleep. Go to sleep, Badong shouted loudly. But their mood at the moment can be said to be extremely bad. Frostbone Dragon Sindragosa left, using his means of saving his life to escape. This severely hit everyone's fighting morale, and the loss of a transcendent meant that the ship would lose a transcendent combat power. These were the only few transcendents. However, this was not the first case. The action of the Frostbone Dragon Sindragosa gave a signal, and the Beast King Rexer received the signal and followed closely. I saw the Beast King Rexer grab the rest of the orc crew, stride out, and blow the horn that he had grasped in his hand at some point. The horn was simple and heavy, full of traces of time. This is the war horn, a divine weapon passed down by the orcs to this day. Its only ability is to enhance strength, either for the team or for oneself. Because it is unique, it is powerful. Beast King Rexer chose to strengthen himself, and this increase is 20 times. What does 20 times mean? He has entered transcendence for a long time, and has already mastered the laws to a very terrifying level. 2 times is enough for him to accumulate the laws to perfection. 5 times is enough for him to accumulate the laws into a false order. 10 times is enough for him to condense the law into a weak order. 20 times can make this order more complete. Enough for him to initially master the power of a quasi-god. At this moment, he will temporarily control gravity and become a quasi-god. Boom. The Lilizi sank. The deck was crushed in an instant, and everyone was falling. And the Beast King Rexer was rising. He changed his own gravity, allowing himself to float high. The shattering of the deck was just a release of some of his power. The crew members spit out blood again, and their bodies, which were burned by the flames, were instantly crushed. Almost all the crew members below the demigod level died. They could not bear the pressure of the quasi-god at all. The demigod crew members were almost disabled. Even Luminera, the most powerful among them, was a little powerless at this moment. She could only grit her teeth and release healing skills to barely keep the lives of several crew members alive. But she couldn't even extinguish the flames on her body. The gap was too big, not to mention the transcendent crew members. At this moment, only Leah was left, the half-disabled Badong and Shitai, and Elena, who was in a critical period. What despair this is. At this time, Subei took action. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body, expanding a huge domain. The law of life began to spread. He kept mending the tattered Lilizi and the crew. Although the order in the law was extremely weak, it was enough to repair the crew. It just took time. The crew came because of him and died because of him. Naturally, he had to save them. This is cause and effect. Subei never complained about the world. He just sighed softly, then got up from the deck with difficulty, and then walked towards each room. He planned to treat the crew one by one. At this time, Jasmine slowly approached. "Let me help, Mr. Subei." Subei looked sideways, shook his head, and pulled Jasmine's white shoulders apart with force, grabbing 5 bloody finger marks. "Go back. The cause and effect on you is only serious. Don't get involved. Go back." Subei dragged his extremely tired body and walked towards each room. His expression calm, and his eyes indifferent. He had long been accustomed to this kind of thing. Chapter 486 Grace is Crazy. Subei once asked Lin and Lilizi a question. Why is there no trace of quasi-gods in the original world? Subei got an ambiguous answer. But Lin gave such an explanation. You can refer to the Plague Continent. The reason why that evil beast hides deep in the earth is that once he walks on the continent, countless lives in the Plague Continent will be destroyed in an instant. This is also the reason why the God Descent only allows the God Descent to transcend, which is both a restriction and a self-shackle. The quasi-god only needs to breathe slightly, and the laws will be shaken, and the world will be changed. What if a quasi-god appears? Subei asked again. Run. Just run. No need to doubt. Your current strength is considered supermodel in the realm of transcendence. But the gap between transcendence and quasi-god is greater than the gap between transcendence and normal blue-haired lowly. You know, a normal blue-haired lowly can't even beat a tabby cat. Lin blocked Lilizi's angry fist with one hand, and said solemnly, You don't want to know. Even if you face the quasi-god and release a little power, it will be a very terrifying thing. Coincidentally, Lilizi and Lin have reminded Subei about facing the abyss and facing the quasi-god. Unfortunately, Subei is experiencing these two things, and he is still bearing them at the same time. At this moment, Subei has deeply experienced and deeply understood how big the gap between quasi-god and transcendence is. Subei believes that he is not a match for the disaster messenger, and the disaster messenger at that time was already on the verge of death. But at this moment, Subei was about to face 3 orders that were at their peak. He spread out his domain, defended the Lilizi, and used his broken body to fight against gravity, fire, and holy light. Even if the domain released by Subei was crushed and destroyed in an instant, he never stopped, but kept repeating the action of spreading the domain over and over again. It was like a weed as small as dust in the middle of 3 mountains. But it also wanted to occupy a piece of territory in the cracks. As the domain continued to explode and condense, everyone could feel the pressure from the black-haired boy. The crew dragged their bodies that were constantly being patched up, looked at the boy's body, speechless and choked, and had no other choice but to pray. Some crew members even had the thought of death in their hearts, thinking that they might as well die and not embarrass him. This is the gathering of cause and effect, and every step stepped on Subei's most uncomfortable place. But if someone asked Subei if he would regret it, Subei would only calmly reply, Stupid, because Lilizi is worth it. Seeing this scene, Lilizi felt even more guilty. She tried her best to break free from the heavenly chain, and even opened her mouth to bite the heavenly chain, leaving deep and shallow tooth marks on the heavenly chain. But even if Lilizi's teeth were broken, it would be useless, because the heavenly chain is a divine weapon. Lilizi also has divine weapons, and there are many, so many that they are too numerous to count. But Lilizi's felt hat was snatched away by Subei, and the omniscient codex that she had in her pocket was hidden in the closet by Subei, not to mention the other artifacts. There was no chance of getting them. Subei did not leave Lilizi any chance to help. Subei planned to rely on himself from the beginning, but Lilizi did not want to. If she had enough time, she could break free from the heavenly chains. But that was too slow. She could not do anything. She had to start begging herself. Lilizi wanted to leave. Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa and Beast King Rexer had left, and everyone thought so. After all, one of them summoned the phantom of the fire dragon Ancestral Dragon, and the other used a war-type inherited artifact, both of which burst out with quasi-god power. But Grace didn't think so. Before, he hid and suppressed his instincts, allowing Grace's subconscious to control his body to make movements. But now, he no longer needs to hide, because Elena has already woke up. So Grace also woke up. He is crazy. It has been like this since ancient times. Grace grinned, opened her head, and a male and female head stretched out, both without a back. Screaming, endless darkness enveloped the sky and the earth, and there were cries and wails above the sky. Subei's domain was broken again, and he kept reciting several quasi-divine skills in his mouth to forcibly resist the sudden darkness. But before he knew it, Subei's ears, nose and mouth had already been broken and bleeding. But he was unaware of it. There was darkness in front of his eyes, and there were constant explosions in his ears. It was difficult. Difficult. What a terrible power. This is the strangeness of the abyss. After a while, the darkness faded. I saw Grace holding half a bone wing and fanning herself, chewing a piece of thick arm in her mouth, with excitement in her eyes, staring at the light column created by Elena, which kept approaching. And before she knew it, it had been replaced by 4 legs crawling side by side. The arm was vertically attached to the void, crawling at a very fast speed. It's almost done, my dearest baby. Elena. At this moment, Elena has reached the most critical moment. It cannot be interrupted. Chapter 487 Fury and Alyssa. Grace's speed is accelerating, but Elena has not finished repairing. What should I do? Subei did not think too much. Took a step forward, opened the omniscience code in the gap between steps, and his eyes went directly over several quasi-divine skills from top to bottom, stopping at the last one, looking at this divine skill for a long time. Silence for a long time. It is reasonable to pay off the cause and effect of wisdom at the cost of half of the soul of wisdom? It is reasonable. Killing Grace is not a big problem. But I don't know if I can deal with the abyss in Grace's body. Let's give it a try. Subei thought so, but saw a white hand stretched out from the holy light and grabbed Subei's collar. I only heard Elena say lightly, "Never play all your cards. You underestimated fate. And you underestimated me." As she said, she stretched out a finger, pointed to the sky, and said seriously, "Think first. This is the abyss. And their way of fighting is different from that of normal intelligent species. On the chessboard, if used properly, a soldier can also capture the queen. To deal with the abyss, crude application of laws and order is not the best choice. They have unique abyss characteristics. Characteristics are the root of the abyss, and the strange can use them to perform a very terrifying spell. Remember the mermaid candle? That is the strange skill. The source of the abyss. Remember that moment? I need 15 minutes. He will start attacking in the 10th minute. And that is my most critical moment. Elena gave a specific preparation time, and Subei only needs to hold on for the next 5 minutes. Subei was silent, pacing back and forth, closing his eyes and thinking. As all orders, Subei's physical perception of the 3 orders is not much different. So why were the other 2 orders instantly disintegrated by Grace in just a blink of an eye? Elena gave the answer. Abyss characteristics. The characteristics that accompany adventurers from birth and run through all adventurers' lives. Characteristics are very important. So the Valkyrie will seriously develop Subei's characteristic power. Instead of directly giving inheritance and sending out forbidden magic source power that is enough to solve everything, Subei's characteristic is the same frequency. He never has to worry about being attacked. And he doesn't have to be afraid of not being able to react. So what is the strange characteristic of the abyss? Subei was walking and thinking. At this time, a pair of hands reached out and rubbed his temple. Subei was stunned. Unconsciously, he had subconsciously walked to the door of Jasmine's room. He raised his head slightly. He saw Jasmine smiling at him, with a little red residue in her eyes, which was not clear. Subei reached out and wiped the corners of Jasmine's eyes. It was blood. A serious injury. Did you see it? Subei asked with concern, gently rubbing Jasmine's eyes. Jasmine shook her head. I want to try, but I can't see clearly. When the sky and the earth went dark the first time, there was a scream that was too terrifying. At that moment, Jasmine couldn't hear anything and almost died. That time, Jasmine saw the other person, but she couldn't remember it. Jasmine stuck out her tongue, her expression slightly self-blaming. I didn't dare to look the second time. It seemed that if I didn't look, there would be no effect. So the second time the damage was not great. Hearing this, Subei rubbed Jasmine's head and said softly, "Don't blame yourself. And don't be stubborn." Subei listened to Jasmine's explanation. And suddenly an idea came to him. And he paused. Wait. What did you just say? Jasmine was startled, blinked, and said intermittently, I didn't dare to look the second time. So I didn't get hurt. That's right. Subei slightly exerted force on Jasmine's arm, and his eyes flashed. No. You're wrong. Subei kept shaking his head and fell into a long period of thought. What's right and wrong? Molly was confused by Subei. Mr. Subei? Molly waved her hand and found that Subei's eyes had lost focus and fell into confusion. Subei was thinking because he had grasped some clues. The first time it was dark. Shitai's blood ancestor's blood was swallowed. The second time it was dark. The frost-bone dragon Syndragosa. left a wing, and the Beast King Rexer left an arm. At the same time, Molly suffered a heavy blow from the first dark. But Subei's physical feeling of the first dark was not strong. On the contrary, it was the second time when the sky was dark that shattered his facial features. But Jasmine said it had no effect. It had little to do with seeing or not seeing. In terms of realm, Jasmine could not be stronger than him. So where was the difference? Subei had some guesses, but he only had one chance. He needed to verify. It's almost there, and we need to try again. If there is a way to verify it again. At this time, Alyssa pulled Felihui and walked out of Jasmine's room with Sven. We can help. Subei was stunned and looked at the three people with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know when three more people appeared in the room. Perhaps he would have noticed it if he had paid a little more attention. But he was thinking too seriously and didn't care about other situations at all. Seeing this, Jasmine hurriedly explained. Just now everyone gathered together to avoid danger with the power of Sister Alyssa. Because Sister Alyssa had become a demigod not long ago. Alyssa pulled Felihui towards Subei and said solemnly, Mr. Su, Felihui and I can help you verify at once. It's dangerous. Subei shook his head, which was a refusal. Felihui raised the drawing board, on which there were only two words. Not afraid. Are you not afraid of danger or death? Or both? Felihui and Alyssa smiled at each other, nodded, and turned to Subei, and continued, Please rest assured. Felihui and I both have unique powers. If we are lucky, we can kill him. If we are unlucky, we are enough to protect ourselves. But there is only one chance. Mr. Subei, please make sure you look carefully. I hope you can get the answer you want. Alyssa and Fury held each other's hands. The former took out her main weapon, silk, and wrapped it around the two of them, while the latter held a black dagger. This dagger left a deep impression on Subei. It was a divine weapon called the Eternal Night. This was the main weapon of the Goddess of Night. Looking at this dagger, Subei couldn't help but think of Lin's weapon. Bury the Eternal Night. The weapon held by death is to bury the Eternal Night. The weapon held by night is the advent of the Eternal Night. Is there any connection between them? What is the Eternal Night? Subei did not think about it in detail, but looked at the two girls running side by side. His eyes serious. In the current situation where conventional combat power is already transcendent, facing the enemy with the combat power of the abyss, how much effect can the two girls, who have just entered the demigod, and whose realm is still unstable, play? Subei was unsure. He clenched the omniscient code, watched the two girls walk towards the abyss, and was ready to respond at any time. Behind him, Sven gently patted Subei's shoulder and sighed. Don't be too stressed. You underestimated the spark of the new era. They are both very special. They can only be regarded as ordinary geniuses when taken alone. But after working together, they can produce unprecedented effects. Perhaps, they will be more special than any combination you have ever seen. Assassination and existence are just a kind of power floating on the surface, both relying on skills and external objects. But they are enough to defy the heavens. They who can use these two powers have great potential. Subei's eyes shone slightly, and he nodded. I believe them. Subei immediately cast his sights on the battlefield. Even so, Subei was still not optimistic. He was ready to respond. Schwa. With a sound, Alyssa waved her hands, spreading silk all over the sky, and Fury stepped forward, her footsteps touching the silk shod by Alyssa. And in the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from Subei's perception. This is the existence effect activated. Subei couldn't see anything, but he could feel that Alyssa and Fury were getting closer and closer to Grace. What would happen? How could they withstand the pressure of the quasi-god? You have to know that Alyssa, who was once a quasi-demigod, exploded into a blood mist without even holding a breath when facing Badong, who was beyond the peak. Not to mention that the thing in Grace's body is a quasi-god. And it is also a strange abyss. Even if the two became demigods, Subei still didn't see any chance of winning. Wait! Actually, there is still a chance of winning. Subei narrowed his eyes slightly, and thought of the only possibility. At this moment, Grace still retains her human form. Her strength is still at a transcendent level, and her fighting method is the very common holy light. Although her movements have changed from standing upright to crawling, her strange characteristics are becoming more and more obvious, as if she is planning to break Grace's exoskeleton at any time and manifest her own strength. Intend to attack Elena with the strongest posture. But Su Bei can feel that. At least at this moment. Grace is still transcendent in her normal state. Only when the opponent is under a difficult force and a fatal threat will he burst out with a strange power. And instantly use a move that can turn the world black. This is the only chance for Alyssa and Fury. Because demigods can approach transcendence. Just take advantage of the opponent before it is still Grace. Use the power of existence to hide the two's tracks. Keep approaching Grace. And finally Fury will use a very critical instant kill skill. This is what Su Bei thought. And that is exactly what Alyssa and Fury did. All this was happening under Jasmine's watchful eyes. Her real eyes could see the whole process. And she kept reporting the situation to Su Bei and Sven. Sister Alyssa and Miss Fury are very close to the target. They are under great pressure. And a lot of sweat has appeared on their foreheads. It's okay. Sister Alyssa's existence ability cannot be cracked by the other party. But the enemy seems to have noticed it, and is crawling back and forth in confusion. The distance is getting closer and closer. Only 10 steps away. The enemy has attacked. This is an indiscriminate and large-scale holy light attack. It's very powerful. Sister Alyssa and Miss Fury gave up approaching. And Miss Fury drew out a dagger. The two launched the attack at the same time. Wait! That dagger. Don't look at it. Su Bei suddenly thought of something and shouted. That is a divine weapon. Containing the characteristics of a god. Close your eyes. Su Bei reacted quickly. But the reminder was too late. What is that? It hurts. It hurts. Mr. Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei. My eyes hurt. Blow. Blow. It hurts. Molly quickly closed her eyes and blew into them, making her hair tremble. She ran toward Su Bei anxiously and hugged him tightly. Before she knew it, another stream of blood flowed out of Molly's eyes and hung down her face. Su Bei was stunned, looking at Molly, who was breathing in his arms with her lips pursed, and attached the rules of life to the tips of his index fingers, gently rubbing Molly's eyes. He immediately wiped the blood off her and sighed. Don't use the eye of truth easily anymore. It's easy to have some power that you can't look at directly now. Your safety is far more important than intelligence. Jasmine smiled sweetly, shook her head, and did not respond to Su Bei's words, but continued to talk about her previous topic. Sister Felihui is so powerful. The effect of that dagger is super terrifying. Stabbing yourself can deprive mortals of their demigod power, demigods of their transcendent power, and transcendence of their quasi-god power. If you stab the enemy, what you deprive them of will be something even more terrifying. But the price is a bit too high. Jasmine pursed her lips again, lowered her eyes and said, Sister Fury seems to be going blind. Crack. A sound came. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh and blood came. Grace's body froze, completely motionless. The sky and the earth darkened, and the boundless darkness fell again. This time it was not the strange power of the abyss. This was the authority of the eternal night. Will they win? Unconsciously, everyone clenched their fists. Chapter 488. Su Bei draws the magic sword again. Eternal night is coming. Stabbing yourself can activate authority. But this is far less powerful than stabbing the enemy. When Felihui was immortal, she could stab herself with a dagger and drag the old demigod into the beast tide. And her life and death were unknown. Now that Felihui has become a demigod, the authority she can mobilize has made a qualitative leap. Can she win? The dagger stabbed. Grace's body froze, and her face was confused. Obviously, with her brain that was nearly half transformed. She didn't realize what was happening at the moment. But she felt something was wrong. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and streams of black blood flowed out, dripping down her body. This made Grace jump up and down, crying and wailing. The abyss is strange and can't feel physical pain. But this pain is not on the body, but on the soul and spirit. Grace looked down in confusion, but saw her body quietly split open. And in the blink of an eye it broke into pieces like a spider web, showing pieces of fragments. And these fragments were petrifying. Is her body petrifying? Grace realized that she was about to die, and opened her mouth. In the blink of an eye, Grace's head split open, and a male and female head stood up, screaming and wailing at the world. Suddenly, the world darkened again, and the darkness caused by the arrival of the eternal night devoured and excluded each other. A violent wail sounded. The sound was sharp and piercing, and it spread throughout the chaotic sea. Countless lives were withering and dying. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned from dark to dark, and fell into endless darkness. Everyone lost their vision. A painful scream erupted from Grace's body. Grace's body? Bang. Split apart. And the man and woman both wailed in pain. One wave after another like a demonic sound. Crying non-stop. But his limbs and torso were constantly petrified. And he couldn't stop wailing no matter how much he wailed. And the strange thing was that this wailing was in waves. And the male and female voices were wailing in an orderly manner according to a certain pattern. And each sound could make everyone fall into endless pain. This was Grace's explosion before death. And it was a quasi-god power that was set in stone. Alyssa and Fury will die. They can't resist this kind of power. This was Su Bei's first subconscious reaction. He wanted to save people. At the same time, Su Bei quickly hooked his hand and held Jasmine's right hand in his arms. At this moment, Jasmine was still holding her head tightly, and her face was bleeding. After feeling Su Bei's action, she was suddenly stunned. Don't, Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine is almost uncomfortable. I don't have time to flirt with you. Jasmine is so ugly. You are not allowed to look. You are not allowed to look. In the blink of an eye, Jasmine's body was shattered piece by piece. Su Bei's facial features were also bleeding. But he didn't say a word. His left hand used the rules of life to continuously repair Jasmine's body. And his right hand took a ring from Jasmine's hand. This was a gender-changing ring. Jasmine had always relied on this ring to disguise herself as a demon king. Su Bei held him in his palm, followed the sound of men and women, and relied on the same frequency characteristics to continuously take off and put on the ring. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He found the strange characteristics of this abyss. The screams of the male and female phases were actually an attack against gender. The male phase attacked the female, and the damage to the female would increase exponentially. This is also the reason why Jasmine suffered a heavy blow when Shitai's attack was blocked during the first dark. But the other males could still bear it. The second dark caused Su Bei's ears, nose and mouth to explode. And the Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa and the Beast King Rexer were left with body parts. Both of them are quasi-gods. Why is the gap so big? Because the second scream was from a female. It could restrain men to a great extent. Although Su Bei didn't know the principle, he realized that this was the characteristic of this abyss. And now, Su Bei holds the gender change ring, which can switch between male and female at the same time, and can be in a Schrodinger's male and female gender. It can be immune to the damage increase reaction of this abyss. Under normal circumstances, although the power of this abyss is extremely powerful, it is not crippling. In other words, if Su Bei is in a complete state, he has a good chance of defeating this abyss that was severely injured by Fuli. And there is a way to restore the body state. And this method is very close to Su Bei at this moment. And it was even one of his abilities not long ago. Demon King Transformation. Demon King Transformation can restore the Demon King body and increase his strength by several levels. This thought emerged in Su Bei's mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. So he took a deep breath and held the magic sword behind Jasmine with his right hand. Jasmine was stunned, and her hair trembled. Hey, 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 hey. Jasmine blinked, and her voice was intermittent as her body cracked. Lend it to me, Su Bei said seriously. He couldn't pull it out because Jasmine didn't agree. At this moment, the magic weapon had already recognized its master, and this master was Jasmine. Jasmine was stunned and pointed at herself. There is no such option. Su Bei sighed. His eyes darkened. Can't you do it? Jasmine shook her head, and suddenly her eyes blinked slightly in confusion. It didn't exist originally, but it just appeared. It's just that the method is a little different from what Mr. Su Bei said. Su Bei was stunned. If Mr. Su Bei hugs Jasmine, it's okay. What? Su Bei frowned. Jasmine didn't answer, but hugged Su Bei tightly. The magic sword is loosening. Crack. Crack. Something interesting happened. The Demon King Transformation and the Demon King Descent are working on Su Bei's body surface and body. And Jasmine's body is slowly merging into Su Bei's body. With a loud noise, Su Bei's eyes suddenly lit up, and the effect of the Eye of Truth appeared in his eyes. Waves of data streams flickered, and conditions were being met one by one. Since he was already half a Demon King, why couldn't he use the magic sword? Pull it out. The magic sword was unsheathed. The sky and the earth sank again. 3 kinds of darkness descended one after another, devouring each other. But at this moment the darkness had an absolute master. Endless black pillars bloomed on the Lilizi. At this moment, Su Bei was in the deepest black. Su Bei's body was constantly recovering, and the Demon King transformation was repairing his body. The Demon King armor is constantly assembled on the body, forming a dark armor in the blink of an eye. Su Bei holds the magic sword. Su Bei's heart is beating. Boom boom. This state is better than ever before. Jasmine? Su Bei called softly. Mr. Su Bei. I'm here. Su Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Jasmine is in his body, perhaps blending with his soul. This is a very strange experience. But fortunately Su Bei has experienced the boarding of Lin and Li Lizi, so he doesn't find it strange. His soul was already weird, so it didn't matter if it got weirder. Hey, this way we can see some of Mr. Su Bei's secrets. Strange. Why is Mr. Su Bei's soul sewing up other guys? Wait, 2 more? Huh? Why isn't Jasmine the first one? Mr. Su Bei? Mr. Su Bei, are you there? Mr. Su Bei? Please answer Jasmine obediently. Jasmine's voice was loud and heavy, acting directly on the depths of the soul. This seriously disturbed Su Bei. This was the first time that Su Bei knew that others would know some of the secrets of the soul being deposited. Why didn't Li Lizi and Lin tell him anything? Although he didn't feel any pressure, but felt more relaxed than ever before. Su Bei still had a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He said nothing, raised his sword and swung it upwards towards the endless darkness. Let's talk about it later. How long will it be later? Mr. Su Bei? Su Bei was silent. His body kept approaching the sky, and his eyes suddenly condensed. There were only the sounds of bombings coming from the air. Each sound was like flesh and blood exploding, and the sound was approaching Grace's direction. Su Bei was silent. Jasmine's eyes instantly turned red, and she murmured to herself, is her characteristic immortal? Jasmine was talking about Alyssa, and it could only be Alyssa. At this moment, Su Bei and Jasmine shared the Eye of Truth, which was considered a remote account login, and he was half a demon king. He could naturally see through the effect of existence. At this moment, what Su Bei saw was a scene that he never wanted to see again in his life. He saw Alyssa tightly wrapping Fury with silk, blocking Fury with her own strength, relying on her weak flesh and blood body to block all the pressure for Fury. With every scream of Grace, Alyssa's body was exploding. It even exploded again before it was reassembled. What despair and pain this was. She could see the indifferent expression on Alyssa's face. The expression that was slightly wrinkled because of pain just appeared, and it turned into flesh and blood in an instant. Jasmine just looked carefully, and blood flowed out of her eyes. Her eyes were stinging, but she didn't dodge. She gritted her teeth and said in Su Bei's mind, Mr. Su Bei. Yes. Kill him. Su Bei nodded and slashed out with a sword. Impatient. This sword must break through the darkness and cut through the abyss. Chapter 489 Account Retrieval. Su Bei felt great. The action of pulling out the magic sword was like a natural process, without any lag. At the moment of pulling out the magic sword, the power of the Demon King fell on Su Bei at the same time. The power was no less than before. Just like a Lolita lover sneaking into the Lolita's house next door, but found that it was his own home. It was outrageous, if explained according to the common sense of the game. Su Bei's inheritance of the Demon King profession could not be regarded as re-registering an account, let alone stealing an account. It could only be regarded as logging in to the account from a different location and sharing an account with others. The account will probably be returned after it is used up. The current state of Su Bei is also very strange. He was already beyond the ceiling, but he did not step into the quasi-god level because of pulling out the magic sword. He just regained the Demon King profession. This is natural. After all, the Demon King profession is just a power system. It cannot create order out of thin air and deepen the understanding of rules. So the question is, Su Bei, who is beyond the ceiling, plus the Demon King who is already beyond the ceiling. Can he reach the level of quasi-god and defeat the strangeness of the abyss? Su Bei didn't know. Maybe it was difficult. But what about facing a disabled abyss that had been tricked into giving him information? It was hard to say. Su Bei kept switching his gender by putting on and taking off the ring with his left hand, so as to be immune to the damage increase of abyss. He tapped the air with his footsteps. Schwa. With a sound, Su Bei stopped in front of Grace and bent down without even looking at Grace. Then he stretched out his hands, each reaching out to one of the girls, and picked up Alyssa and Fury by the waist. Tap your toes again. During the process, the Li Hui looked a little uneasy, holding the dagger in her right hand, preparing to stab Su Bei. Felihui didn't know who was holding her. She was very scared. Because of the time loop, Felihui is only 10 years old now. At the age of 10, she is the most easily startled by the slightest disturbance. Because she was just captured by the slave trader at that time. "It's me," Su Bei called out quickly. Felihui calmed down, inserted the dagger into the inside of her calf, and went around Su Bei's neck with her right hand. She touched Alyssa, who was recovering, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Su Bei with a pair of pure white eyes, as if asking, "She's fine." Su Bei nodded, confidently. Another swish sound. Su Bei stopped on the deck. He reached out and handed Alyssa, whose body was slowly healing, to Leah, and nodded to the terrified Felihui. "Great. Leave it to me next." Felihui looked sideways and nodded when she heard the voice. Her pair of pure white eyes had lost all color, and she could only identify the direction by sound. This is a curse. A necessary price to pay for gaining power. She couldn't see Su Bei, but she remembered Su Bei's voice. She forced a faint smile towards the source of the voice, and then raised the drawing board in her hand. "Keep working hard." Su Bei nodded, stepped on the deck with his toes, squatted with his thighs, and arched his body slightly. Bang! He launched himself. A sword opened the way and stabbed into the sky. This was the terrifying wave, and it was also the sword of the devil. And they both returned. I saw a deep and almost unfathomable line drawn, slashing towards the dark sky at a very fast speed. And the sky swallowed by darkness suddenly became quiet. And then the sky was cut into two by this line, breaking abruptly from the middle to both sides. And the cut was smooth like a mirror. The dim yellow sky behind the pitch-black sky was revealed. And Grace was in the middle of this line. Crack. With a sound, Grace's body split in two directions, and the part belonging to Grace completely disappeared. The remaining flesh and blood were covered with crawling worms all over the body, condensing into a beautiful image that could challenge the limits of human aesthetics. The human body under the male and female dual-phase head was completely broken, and countless crawling worms were assembled, revealing 16 dark arms with reverse folded joints. Each arm was covered with black hair, and dense black worms were wriggling. The abyss was cut into a complete form by Su Bei's sword, and the breath surged in an instant. At this moment, more than half of his arms were petrified, waving his arms and howling and crying, constantly slapping the void, creating waves. The worms flew. Bang. With a sound, his arm swung casually and smashed the void, and the worm swam out, picked up half a piece of space debris, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed. His expression became more and more dull, and his howl became more and more sharp. When the howl fell again, the darkness between heaven and earth gave way again, and completely turned into his domain. This sharp cry was extremely terrifying. Even Su Bei, who frequently switched genders, could not stop it, let alone the other crew members. At this moment, Su Bei's life law recovery method was completely insufficient to repair the speed of the crew's disappearance. The pressure was still increasing. Seeing this, Leah gritted her teeth and sighed. Finally, she used a trump card that she had hidden very deeply. She waved her arms in the air and raised a branch. The branch exuded a heavy aura. Extremely heavy, as if it was carrying the whole world. "Is this the branch of the ancient tree of life that bears fruit?" Jasmine exclaimed in Su Bei's mind. At this moment, the two shared the eye of truth, and Su Bei also received information about this branch. Branch of the ancient tree of life. Introduction. The branch comes from a branch of the ancient tree of life, where it blooms, and has the ability to graft the phantom of the ancient tree and project the power of the ancient tree of life. Leah raised the branch, muttering something in her mouth, and projected the breath of the ancient tree of life with the help of this branch. The ancient tree of life blooms here. The green field spread. The shadow of the ancient tree of life descended. The leaves bloomed and took root on the deck, suppressing the laws on the entirely lazy. The order of life filled the entire ship, which could protect all the crew from the outside world. Su Bei slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, Su Bei was completely relieved. He could now concentrate on the strangeness of the abyss. At this moment, there are only 2 minutes left before the attack node mentioned by Elena. "We must win," Leah said solemnly. Su Bei nodded and raised his eyes slightly. When this abyss strain showed its full appearance, the data flow in Su Bei's eyes began to jump, and the eye of truth could already detect all the information. Abyss biphasic, abyss strange creature, ancient rumor. Abyss biphasic was born from the depths of the boundless abyss, and can detect various special species. He has a great appetite, is not afraid of gods, and has a terrifying power that can destroy any intelligent species. He has caused the demise of several empires, and destroyed countless ancient civilizations. Remember, don't look into the abyss unless you want to fall into it. Note, he is closely connected to a certain god. Note, he does not have basic common sense, and is not good at thinking. Note, he can disguise anyone, including gods. Anyone eaten by him will become his exoskeleton, and become his skin for disguise. Note, his scream attacks the soul. You must always keep your soul intact. Otherwise you will die. Note, he has a desire to devour any interesting life, and he will not let go of any prey. Note, he hates light extremely. If light appears, all the above rules will be invalid. His only goal is to eat light, and become light. Note, when he sheds his skin, no one can stop him, unless you are not human. Note, order cannot kill him. Divine skills are difficult to kill him. Only world skills can. Note, you must thank the Eye of Truth. This is the only way you can get to kill the strangeness of the abyss. The data stream disappeared. These are all the information that Subei can detect at present. But Subei noticed that after that note, there are still a few lines hidden in gray, temporarily showing blank color. That is the information that Subei cannot see at present. The incomplete intelligence shows that there is still a gap in strength between the two sides. And this gap is not small. Subei's eyes condensed. Seeing more clearly, understanding more, but more desperate. What is the world technique? Subei has never heard of it. Transcendence can only use a quasi-divine skill with all its strength. Even Subei is the same, because this involves the use of mysterious order, which is profound and obscure. The conditions required for Subei to use his divine skills were even more stringent. The condition required was to sacrifice Li Lizi's soul that remained in Subei's body. This was a price Subei was unwilling to bear. Even the other quasi-gods and pseudo-gods had to meet extremely stringent conditions to use an incomplete divine skill, because divine skills were the power of gods, the top power in this world. So what was the world's art? Li Lizi and Lin had never mentioned it to him. Subei was confused and felt the pressure surge. But he had no choice but to go for it. Subei raised his sword upward. Shwa! With a sound. From the time he raised the sword to the time he chopped the abyss by phase with the tip of the sword, it took only a breath, and the sword chopped the abyss by phase. Petrified arm. Clang. With a sound. The arm was removed by Subei. The abyss by phase screamed and wailed. His eyes lost all the stars, and black blood overflowed for no reason. Subei was stunned. He chopped very easily, very naturally. This was very strange, because the abyss by phase was a quasi-god in the abyss, who was a foregone conclusion, and was not afraid of order or gods. Could it be that he was afraid of cold weapons? Subei struck with another sword. Shwa! With a sound. The abyss by phase had another arm broken. Subei, Shwa, swung his sword. The abyss by phase had his arms falling to the ground one by one. Black blood like pus. And the blood kept flowing. His head turned back and forth. Sometimes the female form wailed, and sometimes the male form laughed. Fortunately, Subei was very diligent in taking off and putting on the ring, and was able to barely withstand this attack. It looked like Subei was going to win. After a while, the abyss by phase suddenly stopped crying and laughing, and turned his head to show Subei a slight smile. And then a new arm grew out of the broken wound without any damage. The petrification effect also disappeared. Subei was stunned. The abyss by phase was happy, and the two heads shouted joyfully, and the 16 arms danced. Finished. The situation suddenly reversed, and Subei's attack helped the abyss by phase to remove the curse imposed by fury. The abyss by phase recovered to its peak state in the blink of an eye, and its aura became more terrifying. Subei swung the sword again. Shwa shwa. Two sounds. The 16 arms of the abyss by phase fell to the ground at the same time, and fell into a stagnation. The abyss by phase was stunned, and the two faces showed confusion and hesitation at the same time. Looking at his broken arms, he fell into thought. Subei was happy. Subei lowered his head and looked at the magic sword in his hand. He suddenly had a very terrible guess in his heart. No wonder the Eye of Truth gave such a hint. It turned out that the art of the world was in his hands. Chapter 490 Halfway World Art. Su Bei suddenly thought of the reminder of the disaster messenger. Why did the disaster messenger want the Demon King to gather all the magic weapons? And why did he not allow the Demon King to enter the Transcendence? This matter was verified at this moment. When the magic swords are integrated into one, the Demon King becomes Transcendence. So a certain prerequisite will be met. And the final result of this condition is the formation of a world art. At this moment, this world art is incomplete. It cannot kill the Abyss dual phase, but it can cripple. This gave Su Bei great confidence. Su Bei chopped the Abyss biphasic into pieces, while recalling what magic weapons Gluttony had swallowed. Stupid Mr. Su Bei. Why don't you ask Gluttony directly? Jasmine knocked Su Bei on the forehead. Su Bei was stunned. Yes, chopping a stupid Abyss Chigue made Su Bei stupid. He might as well ask him clearly while he was controlling the Abyss biphasic. Gluttony, who rarely came out for fresh air, heard the news and hurried out to show his presence. Brother. My great brother. The good brother I miss the most. He. We are together again. When Su Bei became the Demon King again, all the modified memories had been restored. At this moment, Gluttony was a complete body with all memories. He remembered everything. What kind of magic weapon have you eaten? Su Bei asked, and chopped off the head of the Abyss biphasic. His scream was too ugly. And the scream was so powerful that even if Su Bei kept changing his sex, it was still very difficult to resist. Sequences 25, 19, and 18 are lament, sloth, and greed. These are what you borrowed from the elf Queen Leah when you were in the elf forest. Su Bei asked in confusion. Did I borrow them? You borrowed them. So I can inherit the memory of the magic weapon, Gluttony said with certainty. Su Bei looked at Gluttony deeply. Think about it. Gluttony was stunned, and then shook. Really? I was wrong. These magic weapons have nothing to do with me. Gluttony laughed and said quickly. I stole them from a certain adventurer. Where's that adventurer? Su Bei asked again. He died accidentally on his adventure. Gluttony said affirmatively. There's nothing we can do about it. He's dead. You can't pay him back even if you want to. Su Bei nodded and pointed to the sky. If I borrowed it, I have to pay it back. Remember not to steal other people's things next time. Su Bei has always been very virtuous. Borrowing is still a basic benefit. Not to mention that they are now under the gathering of cause and effect. Trouble comes from the mouth. Listening to the conversation between the two, Jasmine frowned hard and stared at Su Bei in extreme horror. This is definitely not the Mr. Su Bei she knew. The Mr. Su Bei she knew was not like this. Jasmine cast her eyes on Leah below, and felt that this hard-working elf queen was very pitiful. I compensate Mr. Su Bei for her in the future. Sequence 24. 16. 13. 7. Was sent by the messenger of disaster. I didn't understand what ability it had, so I ate it without knowing it. Are you sure it was sent? Su Bei asked again. It must be sent. Even if the omniscient goddess of wisdom came, it would still be sent. Gluttony's tone was firm, as if he was on a pilgrimage. I remember there were 3. Su Bei asked again. The bone sword in the hand of the messenger of disaster is also a magic weapon called Mortal Bone. The effect is extremely terrible. It can make the bones of the genius become ordinary, and become ordinary. Su Bei nodded. Sequence 21 is pride. A token of love given by Wilder to Silly Roe Deer. As he said this, Gluttony looked at the light column below. You are confused. Su Bei pointed to the sky again. Silly Roe Deer felt that it was useless, so he gave it to you as a token of love. Gluttony continued. Jasmine clenched her fist and pointed to the sky. Just then, Su Bei was swinging his sword, and he swung it out. He cut off the head of the Abyss biphasic. He didn't hear it. Gluttony couldn't see Jasmine's movements, so he continued. Sequence 20. Lust. The great blue lady exchanged it from an adventurer. Specially for you. Give it to you. Su Bei emphasized. Is it a token of love? Gluttony asked back in a low voice. Definitely not. Jasmine yelled. Su Bei nodded. Not really. Gluttony laughed, and didn't argue, but pointed the tip of his sword at the sky. It hinted that there was a cause and effect relationship for Su Bei to say it now. Su Bei looked at his nose and mouth, and ignored it. Sequence 15. Soul pulling. You stole it from the old man who was fishing. Can you speak properly? Su Bei frowned. There was no one there later. You just picked it up, Gluttony said carefully. Su Bei nodded. But have you ever thought about it? Why didn't the silly roe deer pick it up after seeing it? She knew it was a magic weapon. Gluttony reminded him. Su Bei was stunned. Engagement. Molly was so angry that she stomped her feet in Su Bei's head, almost stepping through Su Bei's soul. Mr. Su Bei, Mr. Su Bei, Mr. Su Bei. Shut up. Su Bei interrupted harshly. Gluttony smiled awkwardly. No more. Gluttony was honest. No more. Su Bei asked again. Oh. Yes. My main body is sequence 17. Gluttony. You took me away from countless evil ogres in the cannibal tribe with your wisdom and bravery. Almost. Su Bei nodded. Sequence 1. Apophis. Given to you by the great blue-haired man in the magic tower. That was the first time you met. A total of 12? Su Bei frowned. 12? Gluttony nodded. Very good. This is not much different from the 15 mentioned by the messenger of disaster. No wonder he can perform the world art. Su Bei can easily get the other 3 with just a little effort. Just squeeze the pairs. But Su Bei has no idea about the first 5 sequences. Fortunately, we can get some clues by squeezing Li Li Zi. Wisdom is omniscient. Li Li Zi always has a way. If there is no way, it means that Su Bei is not working hard enough. Lollipop will do it for him. At this moment, the abyss biphasic was bleeding from his limbs, crying and wailing, but his breath was strong and his health bar was not much less than before. Su Bei's attack did not cause any substantial damage to him, but the world technique caused serious damage to his body. This made Su Bei's current position very embarrassing. What is he now? A perpetual motion machine? Abyss biphasic. He compromised, neither crying nor making a fuss, staring at Su Bei dully, his eyes like a pool of dead water. At this time, Elena's side was over. The law was stable. The space no longer fluctuated, and everything was developing towards a good place. The Duke of Gloucester walked out of the Ascension Corridor. His strength was not damaged, and there was still room for promotion. But he was scared to death. The law of power was condensed in Tianma Luo's body, which was extremely terrifying. A random punch could shatter the space, and the fist wave shook into the depths of the seabed, crushing countless scattered bones. He had just stepped out of the Ascension Corridor, unaware of the outside world, and immersed in his own world, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, Tianma Luo was venting his joy and punching the sky. I succeeded. I finally succeeded. Duke of Gloucester, my friend, I will be invincible in the world. Bless me. This punch hit the abyss biphasic. Abyss biphasic. A hair fell off his body. This hair kept falling in space, and as time passed, it slowly turned into a black worm that kept crawling and wriggling. The long worm landed in front of Tianma Luo and opened its mouth. Tianma Luo was stunned. The long worm opened its mouth. The law of power was sprayed back. Buzz. Bang. With a sound, Tianma Luo flew backwards, and blood dripped from his eardrum. He was confused, and the ambition he had just built up was annihilated in an instant, without a trace. This scene was completely beyond his cognition. Seeing this, Leah immediately lent a hand, but heard Tianma Luo shouting, "Don't interfere. I don't accept it. I will suppress everything in the world." Tianma Luo went crazy and started a fierce battle with this long worm. Even when he had just entered the state of transcendence and his realm was unstable, he used a quasi-divine skill to bring about a slight order. This is how he annihilated the long worm. The battle was very fierce, and could be called wonderful. I said, I am invincible. Right? Duke of Gloucester. Tianma Luo collapsed on the ground, looked sideways at the Duke of Gloucester beside him, and raised his thumb with difficulty to poke himself. The Duke of Gloucester applauded and congratulated. Excellent. Of course. Tianma Luo smiled. Who knows? This feeling of being recognized by the enemy of a lifetime. It really is. It feels so good. Hearing this, the Duke of Gloucester looked sideways and frowned. Why are you so arrogant? Then the Duke of Gloucester pointed to the sky and said happily, I mean my son-in-law. This fight is really wonderful. Tianma Luo looked up in confusion, and blood suddenly flowed from his eyes. The Duke of Gloucester was looking at Su Bei. Su Bei was detached, so it was okay. What Tianma Luo saw was the abyss dual-phase person, who was a quasi-god, so he was severely disabled. Tianma Luo forced his unstable breath, looked at the battlefield, and swallowed the blood in his throat. He tried his best and finally saw it. For him, I am afraid he will never forget this in his life. Su Bei casually waved his sword, and a thick arm fell down and turned into ashes in midair. And on that arm, there were countless long worms crawling densely, each of which was as good as the one he had just fought. Tianma Luo was silent. He lost? Completely. After a while, Tianma Luo asked bitterly, "Has your daughter married him?" "It's happening soon." The Duke of Gloucester was full of confidence and patted his belly happily. "It's happening soon? That doesn't mean it's not happening?" Hearing this, Tianma Luo's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Your son-in-law?" "Not necessarily. There are beautiful witches in my Tianma clan." Tianma Luo obeyed. Although he was in his prime, how could he compare with this kind of cheap player? "She likes the figure of my daughter," Gloucester retorted. "The women of your Tianma clan, tut, are all curvy. Not very good." Tianma Luo was silent and pondered. As for lowly, there are some. He thought of her 7-year-old daughter. Chapter 491 Reactions from all parties. Su Bei becomes the Demon King, and new causes and conditions follow, which will soon evolve into a crisis that is enough to devour Su Bei, because the goddess of destiny has observed Su Bei again. Half an hour ago, when Su Bei drew out the magic sword, many gods felt it at the same time. They took various actions. Inside the kingdom of destiny, Destiny was confused at first, and then a little anxious. She dragged her still slightly injured body, watching the long river of destiny, frowning tightly, and calculating constantly. How could it be? How could it be? It has been settled. It has been settled every time before. Why not this time? It shouldn't be like this. Wait. What is this? How is he still alive? No. That's not right. This doesn't make sense. It's not like this. I need to see what happened when the god of life descended. The goddess of fate fiddled with the river of fate and was stunned again. All she saw was nothingness. Why can't I find that period of time? Isn't this the little trick that wisdom likes to use the most? In just a blink of an eye, fate figured out the key and roared unwillingly. Life, you deceived me. You traitor. We have cooperated dozens of times. Why did you betray me this time? You will regret it. Time will prove that only I am right. On the other side, inside the kingdom of life, the goddess of life sensed her mind and jumped up from the wooden swing in an instant. And the apple she was biting seemed tasteless. She felt her life signs fluctuate. Someone was observing her. The goddess of life frowned slightly, closed her eyes and observed the continent, then froze in panic and said, "This is not right. This is not right. You promised me that you would not reveal any trace of me until the last moment. Why did you use the time you hid so quickly? You said you would not lie to me." Wisdom. The goddess of life sighed and felt her head sink. Inside Li Lizi's house. "Please, please," Li Lizi kept crying. A sigh came from the wind. "But this result won't be better." Li Lizi suddenly burst into laughter, wiped her snot on the hem of her skirt, and said with a silly smile, "Li Lizi knew you wouldn't lie to me. You came when I cried? Silly. I am you." Li Lizi noticed that Su Bei had encountered a strange abyss, and hurriedly discussed, "You said, when the god of life descended, in addition to the original plan, we also buried a unique needle. Can it be used now?" "Not yet. When the time comes." Li Lizi smiled. "This will let fate know. She is always impatient." Li Lizi retorted. "This violates the agreement with life." Li Lizi was stunned. Her hair trembled, and she blinked. Li Lizi is Li Lizi, and wisdom is wisdom. It is wisdom who deceived him. What does this have to do with Li Lizi? After a long silence, the wind blew again. Activating that spell in advance will affect many things. Many forces are looking for this spell. This spell involves too many secrets. The earliest we should do it is when he sees the world tree. Besides, it's unfair to you. It will hurt a lot, and you will always be in the moment of being stabbed. Li Lizi lowered her head and looked at her toes, and she was stunned for a long time. If you don't have time, no plan will go as you wish. We have no choice. Li Lizi sang in a low voice, the dream ring of the world of divine skills. The sandwich substitute. After the chanting, the omniscient code that Su Bei threw into the corner clattered and turned the pages forward. Finally, the omniscient code was frozen on an unknown page. The picture above was familiar. It was the last moment when Su Bei was corrected by life. Above, the devil was wearing armor and was pierced by the sword of the brave. At this moment, the picture was frozen. Looking at this picture, the blue light on Li Lizi's body flashed violently. filling the whole room. The Demon King on the page suddenly came to life, and slowly merged from the book into Li Lizi's body. Li Lizi secretly kept this time. Now, it's time to use it. Li Lizi's eyes turned, and her appearance changed rapidly. She became Su Bei's appearance. This is Su Bei at that time node. This is the needle that Li Lizi and Wisdom planted. Now, let's hint at the bastard Su Bei. Because of the pain, Li Lizi couldn't help but take a breath. It was difficult to project the consciousness into Su Bei's soul. That part of his soul. It planted a hint for Su Bei. At the same time, Su Bei was standing side by side with Jasmine, looking at the strange abyss and frowning in thought. And suddenly a certain idea emerged in his mind. Why don't I try to pull out the magic sword? Su Bei moved quickly, and as soon as the idea came up, he grasped the magic sword. But he couldn't pull it out. Su Bei sighed. His eyes darkened. Can't you do it? Soon, Li Lizi controlled herself and merged into Su Bei's soul. That part of her soul. Jasmine shook her head, and suddenly blinked her eyes slightly in confusion. It didn't exist originally, but it just appeared. It's just that the way is a little different from what Mr. Su Bei said. Su Bei drew out the magic sword. Jasmine merged into the soul, looking at Su Bei's soul world, looking left and right, full of curiosity. From time to time, she would poke Li Lizi. Li Lizi said nothing, endured the pain, and quietly hid in the corner of the soul. Not a word. The power is strong, but the price is expensive. It hurts so much. You bastard Su Bei. If you don't compensate Li Lizi well, Li Lizi will definitely beat you to death. Chapter 492 The Duke of Gloucester's Little Plan. Su Bei became the Demon King, and new causes and effects soon fell. First, there were various small causes and effects on the ship. Above the demigods, there were two attitudes. Several top demigods looked up and recognized Su Bei's identity at the first glance. It's the Demon King. No wonder. He turned out to be the Demon King. When Su Bei took the first step, the sky and the earth dimmed in an instant. The light completely disappeared, and a terrifying aura of pressure came down, as if the end of the world was coming. When Su Bei temporarily merged with Jasmine's soul, the power of the Demon King was complete. Su Bei in the darkness exuded a certain unique quality, attracting people's attention and arousing the vigilance of all intelligent species. Countless demons and monsters surrendered to him. Even Tian Ma Luo would have a good impression of him. Looking at Su Bei, who occasionally turned into a female form, he felt a little fond of him. The black sword energy was surging, devouring everything recklessly, ravaging this space. This was the call from the demon. The demon flame was roaring. This was the roar of the king. When the hero was still in the demigod period, the devil had already entered the stage of transcendence. This was a demon that should not have appeared. This was unprecedented in history. The demigods who were inclined to the hero were silent. And then they felt only despair. The devil's flames are rampant. This is God's attempt to destroy our wisdom and civilization. Quastov sighed. He was a priest of the Holy Light Church. He and the devil were in natural opposition. The holy light on his body was burning, and the holy light was guiding him to swing his sword at the devil. Quastov raised his hands high. I am willing to burn the last candle of the holy light. Are there like-minded people who will walk with me? There was silence for a long while. Most of the demigods on the ship had left. Frostbone Dragon Syndragosa took away a group, and Beast King Rexer took away a group. As a result, the top forces on the ship were visibly reduced. He cast his eyes on the demigods who were traveling with him. 1 card 3. Stupid. No. The 3 demigods who were invited didn't even raise their heads, sitting in a circle, playing landlord. Quastov was stunned and spoke to the 3 people. Mr. Patty, you are a follower of death, and we are both walking gods. We should spread our faith in our respective gods and wipe out the devil. 3 for 3. Stupid. You split the 3 cards into 3? Hearing this, the withered messenger Patty Hwanyevsky laughed and shook his head. I'm not as pedantic as the holy light. Others may not know, but Patty himself knows it best. The gods he believes in are all in close contact with the devil. Wouldn't it be a brain-dead thing for him to fight against the devil? Numasika. The unyielding will. You are a soldier with an unyielding will. I beg you to join me in burning yourself and igniting your own karma. Quastov looked at another demigod adventurer. At this time, the Duke of Gloucester on the side took action and yanked Quastov's collar hard. Praise the holy light. The Duke of Gloucester said happily. Thank you. Does. Quastov bowed. Put the goddess aside for now. Priest Quastov. I have something to discuss with you. Gloucester grabbed Quastov's shoulder and walked into the room inside the boat. Please go ahead. Duke of Gloucester. Quastov subconsciously took a half step back, but did not avoid it. It's like this. I want you to be the priest who witnesses the wedding. The Duke of Gloucester smiled. Quastov frowned. Although many teachers in the Holy Light Church have part-time priest jobs, isn't it a bit inappropriate to talk about this at this moment? Quastov waved his hand to refuse, and suddenly realized that Gloucester's hand holding his arm was very strong, so he couldn't break free at all. You said, if you are the witness and the father of the child is present, can the wedding skip the tedious procedures in the early stage and directly enter the final ending of the ceremony of lifelong commitment? Gloucester narrowed his eyes, leaned close to Quastov's ear, spoke in a very low voice, as if conspiring, and started a very fast question and answer with Quastov. According to the rules, it is possible. What if the woman is only 16 years old? Too young. But you can get engaged first. No. You have to get married. It's safer. In this great age, we must learn to adapt. Indeed, when the great age comes, we can be a little flexible. Can it work? It depends on the man's opinion. Is there any way to skip the man's opinion? For example, the two parties exchange rings inadvertently and force the ceremony to be completed. Quastov was silent. What is this? Robbing a man? The capitalists are really bold. What about the woman's opinion? Quastov asked tentatively. It's probably no problem. She has always been like her mother and specified to give it away for free. The Duke of Gloucester said casually. No. I think this is a big enough problem. Quastov waved his hand and declined politely. A marriage without the consent of both men and women. Only the consent of their parents. He couldn't imagine that such a thing would happen now. What kind of feudal society is this? What if it's my daughter? The Duke of Gloucester tried. This is not appropriate. This is difficult to deal with. Quastov was startled and wiped the sweat from his temples. I know there are 4 priests in the Holy Light Church. Although the priest's grace has met with an accident, there are still 3. It just so happens that the next pope is about to retire. The Duke of Gloucester smiled. What do you mean? Quastov's eyes were slightly shaken. If the wedding is successful, the Russell family will unconditionally support you as the bishop of the Holy Light Church. Quastov was stunned and looked into the eyes of the Duke of Gloucester. They shook hands. Praise the Holy Light. Praise the Holy Light. Seeing this, the Duke of Gloucester breathed a sigh of relief and shook hands with Quastov to make an agreement. The Duke of Gloucester knew that Su Bei was the Demon King. As long as he thought of the word Demon King, he would overflow with uncontrollable murderous intent from time to time. This seemed to be inherent common sense. But so what? When the great world comes, being alive is the most important thing. He just wanted Lilizi to be alive. Chapter 493. Elena Bet. In a slightly empty room, Luminara sat alone on the bed in the room. This was her bed, which was always clean and tidy. Now the bed was messy. She was even more confused. When Su Bei became the Demon King again, the history that was corrected by the Goddess of Life was corrected again. As a result, all the memories before the correction came back. The memory was restored. Luminara remembered everything. For example, Xiaomi Zhou, Elena, Fu Lian and others. They should have been Su Bei's teammates. They were not in the room at the moment. But Luminara was not worried. Maybe they went to find Jasmine. They were friends. Even Luminara had to admit that the Demon King and the Cat Girl, the Demon Girl, would always spark a closer spark. Although the room was empty at the moment, Luminara did not feel lonely. Only occasionally would she subconsciously ask a question. Naturally, no one would respond. For example, she remembered that she was controlled by the gods and stabbed Su Bei to death with a sword. Not only that, she had a memory of every conflict with Su Bei. It wasn't a good one. Those actions were difficult to control. And thoughts were even more so. Many things suddenly popped up, disrupting her brain. Luminara's eyes were slightly absent-minded. And she sighed. Buzz, the holy sword in her hand kept trembling. And the sword was about to unfold, trying to fight against the demonic energy that was spreading in the sky when the Demon King was born. But the hilt of the sword was tightly grasped in Luminara's palm. She knew that she could lose her mind at any time and swing the sword at Su Bei. Just like swinging the sword at Badong. She will settle everything. This is a thought that she can't suppress no matter what. A hero is born to fight the devil. This is fate. But this is the fate of a hero. It shouldn't be Luminara. Luminara eyes condensed. And a sword stabbed into the abdomen. Are you sick? Luminara paused and looked sideways. It was Elena. You didn't go to help? Luminara was puzzled. I'm not needed for the time being. So I came back. What are you doing? Elena moved closer to Luminara and sat next to her. Although they were both 10 years old, Luminara was tall. Half a head taller than Elena. Like an older sister. But Luminara was in a low mood at the moment. And the roles were reversed. I want to try to see if I can do it. Luminara smiled bitterly. What? Elena looked sideways. Kill the blessing of God. Luminara pursed her lips. Luminara realized that the blessing of God was the key to controlling her. This was the blessing she was given in the magic tower. But now it was more like a death warrant. I can't do it. Elena sat next to Luminara, looking at her like this, and sighed slightly. Elena pointed to the sky. Then to Luminara. Because they won't give you the opportunity to use this magic. This is a blessing. But also a shackle. Magic? Luminara glanced sideways. A magic that can kill gods. Elena didn't hide it. And went straight to the point. At this point, she no longer had to hide anything from Luminara. This was sending a signal. The so-called fateful fight, in the end, was just for one spell. Luminara smiled. 2 spells. Elena corrected her. Luminara was not stupid, and figured out the cause and effect in a blink of an eye. But I am different from her. Why? Maybe you are unlucky. Elena mentioned casually. I never care about luck. But I have always had good luck. Luminara shook her head and sighed. Is this the compensation from the unknown? You really don't treat me as a human being. But you are not a human being. Elena said again. Luminara was stunned. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Slightly deep. What about you? What are you? Elena looked sideways and suddenly smiled. I am not a human being either. What are you doing back here? Why don't you go find Subei? Luminara asked again. He has someone else. Elena shook her head. So? Luminara asked again. I woke up too late. I failed once before. And now I can't touch the chessboard. Elena stretched out her hand to Luminara and said seriously, Now. I want to bet with you. Luminara was stunned and laughed. Because of this magic? I am not interested in this magic. Elena shook her head calmly and pointed at Luminara herself. I want to cooperate with you. Not with this magic. What's the difference? Luminara asked again. In front of Elena. She was as innocent as a little lamb who didn't know the world. It's very different. Because you cooperate with me, I will let you give this magic to Subei. Elena pointed at the holy sword and said lightly. Luminara was stunned again. She understood. Although this magic is a magic that can kill gods. But before it can't be used, it is just a hot potato. Throwing it to Subei can attract all the causal attention for Luminara. But Luminara shook her head. He is the Demon King. The Demon King cannot pull out the holy sword. This is a prerequisite. But he is not the Demon King. Elena said lightly. He is not? Luminara was stunned again and again. She was about to doubt her life. He used to be, but not now. Elena kept tapping the bed board with her fingertips. And her eyes twitched, as if she was embarrassed. This matter is difficult to explain clearly. Even Elena found it confusing. Elena considered and said, his current state comes from a skill, not his own strength. Skills. Luminara sighed and nodded. What kind of skills can achieve this level? In just a few conversations. She has been shocked too many times. Divine skills, divine authority, can retain a certain period of history in the past. Elena mentioned it more. God is really an unimaginable existence. Can he even do such a thing? Hearing this, Luminara still shook her head and said calmly, but despite this, the holy sword has already recognized its master. And no one can change its master. Unless I die. As long as you die. Elena repeated. Luminara's lips moved slightly. And she squeezed out a sentence with great difficulty. You want me to die? Only you can die. And you have to provide him with a small half of your soul. Elena nodded and soothed him in a gentle tone, ending with the death of one side. This is the final result of the fateful battle between the Demon King and the hero. This is simply against the sky. Even Luminara had to pick her ears, wondering if she had heard it wrong. Hee hee. You want me to die, and give up half of my soul? You want to cooperate with the dead? Luminera laughed angrily. Or, for you, only death is valuable. Elena shook her head and smiled. Death is a state. Su Bei has someone behind him, so he can escape his destiny by dying. You have me behind you. So can you. Is this easy? Luminera frowned. No. It's hard. Harder than you think. And it will cost me a lot. Elena shook her head. Luminera looked at Elena several times, her eyes deep, trying to see extra expressions on Elena's face, and couldn't help asking, You are not in love, are you? I heard that the saint of the Holy Light Church has been abstinent for a long time. And once she is born, she will easily become in love and become a tool for men to seek benefits. You are sick. Elena's eyes were dim, and she almost laughed out of anger. It is hard to imagine that in such a serious occasion, the serious hero would make such a joke with her. You are really too unbelievable and go against my cognition. Luminera sighed. It's not my fault that I don't believe it. Elena nodded and said lightly, I give you time to think about it until you get off the ship. Their goal is Jinsokyo. But I'm not. I'm going to the abyss and hell. If you want, you will go with me. Even if you die? Luminera asked curiously. Don't worry. I will revive you in Q1. Elena chuckled. Elena left. Luminera was left to ponder for a long time. The fight between the devil and the hero was a fateful one. And it was the scene that those big men wanted to see. If, in the script that they were proud of, under their noses, and through their script, this was done, would this be considered a slap in their face? Luminera laughed. She didn't understand. But she thought it was very interesting. Because she was Luminera. She naturally didn't want to be manipulated by others and become a puppet. She was thinking about why she was worthy of being involved. Thinking about why she could possess a spell. At this moment, Su Bei and the Abyss dual phase had been fighting for a long time. Suddenly, the sky flickered and a burst of light descended. He was an 8-winged messenger under the seat of the goddess of fate. When Su Bei appeared again, he mastered an incomplete world spell and appeared out of nowhere. And fate was completely torn apart. If the angel could not kill Su Bei, then the real god would descend. He would no longer hold back and only wanted to kill Su Bei with all his strength. Chapter 494 The Power of Order. On the afternoon of December 26th, fate unilaterally broke the agreement between the gods. The agreement that quasi-gods are not allowed to descend to the world. Su Bei became the demon king in a state of transcendence, which violated the highest interests of the gods. No god knows how Su Bei became transcendent. When Su Bei appeared in the public eye, he had inexplicably mastered many laws and touched the trivial order, which exceeded the bottom line of fate. Similarly, no god knew why Su Bei could become the demon king again. There is only one demon king and one hero. This is common sense. Everyone stared at Jasmine and Luminera. Unexpectedly, Su Bei quietly came out, took over the authority of the demon king with transcendent power, and suddenly came to the world. Overnight, everything seemed to have happened. The world art has not appeared for a long time, and each one has a unique power. Many gods looked at this sea area, saw this activated world art, and began to bet on it, imposing causal order on each other. This art has appeared before, but now it is incomplete. This voice came from the depths of the abyss, and it was hard to hear clearly, but the echoes lingered. We cannot let him grow freely. The demon king has the potential to become a god, and we should stop him. This voice came from the sky, and when it sounded, the sky and the earth changed color, and suddenly it was all pink. He is too immature. A quasi-god with a little brain can kill him. This is the last time. I hope nothing goes wrong. Only when the world art disappears completely can everyone feel at ease. The conversation ended, setting the tone for the whole thing, and everyone made the same decision unanimously. They would not allow Su Bei to reach Jinsokyo alive. At this point, fate made a move, and the gods acquiesced, because they had quietly laid a backup plan. Invisibly, something passed through the air. This is cause and effect. The cause and effect gathered again. With the advent of cause and effect, an ancient tombstone quietly cracked in a ruin in the chaotic sea. The flowing fire flickered, devouring everything. That was the blue flame. This was a blue fire angel, who had complete quasi-god strength in his lifetime, mastered the frost flame that could freeze time, and was an antique from the old times. Flowing fire fell from the sky. The angel descended to the earth, ordered to kill the devil. He looked at the fluctuations on Su Bei's body from afar, and decided to play it safe and strive to kill. So he hid his figure, and hid in the abyss dual phase field. At the same time, Su Bei suddenly felt a sense of intuition, and his heart suddenly tightened. The Eye of Truth gave instant feedback. Warning. You have been hit by the Order Attack Blue Fire Mantra. Slow. Every time you use 10 attacks, your perception will be delayed by 1 level. Currently, your perception has not decreased, and the number of attacks you have used is 1. You have 11 levels of perception. When all perceptions are taken away, you will not be able to communicate with any power, including the art of the world. Su Bei swung his sword to slash at the abyss dual phaser. His hand paused, and he tapped his toes lightly, moving dozens of meters sideways. He looked up. He saw that the place where he had stood before was burning for no reason, and the blue flames could even burn through the space, revealing pieces of broken and chaotic space. Su Bei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but sigh heavily. This is the battle between quasi-gods, usually mainly weakening. It is difficult to meet the conditions for immediate killing. The use of various orders is simply hard to guard against, and the heart is extremely dirty. Su Bei didn't even know when he was hit. The sneak attacker hadn't arrived yet, but the order had already fallen. No wonder he was killed by the disaster messenger before. He was probably filled with order power without knowing it. If Su Bei hadn't inherited the authority of the Demon King and possessed the Eye of Truth, he might still be swinging his sword at the abyss biphasic. Mr. Su Bei, this debuff can't be removed. We are in big trouble. Jasmine paced back and forth anxiously. Does the Demon King have similar skills? Su Bei frowned and asked. Su Bei didn't know much about the Demon King's skills. Jasmine might know. Hearing this, Jasmine shook her head. Jasmine is not a quasi-god. Jasmine doesn't know. But Gluttony raised his hand. Although we don't have the power of order, we have many rules. Every magic weapon I swallow will turn into my power. He may not be able to recognize every rule. Gluttony shook his sword. Is it possible that we can pile him to death? Su Bei lowered his head, scanned the rule power on Gluttony, and sighed. Using rule power to fight against a quasi-god, the chances of winning are very low. Are you planning to starve him to death? After a moment of hesitation, Su Bei subconsciously swung a sword and chopped the abyss biphasic on the forehead that had just healed. Su Bei was stunned again. Oh no! He swung another sword inadvertently. If he swung 8 more swords, his perception would drop a level. No! He couldn't help swinging the sword. He is on the same frequency. Consciousness and action are generated synchronously. Su Bei lowered his head again, sweating profusely. Warning. You have been hit by the blue fire spell of order attack. Lure the enemy deep. Every time you stop any attack action, the thought of launching an attack will become deeper and deeper, until you launch an attack again, and the thought is reset. You have not made any attack for 2 seconds. In another 8 seconds, you will attack subconsciously. Remember to thank the Eye of Truth. Without it, you may not know how you died. I can't fight. I can't fight at all. Su Bei gritted his teeth and quickly took out the Omniscience code. He planned to ask Li Lizi for help. This is a gap in cognition and knowledge, which cannot be made up by hard power. At this moment, the power that Su Bei possessed has far exceeded his own realm. But he still can't resist the order bombardment of the quasi-god. These order powers are all debuffs that cannot be erased, making it difficult to defend against. Help! Li Lizi saw it before Su Bei put pen to paper. Li Lizi's soul resided in Su Bei's soul. Li Lizi pondered for a moment, and shook another self. Feather Pen. She is the smartest fairy, because she is Li Lizi herself. The main problem now is that Su Bei can't see the blue fire angel. He used a skill to hide, but Li Lizi saw it clearly, and could give a verbal reminder. And if you want to defeat order with rules, there is no other possibility except relying on fairies. Either the whole group is wiped out, or they win. This is the power of fairies. They have no option to escape. They can only choose to believe in miracles. Long live the fairies. The feather pen, whoosh, jumped out of the space. Oh my god. I heard that there is a poor guy crying and making a fuss, and he was severely bullied and trained by an 8-winged birdman. Let the great feather pen help you. As he said, the feather pen sat on Su Bei's head and officially joined the battle. At this moment, Su Bei was only 10 years old, and his shoulders were not enough to put down the feather pen's entire, but Featherpen raised the telescope, licked the corner of his lips, looked around, and pointed at the black area behind the abyss biphasic. He is hiding behind the butt of the terrifying spider, and is releasing the third order towards you. This move has a large range. You have to run faster. Run back. Su Bei ran away. While running away, Su Bei suddenly cursed, "Stupid." Ah! Featherpen was stunned. Su Bei breathed a sigh of relief and pointed at himself. I was hit by a set of combined order skills. I need to launch an attack to meet the conditions to relieve it. I am trying to find a loophole. Does cursing count? Quillpen's eyes lit up. Just tried it. It really works. Su Bei nodded. That's a great idea. Let's kill him now. The blue firebird showed his skill backswing and stabbed at the ugly spider's ass. Quillpen stopped asking and quickly stretched out his hand to start directing. Su Bei drew his sword upon hearing the sound. This sword opened the sky, tore through the infinite darkness, and slashed at the abyss dual phase. This was a common return. Su Bei played for the real thing, striving to kill. The Featherpen moved at the same time, raised a tickling stick, stretched the tickling stick to a very long length, and tickled the head of the abyss biphase. The abyss biphase shook his head silently, not intending to resist, and turned over to ignore it. The blue fire angel, who had been hiding behind him for a long time, just happened to be exposed, and the data stream in his eyes flashed rapidly, indicating the opponent's weaknesses and flaws. A sword opened the sky. The blue fire angel frowned, as if he didn't expect that he would be discovered so soon. But what about it? He is a quasi-god. The blue fire angel no longer hides, and releases endless blue flames with one hand. At this time, a layer of shadows quietly climbed up the sky. The blue fire angel and Su Bei were both stunned, and their movements stopped. Su Bei's true eyes saw the scene, and the blue fire angel can see through the order. The shadows continued to cover the sky, blocking all causal vision. Immediately afterwards, a young man holding a spear, with gray eyes and a prominent appearance stood there, holding a spear in one hand and placing one hand in front of his mouth, and gently shook towards the two. I have temporarily blocked the cause and effect and vision here. Blue Fire Envoy. This opportunity is half and half. I want the soul. You take the body. How about it? Blue Fire stared and smiled, and fell into thought. Su Bei felt a chill on his back, and felt a great pressure. New data appeared on the Eye of Truth. This is another quasi-god. The quasi-god behind the power of the Shadow Legion. Shadow's Spear Master. He has many titles, each of which is extremely scary. Shadow Bishop, Shadow Controller Order, Shielding God, Spear God, and so on. And the fate of Shadow's Spear Master means that Su Bei has entered the sight of all the big shots and officially became their favorite. Seeing this, Featherpen obediently put away the telescope, pulled Su Bei's hair, and made a certain mouth shape. Run! In this quiet moment, no one dared to breathe too heavily. Unexpectedly, a light sound suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Stupid. Su Bei was stunned and shut his mouth tightly. The Shadow Gun Master smiled and stabbed with the gun. This shot was attached with the power of order. It was a sure hit. Chapter 495 Fateful Battle. This move has a must-hit order, and it cannot be avoided. The long spear is unstoppable, like a flying dragon, cutting through the darkness and stabbing towards Su Bei. It is a must-hit, but it is not a must-kill. Su Bei slapped out his black hand. The black hand is now complete, almost the same as Lin's, and can be regarded as a normal attack of the gods. When the two collided, the Shadow Gun Master took 2 steps back, with a look of shock on his face, muttering, "It's unbelievable. You are still transcendent." The order of death spread along his palm, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Su Bei was hit by another order. You are hit by the crippling order. Every time the crippling order hits you, the next additional damage will be based on the previous damage, increasing by 30%. The current cumulative number of hits is 1. Su Bei remained silent and sighed slightly. Seeing this, the Featherpen quickly pulled the corner of Su Bei's mouth, laughed loudly, and said, "Yes, you are detached. You can't fool me." The Shadow Gun Master shook his head. "You can use skills to block my normal attack, but that's all. Next, I will use my skills to let you see the gap between humans and gods, and the gap between dead gods and living gods." His words were pointing at the Blue Fire Angel. The Blue Fire Angel was dead, But the Shadow Gun Master was alive. He was going to start. But before that, he had to seek the benefits he deserved. The Blue Fire Angel figured it out. So he sighed and nodded. You can't take away all the soul. His soul contains many secrets. What she knows is wisdom and death. And Subei's soul also contains the ultimate secret hidden by the goddess of fate. She will not let it go. The Shadow Gun Master sneered. That's what I deserve. I blocked all sights. Now there are only 2 of us. So we should share half. The Blue Fire Angel shook his head. I give you 1/5 of the soul. I choose first. The Shadow Gun Master laughed. Are you kidding me? The world's art is hidden in the secret of his body. And I only want the soul. Fight. Fight. Quill Pen cheered. The 2 were stunned. And their eyes turned to Subei's position. Quill Pen looked up at the sky and whistled. Stupid. Subei suddenly cursed. The 2 were stunned again. Catch the person first and then discuss. The Blue Fire Angel suggested. Okay. Even we will be plotted against by the goblins. I hate this kind of creature. The Shadow Spear Master raised his spear. Are you stupid? Who would discuss with you after you catch the person? She must have run away. You pighead. Featherpen quickly interrupted. The alienation plan is useless. Shadow Gun Master sneered. No one is an idiot after living to their level. Suddenly, the movements of several people stopped again. There was wind blowing. Subei sighed again. Jasmine's head was already smoking. This was beyond her tolerance. The Blue Fire Angel was so angry that he trembled all over. Because the 3rd quasi-god had arrived. It was the quasi-god behind the Chaos mission. Chaos Demon. He had black wings behind him. His eyes were burning with ghostly fire. He held a dark green wooden stick. And he was naked. Featherpen quickly covered his eyes. Jasmine and Lilizi blushed and didn't dare to look at him anymore. It was indeed chaos. This couldn't even be called chaos. This was simply debauchery. Fortunately, this place is chaotic enough. Otherwise I really couldn't find it. The Chaos Demon muttered. Then stared at the Shadow Gun Master and taunted. You used shadows to block everything. You son of a bitch. You almost made me unable to find the way. Tell me, how did you guys discuss it? Just give me half each. The Shadow Gun Master sighed. The Blue Fire Angel trembled and clenched his fists tightly. Don't discuss it. Get rid of him immediately. And each of you will take 1/3. I want to pick it first. Otherwise, everyone will be here. And there will be no point in dividing it. Even the Blue Fire Angel, who is a messenger of God, cursed. And it can be seen how broken her defense is at this moment. He began to regret that he was too indecisive at the beginning. He had taken the initiative. Several people talked to each other. And it seemed that they had already determined Subei's fate. At this time, the Featherpen suddenly stretched out a finger and asked in confusion, Wait, why do you 2 evil gods want to share the spoils with the righteous gods? The Shadow Gun Master was thoughtful. The Chaos Demon grinned. The Blue Fire Angel was sweating all over and shouted, Don't be fooled by her. She is a fairy. And what she says is valid. The Chaos Demon frowned and shouted, Don't argue. I have my own judgment. His attitude changed. The Blue Fire Angel, who realized this, suddenly came back to his senses and discovered something. At some point, he had already fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The Shadow Gun Master moved 2 steps on his toes, just in time to occupy a corner with the Chaos Demon, surrounding the Blue Fire Angel. At this time, the sky curtain broke again. A ray of dawn light shot into the battlefield. The Blue Fire Angel began to be afraid. This is the quasi-god behind the Dawn Guard, mastering the magic weapon sequence 2 disorder, and is the strongest king in the Dawn Guard. Disorder Quicksand. The Dawn Guard seems to be on the side of order in terms of name. But he is indeed a force of evil gods. 3 packs for 1. Blue Fire Angel is dead. Quill Pen muttered. Mr. Subei is going to die soon. Jasmine was about to cry. Let's think of a good posture first. At least we be buried together. Right? Gluttony suggested. It's not bad to die together with Mr. Subei. Jasmine suddenly smiled. It hurts so much. Can't you think of something good? You idiots. Lilizi roared silently. It can be seen that the sky has become a mess at this moment. Under the sky, in Luminara room, Xiaomizhou swallowed the whole pot of porridge in one gulp, lifted the whole pot, and poured it all into his mouth. Elena hummed, and rubbed Xiaomizhou's head in her arms, looked at Luminara on the side, and kept telling the scene on the sky. Luminara fell into a long shock, and said in disbelief, "Is this the attraction of the magic?" Elena nodded. "As long as you achieve transcendence, this situation will also occur." Luminara shook her head. "Too terrible. No wonder it triggered a war of gods." Elena stopped her narration and said, "As you can see, this is the disadvantage of the magic. The only benefit is that when you become a god, you can have the ability to kill gods. But the premise is that you can become a god. Can't quasi-gods kill gods?" Luminara asked again. Elena, he smiled. "If quasi-gods can kill gods, you will definitely not live to transcend. What have you thought about?" Luminara sighed and nodded. "Let's cooperate. I decided to give up this magic. Even if it belongs to me now, it will slip away one day if it is not worthy of my position." "Great." Elena smiled slightly, touched the little cat in her arms, put a small bowl of millet porridge in Luminara's arms, and stood up calmly. "So, you can be ready. When I take action, this voyage will usher in the final prologue. The cause and effect between you and the devil is over now." Luminara nodded and began to ask for specific details. "How should I die, and how should I give my soul to Su-Bei?" Elena pondered for a long time and gave an answer. "Everything should be done according to the normal process. No one can see the clues. Not even Su-Bei. You must really die to have a chance to live. If your death is not real enough, it will definitely arouse their vigilance. For the sake of that magic, they will use means to recover your soul. So you have to send your soul to Su-Bei, and the amount sent must be large enough to confuse everyone's sight. In this way, Su-Bei will master the skills of two worlds at the same time, and will be extremely powerful. He will completely enter the sight of the gods and bear the pressure for you. And you can also escape all causes and effects and jump out of reincarnation. Now, you need to remember a skill. Please listen carefully." Elena kept talking about a skill. Luminara listened carefully. When she encountered something she didn't understand, she would humbly ask for advice. Xiaomi Zhou drank the porridge, shook her tail, and her eyes were slightly heavy. Although she was stupid and didn't understand anything. But it's not that he didn't understand everything. When the fifth quasi-god descended from the sky, a meteorite followed closely behind him. "Elena is here." She stepped in front of Su-Bei, slapped Su-Bei to the Lilizi, and took a step forward facing the five quasi-gods and a deep abyss. Light enveloped the world, and Elena entered the quasi-god today, causing violent turmoil. Deep Abyss came back to his senses. He saw Elena, just like a lowly control seeing a lowly, screaming excitedly, resurrected with full blood. And the two masks rotated back and forth, shouting non-stop. The eyes of the five demigods condensed. Their ears bled, and they all showed great fear. They then recognized what this previously harmless monster was. Is this the Abyss by phase? How is this possible? The quasi-god was terrified. Su-Bei restrained the Abyss by phase because the Abyss by phase had no wisdom, could not use order, and only knew how to operate its own powerful strength. And Su-Bei happened to master the incomplete world technique. But the Abyss by phase restrained all quasi-gods, because he is not afraid of order and is immune to all laws. At the same time, Elena entered the quasi-god, initially mastered the power of the gods, and joined the melee. This will be an extremely chaotic war. Below, Su-Bei kept falling, and suddenly a sword stabbed his back. This sword contains countless gods' power, and has a natural suppressive effect on the devil. Su-Bei turned around and his eyes condensed. It was Luminara. The fateful battle began. Chapter 496, Up and Down the Sky Curtain. There was no time to watch the battle in the sky curtain. At this moment, Su-Bei felt the extreme pressure. The pressure came from the back. "Mr. Su-Bei, be careful behind you," Jasmine reminded very quickly. Her tone was panicked. It was Luminara. At the moment Jasmine reminded, the sword light had arrived, and the killing intent was 2 points slower than the sword light. This sword was too fast. Su-Bei was hit by a sword and flew back dozens of meters. Stunned. "You were hit by a cut. Something in the dark has changed. What kind of debuff is this?" Su-Bei had never heard of it. Could it be that this was the world technique in Luminara hand? Su-Bei looked at Luminara with a solemn look in his eyes. Luminara was glowing, and countless brilliant lights piled up, finally condensing into a white light, rushing straight into the sky. The messages given in the Eye of Truth kept popping up. Luminara unlocked the restrictions of the Holy Sword, awakened the power of the stars, and opened the first restriction. Luminara used the blessing of the gods to unlock the second restriction. Luminara awakens the ancient heritage of Duz, burning life and igniting soul, raising her strength to transcendence. With a time limit of 10 minutes, Luminara has touched transcendence, and she is able to use some of the world's techniques. Be careful. Luminara strikes out with a sword again. This sword contains infinite energy, far beyond the law, and deviates from order. Su Bei blocks with his sword, keeps falling back in midair, and swings the magic sword in his hand. Bang! The fight begins. With a simple collision, white and black occupy everyone's sight, and the light pierces the surrounding spectators and crew members so that they can't open their eyes. This is a fateful battle. On the ship, it's the Demon King and the hero, Tianma Lu exclaimed, frowning tightly. Not good. This battle may kick off the war between gods. We must stand on the side. The demon forces will gather here to strengthen the momentum of the Demon King. Tianma Luo's shouting divided the forces on the ship into two, integrating them into two distinct groups. They exchanged blows. The leader on the opposite side was Leah. Don't make trouble. We have lived and died together for a long time. We can't have conflicts at this time. Tianma Luo was stopped by Leah. As the queen of the elf, Leah naturally had to stand on the side of the hero. She knew that the Demon King was Su Bei, who had a great connection with the thief. But she had no choice. The elves have been the descendants of gods since ancient times, and she could not betray her beliefs. Leah stopped Tianma Luo, and at the same time stretched out her right hand to stop several restless demigods behind her. She frowned and looked at the opposing forces, thinking about the possibility of peaceful coexistence. The opposing forces only had one force of the demon clan, as well as Badong, Shitai, and Jack, a crew member who mastered the rules of reality and illusion. This is too far from the strength of the team behind her. The top strength is like this. The backbone is also like this. And the bottom is also like this. The top strength is naturally the transcendent level. And both sides are currently at the same level. But Tianma Luo is a new transcendent. And she, Leah, is an old-fashioned transcendent who is immersed in this way. Once they fight, it can only be said that Leah can easily play with him. Leah can play Tianma Luo to 30% maturity in 3 minutes, and directly become famous. As for Shitai and Badong, they have both fallen and can only be regarded as extremely powerful demigods. The same is true for the core forces. Several invited demigod adventurers all stood behind her, including the Duke of Gloucester, Vilgard from the Blood Clan, and many new demigod geniuses. The number exceeded more than 20 people, and the gap was huge. The bottom was even more incomparable. All the Imperial forces and all the logistics personnel, the Goblin Clan, all believed in gods. This means that even if the Demon King force exploded and defeated the Brave force, the operation of the entire ship would be paralyzed. We can't fight. We absolutely can't fight. This is Leah's only thought. But Leah never thought that the crew members behind her who believed in God all had the same idea as her. Behind Leah, the Duke of Gloucester's eyes were empty and scattered, and he was lost in thought. He seemed to be very entangled. It's Luminara and that guy. The Duke of Gloucester sighed. On one side was Princess Duz. Duz gave the Duke of Gloucester the status and position he relied on to survive. And King Duz was his close friend who shared weal and woe. The brave Luminara is his only daughter. But on the other side is the man his daughter is entangled with. The relationship between this guy and his daughter is messy. And not long ago, he was planning his daughter's wedding with this guy. The Duke of Gloucester knew what he would face in the future when he made up his mind. It's just that the battle broke out too quickly. So fast that he had no time to plan. It shouldn't be so fast. It's troublesome. The Duke of Gloucester's face was twisted into a ball, sighing, very distressed. But he is not the one who has the most difficulty in choosing a team. When the conflict breaks out, the most entangled people can only be Su Bei's former teammates, Fulian and Xiaomi Zhou. They are Luminara current teammates. Fulian and Xiaomi Zhou sat in Luminara house, staring at each other, not knowing what to do now. Feather Pen went to help Su Bei. I suspect that she was Su Bei's person before she joined the Brave Adventure group. She came here to be a pair of eyes, and to gather intelligence. Fulian sighed. Drink porridge. Xiaomi Zhou nodded, and shared the porridge with Fulian. Elena stopped the other terrifying beings. It seemed that she was helping Su Bei, But it also seemed that she was creating an environment for Luminara and Su Bei to be alone. Fu Yan took the porridge. Tun. Drank it all in one gulp. And continued. Elena and Luminara are together. I don't know what they are going to do. Drink more. Xiaomi Zhou continued to fill Fu Yan's cup. Sister Luminara is very good. She is not like Su Bei, who has a cold face. She has always been reliable and takes good care of everyone. Fu Yan sighed. Drink it. Xiaomi Zhou held Fu Yan's hand holding the bowl and passed it to Fu Yan's mouth. But Su Bei is also very good to us. He has always taken good care of us. And he is not a bad person. Maybe it's because I am also a demon. So I am closer to him. Fu Yan was forced to drink a few mouthfuls of porridge. And suddenly her eyelids sank and she yawned. Fu Yan opened her mouth slightly. And tried to say, Xiaomi Zhou, your porridge seems to make you sleepy easily. Packed? Xiaomi Zhou nodded with a smile. Is there any special seasoning added in it? It tastes a bit sticky. After thinking about it, Fu Yan could only think of this word. Xiaomi Zhou nodded and grinned. 10 pounds of medicine. 1 pound of porridge. She had no intention of hiding anything. Fu Yan opened her mouth wide. So big that a whole feather pen could be stuffed in it. With a click, Fu Yan's head hit the bed board. Bang bang. A sound. Fell into a deep sleep. Soon, Xiaomi Zhou also yawned. So she leaned tightly in Fu Yan's arms. Curled up into a stable posture. Yawned and closed her eyes. Murmured, this way. No more. Entangled. Hum. Xiaomi Zhou and Fu Yan fell asleep beautifully. As for what will happen afterwards, who they will judge, it depends on who they see first when they open their eyes. Although thinking so, Xiaomi Zhou is very clear. Idiot. Hero. Will he die? Silly roe deer. Will he leave too? Hate. So. Hate. The ship was in chaos. The battle was about to break out. And it was already very tense. But compared to the sky, it was just a small matter. Because several quasi-gods had already fought with real fire. Various orders emerged one after another. And a space was filled with several orders. No one could tell how many debuffs they had been hit by. And whether there were any accomplices plotting against them. Several quasi-gods had unfolded their true appearances. Transformed into thousands of feet of flesh. With hideous faces. If someone were to watch from the sidelines, they would come to an incredible conclusion. Among them, the one who looked a bit human was the Abyss Strange. The Abyss Biphasic. This was mainly because the Abyss Biphasic was not affected by order, had thick skin and flesh, could withstand several lethal quasi-god skills, recovered very quickly, and could always maintain its original appearance. This was an advantage that other quasi-gods did not have. In addition, the Blue Fire Angel was isolated and helpless, suffering all kinds of pressure alone, and was extremely miserable. But at this moment, he was not the worst. Elena looked the worst. Elena had disheveled hair, looked a little embarrassed, and was covered in blood. Her aura was extremely terrifying, but no one dared to get close to her, because not a drop of blood on her body was her own. Because Elena was the most courageous and the most powerful. She caught 5 quasi-gods and beat them up. And she was able to spare time to fight with the Abyss Biphase. She was fighting 1 against 6. And she had the upper hand. The Blue Fire Angel wanted to join her in targeting the other 5 quasi-gods and form a temporary alliance. But she never thought that she would be slapped in the face. And her true form was revealed in a slap, which was extremely miserable. Chaos. The war on the sky was really too chaotic. Although there were advantages and disadvantages, it was not clear whether there would be a clear winner or loser for the time being, because no one had used the top killer moves, used magical skills, or called for the kingdom of God to come. This fight would last for a long time. Perhaps a few days, perhaps hundreds of years. This was the battle between quasi-gods. The atmosphere under the sky was tense, and a group fight could break out at any time. And they were still fighting. Above the sky, the battle was in full swing, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner, and they were stuck in a bottleneck. But the battle inside the sky had already reached a fever pitch. Luminara launched a fateful battle with a will to die, and used the supreme inheritance to freeze her life within these 10 minutes. Everyone could see her determination to kill. She and Su Bei were not joking around. They were fighting to the death. The gods felt Luminara will, and sent down their blessings. In an instant, dazzling beams of light descended from the sky and poured into Luminara body, stacking the laws in her body into a false order. The blessing of the gods in Luminara body was stimulated to the maximum. They all acquiesced to this battle, and regarded it as the final battle between the hero and the devil. Although it was a bit hasty, transcendence was the limit that the gods could tolerate, and they did not allow the two to make any more breakthroughs. The fateful battle began. At this moment, Luminara was more happy than ever before, and entered an unprecedented state of happiness. Luminara had a strange premonition. She could really kill Subei now. Should she control herself a little and let him go? Luminara thought about it, and quickly put the idea behind her, completely emptying her mind. Elena said that she couldn't hold back, and couldn't let any god see the flaw. She had to kill with all her strength. Could Subei stop him? Who knew? Luminara smiled and stopped thinking, sinking into her whole mind, and roared, "Or I kill you. Either you kill me. There is no other possibility." As she said that, Luminara swung her sword with all her strength. Orders surrounded her, and countless top-level orders were superimposed in an instant. Fate, freedom, life, elements. This sword contained infinite murderous intent. Subei widened his eyes, and looked at Luminara with doubts. Does she really want to kill me? Since we can't communicate, let's tame her first. Subei concentrated and drew his sword fiercely. The 12 magic weapons devoured by gluttony roared at the same time, and tore the light curtain. Indistinctly, 12 magic weapons appeared behind Subei. Each of them contained the power of the supreme rules. Chapter 497 Fateful Battle. Swords collided. Clang. There was a sound. The world was quiet, and invisible waves crossed the space in a horizontal line, cutting the chaotic sea abruptly, and the waves surged 10 feet high. Only by experiencing it personally could Subei truly understand the power of this sword. This sword was enough to kill any transcendence in seconds. Even Badong would be chopped into dust. This was not only the prototype of the world technique, but also contained the power of all gods' blessings. When Luminara used the blessings of the gods and various means to force herself to the transcendent realm, she was able to bring Subei considerable pressure. Subei burst out with all his strength, but could only barely offset the sword light swung by Luminara. The pressure was great. With such a configuration, Subei couldn't figure out how the previous demon kings could win. One was a transcendent hero, who forcibly reached the threshold with the help of countless external forces. The other was a transcendent sealing who forcibly logged into the demon king account in a different place with the help of the power of the gods. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Under normal circumstances, it goes without saying that Subei is definitely better. But Subei was now covered with order debuffs, and was subject to many restrictions. Luminara was greatly enhanced, compressing her life to just 10 minutes. This made the situation full of variables. Subei paused, frowned and said, "Luminara, are you sick?" Luminara was silent. Her eyes were only daylight, as if her brain was dominated by her subconscious. She entered a fateful cage where she would not stop until she killed the demon king. At the same time, Jasmine's soul began to stir, constantly affecting Subei's emotions, causing Subei to constantly have the urge to kill Luminara. "Mr. Subei, Jasmine feels so uncomfortable. I can't control my consciousness. I can't control it. Don't kill her. She is Luminara. She is not Luminara. Jasmine feels so uncomfortable. She is like Jasmine relative. We can't fight anymore. We can't." Jasmine repeatedly said words that contradicted her subconscious. But Subei couldn't control the sword in his hand. A sword was swung out. The holy sword and the devil's sword collided again. Bang! The earth shook. The sky and the earth changed color. And such fluctuations attracted the eyes of several quasi-gods. They all looked horrified and broke out in cold sweat. Is this true? Can this be transcendence? The Shadow Gun Master was a little impatient. He thought he was not afraid of any transcendence, but being hit by such an attack would probably leave him with a lot of injuries. It's a bit fake, making me wonder if I'm a fake god. The Chaos Demon frowned. Really? You're pretty average. Elena. He smiled, grabbed the Chaos Demon true hair, and smashed it hard, making a huge noise that was no less than the battle between the sky curtains. Elena is still killing. Luminara was the same. Every time Luminara and Subei slashed, there was a deafening sound. They all put all their efforts into it. This was a terrifying offensive that could easily tear apart the opponent's defense. Once one side could not resist the attack, the only outcome was to be torn apart by the sword light, and not even the flesh would be left. After another collision, Su Bei used the force to retreat far away, breathing lightly. Jasmine kept muttering in his head. Her words were a little confused, and her words were incoherent. Mr. Su Bei, kill Sister Luminara. You will die if you continue like this. Can't kill her. Can't kill her. If Sister Luminara dies again, she will really die. Jasmine is so uncomfortable. Jasmine is in so much pain. At this time, the feather pen that was sitting on Su Bei's head and holding Su Bei's hair tightly bent down and whispered to Su Bei's ear, "You must kill her. This is our unspoken decision. It's also her decision." Su Bei was stunned and his eyes sank. That being said, Luminara is too powerful now, and Su Bei can no longer kill her whenever he wants. Su Bei sighed and raised his sword again. He couldn't fight a tug-of-war with Luminara because he was hit by the Blue Fire Angel's order skill. Any slight decrease in physical sense would be fatal in a battle of this level. He had used 7 moves, and he would be weakened if he only had 3 moves left. But Su Bei didn't plan to use 3 moves. He wanted to decide the outcome with 1 move. Gluttony. Magic weapon release. Su Bei murmured. Buzz, we've been waiting for this moment. Brother, let's use our exciting combo skills. Gluttony's long-accumulated energy was released again, all of it pouring into Su Bei's chest, bursting Su Bei like a waterfall. The law expanded, turning into a star map, spreading out a 1,000-foot phantom. This is a 3-headed dog of hell. When Su Bei entered the state of transcendence, he was able to control all of Gluttony's power in his lifetime. This 3-headed dog of hell also has the power of transcendence. Luminara felt the pressure, stopped her steps, raised the holy sword, and took this wonderful opportunity to start chanting. Stars, surround me. The sword was raised, and the beam of light pierced the sky. Both sides were chanting their ultimate moves, stopping the useless fighting and bringing the battle to a climax in advance. Seeing this, Su Bei did not stop, but continued to mutter, "Elegy." The magic weapon is released. Luminara was stunned. Behind Su Bei, the shadow of a magic weapon gradually solidified, and the air slowly flowed with mournful music, which briefly controlled the whole scene. The energy accumulated by Elegy for a long time was all released, and poured into Su Bei's chest. Boom! With a sound, a pair of black wings exploded behind Su Bei. The wings flapped. The law spread out, and turned into another star map, spreading out a shadow of 10,000 feet. This is a winged man. Luminara gritted her teeth. Her eyes gleamed brightly, and the momentum of the sword increased threefold. God! Look at me! Su Bei kept moving, pointing to the 3rd magic weapon. Laziness. Magic weapon liberation. The two moved very quickly. The decadent atmosphere began to spread. Even the air became lazy. The feather pen lay on Su Bei's head and yawned. Jasmine lost the ability to whisper, and fell into immersion. All the energy accumulated by laziness for a long time was released and poured into Su Bei's chest. The star map reappeared, turning into a 1,000-foot green dragon, lazily lying in the void, with overwhelming momentum. Luminara was a little impatient. She had never thought that the magic weapon contained such a terrible power. She had never collected any angel sequence, because each angel sequence has the characteristics of being alive. It is difficult to be tamed, but the power of the magic weapon exceeded her expectations. If this continues, it will definitely lose. Luminara gritted her teeth and swung her sword, forcibly stopping the chanting, borrowing the power of the gods to surround the sword moves, integrating countless orders into the holy sword. She put everything on the line to speed up the sword moves. This would be the final killer move. Su Bei pointed again, pointing to 2 places in a row: greed, lust, magic weapon release. It was extremely stressful for Su Bei to release 2 magic weapons at the same time. But Su Bei had to hurry, because Luminara's sword moves were almost done. She was speeding up the sword moves. Invisibly, a certain quality began to spread, and the desires in everyone's hearts were aroused, which was the desire for anything that was desired but unattainable. People began to be full of greed, and their heads were filled with yellow waste. The anxious atmosphere on the Lili Z gradually changed, and was changing in an unimaginable direction. It might turn into a real silver party by then. Not only under the sky, but also above the sky. The eyes of several quasi-gods looking at the abyss biphasic began to be clear and handsome. This fierce rule gradually manifested into a weak order, which also had some impact on them. The biggest impact can be said to be Jasmine and the feather pen who bore the brunt. It also has to count Li Lizi hiding in the depths of Su Bei's soul. Even Su Bei had never thought of it. At this extremely fierce moment of fighting, because he released these two magic weapons, the situation was moving in a weird direction. It was both a killing move and a joke. But it was indeed a life and death battle. Chapter 498. What kind of stupid skill is this? When the world is nuclearized in the future, Luminera will have infinite feelings about this battle. It is because the ability released by this magic weapon is too abstract. Now Luminera is very confused. And her head is completely filled with strange thoughts. But these are all strange contents that she has never felt and never understood deeply. The wonderfulness of each content is stopped at an angle that she can't imagine. Fortunately, the blessing of God is continuing to take effect, constantly squeezing these chaotic thoughts out of her brain. The feeling of lust and greed is strong. Apart from Luminera, who has eaten all the rules. The first to bear the brunt are Li Lizi and Jasmine. Jasmine can be said to be completely broken. The object of her greed and desire is Su Bei. And the person who is obsessed with lust is also Su Bei. The combination of the two makes Jasmine unable to bear the feelings in her heart any longer. She keeps squeezing Su Bei's soul, and unscrupulously releasing her passion towards Su Bei. Jasmine can't help but tighten her spirit and begin to spread and wrap around Su Bei's soul. The action continues, and her eyes are blurred. She was lost in the ocean of desire, constantly expressing her feelings for Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei. I like him the most. I like him so much. So much. So much. Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine is going to marry Mr. Su Bei. Yes. She is getting married. Mr. Su Bei. Please take a good look at Jasmine. Is it a confession? It should be. Su Bei blushed. And the verbal bombardment caused Su Bei's chanting movements to slow down. In the next second, the crazy words of Feather Pen and Li Lizi sounded one after another, covering up Jasmine's voice. Lollipop. I like spicy food the most. I want to eat 10 of them. This voice sounded directly in Su Bei's mind. Su Bei was stunned. Wait. Where did the voice of Lily come from? Is it an illusion? No. 100. The Feather Pen cheered loudly. It should be an illusion. Su Bei thought so. And two forces behind him surged into his body. And two star maps collided again. One star map connected to a tall goblin, wearing a monocle and with a calm face. This is greed. Another star map connected to form a scarlet succubus, full of seductive charm in every move. This is lust. Su Bei's fingers did not stop, and he released the other magic weapons one by one at a very fast speed, and then lit up the star map. At the same time, the sword in Luminera hand had broken through the sky, and the sword was raised, pointing at the dome. Her eyes condensed. Blood flowed from her lips, and she shouted, word by word, star. Explode. The huge star-like column rushed straight into the sky, causing a star to fall and shatter, dissolving into the sword light. A star represents a kingdom of God, which is undoubtedly the art of the world. And this art of the world has been in Luminera hands from the beginning to the end. And now it is completely released by Luminera. Su Bei's movements instantly accelerated. And in the blink of an eye, 12 tall figures stood between the sky and the earth from his body. Each star map has transcended top strength. Su Bei integrated the power of the 12 transcendents into one body, creating the strongest demon king form in a limited time. The charging of each magic weapon takes a long time, and contains the most essential rule power, which is now completely released by Su Bei. This move is not as simple as 1 plus 1. This will be an exponential explosion. Together. Su Bei sighed. So far, the tone of the fateful battle has skipped the tedious power disputes. There is no tentative collision between each other, and the so-called fate is integrated into this killing move. Thinking carefully, people suddenly realize that this seems to be the first formal meeting between the devil and the hero. And they are open and honest with each other, and fight head-on. But this is also the last fight between the devil and the hero. Because after this sword, not only the superiority and inferiority were determined, but also life and death. Throughout history, the collision of fate has never existed in this form. This time it exceeded everyone's expectations. A brief silence. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden sound suddenly passed through the whole scene, and the sky and the earth were divided into two. But this is not the end. It is not a color, but a gray and white feeling of reality and illusion. This feeling is constantly spreading, soon covering the sky, covering the entire chaotic sea, crossing the ocean and spreading towards the distance, reaching the edge of the continent. Between heaven and earth, the figures of the two gradually became illusory. After that, there was only a violent noise. The sky was about to fall, and the sea was also cut off. Dense skeletons surged up from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. Countless reefs and mountains were broken, and the remains of sea beasts were destroyed. From the collision point, the world was divided into two colors, and no other colors could be seen. Only a buzz sound could be heard, and everyone who listened to the battle had lost their hearing. The noise lasted for a long time. The world was still in the daytime, and no color could be seen. On the Lilizi, the ship was in a mess before, because the crew could not resist the power of Subei's law. They all fell into various strange states, and this mess was calming down at this moment. Who will win? The Duke of Gloucester frowned. For him, it would be unbearable for anyone to die. It must be the victory of the Demon King. Tianmo Luo danced and cheered, laughing and shouting. Du should have been cleaned up long ago. The sudden death of the brave indicates that Dus has run out of luck. In the future, my demon army will definitely flatten Dus. When the time comes, your daughter will be captured by my demon clan and presented to the devil as a gift, becoming a slave for the devil's enjoyment. And my daughter can also grow up quickly. Take the opportunity to rise to power, and ride on the head of you, the daughter of the Duke of Gloucester. In the future, we can also get married, and I will be superior to you in every way. How happy! Are you stupid? The Duke of Gloucester almost broke down and cursed. He frowned and looked sideways. Unconsciously, Gloucester suddenly realized that he was dancing cha-cha hand in hand with Tianmo Luo. Wait, what just happened? The Duke of Gloucester was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He quickly shook off Tianmo Luo's arm and sighed slightly as he looked at this lewd cruise party. The power of this rule was too overbearing. It made the crew release their instincts and made the ship a mess. Even Leah couldn't control the situation. No, Leah didn't control the situation. But she didn't have the time to control it. She was observing the result. Who won? Will Subei lose? Leah didn't know, but she hoped so. On the sky, several quasi-gods temporarily stopped fighting and huddled together with their backs to each other, looking at Elena with solemn expressions. They all put on a posture as if they were facing a great enemy. They panted and began to doubt whether they were right to come here. The power of this holy light Loli was too overbearing. She was very good at using order. Not only could she forcibly neutralize the order they released, but she also filled them with various debuffs. If they continue to fight like this, will they really be defeated 5-1? At this moment, Elena suddenly pulled her hand away, blocking an attack that could destroy an island, and looked down. The battle has already ended. Elena sighed and pulled herself down. She must intervene quickly, before all the gods descend. The victory or defeat between the hero and the Demon King is nothing. She already knew the final outcome. What is important is the series of chain reactions that will occur after the hero and the Demon King die. Elena has witnessed it, so she understands. Luminara body will be taken away by the god who arrives first. The god will use a magnifying glass to study the secrets of her body inch by inch and dissect the principles of the world's art. Until Luminara is studied thoroughly, he will be thrown into reincarnation and cultivated again. Luminara's soul will be taken away by the most powerful god among those who arrive. This soul will be constantly extracted from memory, and the moment when the world's art is played at this moment will be reproduced, and the gods will continue to learn. This is the conspiracy of the final fateful battle between the hero and the devil. For a spell, and Luminara herself, the hero and the devil. From the beginning, it was an extremely huge conspiracy. There has never been a destiny. There is only life. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a standing shadow. Panting, there was no second shadow. Not even a spare corpse left. All was silent. No one spoke. At this moment, there was only one person standing on the sky. Who could that be? Everyone held their breath and stared at the scene that was about to happen. This will be a scene that changes the course of history, and will determine whether the future belongs to the devil or the hero. The smoke dissipated. A broken armor was left behind. The armor was completely black, with some white spots, and the marks were deep and shallow. This is Subei. Subei kept his eyes closed, breathing in the fresh air in big gulps, as if thinking. What was he thinking about? No one knew. Everyone only knew that Subei's expression was too calm. without the joy after victory, nor the relaxation after surviving a disaster after a battle. The expression looked too indifferent. Su Bei looked up at the sky, sighed softly, and recalled the words that Luminara whispered to him in her last moments. So, we are all pitiful people. What does this mean? What did Luminara think of at the last moment? Mr. Su Bei, Sister Luminara is really dead. Jasmine's tone was visibly depressed. Jasmine feels so bad. Jasmine is so tired. I want to sleep. The moment Luminara was shattered, Jasmine's soul began to burn, constantly stinging Su Bei's body and disintegrating Su Bei's soul. Su Bei was stunned and murmured, "What kind of linkage effect is this? What is going on between Luminara and Jasmine?" Su Bei could actually feel Jasmine's soul melting and dissipating, becoming weaker little by little. Victory did not bring Su Bei too much joy, but instead brought all kinds of confusion. At this rate, perhaps in just 1 month, Jasmine will completely dissipate. No wonder the thief left a mark under the poker card, telling him not to kill the hero. So the devil and the hero are both in danger? Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine. I feel it, Jasmine suddenly said. Illusion. Su Bei shook his head calmly. His hands were not sure where to put, and he was a little panicked. I can't hold on any longer. My body is so hot. Just like I have a fever. So hot. Jasmine kept repeating the dejected words, her tone getting softer and softer. It should just be a fever. I am confused. It will be fine after the fever goes down, Su Bei explained incoherently, but heard Jasmine suddenly shouting, Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine likes you. You are sick, Su Bei said calmly. Perhaps she felt that if she didn't say it now, she would have no chance. Jasmine finally said her most sincere voice at this most inappropriate moment, I like you very much. It's the love between a girl and a boy. I want to wear the most beautiful clothes and watch the Spring Flower Festival under the ancient tree of life with Mr. Su Bei. I want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, and go to the fairy forest with Mr. Su Bei to attend the game party with full energy. I want to go to the food festival with Mr. Su Bei again. Eat all kinds of desserts and cakes. Eat all kinds of strange ingredients. I want to go to the dungeon with Mr. Su Bei to overcome all difficulties. Su Bei interrupted without question, there will be. If you want to go to these places, just hold on. The world is big. It takes a lot of time. Molly smiled. And the more she spoke, the more cheerful she became. It doesn't matter where we go. Molly just wants to be with Mr. Su Bei. It doesn't matter even if it's in the cabin in Winter City. It doesn't matter if we can only eat fresh chicken and duck meat during the new year. It doesn't matter if we don't have holidays and are scolded by Mr. Su Bei every day. It doesn't matter if we go to school every day and don't have a warm quilt or a room. Jasmine likes it all. Jasmine likes it very much. Su Bei was silent. Jasmine was really not sick. Nor was she confused. A confused person cannot speak so fluently. If it happens again, I must find Jasmine as soon as possible. Jasmine will like you faster than before. This time, Jasmine can't wait for Mr. Su Bei's feelings. Take good care of yourself, Mr. Su Bei. Don't sleep. Go crazy for a while. Su Bei's words revealed a little panic. He was trembling. He was afraid. He was afraid that Jasmine would never be able to go crazy again. In fact, he liked to hear Jasmine go crazy. He was puzzled. His mind was full of confusion. But at this moment, these confusions were pinched into the flesh by his fingertips, and all crushed into panic. Tell me slowly later. I don't want to hear anything now. Su Bei really didn't want to hear it. First, he was not ready to say goodbye to Jasmine. And second, he was thinking. Luminara had held on for so long. How could she sacrifice herself without resistance in the end? Willing to become a part of the destiny predetermined by the gods, so that they would be satisfied. This is definitely not what Luminara would do. She must have left something behind. What did she leave behind? Lilizi? Su Bei frowned and asked, but saw that the feather pen was trembling all over, tightly grasping Su Bei's hair, without saying a word, as if it was afraid and panicked. Her hair withered, which meant something extremely horrible was going to happen. Run! Run! At this time, the holy light passed by, answering Su Bei's doubts. Just before Luminara and Su Bei decided the winner, Elena arrived. Elena passed by Su Bei, as if she took something away, and as if she brought something. Su Bei couldn't feel it, but Su Bei knew. She took Luminara's soul away. Before leaving, She glanced at Su Bei and patted his back as if to comfort him. Su Bei's eyes lit up. He felt something inside him. He looked at Elena, but she shook her head at him and closed her lips. She didn't say a word. Jasmine's shattering stopped. It was stopped by the holy light. But not just the holy light. Something else appeared in Su Bei's soul. A small ball, which stopped beside Jasmine, very close to her, complimenting her, and suffering together. Su Bei smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. This must be Luminara's soul. He would take care of Luminara's soul like his own daughter, and would never let it dissipate, nor would he let it be taken away by others. Because only when Luminara is alive, Jasmine will be alive. I saw Elena clasp her hands together, holding a condensed soul. And then countless powders in the void kept sticking together, connecting into a broken and miniature body. That was Luminara body. Elena moved her eyes away from Su Bei, held the broken body, and flew out of the chaotic sea at a high speed. Su Bei could easily feel the soul's belonging, but he clearly felt that the quality of the soul was a little wrong. It was as if half of it was castrated. The other half was in his body. But where was Elena going to take Luminara's soul? Su Bei frowned and asked, shouting, "What on earth are you?" Before he could ask, Su Bei's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, countless orders came from the sky to Su Bei, intending to forcibly occupy this space. This was the 5 quasi-gods exerting their strength at the same time. They no longer held back and burst out with all their strength, attacking Su Bei and Elena at the same time. Stay. This is not something you can take for yourself. The Shadow Gun Master released infinite shadow order and built a shadow kingdom. He raised his hand, and Elena's shadow rebelled and stabbed Elena in the chest. You are greedy. Old thing from the old times. The Chaos Demon. Ha-ha. Laughed. And the laughter infected the emotions. One by one, it shook Elena's mind, making Elena unable to move. The 5 quasi-gods exerted their strength. No one wanted Elena to take the ancient secret alone. Pressure. Infinite pressure. Incomparable pressure. Enough to tear him into pieces. But Elena did not even turn her head, and only made one move. It was a gesture, with her index finger pointing to the sky, and her momentum rising. As the gesture was completed, Elena unlocked some kind of restriction. The price must be huge, but the effect is also very terrifying, because Elena ascended to godhood. I saw Elena holding this space with one hand, pushing hard. Countless meteorites fell, and the broken kingdom of God stood up. He stepped into the pseudo-god, became a god on earth, and stopped the outbreak of 5 quasi-gods by himself. At this moment, Su Bei finally figured out Elena's motives. He wanted to take over all the causes and effects by himself, and stop these enemies for Su Bei. Because the devil and the hero have the same status, and are equally important in the eyes of those people. Run. The faster the better. Elena shouted heavily. Don't hold me back. Su Bei wanted to argue, but saw Elena poking Su Bei's chest with a finger. I'm too lazy to take care of you. You are garbage now. Wait until you are useful before you show off your strength. As expected of Itsundra, his mouth is really poisonous. But it is true that the battle with Luminara exhausted Su Bei's strength. And now Su Bei can only beat Li Zi. He couldn't mobilize any rule power. Even his muscles were sore and weak, and he couldn't lift his arms at all. Su Bei flew backwards at a very fast speed, and fell from the sky in almost an instant. After leaving that position, the feather pen became more panicked, as if it was about to hit something terrible head-on. It pulled Su Bei's ear hard and yelled into Su Bei's ear, Run! Go to Li Zi quickly. Li Zi is going to use the energy hidden on her back. We must leave this damn place immediately. There is a god hiding here. I don't know who it is, but he must be a bad guy. He hides very deeply, and wants to catch you. Me, Jasmine, Luminara, Elena, and everyone else in one fell swoop. Su Bei nodded seriously, and no longer hesitated. He carried the 2 keys of the devil and the hero, and he had to escape. Boom. With a sound, Su Bei fell and hit the Li Zi. At the same time, Li Zi hooked the hair on her head with her toes and pulled it hard. The ceiling in the house cracked, and a button fell down. Li Zi pressed the button with her big toe. Ding dong ding dong. Li Zi burst into a dazzling light. In just a moment, countless colorful lights flashed on the ship, and the goblins walked out of the logistics team and continued to reinforce Li Zi. Alarm! Alarm! Li Lizzie has entered the overload system, and will burn out all energy within 3 days. It is about to hit the space wall. What is your choice? 1. Avoid. Explore a safe route. 2. Slow down. Shut up. Shut up. Speed up. Sail at full speed. What kind of program did these stupid goblins set up to give Li Lizzie full power? And she will crash into any wall she encounters. Have you ever played bumper cars? Li Lizzie screamed fiercely, not even managing her expression, waving her feet to break free from the sky chain. Sail at full speed. Current speed is 100 kilometers per hour. Current speed is 100 kilometers per minute. Current speed is 100 kilometers per second. The current speed is 314 kilometers per second. Still accelerating. Still accelerating. Bang, 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 bang. The Li Lizzie kept crashing in the space maze, sprinting at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, surpassing the inherent concept of the hull. This is not a cruise ship. This is a rocket. Run. 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 You little broken boat. Li Lizzie shouted with all her strength. Damn Su Bei. Untie Li Lizzie. I want to increase the intensity. The situation suddenly became serious. Everyone was exerting their strength. Chapter 499, the end of the space maze. When Li Lizzie regained consciousness, Su Bei and Jasmine had already separated and both fell towards the Li Lizzie. Bang. With a sound, the ground shook. The Li Lizzie shook 3 times, surrounded by smoke, and countless crew members cast strange glances at it. The demigod couldn't even suppress the throbbing in his heart and wanted to stab Jasmine to end it. Did the Demon King win? We are dead. No, it's not over yet. As long as we can kill the Demon King, everything will return to normal. Kill her. Kill her. She must die. The demons and monsters will not let us go. Demon King. Just die quickly. Bastard. Don't come out to harm the world and destroy peace. Can you commit suicide? Commit suicide quickly. Why do you have to go against everyone? You disgusting devil. There were continuous whispers like this. Tian Ma Luo stood in the front, and the demon pride beside him would give a big slap to all the guys who spoke rudely. This is a statement of loyalty. The demons are born to be the forces of the Demon King. When the Demon King is too weak, they are not in a hurry to express their position. But when the Demon King's strength far exceeds their expectations, they will be the fastest to surrender and the most trustworthy ally. Because the demons respect strength. Identity is never the key. Strength is. After a while, the smoke dissipated. Su Bei picked up the soft Jasmine in his arms, watched her fall asleep sweetly, smiled, and then rubbed his swollen brain. Slowly got up. He was very tired and wanted to sleep. But now was definitely not the time to sleep. He looked around the room. His eyes were cold and his expression was indifferent. Everyone who was being watched took a step back. But their eyes were still fixed on Su Bei. Or rather, it was Jasmine in Su Bei's arms. When Jasmine completely exposed her power, her devilish temperament could no longer be concealed. Just looking at her would make people feel extremely disgusted and want to kill her. Hey, you are the hero who killed the earthly python, aren't you? Then you should kill the Demon King in your arms. She will cause the destruction of the world. Kill her, and you will be the hero who saves the world. We will make you the new hero. What kind of hero is a hero who can't kill the Demon King? I think Luminera is just like that. That's right. The hero this time is simply a big joke. He boasted so much, but he was knocked off the altar in the first fight. It's so funny. Kill the Demon King. Kill the Demon King quickly. I don't want to participate in the war anymore. Please kill the Demon King. We kneel down to you. Please. This is not a joke. Su Bei looked over, his eyes fluctuating. The last person who spoke was an adventurer on the Li Lizzie, wearing plain clothes, with 2 scars on his face. His strength had reached the level of quasi-demigod, and with a little consolidation, he would be a newly promoted demigod. But he still couldn't get rid of his cognitive impairment. Firmly believing that the devil was the source of all evil, he knelt heavily on the ground in front of Su Bei, begging with a sad face. His tears and snot were all connected together, and his crying was very touching. After the person who spoke knelt down, a chain reaction soon occurred, and adventurers knelt down on the deck one by one, followed by the logistics staff, the chef, the gunner, the repairman. The demigods were speechless, standing there in a daze. Everyone's eyes stopped on Su Bei, perhaps waiting and watching. So what would Su Bei do? Su Bei stood up calmly, and his eyes could not accommodate anything else except the girl who had become soft in his arms. He didn't even show any extra expression, and walked straight past the people kneeling on the ground, and walked towards Li Lizi's room. No word was said. This was selective ignoring. Please ask the hero to kill the devil and bring peace to the world. I don't know who shouted this sentence. And then, the same words were heard one after another. They connected into a deafening shout, overwhelming the sky. Please ask the hero to kill the devil and give the world peace. Please ask the hero to kill the devil and give the world peace. Please ask the hero to kill the devil and give the world peace. Su Bei paused. Everyone stopped their actions at the same time and looked at him, their eyes full of expectation. Su Bei suddenly smiled and said lightly, "Did you make a mistake?" As he spoke, Su Bei slowly raised gluttony, and suddenly his momentum exploded, causing countless rampant demonic energy to swirl around, scratching the deck one after another, and a wave of domineering aura strangled everyone's necks. Hanging high, everyone was stunned, and their breathing was stopped for a moment. There was something indescribable and incredible in their eyes. Soon this incredible turned into fear, and their bodies began to tremble constantly, and they dared not look up again. They felt the murderous intent. Su Bei would really kill them. Bang! With a sound, the demonic aura was floating. Everyone fell to the ground, sweating profusely, unable to utter a single word of moral kidnapping. After that, everything was silent, with only the sound of footsteps stepping on the deck. Leah sighed softly. Qian Mo Luo grinned. Watched Su Bei leave the deck. Su Bei was walking towards Li Lizi's room. He was in a hurry. Time was urgent. Elena stopped the 5 quasi-gods and the strangeness of the abyss above the sky. And everything under the sky was full of variables. He didn't have time to care about cognitive impairment. Nor did he bother to clean it up. He had more important things to do. At this moment, the hull of the Li Lizi flashed with colorful light and suddenly accelerated. Bang! With a sound, everyone followed the hull shaking and continued to rise and fall. In the blink of an eye, they rolled from the bow to the stern, and then fell from the stern to the bow, falling all over and confused. The Li Lizi entered a state of full speed, and the speed continued to increase. Su Bei steadied his steps, changed Jasmine from a princess hug to carrying her on his back, and used his free hands to hold the wall beside him. Suddenly, 2 hands held him from both sides. Su Bei was stunned, frowned slightly, and glanced sideways. It was the Duke of Gloucester and the priest of the Holy Light Church. "You are going to find Li Lizi, right?" the Duke of Gloucester asked. "Yes." Su Bei nodded. "You are very tired now. We will help you," the Duke of Gloucester asked with concern. Why is he so enthusiastic? Su Bei still has a little social phobia, and the Duke of Gloucester's overly enthusiastic actions made him a little at a loss. Su Bei shook his head. "No. I can walk. You are very tired now. Please let us help you." Quasta bowed devoutly, and made a standard greeting of the Holy Light Church. Su Bei looked to the right, and his tense movements relaxed. He was a priest of the Holy Light Church. Although the clergy of the Holy Light Church were pedantic, they were usually good people and trustworthy. And the Holy Light was healing his injuries and relieving the soreness. Thinking so, Su Bei gave up resistance and nodded. "By the way, you have to give my daughter a gift. Give this to her." As he spoke, the Duke of Gloucester handed Su Bei a small cake. Su Bei's body suddenly tensed up, and he frowned and asked, "Why don't you deliver it yourself? I need to support you, and this will dirty the cake." The Duke of Gloucester mentioned it. This is a very normal reason, but Su Bei still found it very strange. Su Bei lowered his head. It was indeed a small cake, not very big, and it looked rough, as if it was made randomly. "I wonder if something is stuffed in it." Su Bei reached out his hand and subconsciously lifted up the small cake, intending to get closer to observe it. "Amen. Mr. Su Bei, do you think we will win?" Quastav suddenly asked. Su Bei's action was interrupted, and he shook his head and replied calmly, "Not sure." Then, Su Bei raised the cake again. "I'm curious about something. When did you and Li Lizi know each other?" the Duke of Gloucester asked again. Su Bei's action was interrupted again. He recalled for a moment and gave a vague number. "About 2 years ago. At that time, Li Lizi was only 14 years old." "Right?" the Duke of Gloucester smiled. He was squeezing Su Bei's palm and exerting a little force. "This beast Has it been trained since he was 14? Maybe? Su Bei's eyes were calm, and his body was completely tense. He completely gave up the idea of observing this small cake and began to think about more important things. How should he face the furious Duke of Gloucester? He and the 14-year-old Li Lizzie were just acquaintances. But nothing had happened. There had been no such thing before. And there would be no such thing in the future. He had no interest in Li Lizzie. The four entered the house in an extremely strange posture. Asshole Su Bei. Untie me quickly. Ah! Li Lizzie saw Su Bei entering the house, kicking her feet in the air, and suddenly froze. Because it was not only Su Bei who came in, but also her father, and an old man who was not familiar with her. The Duke of Gloucester was completely confused. Even he had never tied Li Lizzie like this. When did this flirting method become popular? So, didn't they play more exciting games? The Duke of Gloucester looked serious, looked at Quastov, and nodded. Go quickly. Li Lizzie is waiting for you. The Duke of Gloucester pushed Su Bei. Su Bei was stunned, nodded, and put the small cake on the table in front of Li Lizzie. Then he began to untie Li Lizzie. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and no one spoke. Dad? What are you doing here? Li Lizzie frowned and asked, pushing her father, holding up the cake handed by Su Bei, and swallowing it in one gulp. Crack. It hurt my teeth. Li Lizzie was stunned, chewed for a while, and spat out a piece of gold jewelry. It might be a ring, but it was just an unknown mass at the moment. Bang. The Duke of Gloucester and Quastov took out the salute and fired it towards the house. The sky was full of flying silk. So festive. Su Bei was stunned. Wait. Something seems wrong. Exchange rings. The ceremony is over. Next is... Are you sick, old man? Now is not the time to fool around. Li Lizzie kicked the Duke of Gloucester in the head. You are getting married soon, the Duke of Gloucester said indifferently. How come I don't know? Li Lizzie's cheeks were slightly red, and she raised her lollipop angrily and poked it at the Duke of Gloucester's head. Father and the priest are here. The ring exchange was successful, and this marriage is a done deal. Li Lizzie will soon spend all your allowance on lollipops, so that you and the Duchess of Gloucester will not be buried together in the future. Li Lizzie yelled. One buried in the mountains, and the other buried in the sea. I'm doing this for your own good. The Duke of Gloucester was so angry that he trembled and scolded him seriously. You are pushing Li Lizzie into the fire pit. Li Lizzie gritted her teeth and pushed the Duke of Gloucester and Quastov out of the door. You will regret it, the Duke of Gloucester warned him. Who do you think will like you and take care of you? A little fool who will never grow up. If you miss this opportunity, your life will be over. As expected of an old father, he knew what words would hurt Li Lizzie. On the contrary, Li Lizzie was furious. Get lost, Li Lizzie yelled, slammed the door shut, and then turned to Su Bei and said seriously, listen to me. Click. The door was opened. The Duke of Gloucester poked his head in and said seriously, it's okay to live together, but it's too early to have sex. You're only 16 years old this year. Kill you. Swoosh. The Duke of Gloucester fled in panic. Li Lizzie slammed the door very hard. And bang. The wall had some cracks because of the heavy blow. The door was closed. Su Bei swallowed his saliva. He knew that Li Lizzie's small body could burst out such a powerful force. If the Duke of Gloucester was a step slower, he might have a concussion. Li Lizzie locked the door, sat in front of Su Bei angrily, and kicked Su Bei hard. Just venting my emotions. Su Bei sighed and said helplessly, why did you kick me? Li Lizzie was stunned for a moment, and shouted angrily, although it has nothing to do with you. Li Lizzie has to warn you. And it's too much for you to tie Li Lizzie here alone without permission. Mine. Su Bei apologized sincerely. After calming down, Li Lizzie sighed heavily and pointed at her ahog. Do you know what this means? Su Bei looked over. Li Lizzie's ahog on her head drooped, and she looked weak, like a poor lowly who had been squeezed dry. God descended? Su Bei frowned. Not only that, there are many ancient things locking you and me. We must quickly reach Jinsokyo, Li Lizzie said sternly, and suddenly the hall shook, and she quickly grabbed a chair to prevent herself from flying out. Li Lizzie hit the wall of the space. Li Lizzie was floating in the air due to inertia, but she did not forget to continue talking, seriously reminding Su Bei of the current danger level. There are many ancient ruins buried in the chaotic sea, and now these ruins are opening one after another. The ancient existence buried in the ruins will be the quasi-god Lao Ding at worst. Or even a dead god. What can we do? Su Bei sighed. I can't even beat you now. We can only trust Elena. No. You can't trust anyone. Including Elena. Li Lizzie frowned in thought. The other me left me a lot of information. And the most important point is, at this critical moment of the last route, never trust anyone. Including me. Including you? Su Bei was puzzled. Just saying that? But you can only choose to believe me. This is just to make you alert. Li Lizzie sighed and pointed to the sky. Guess how many quasi-gods Elena has stopped now? 5. Su Bei said without hesitation. Li Lizzie raised her hands and sighed exaggeratedly. That was the data half an hour ago. Now there are at least 10. And the number is still increasing. It will soon become 50. 100. The Chaos Sea is over. And you and I are also doomed. Elena will definitely not get any good results. She may be played at any time. She won't run? Su Bei asked. Run? How? She took away half of Luminera. And she is standing behind you. As long as we get rid of her, you and I will be toys at the mercy of others. Jasmine is no different from a baby in their eyes. We have reached the most critical moment. Li Lizzie responded loudly, pacing back and forth in the room, frowning, sighing and speaking dejected words. Order is a ruthless thing. Only order can fight against order. No one can resist it. Not even her. It's okay now. You have no idea what Elena will become in a while. If she eats hundreds of orders in one breath, she can turn around and eat you in the next second. She may have been planning how to eat you alive. I will eat you now. The voice came from a very high altitude. But Su appeared inside the door. Li Lizzie shut up and quickly hid behind Su Bei, sticking her little head out to look at the door. Su Bei was stunned. Elena arrived, covered in blood. Many of them belong to her. But more of them come from the enemy. I can't stop them. I put out a few smoke bombs. I try to delay them for as long as I can. Elena panted heavily, looking at Jasmine behind Su Bei. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed like she was observing her, but also like she missed her. Su Bei reached out to support Jasmine, straightened his body slightly, and stood in front of Elena. I'm not interested in her. Elena shook her head calmly. Hearing this, Li Lizzie asked, Are you still Elena now? If I'm not Elena, then who am I? Elena frowned. Li Lizzie continued, You have to prove that you are Elena. You know, just the abyss biphasic can replace you and become you. Elena smiled. You know that if the gods don't leave, I won't be in any danger. But okay. Tell me how I can prove it. Li Lizzie thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Take off your clothes and let us check. Click. Elena gritted her teeth. Her face darkened. I will strip you naked right now. You fool. Li Lizzie was afraid. But her intuition was rarely wrong. There was definitely something wrong with Elena. Maybe there was a problem from the beginning. Elena hadn't awakened at that time, so she didn't notice it. When was it? Remember it quickly. Li Lizzie grabbed her hair and pulled it hard, trying to use the pain to wake herself up. Are you sick? Su Bei screamed in pain, grabbed Li Lizzie's hand, and moved it away from his head. The hair that Li Lizzie had just tightly grasped was his. Don't make noise. I'm thinking. Li Lizzie snorted. Hearing this, Elena hurriedly urged, It's too late to think. We have to speed up. Can your boat go faster? It would be best if we can reach Jinsokyo tonight. As she spoke, a lot of blood came out of Elena's body, and her injuries gradually began to show. At this time, Su Bei thought of something and suddenly asked, By the way, how do you know where the ship's destination is? Aren't we in a space maze? Uh-huh. I don't know the destination. Li Lizzie blinked. Elena shut up, with a toothache expression on her face. Damn. Where are they going? Elena sneered. Can you be more unreliable? My smoke bomb will be solved soon. More and more quasi-gods are coming. Each one is like a gray wolf who sees a big sheep, waiting to have a good meal. And when I retreated, there were signs of a false god, and he was going to sacrifice the quasi-god body to come down by force. Li Lizzie retorted loudly. Don't be so noisy. I'm just thinking about it. Right? At this time, someone suddenly stepped into the room and interrupted. Buy-in Empire. Will Wilgard have any problems? The room is the only area I can't spy on. It was Alyssa. Her ability is existence. During this period, she was idle and wandered around on the Lilizi. And suddenly discovered this secret. Wilgard? Sube looked at Elena. But Elena sneered. What are you looking at me for? You don't really think he likes me. He just wants to use my power. Because I was the one who crippled the blood ancestor. He discovered this secret. So he tried to get close to me from the beginning. Wanting me to fight the blood ancestor to the death. So as to remove a certain curse. What curse? Sube asked hurriedly. Why don't you ask in person? Elena grabbed Sube and jumped. Wait. There's a problem. Don't worry. Sube groaned and fell into thought. If there was a secret in the room of Wilgard, why didn't anyone find it before? But now it was discovered by Alyssa. A demigod. There is only one possibility. This is the trace of the secret being exposed by itself. But Sube didn't have time to explain. Elena had already grabbed Sube's shoulders. Together with Lilizi behind Sube and Jasmine on Sube's back. They moved to the room of Wilgard. Elena has always been reckless. Even after becoming a god. Everyone was stunned when they met Wilgard. There was another person in the room. An old man, with an unimpressive appearance named Palu. He was the imperial teacher of the Bayan Empire. He was transcendent. No. He was not just transcendent. He was a quasi-god. He was not just the imperial teacher of Bayan. Palu. He was the manifestation of the space maze. And he was the master who controlled the space maze. Everyone was stunned. And they all felt that the space maze had changed. Palu smiled. And suddenly the space maze had an end. The Ruriko was driving into an unknown kingdom of God at a terrifying speed. The overall situation was a foregone conclusion. I am the final winner. I have plotted against all the gods and won the final victory. My conditions for becoming a god have been met. I will step into the corridor of becoming a god and become a god. At the same time, I will also enjoy the Demon King and the Brave Man alone and spy on the ultimate secret of this world. I am the winner. Chapter 500. No wonder no one could detect the existence of Palu. It turns out that the order he controls is space. He has been hiding beside everyone. And no one has ever noticed. It is hard to imagine that on the chessboard laid out by the gods, Palu can pick this final fruit with the strength of a quasi-god. This is a very incredible thing. Although he is the master of the space maze, it is still very incredible. The Lilizi is about to enter his kingdom of God. At that time, Palu will enjoy this fruit alone and master the ultimate secret in the world. But is it really so? Palu was still laughing. But he never expected that Sube also laughed. Sube rarely laughed. But every time he laughed, there was a reason. Palu could no longer laugh. And frowned. What are you laughing at? Why are you still laughing when you are about to die? Sube narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. He had been disturbed by the things about Luminera and Jasmine before. And now, he finally solved all his doubts. Luminera and Jasmine suffered together. And they rose together. Every time the ending was to perish together. But why did they have to go through so many reincarnations? Because no one has ever really obtained the two arts. This is a very incredible answer. But the situation is too critical at the moment. Sube temporarily gave up the exploration and began to focus on the present. Palu frowned and said, I got everything. This is the smile of the winner. Why shouldn't I smile? Sube shook his head. You shouldn't smile. He pointed at Elena. This is the light of rebirth. She once chopped the blood ancestor and killed countless gods, setting off a wave of ancient god wars. Elena pursed her lips, half smiled. It was a bit of a bully, but Sube introduced it very well. This made her very satisfied. Palu pursed her lips. That was in the past. Now she is very weak, with hidden injuries all over her body. Her strength is only 1/10 of what it is. She can barely stand. Now this is my home court. I am about to step into the false god. He can't threaten me. Nor can he protect you. Sube shook his head and pointed at Lilizi. Lilizi suddenly raised her head and chest. Her ahode trembling. Ready to be praised. But Sube's fingertips paused. Passed through Lilizi's body. And stabbed himself. Lilizi is nothing to introduce. Sube then stuffed the heavens chain into the omniscient code under Lilizi. And continued, although I am detached. I have mastered an ultimate art. That is the art of the world, which can cut through the strangeness of the abyss and the gods. Palu laughed and shook his head. You have no strength. It's difficult to even stand. Admit it. You have lost the ability to resist. Hearing this, Elena took a step forward, and the power of order suddenly erupted. And this power made Palu feel suffocated. He is no match for Elena. Elena was held by Su Bei's shoulders. She was pulled back. Elena frowned, but saw Su Bei shook his head. Su Bei sighed, rubbed his sore brain, and thought carefully. If Elena is a quasi-god, it's fine. But now she has become a false god. You are leading us into your kingdom of God, which is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. You know that once we enter your kingdom of God, the enemies we have to face will change from countless to just you. But you are just a quasi-god. How dare a quasi-god challenge a god? Besides, do you really think that you, a quasi-god, can escape Elena perception? Silence. Silence for a long while. Palu muttered to himself, frowning in confusion. Yes, I am just a quasi-god. I did want to take advantage of the situation and plot against the gods at first. But when Elena was promoted to a false god, I should have given up this idea. Why didn't I give up? Why? Su Bei tried to test him. Do you often lose consciousness at night and forget your plan from the previous day? Palu nodded silently, his body gradually trembling. Yes, I am good at thinking at night. But now I can't think of what I thought about. Su Bei asked. You are a quasi-god. Will you forget what you thought about? Palu began to be afraid and panicked, and felt that there was a rope hanging on his head, tightly tying him up and controlling his every move. I won't forget. But I forgot. A familiar power began to spread, and Palu gradually lost control of his body. One by one, the heaven's chain shot out from his body, and moved towards Elena and the others, surrounding the entire space. The hair on Lilizi's head wilted, and the light blue light on her body became more and more obvious. She was afraid. She and Su Bei had planned something, and the other party came to understand the cause and effect with them. Elena was stunned, and her eyes condensed. Fortunately, Su Bei stopped her action. If she had just forced a move to suppress Palu, she would have been ambushed by the heaven's chain. If she loses the initiative, she will be in danger. When did you find out? Palu's voice changed, and he held his chin with one hand, revealing a bit of romantic and free laziness. He is freedom. This is normal. Palu can't do this kind of thing. No quasi-god is qualified. During the Plague Continent, Freedom sent down a soul and made the decision that he thought was the most important. Today, he is only half a step away from his goal. I always knew it. Su Bei sighed. If it is a gathering of cause and effect, you can't not come. You have a heavy cause and effect with me and Lilizi. Just because of this? Freedom smiled frivolously, but didn't believe it. Cause and effect can't affect me. I am Freedom. I may not come. Su Bei held the hilt of the holy sword, thinking, and asked back, if you answer my question, I will also answer your doubts. Su Bei seldom uses his brain, because it is never his time to use his brain. But now he has to think a little. Otherwise his information is too little. Okay. I'm not in a hurry. Freedom stretched slowly. The destination of the Lilizi changed, and became a country full of innocence, birdsong and flowers. That was the kingdom of freedom. Su Bei's pressure suddenly increased sharply. The more questions he asked, the closer the Lilizi would be to the kingdom of freedom. The more dangerous their situation would be. No one could be free in the kingdom of freedom. He had to hurry. How many souls did you bring this time? Su Bei asked the first question. Freedom grinned and chuckled. At first it was 1/10. And then I found that there were some problems with the part of your soul that I went to find at the beginning. So I changed it to all. Su Bei was silent. All? All. Freedom narrowed his eyes and chuckled. There are few things that can make Freedom happy, and seeing such an expression on Su Bei's face is one of them. He rarely gets humiliated, but he got humiliated by Su Bei once. This time he got his revenge. Su Bei sighed. No one knows how powerful a complete freedom soul is. It's your turn to answer me. When did you notice my existence? Freedom raised his eyebrows. Su Bei said lightly, the Bloody Island. Zio was stunned. I don't believe it. Touching the chains that bound Elena would alarm the gods. I can understand that others don't come, but you can't help me. Su Bei smiled bitterly. I don't have a good relationship with you. So, you acquiesced to Elena's appearance, so I could take the body away. Hearing this, Elena nodded and smiled slightly. Yes, this is the agreement between me and Zio. He should be one of us. Zio patted his knees and laughed loudly, with tears flowing from his eyes. Elena was stunned. Su Bei sighed. If he is one of us, he would not hide all traces of himself and let you bear all this alone. He wants to obtain all the results and put all the blame on you. You will face all the pursuits at that time, while he hides behind the scenes and enjoys the final fruits. Elena frowned and looked at Freedom. Is that so? Freedom wiped his tears. You are so naive. You used me. Elena clenched her fist calmly. Freedom said coldly, we were all there when you killed the darkness. No one will trust you and form an alliance with you. He fell into the outer realm and turned into the abyss because of you. How could I trust you? Elena sighed bitterly. Before you let me out of the world. Did you expect to reach this point today? Freedom nodded indifferently. This is the ending you deserve. You are a remnant of the old era. There is no place for you in the new era. Gods are usually emotionless and only care about interests. At this time, Su Bei held the holy sword. Pressure was pervasive, as if a pair of invisible hands in the air had imprisoned Su Bei's right arm. And the burning and stinging sensation continued to ignite Su Bei's soul. Unlike pulling out the magic sword, Su Bei pulled out the holy sword much more easily. Brave destiny, not possessed, unable to activate the holy sword Ragnarok. Open the second option. To open the brave path, please meet the following conditions. The first spark of civilization, activated. Kill the descendants of mythology, activated. Obtain recognition from 5 or more gods, activated. The strongest of the same level, activated. Possess special characteristics, activated. The torch is passed down. You should be a brave. You will take over this inheritance. Do things that are impossible for the gods. And punish the evildoers on behalf of the gods. Permanently obtain the hero's skill. Guiding the stars. Permanently obtain the hero's skill. Justice Libra. Permanently obtain the hero's skill. Become stronger when encountering stronger. Permanently obtain the hero's skill. Life burning. Permanently obtain the hero awakening skill. Star explosion. Permanently obtain the hero awakening skill. Angel liberation. Permanently obtain. At this point, you are a hero. Special reminder from the Eye of Truth. You can draw the holy sword because you carry the soul of Luminera. Su Bei drew the sword in just a moment. But Zio, Elena, Lilizi and others all noticed this moment. Zio said casually, why are you drawing your sword? Do you think you can escape? Or do you think you can kill me? Su Bei raised the holy sword. And the stars flickered and filled the room. At the same time, Elena also attacked. The holy light surrounded her god. And the power of the pseudo-god burst out instantly. Zio stretched out her finger, and saw Su Bei slash her side with a sword. Her finger suddenly stopped. And she clapped her legs and laughed, haha. You are under a lot of pressure. Su Bei slashed at Wilgard. He missed. Wilgard had been hiding nearby from the beginning to the end. Silent and unsung. He never expected to die in this chaotic sword. Elena dispersed her power, and gently blamed him. You are under too much pressure. Step back. I try first. I won't let anything happen to you. Su Bei shook his head. I'm not under much pressure. Elena was stunned and pointed at Wilgard, who was broken into 2 pieces. Are you sure? I'm sure. Yes. He didn't make a mistake. Suddenly, everyone realized something. No demigod can stay in this room safely. Not even a demigod can be a transcendent one. Except for Jasmine, who fell asleep. The weakest here are Lilizi, who has divinity, and Su Bei, who has mastered the art of the world. But Wilgard has not collapsed for so long. He is just a demigod. But he can never be a demigod, because 100 demigods can't do this. What is he? The cut in 2 pieces of Wilgard were suddenly put together, shaking his shoulders and laughing. Freedom could no longer laugh, and closed his mouth. But he was too close to Wilgard, and all his heavenly chains were used to guard against Su Bei and Elena, revealing a huge flaw. The space maze was pinched. The entire area was pinched by a bloody palm. And then it shook and shattered in the blink of an eye. The entrance in front of it collapsed and turned into a bloody palace. This is the Bloody Island. The smile that had just risen up in Freedom froze, and then solidified. He lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. It was a hand. A bloody arm. Wilgard smiled. His eyes were filled with tears. But it was indeed a smile. It was hard to imagine that such an incongruous expression would appear on one person at the same time. The one who cried was Wilgard. He was also the one who smiled. At this moment, Su Bei finally knew what the curse of the Blood Clan was. Su Bei sighed, held the holy sword in his hand, and was always ready to communicate with Jasmine. He would wake Jasmine up later. He knew that Jasmine was very tired, and that he had almost drained her of her vitality. But judging from the situation, Jasmine might need to be tired for a while longer. After the matter was over, she could sleep as long as she wanted. Lizzie sat on the open omniscient codex without knowing when, and her eyes were a little more indifferent, and the light blue light was surrounding her, and she was about to bloom her last dance here. Elena took a stance as if facing a great enemy. Her eyes were cold, and the holy light was surrounding her, sweeping this space. Ka. The room opened, and Badong and Shitai came out from the door. Rarely, Badong lagged behind Shitai by half a step and stood behind him. Subei looked at Badong and said lightly, "I thought we would be friends." Although he said so, there was no regret on Subei's face. He was just talking about a small thing that could have happened but didn't happen. It's like the weather forecast said it would rain tomorrow, but it turned out to be hail. I thought about it, but it's a pity that there are no eternal friends. Badong was a little helpless, and pointed to his side. And he is my father. My biological father. You can also say my biological mother. After all, gods have no gender. The whole audience was silent, and Shitai walked forward with a relaxed and expectant smile on his face. Every blood clan is a blood ancestor, and every blood clan that marries a partner and gives birth to offspring is the blood ancestor creating an external incarnation, and can become a vessel for the blood ancestor's descent. This is the unspeakable secret of the blood clan. This is about the ultimate avenue of the blood ancestor, and everyone who knows this secret is dead. So everyone here will die later, except the vampires. Welger discovered this secret, and he didn't want this curse to fall on Inna, so he wanted to remove it. He tried every possible way, even noticed the ancient secret, and wanted to cultivate holy light to fight against the blood ancestor curse. Obviously, Welger's plan failed. Is it you? Elena sighed. Shitai nodded. It's me. The taste of waiting is not easy to endure. But fortunately I waited. I noticed it from the moment your body left the kingdom of God until today. Fortunately, someone paved the way for me. I just needed to show up at the last minute. Thank you for the gift from the Statue of Liberty. I sincerely wish you happiness. Freedom sneered and escaped. But Palu's body was dissolving. This is the power of order of the blood ancestor. Once Palu's body is completely destroyed, the soul of freedom will lose its container, and its power will be severely reduced. With only a soul left, he will not be a match for the blood ancestor. He was plotted against by the blood ancestor. Elena took a step forward and sighed. Yes. How can a demigod fuse the blood of a god? Your acting skills are really good. I remember that the injuries I left on you were very serious. Aren't you afraid of me? Shitai also took a step forward, and one step made Elena suffocate. Humph. The large and small order scars on her body burst out in an instant, and blood flowed like a river. I was afraid before. I will be afraid in the future, but I am not afraid now. Shitai shook his head. It's a pity that you have no future. I will use you to heal my wounds. Take away the devil and the hero. Swallow up wisdom, and enjoy freedom. Everything is mine. You too. Freedom's face was less calm, but he was still stable. He smiled coldly. Don't brag. This is not funny. Elena responded in a deep voice, and the holy light rose again. But after struggling for a few times, he was heavily suppressed by the bloody hand. Elena is a false god, but the blood ancestor is a god, and he is also an extremely experienced god. He is only half a step behind the peak light. At this moment, he was approaching the kingdom of God, and his power was approaching its peak. No one could stop him here. Elena was silent, and completely lost her voice. Lizzie was about to attack, but Subei reached out and touched Lizzie's head, stopping her action. Lizzie looked up in confusion, but saw Subei pursed his lips slightly and shook his head. The flickering in his eyes was clearly a little joy that only comes from seeing an old friend. At this time, Lizzie had already sailed into the bloody island. Shitai's smile became even stronger, and suddenly froze in the blink of an eye. In an instant, his face turned pale as snow, and his face was cold. The Blood Island was annexed. Or rather, the Blood Island was virtual from the beginning. Endless deathly silence was spreading. The whole world showed a gray-black quality, and all life here would become dead. Even the undead would die again. This is the Plague Continent. This is the Kingdom of Death. Subei's eyes showed some relief, and he sighed softly. It's almost the new year. No. This is impossible. Shitai roared, his face pale. Zio frowned tightly. But he couldn't figure out the cause and effect. How did you do it? Even Lilizi and Elena were confused. I know everything. Subei sighed. You know everything? Shitai couldn't believe it. You can't know. Zio sneered. I know. Subei rubbed his temple and recalled. At the time of Tianlu, Lin released the power of death to avoid that magic. At that time, everyone entered the state of death. But 2 people did not. Lin thought there was an accident and was going to give up on those 2 people. But I asked Lin to try a few more times. This exhausted Lin's strength. But we got a conclusion. So it was because of this. Freedom sighed. Shitai gritted his teeth. His facial expression completely collapsed. You can't escape from my palm. But Shitai's blood was annihilated. What annihilated him was death. Everyone is safe. Oh! Yes. You can let Lin keep order all the time. But she has lifted the order several times. Lilizi shook her aho hair and smiled happily. Opening and closing the domain constantly consumes more energy than releasing it continuously. Subei nodded and added. Lin once told me to take good care of you. He realized at that time that there was a terrible guy hiding on this ship. He knew you could sense it. And it would scare you. Lilizi was stunned for a moment. Humph. Said. Pursed her lips and said. Okay. Okay. The bastard pink-haired girl is sometimes quite spicy. Let Lilizi reward her with a bit of spicy later. She decided to reward Lin with a lollipop when they met later. And also help her with advice. Shitai was a little impatient. So what if you know? How did he move a kingdom of God here? This is unrealistic. The bloody island is in the sea. So it can be moved. But how can her kingdom of death be moved? Hearing this, Zio suddenly remembered something and sighed heavily. Lilizi knew this. Because this is the Sea of Death. This is the former kingdom of death. The burial place of the previous dead. There was a long silence. At this point, the Lilizi sailed into the Plague continent, successfully avoided all reckoning, and landed in the kingdom of death. By the way, it brought along 2 hostile gods. Everything was moving in a good direction. In the kingdom of death, there was only the freedom of the soul to descend. And the blood ancestor, who had been seriously injured by the holy light, would never be a match for a new healthy death. This was the best New Year's gift for Lin. But is it really over here? Subei didn't know. He could still feel extremely heavy pressure. Why did he still feel so uneasy when everything was settled? Subei narrowed his eyes slightly. And his breathing slowly became heavier. Where will the crisis be?